Baker, I'm about to do a tip-up thing. Think of me, Bob, just so that you know. So you can see overhead, but it is at an angle. Okay, I'll spin it round, then I can't see what I'm doing, but at least you can. There we go. I can see it in the monitor. Do you know, how long have I been doing this malarkey?
I know.
I've been doing this about 15 years, and it's only now that Mr. Baker said, actually, you can watch it in the monitor, Kay.
Did you think that was old reruns of other shows you'd done in the past?
Yeah, that's right. I'm like, why did I not think of that
Catching
before?
up on a box set, watching it.
Mr. Baker, why did you not tell me that I could do that? All these professional secrets, you see, keeping us guests in the dark.
I know. He does it deliberately.
But
he does this. You've got to watch him.
He likes to keep the mystique, you see.
Yeah, he doesn't tell me which camera on or anything.
No, that's right. Do you know, it took me 6 months to realise that a green light doesn't mean it's on. It's the red light. How wrong is that?
Which is the complete opposite, isn't it?
Yeah. And to top it off, I'm dyslexic anyway. So I'm looking at the camera that's actually got the green light on it, and I wondered why the floor manager's waving at me. I just thought they were very friendly.
No. That's what you shouldn't. You obviously don't want to work in theatre then, because if you want to go down the stage, it's upstage, etc., etc. You know, and stage right is obviously stage left. It's all very.
It's opposite, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
if you want to take anything up, you've got to take it out, not up. So it's.
Mind you, it'd be all right, that, for me, because I don't know my left from my right anyway.
Oh, you'll be fine then. Are you free at Christmas?
Yeah.
Right. You're in?
Yeah, but I can't act. I
Don't
can't
worry,
dance and I can't sing.
Have you seen me and Fee?
Oh, dear. My daughter's done panto, though.
Oh, no, she hasn't.
Oh, yes, she has.
Oh,
good. Yes, she has.
Good. Has she? What did she do?
She did. Oh gosh, what did she do? I think she's done Snow White. Has she done Sleeping Beauty? Oh, I can't remember. Can't remember. But anyway,
Took an interest then. That's nice.
Yes. So bad. So bad.
She's proud. She likes it, though.
I'll shut up.
No, don't.
No, I'll be embarrassing her. Luckily, she's probably not watching, so thank goodness. So,
love it.
I've got this lovely bird, which I think is just gorgeous. This steampunk bird, look at that beauty. It's just...
It is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and wait till you get it home, you see all the detail. That's the lovely thing about Janine. She puts so much detail into her
I love
work.
the fact at the bottom of the bird, you've actually got the keyhole and then the little key to go with it. So a clockwork one to wind it up almost. You imagine you put your key in and you just just drop your little thing. Just drop one of the
stamps.
Stamps come off there. You don't want that one now because there we go, it's back on.
That's all right.
But yeah, I love the fact that the whole idea that you could wind it up and it could sort of set it off. You get the key and the little keyhole in there. It's brilliant. I know you mean about the detail then, all the rivets and everything around there, and fabulous that.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Steampunk bird, part of the collection if you go for everything.
Look how quick I was at cutting that out while you weren't watching.
That is good. That is good. Time does fly, everybody in the studio.
It does. Right, okie doke. So we've got our lovely bird here. Now, what I've done is, can you see this palette? I've actually put some of the inks in here. So, yes, you could spray it in there, but I'd end up getting it on my face. It just... Yeah. So, so all you need to do is you can take your lid off, keep it upright and just unscrew the top. Really, really easy. And then you can just dip your brush in and you only need a tiny bit and put it in your palette. Or you could put it on your craft mat or your glass mat or whatever. All right, but you only need like one tiny little bit. Okay, and if you ever need to wash this out, that's how you do it. You can just take it off really quick, quite simply. Wash it out in hot water and then put it back. And you can see that you haven't actually got a long tube.
No.
And this is why it's an airless one. Okay.
I don't want to jump the gun on this one, but is there some news of something in January or the new year
Yes.
coming? Because I know the actual containers for these are great, as you mentioned, they're really good. And I know that you talk about being really sort of eco-friendly in all of those as well, but is it fair to say watch this space come the new year?
Yes, definitely. We will be launching in January with our eco refills, which will be fantastic.
It's brilliant.
So what I've done here is I've added loads of water to this ink, so you can actually see a lovely colour of this. But you can also layer up as well. So I'll do a couple of different techniques to show you.
Right.
So bear with while I just get that colour back in. That is this one here. So if I just take some more ink and just put it there, so it's quite strong, you can see I can just touch it very, very gently, and that will give me a stronger colour, and it will run into the area that's already wet. I'm just going to clean my brush. In fact, I'm just going to come in with a tiny brush, which is just wet. Oh, and then I'm just going to add a little bit more water to this and let that just run. And that way you get a darker side to this and then a lighter side. But also you get that lovely soft watercolour effect that you can get with that.
Yeah, that's really nice, that. They're lovely colours.
Do you want to show those colours?
Yeah, we'll give you a bit of a rundown of those, because don't forget, you are getting the Robin Hood set, which is the brand new set. That comes as part of the complete collection. They are also available individually if you wanted to go for those ones. So should we look at, we've got the Maid Marian set, of course, that's there for you. And just look at these colours as we go down. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. We've got the Will Scarlet, Little John, lovely lad. The Loxley Yellow, of course, the Sheriff of Nottingham, and the Maid Marian. But these are really beautiful. The word on that one, the bottom, the scrumptious, and they are that for me. They are gorgeous. You've got the Robin Hood set is the one that you're going to be getting with the collection today as well. So you've got the Friar Tuck, Alan Adele, actually first character played in professional banter, Alan Adele. Much Miller. We've got the original oak. I love the way that separates with the water there. It's gorgeous. And Robin Hood himself there with those colours. They are stunning. We've got for you the other ones from the set before as well. These are favourite things. Beautiful. This, a drop of golden sun. A slice of jam and bread. I love these names, by the way. England's pastures green, sweet as summer peaches, and whiskers on kittens. It's gorgeous. They're absolutely brilliant. And then you want your more favourite things, of course. Blue satin sashes, catch a moonbeam, fresh morning mist, perfectly precious purple, and raindrops on roses. And these are more than a few of my favourite things. If you want to go for 485387, just choose your colour set you want to go for, and you will not be disappointed. If you can go for a couple of those, then please do so. Or if you're just thinking, you know what, I'm going to start off, first time you've come across these ones, you will not be disappointed. Like I say, go for one of those to try it off with. 485387 of those, which is lovely. Now, the brushes sold out individually. They are back on extended delivery, looking out for you now. And that's only from tomorrow. 743938. And they're the brushes that Kay's working with at the moment as well. And they are the brush sets. You get your 12 of all your different ends that are on there, and they are all included with the complete collection if you are going to go for that. But if you're not, then those brushes are still available. As it stands, individually, if you're quick, 743938. You're getting 12 for that price of $14.99, which is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Love it. Right, okay, how are we doing?
We're doing good, actually. So I've finished doing that. Again, by the magic of television.
That's really lovely.
Now, I did originally do it in matching colours.
Oh, right.
But, so you can get that lovely sort of steampunk effect. And can you see, if you actually drop extra colour in, that you get that sort of depth of colour coming through, and you get the lovely sort of watercolour effect.
They're beautiful.
you get that separation. It's absolutely lovely, isn't it? Really
Really nice.
beautiful.
Really
but I
nice.
just thought it wouldn't, because I showed Christy Ray and she was like, don't know whether it'll show up on television that it's because it's matching. It's better if it's contrasting
Right,
colour. So
right.
I thought I'll do a blue one, and then you can see. Right. So I wanted to show you another little tip, little technique. So I've got my small brush here, and I've just got water on it. So I'm just painting with water. Now, I appreciate that you probably can't see this. I have sort of tinted it with a bit of yellow, but I think...
All right, there we are, yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's good, isn't he?
He is, isn't he? Don't never
Do you
tell
know?
him.
No,
Never tell him.
no.
But he is.
Yeah, bit of a professional.
Yeah. That's just a
right.
shame.
He does, yeah.
Well, money, he started here as the plumber. And he's done a very, I mean, he's really moved on in his career.
So now I've got some Alan Dale, and I think you're the first person I've met who apart from Mike, who helped me design these, actually knows who Alan Dale is.
Alan Dale, yeah. I mean, I played the
Yeah.
part. I mean, I don't know what it was about, really. He was another one in tights. You'd have liked that show. There's quite a few of us. Do you know what? Playing that part, that was up in Blackburn, King George's Hall. And do you know who I had on my back? I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the Gladiator series?
Yes.
Saracen. I had him on my back.
Yeah. Really?
Still never recovered. Oh, what a... Honestly, but to run around doing this little dance routine in the woods.
He's a big fella.
You tell me about
No
it.
wonder
I mean,
you
I
have a
used to be
bad
6'3", and by the time that had finished, I'm back to 5'8".
Well, yeah, why is he on your back?
I think they went, oh, that would be funny. Yeah, of course, it'd be easy for you to get on his. He was a gladiator. He wouldn't be stressed with that, of course. But what would be extra funny was me with me dodgy knees in a tight, do you know what I mean, is put a Saracen, put him on your back, put a
You
gladiator
didn't do
ready.
that every night. You didn't do that every night,
Every
did you?
night, yeah. 6 weeks on that. Every time I say the word Blackburn, oh, it comes out in a little moment. Gladiator ready. Alan Dale ready. No, actually. Do you fancy having a go? Big man. Lovely guy, though. Name was Mike. Works as fireman in real world.
Seriously?
Yeah, true story, that.
Fantastic. I didn't know that. He was a fireman.
Yeah. On Blue Watch, if I remember correctly, or at his station.
It's like you lot. Blue Watch and Red Watch.
That's right. Yes, you see. He's a bit butcher than Adam, though. Only just. You seen Adam in a tight? I think he likes a tight.
I think for the Christmas party they should all wear tights then.
I agree. I'm
Yeah.
not going this year, but
Fancy dress.
I agree they should all be in tights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Many tights. I think that would be a good
I
theme,
think so.
actually.
I think that might put you off your starter.
Funnily enough, Baker's gone very, very quiet all
I
of a
think
sudden.
he's imagining it too much.
Yeah.
And as for our producer, he's got AWOL.
He has. He has.
Maybe he's trying to put his on.
Well, he did fall off his stool earlier on. I heard a crash, and I was like, "Oh dear!"
Oh, did he?
Yeah, did you not hear a crash in the gallery?
Oh.
It's all right. Baker was.
He was there,
He was
pointing
there.
and laughing at him on
Yeah,
the floor.
that's right.
Yeah. A bit like at space, you can scream and nobody will hear
Yeah,
you in the
that's
gallery.
right.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely loving these different colours shading on the court and just the effects that it is created. Okay, it's really lovely.
It is nice, isn't it? And then see this one is dry. You're putting it on dry, and then you add the water. Okay, so you get a slightly different effect. Okay,
Yeah,
and you
really
just want that sort of shading in the corners there. And then leave it just to set a little bit. And then a little bit of a damp brush, just to draw that out a little bit. And it just gives you that sort of pseudo rusty effect that's going to go with your canvas.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can see here that I'm just getting that effect here, and then I'm going to come back in to my yellow area over here. and just put a tiny, tiny weeny bit more in. And then just pull that out a little bit. And then back into the Alanadale, which is the lovely orange, which is from that set. And I think we'll start over here. Give that a chance to just set a little bit.
Okay.
And then we're just putting a teeny tiny bit of that Alanadale in. And again, we're hardly using any because it's so rich and vivid, the colour. I mean, it's just
really lovely.
And see, you can get really nice effects just, I mean, and I'm not a colourist, so there's some really clever colourists out there, I know, that'll do a really fabulous job, but even I can get, you know, a nice sort of look with this, just using the water, let the water do the work for you. And can you see, again, just adding a little bit and just letting that water just pull it away.
Would I be using any particular paper on this to work with?
Yeah, you need a watercolour card.
You do need a watercolour
because
card
if you're going back in and adding more water and more water, if you're using a normal card, a normal sort of stamping card, a super smooth, it's going to start pilling, which is mean the fibres start breaking up and sort of swelling up. Whereas with watercolour card, you're not going to get that. It's going to be able to take the abuse of that.
I suppose, like you say, because you are putting so much layering onto it, you need to be able to take that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have some, but I also use Pink Frog, and I also use Phil Martin's as well, which are all really, really nice. They're all slightly different, but if you've got any of those all work quite nicely. So I'm just going to finish off this corner here. I think I might just take a tiny bit of the Loxley yellow, which is from the Maid Marian set, and just go over the top of that, really and nice, you get that really nice sort of shaded look. Okay, so I'll just finish off these bubbles. If you can give me a second, I'll just clear up, ready for the next one.
Thank you. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do a real quick recap. I'll give you the details of everything that's individual. That'll be on the side of your screen that you have, but if you want, the complete collection will always be at the bottom of your screen as you want to go with, because don't forget, all the savings that we're going to show you that are on the individual items, they are carried over to your main collection, and then you're going to get on top of that a further £15 as well as the individual. So starting off with the canvas, you've seen those being worked with earlier on when we put all those moments together on there. You're going to be getting 3 of the A4 canvas panels, plus you're going to be getting 3 of the A4 stretched canvases there. They're £15.95. They are, I think you say 3 layers of gesso on these as well. They've got...
I think it's definitely 2. I'm not sure about 3.
Definitely 2. On the gesso, already done for you, ready to go. 523857 if you'd like to go for those sets. You're getting 6 in total. Now, the brushes, we did mention these again. They sold out once. They're back on extended. That's only a delivery from or dispatch from tomorrow, so not too long to wait. £14.99. That gives you your 12 beautiful brushes that you're going to work with there, and it's all with your different heads to work with for those different effects, of course. 743938. If you'd like to go for them. But again, don't forget, they are carried over into the complete collection for you as well. Now, the Vivid Sprays, the Robin Hood, you've seen that Kay was working with these as well. These are the brand new, the Robin Hood you're going to get, the Much Miller, Alanadale, of course. You've got your original oak and you've got Friar Tuck. That collection is absolutely there for you right now. $39.95 because they've got that £5 saving on there. 485387. Remember that £5 saving, though, is carried over into your complete collection, and then an additional £15, of course, is doing saving for you there. Right. We've also got all the other colours available for you on those, on the Vivids if you wanted to. Right, with then... this is what we looked at the very beginning, working with the actual grey board themselves. This is the cogs, nuts and bolts, and you also again get the wings in here. Lovely collection. Really good price for those, actually, and big pieces. Also, we're looking at working with some of those to create stencils to go through on the outer side of those. 360373, if you'd like to go for the indigo blue. That's the laser cut steampunk elements, all of those for you, $9.99. The stamps that you're looking at, and in fact, it's one of those, isn't isn't it, that the more you look at these, like, for example, the steampunk bird, for example, you know, when you start looking at the detail with a little, the keyhole in there, the key's a part that's attached to that as well, but the details of the rivets, the florals that we got in there, we're working with the moon at the moment. That was the one that Kay was just finishing and colouring in for you. Plus, we've also got your sections down the bottom, if you're going to go for the collector's edition, 53, 54 and 55. Just your workers, you're going to be using those again. They're going to come in handy time and time again. £5 saving on those also. Don't forget, that's also carried over into your complete collection. If you want to go for those on their own, it's 588 405. For all of those, which is phenomenal. With the whole stamps, they are brilliant, really lovely. Plus, we've also got for you the wood. Honestly, it's a never-ending collection. The wood chip, which are just brilliant, these. Two choices. They are £11.99. That's for your cogs that you can see that's on there, and of course, and the corners, if you wanted to. We've also got the gaskets for you as well. Again, that detail, 660344 is one you're looking for. So 2 options for you to work from there, £11.99. Cogs and corners or gaskets. Now, those savings, as I did mention for you, they are carried over if you're going to go for the complete collection, plus an additional £15 on top of that. So this is where you're going to get your biggest saving. It's on item 226934. All of that has been bundled together for you, and that is down to now available at 3 flexi payments, your first of which is just £44.29. Loads and loads and loads in there. If you're starting out, you can get going with that straight away. If you're looking just to add to your collection, what a great way to do so. Right then, Kay, thank you for the time on that one to sort of to show through. I think I'm going off, I do believe.
Yes, so this is the one that I've done live on the show. Okay, so the deep stenciling that I did at the beginning, that's actually quite good, actually. But I think if I pressed on it, it would still be quite soft underneath.
Right.
So I'm not going to be using this one. But this is the one I did at home. I didn't put as much spray on this, and I did allow it to run a little bit. So what you can do is add a little bit of texture with using just your collector's edition stamps, just doing a freestyle. So I always use a little bit of spare paper just to check what sort of density I want this to look like. So I'm just going to put just a little hint of some texture here and there, and the fact that it'll just contact some of those stenciled areas will be quite nice, and also over the top as well.
That is really built up brilliantly.
How long have we got?
Yeah, 50 seconds.
No way.
I know.
What happened to the last few minutes?
I don't know.
Okay, so then this baby is going here. This is going here, and then these lovely little babies are going round here.
Hey, this is brilliant.
Just to finish off.
I love it.
There we go.
Thank you very much. I love a Lightstorm project like that to work. It's great. When are you back with us then?
Back on the 9th of December for our goodie show, goodie bag show.
Right,
Yes.
well, listen, I'm sure that'll be a fantastic success again as well. I would say Merry Christmas,
Merry
Happy
Christmas
New
to
Year,
you,
and it's been lovely
and to
working with you
Fee.
again for this hour as well, and look forward to being with you back in the new year. You'll be back before I will be.
I will be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
And thank you, of course, as well for your company this hour. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this, Leonie's there. Yes, we're going to let Leonie loose right now, but don't worry, she's been looked after by Janice as well. Then, of course, I'll be back with you with Catherine for the Zuri one-day special. Lots more to come.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon in the UK and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Yes, it's 11 o'clock on a Wednesday, which means only one thing. It's 11 o'clock on a Wednesday and it's great to have your company. No, it's Let Leonie Loose. Now, if you've not seen a Let Leonie Loose, always difficult to say, I don't know why, programme, you're in for a treat because it means we really are going to let our lovely Leonie, who's here in the studio, totally loose with some marvellous products from Pink Ink Designs. Good morning, Leonie.
Good morning, love. It's funny actually because I think all my shows, because you know, because we're all used to me Let Leonie Loose, whatever shows I guest, it kind of we seem to, because we're so used to this, I kind of do it in the same format. So it's like, oh, I'm let loose on a daily basis just recently.
Do you know, it's good. It's good, though.
Oh, I have a
Letting
lovely
you
time.
loose is good. Can I say, your apron, have you added some sparkle to it, Leonie?
No, it came like this. It was made for me. It came sparkly. I've merely added the dirty bits.
I've not seen the sparkle before. It's very nice.
It came sparkly, but yeah, it has got progressively dirtier as it's gone on.
Well,
but
it's a work of art.
That's what it's for.
That is what it's for. Right, we have got a fantastic show lined up. I'm going to hand over to Leonie in a moment's time to take you through the different stamps and the detail. When you have a look, when Leonie shows you the samples and goes through her demos, take a look at the detail that you've got in the stamps. Now, we're already busy. You can open up your flexi buy for your first product here, which means you can divide the cost into 2 payments over 2 months. It's interest free and it's a fantastic way to buy, especially when you've got Christmas and you've got gifts to buy people. It's a great way to get what you want now, get yourself sorted for Christmas, but you're spreading the cost. And it's really easy to set up as well. Now, the first set we've got for you is absolutely delightful. Some gorgeous creatures and characters for you. Freedom members, you've got a £10.78 discount, taking you down to £43.07, and there's 28 stamps in total. Our lovely Leonie is going to come over and take you through those designs and show you some lovely samples as well. So I'm going to go like a mole and I'm going to go that way because I think that's what moles do. So bye-bye, everyone.
Mullion. Unfortunately, my dogs like to look for moles.
Oh dear.
But
Easy to, well, they're not that easy to find, but
No.
there are like domes.
Yeah.
So wherever they are in soil, there might be.
It's quite cute actually, because little Lola, she does dig like a little Madden, which is kind of cute. Yeah, she's really cute. She bounces on the molehills and then just goes brrr. Anyway, dogs.
By the way, mole soil, best soil for your plants. So scoop it up and take it home.
Because it's been churned. Yeah. Oh, they're fabulous. Anyway, Pink Ink. Pink Ink are fabulous. They're so talented. Our Kathy and Mel. They are a mighty, mighty team because they bring us some incredible designs. I love. We've seen Pink Ink transform in front of our very eyes. You know, bringing the beautiful stitching kits at the beginning, and then obviously moving into the stamps, moving into card making. And I remember when they were thinking of this, bringing in stamps. I remember those chats, you know, listening to how they were planning to do it. And honestly, it's just taken off. We as stampers and card makers are so happy that we have got these incredible images to work with. Now, as you can see, 3 beautiful brand new stamps. Let me hold up the actual stamps for you so you can see the detail of these. First one, look at that stamp. Absolutely gorgeous. I love him, and I love this. Life is better in flip-flops. Absolutely. So you've got your fantastic little hedgehog who's doing a handstand in his little flip-flops. I mean, he's such a happy little character. That's your main image, which is a big image. But then you've got your other little hedgehogs there. You can create borders with them. You can create backgrounds with them. You've got your lovely little flip-flops. Again, you can create some lovely little backgrounds. The butterflies, the grasses, extra grasses. The extra grasses are brilliant because it allows you to build up your scene. And then, of course, you've got your sentiment at the top. Put one in front of the other. Well, no, put one foot in front of the other. That would be a full sentence, Leonie, which is beautiful. That's your first brand new stamp. I'll show you the stamps and then I'll show you finished samples. So that's your first one. And look, in here is. The next one that we've got are Froggy Paddle. And this is just, again, a big stamp is your main image. I love his face. His face, he just looks a little bit bewildered, like, what just went on? Doesn't he? I mean, he has ended up in the bath with an empty bottle. I'm hoping it's just bubble bath, but he does look a bit like, oof, yeah, what time do you want me into work? I love it. Yeah, I love you so much. I could croak. Be your own kind of beautiful. You are unforgettable. Unforgettable. I can't say it. You are I can't say it. Unforgettable. Unforgettable. I'm trying to say that. It just won't come out. I love that one. I think he's absolutely fantastic and such a fun image as well. But yeah, it's his face. These are available individually. I know you're loving the frog. He is popular on his own. I mean, it depends how you colour him in as well. Because on that one, he just looks quite happy and chilled out. But so you can either go for him looking chilled out and happy, or a little bit dazed and confused and a little bit shocked. Wondering how he ended up in a bath. We've then got our moly hole. Holy moly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And your little moly hole there, your holy moly, is celebrating. So he's there with his little bottle of vino or Vimto, whatever he's drinking. Other brands are available. And of course, you've got your little beetroot there. We've got, look at the little mole here. I love that one, the little silhouette mole. You've got your mushrooms there. Again, you've got your extra sort of leaves and stuff on all of them, which is really, really handy. So you've got holy moly. You've then got your sentiments. I don't give a sip. And then the other one is, I've discovered the Fountain of Youth, and it looks a lot like wine. And that's your lovely little mole, who actually has got a nice smile on his. I love him. Isn't he sweet? He's got such a beautiful little smile on his face. I need to show you finished samples. The team are amazing. First, I need to show you this one from our Kathy, because I'm getting, in fact it's tomorrow, we're going decorating a Christmas tree in Oundle for you know, a community project. So I asked the buyers to email all our suppliers to send in a little Christmas decoration so we could put it on the tree. And we've got some really lovely decorations, and this is what our Kathy's made for me. Pink Ink Ladies, thank you. Isn't that beautiful? She did say, though, is there any chance we could show it on telly before it goes on the tree? Absolutely. And honestly, love that. So thank you, ladies. That's ever so thoughtful of you. That's going on the tree. You'll see pictures of that. We are going to be sharing tree decorating for you. Now, have a look at these. The design team, thank you. You're always so inspirational. I love that. Seeing double. I just think that's absolutely amazing. Honestly, the design team come up with the most incredible design. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. Look what she's done. She's made it into a hen party. That's genius. Who's done that one? That's Karen. Karen, that is absolutely genius. So she's got a handbag stamp from somewhere. She's put the engagement ring on. She's put a bride-to-be sash on. But look, she's given her heels. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. That is, honestly, the team, your imagination is ridiculously fabulous. Look at this one. Oh, that's by Sue. Sue, that is amazing, and that's done on cork. So that is sensational. That is really good, isn't it? I love his towel. His towel's got a little print on it. Maybe that were when he got in. And he was like, oh, how did I do that? There's those prints all over the wall. Just brilliant. Again, the beautiful stamp that you've got in that one. You can use as backgrounds, you can use as all sorts. That's the actual stamp set. So that is obviously what you're getting in the stamp set. And the ladies always do this, so you can see what you've actually got, which is amazing. I should have dug those out. I forgot about that. You've then got, I mean, have a look. Brilliant. The colouring in that you can do with this one, absolutely exquisite. There's so many incredible finished samples. I will show you as many as possible, but then obviously when we go down counter again, we'll show you even more. And then, I love the little hedgehog. Now, how beautiful is that? That is beautiful. Little cutie, absolutely stunning. Use them definitely for your scrapbooking. Use them for your art journals. Use them for your... And look at that, it looks like he's like rounding up the babies. Aren't they fabulous? I love that. With the little coloured thingies. They look like they're playing, oh, what's that game? You know, the one where you have to put your hands on the dots. No, I can't remember either. Twister! Thank you. Chris in my head, that were a moment, weren't it, Chris? It was like, oh no, it's gone. Yep, same, mate, same. Absolutely beautiful, as ever. Look at that one. The colouring, look at that. That is gorgeous. Okay, now, as I said, we've so many finished samples. Thank you, design team. You are absolutely amazing. But if you do want these, you have got 3 brand new stamp sets, multiple stamps in each one of these, 28 stamps in total, and they are exquisite. The detail, but it's the humour. You know, that's always what Pink Ink give us. Not just incredible imagery, but a laugh. You know, something that you can really go to town on. And something like this, just beautiful. Now, also an incredible price. You've got all of these stamps with a £10.78 saving. It's an incredible saving, and you've got 2 flexes as well, £21.54. See, if you were to buy these separately, £17.95, we're at a saving. Making that saving, it means one of those stamp sets you are only paying £7.17. So that is a super bargain. 751414. Now almost a quarter of the stock has gone. I'm not surprised. Oh, Kathy. Kathy's emailed in. She said, oh, okay. Oh, fantastic. Oh, no, I didn't even read that. So she's congratulating the designer. So now that's interesting. So can you see? It'll say on the packaging there. I can't see it on the packaging this time. So this time we've got a wonderful designer, and Kathy wants to say thank you to the designer, who is Susie Jackson, for this collection. Thank you, Kathy, because I missed that bit. Yeah, amazing, amazing. See, what I love about Pink Ink as well, when they work with designers, they really do complement everything that Pink Ink brings us. Do you know what I mean? It all goes together wonderfully. And yeah, and you've picked someone who's got exactly the same humour as well. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Right, if you do want to get hold of these, that is 751414. Amazing, 28 stamps in total. Do not miss out on these. They're flying out the door. Now, get on the website, because we've got the beautiful florals. You may have seen these before, but you might not have. You've also got, and the ladies have treated me actually, because they've put the fairies on the show. Because when I saw these, when they did these fairies the other week, I was like, oh my gosh, they are amazing. They are on the show. So if you do want those beautiful fairies, please make sure you check your baskets out. We've got the paints as well. We've got a really incredible collection. So as ever, don't miss out on anything. If you've any questions, email in, but as usual, I love seeing what you've done. So if you've any pictures of beautiful Pink Ink goodies, then please send those photos in. Okay, so what I'm going to do first of all, and I've put one in the bin actually, but I'm going to use this. I'm going to create a background. I've got one drying, so hopefully that will be dry by the time I go on to this one. I'm using our good old Bockingford darlings. So it's a Bockingford card which we have got on the show, and it's beautiful cardstock. It's a lovely smooth cardstock, but it's good quality. So when you hit it with all your paints and your inks, etc., it's all going to move because it'll work. It's a watercolour card, so it's going to work. I'm spritzing the back of it first of all, so it'll stick a little bit better to my doodah, what's it, my glass mat. And then I'm really saturating this because I want a really cool background. So let's get that going first of all. Now I'm taking, because I didn't pick up any masks, so what I've done, and I am trying to recycle some more of this plastic that, you know, we have so much plastic. So what I've done is just cut it's not a circle, it's a dodgy oval, but it doesn't matter because I don't need this to be perfect. In fact, I prefer it not being perfect. I'm putting that on now because it's wet and this is really light plastic. It's going to hold on to the card really nice. I've already got some paint. Now I'm using different paint to what I've used in my finished samples because I've been colouring my little mole. So I've got some paints, but we have got other paints on the show. We've got some beautiful, I mean the beautiful of the paints. You've got so many gorgeous, gorgeous colours. The one I've picked up here, I've got the beautiful Summer Sunshine. We've got Hot Pink, and then we've got the Atlantic Blue. I've also got out already some of that gorgeous coffee, which is lovely. And I've also put out some of the white. I've then used a grey, which actually, and a different pink. We haven't got these on the show, but shop by brand, they might be on the brand shop. It's always worth looking. So I'm just going to put a tiny bit of paint out. When I'm using the paint, I don't like to put too much because I hate wasting it. So I'm just going to pop a tiny splodge of these colours over yonder, and another little splodge like so. So I've got a right mix of colours actually, but let's go for it. So getting my paintbrush, which I don't know what I've done with the paintbrush I was working with, which is a bit weird, but it doesn't really matter. So I don't like that because, you know, you start working with a paintbrush and then you put it in a safe place, but you know it's got paint on it. It's like, how have I done that anyway? Move on, kid. So maybe I actually cleaned it and put it back. So getting that nice and wet again. I want loads of moisture because I want these paints to really move, okay? And then what I'm going to do, let's pick up some of this paint. So first of all, I'm going to daub on some of the yellow, okay, like so, because this is just gorgeous. I'm just daubing. I'm not being perfect. I'm not, you know, I'm just dabbing it on like so, to get those colours. But the shimmer of this paint is beautiful. It's got such a nice finish. Also with the paint, I'm going to take some of the coffee. Also with the paint, it was important that for the ladies that they pick a paint that works not just on cardstock but also on fabric. So these paints will absolutely work on fabric. So if you do want to colour on or paint onto your fabric, you've got something that will work, which I love, because it means you can do proper mixed media and multi-surface. I'm giving it another spritz. I want more movement. I don't want this to dry, because I really like all the, you know, all that beautiful movement going on. Using the same brush, I'm picking up some blue now. And I know I'll get a little bit, well, it's not actually muddy. It's looking really quite nice. I've got some green tones now working in with this because of the mixture. I mean, I love this. It's just, oh, the colours, when they start mixing together, honestly, they're just gorgeous. If you haven't collected these yet, it's worth having a little look with these. They're in acrylic, so go on lots of different surfaces, and the details are there for you. Okay. And you've got so many different colour options as well, so I'm happy with it. This one's interesting. The one I've done already, this is a completely different colourway. I like this because this is really natural. You know, it's really earthy, is this one. Beautiful. And then let's pop a tiny little pink in there. The pink, you need to be careful, because obviously the colours I've used, if I'm over mix the pink, then it will go muddy. I'll lose the pink, so you do need to be careful you don't over mix that pink. So just do a little bit, then clean your brush, because obviously it's wet, so I'm picking up other colours. So it's a bit cheaty, really. If you dried your card and then added the pink, you wouldn't need to worry as much. So there are ways around it. I'm doing a kind of cheats way, but it is really pretty. And honestly, I love backgrounds like this, because they're so achievable, but every time they're different. You know what I mean? Now, I'm just going to take a little bit. I know I brought from home some kitchen roll, but my kitchen roll, I can't see it, which is very annoying. So I'm using my rice paper just to move a little bit of that paint out of the way. I'm just now going to bring the one in that I've already done. So bring this one in, and I'll just take off some of the water on there like so. Now, I kept the plastic in place while the paint were drying. It's not completely dry, but it's nearly. So when I remove it, you can see we've got that beautiful line. What I love about this, can you see you've got some gradients of colour? And I love how because I've left it to dry, you're getting all these that beautiful movement, which I love. Absolutely adore this. It's so pretty, and things like this, you can, every time you do it, it's going to be different, which is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, what I am going to do is give this a blast dry, so I don't know if there's anything you want to have a look at while I'm doing this. Have a look at the website, because what you have got all those beautiful colours, and honestly, if you haven't started saving these yet, I definitely would do. They're absolutely beautiful. What colours do I recommend? All of them. Okay. The ones I picked up first were the blue, the yellow, the pink, and that gorgeous green. I love them. But then, obviously, I started colouring in my mole, and that was the coffee. But I did use a pink from another set. But you could use that fuchsia and white it down, because you have got white as well. So, yeah, the coffee's a lovely colour. Oh, you've got so much choice. What I would suggest is just buying what you can today and just building up your collection. That's what I do. You know, maybe get them every time it shows on. Then you can bob it in your flexi basket. And it's a lovely, lovely paint. Right, I'm just giving it a blast to the other side, just to dry it off a bit. Like so. And then, there we are. That'll do. Right, so obviously it needs a little bit of flattening, but it happens. Now, can you see that shimmer on there? if I hold it up. And that's what I love about these, because even though I've really watered them down, you've still got a magical shimmer. It's nice, isn't it, that? Nice. Okay, so where I am going with this, I want to put my little frog in here. If you were doing this at home, you flatten it out before you stamped on it. You can flatten it out just squidging it in between a couple of books, you know, something like that. It'll flatten out, it'll be fine. But, Mr. Frog, I love this image. Yeah, I'm terrible, you know, because I should have started with, in fact, maybe I should start with my mole. No. Just crack on, Leonie, because I've already started colouring in the mole, so it makes a bit of sense, but it's okay. Right, let's go frog, because I love him. I love him. I love that. Now, what I shouldn't do is put my acrylic block on my card, because I normally have a really dirty acrylic block and then I mess my card up. I need to start learning there. As soon as you ink it, it just springs to life. And there's so much detail. I mean, you've got your lovely little froggy there. You've got the bubble bath, let's think. You've got your lovely little ducks floating around. Then, yeah, the face. I mean, the expression on his face is hilarious. Or her face, of course. So she's just going to sit about there, like so. Because I love it. Absolutely adorable. Okay, now, the frog. Where is the frog's bathroom? You reckon that frog, look at that image. Isn't that just gorgeous? You can tell where my card hasn't dried properly because my ink isn't quite as even, but once we've coloured it in, you won't even notice. Absolutely love it. Now, what I've done already is cut a mask out, so I can just mask this off. When you're doing a mask for this one, just be careful popping the little showhead on, because that's your only little faffy bit. The rest of it's quite easy, but that is your faffy bit, like that. Remember, when you're doing masks, see, I can tell I haven't dried my cardstock proper because my mask doesn't want to glue on either. It's funny when you're doing masks like this, because obviously, you know, you might not be planning to put anything over there, so don't do a mask for it. You know, you can, if you want, only do a mask for the bits that you're actually going to be covering and going to be stamping over, which is quite nice because it does mean you've got a little bit of leeway. Now, one of the flowers that we've got on the show, oh, I think I've picked up extra, actually. Let's take, oh, the one I wanted I haven't gone and picked up, which is annoying. So have we got, oh, we've got that one on the show, haven't we? Let me see. Yeah, we've definitely got this one. I picked up, there. Isn't that beautiful? The clematis. I love this stamp. It's a massive stamp. We have got the beautiful florals on the show. I love the clematis because it's got so much detail and so much movement as well. It's absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to take the clematis first of all. Now I want this in the background, but I want it light in the background. I don't want this to overshadow my beautiful little frog. So what I'm going to do is take I'm going to take a grey, first of all, to actually stamp this. So rather than stamping in black, stamping grey, so it just knocks it back. But I'd still want to see it. You know, I don't want to lose any of that beautiful detail, because these are exquisitely detailed stamps. I mean, that is sensational. You can really tell. Look. This is a watercolour cardstock. You can really tell because it's held the water, because my masker's going a bit, you know, where the water's still on. It's getting a little bit sort of wobbly, but it's okay. So just stamping that image, and this will sit behind my lovely little frog so you can see. And I love it because he's obviously not in a house. He's in the wild, is my lovely frog, obviously. So he's having a little bath in the wild. I mean, he could be in the house, absolutely, but mine isn't. Mine's having his is in the wild. He's having his bath in the wild. I'm then going to ink up. I don't want to ink the full thing. I'm just going to ink this little bit like so, because I just want this bit. How does he know where bath is? He's plumbed it in himself. Yeah, he plumbed this in. And Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's got a little pipe. You can't see it, but yeah, it filters the water through front pond. And then it's heated, you see. It's got a heated element from just the compost in the ground. That's what's heating it. So, yeah. It might be. Or it might be that there's bubbles in it and he weren't expecting that. And he's not quite sure what's occurring. Because there are bubbles, and it's like that. I mean, that they're not the bubbles I were expecting. In your beautiful little hedgehog, you've also got a grass, and the grass is beautiful. So again, building up those layers, building up your scene, and making it your own scene. I love that we've got all these extra little stamps. I think they're beautiful, and they're handy as well because it allows us to build up this scene. I'm going to stamp this again in my grey, and I'll allow this one to just come in here like so. A bit of over stamping so it does look as though you know, it is a little bit wild. I will give it, I'm making sure that has no ink on it, I will give it a little bit of grounding in a second, and then I'm just going to stamp the top like this so I can have a little bit of grass coming on here and a little bit of grass. Oh, I'm picking up paint on this bit as well here. Beautiful. Oh, I love that. So it's quite a full image, you know. I wanted a lot going on. I wanted it quite busy. And then what I am going to do is just take off that lovely little mask. And you can see, I love the reveal. Look at my little frog. Look, isn't he cute? See, I've got your fantastic little frog having his bath. Now, what I will do is before my pens, there they are. So before we do anything, let's give him let's ground him, because obviously we need a little bit too heavy. We need a little bit of grounding on there, don't we? Do you know, when I get these pens, I always go through about 5 before I pick up the pen that I actually want. There, that's better. So a little bit of grounding like this, and I'll bring another one over here like this. There we go, which I love. So just popping that there like that, so you can see the little grounding. Now, before I actually colour this in, your drop shadow on this one, absolutely, it wants a drop shadow because you want that background. So before I even colour any of this in, take your, I'm actually using one of the paints, but this is one of the greys, so I don't think that's on the show, but watch, I love this, because round that image, because obviously colouring this in, painting this in is going to take time, so I'm not going to be able to completely paint the full lot. But look, taking your water brush, you just put it on and then drag the colour out, and that will give you that really nice drop shadow. And this is dead important because I've got a busy background. That busy background, you would lose, you don't want to lose your main image. So even before I'm bothering to colour, if I show you this, it just makes the whole thing pop. And I love something like that. You know, a simple technique like that is a game changer. So just bringing that round like so. Again, take off the excess, and when you take the excess off, that allows you to get rid of that harsh line. If you don't take the excess off, and I know I do this every time, but it's because it works. If you don't take off the excess, you won't be able to get rid of the harsh line. All you'll do is add more paint. So you have to remove the paint. And again, just bringing it round like so. And isn't it amazing what a difference that makes? There we are. Just bring it round there as well. You can do that with pencil. You can do it with any colour. It doesn't need to be grey, but look at that. Immediately, that separates him from the background. So now it means I can start colouring in. So I can start colouring in the ground. I can start colouring in all these. And with things like this, I'll keep saying it, won't I? I'm not going to colour it all in, then before you know it, I'll have got carried away. I will pause, I promise. What time is it? Yeah, I'll definitely pause in a second. I do get carried away. I started, like before the show, I started colouring them all, and honestly, you just get lost. I think the thing is, let's face it, it's pink ink, isn't it? And you always get lost with pink ink because the images are gorgeous. See, with the grasses, if I just take that lovely little grass coming up like so, and because I'm using the paint over the top of it, and it's a nice light ink, so it means that looks like it's not actually stamped, you know what I mean? You can make it look like you've actually painted it. Like there. See? Look at that, it's really pretty. There we are. See, I love that. And then I get another little paintbrush to do the rest of the grasses. You could do them green, I like them in brown. I think because at the minute everything is, you know, it's that colour palette, isn't it? Because it's the autumn colour palette. But just using my brush on the side now to create those lovely little grasses. Okay, yeah, shall I pause because I'm getting carried away. Right, Janice, over to you. Will I just colouring grasses?
Oh, well, do you know, it's fascinating to watch, and you learn so much, you really, really do. So stay tuned all the way through until 12 o'clock today that Leonie is going to be let loose for. What time's the next show? Is it 2? 3?
No, it's 2.
No, it's 2. It is 2 o'clock.
Every week.
These are absolutely fantastic. The detail in there, the characters that come out as well, they're really inspiring, and they really make you want to make a design with them, whether it's just simply colouring them in on a card, maybe using them to invent and create and make a story. And that's exactly how these have been put together, designed by Kathy. Absolutely incredible, they really are. And there is the frog that Leonie is using in her demonstration. He's having a bath. His bath could be in the bog, or if you're from the Midlands, his bog could be in his bathroom. Who knows? Who knows? Or if you are from the Midlands, mainly our bogs are outside in the coal shed. But that's another story for another day. It's a fantastic deal. It really, really is. And how inspiring is it to see these examples, and also to see the ones that Leonie is putting together. I've got a couple to show you here. Maybe you need some extra inspiration. It's not just about the characters that you're getting included in this particular deal, but it's all about the worker stamps as well. So you could take your worker stamps, the smaller stamps that are in the set, and you could use those to build and create your backgrounds, for example. These are from your frog stamp set. So again, taking the main character away, you're creating something, well, it's something completely different. So you can design something for a birthday, you can design something for a special occasion, or it could be for a page in a book. How about that? How about making a story with all the characters? You could rename them, you could give them your own kind of story and put them together. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. And again, with the stamps, you can use them with your fabric inks as well. So I think making something for, I'd say a child's bedroom, but you know what? I'd like to have these in my bedroom, maybe on a pillowcase or something like that, because it's just a bit of fun. Or maybe something for the bathroom as well. Absolutely brilliant. Look at the shower curtain in this particular deal. And this one has been made by Sheila, which is gorgeous. We've got some lovely little boxes here as well. And these have been designed by Susie, who's a guest designer to Pink Ink Designs. Look at this. Isn't that cute? Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? But of course it will fold flat. So if you did want to send that in a box, or how about using something like this to weigh down a balloon on a table? Yeah, it could be the centre part of a table. And a celebration as well with that mould. 2 payments of £23.93 for your A5 stamp sets. Now, it gets even better if you're a Freedom member. If you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay, and you get extra discounts. What it's about being a Freedom member. And in order to take advantage of that, become a Freedom member today for £7.97. Your Freedom membership will start today. You won't pay any P&P on anything you buy, and you can take advantage of great discounts like this. So £21.54 today. That's all we need. That's opened up your flexi basket, which means you can put other items into that flexi basket and divide the cost of those into 2 monthly interest-free payments. But nearly a third of the stock has gone. So do bear that in mind. 571414. We've got some more stamps on the show. We've got some beautiful floral designs. These are going to bring a smile to your face any time of year. Right, let's start with the first one here. This is your flamboyant fuchsia. I love fuchsias. Always loved fuchsias, ever since I was a little kid. Let me just show you this one, because this actually does take me back to when I was younger and used to walk along all the different houses that had... I always thought you were posh if you had a fuchsia growing in the garden. I don't know why, but I did. I thought only posh people had fuchsias. And I don't know whether it was a rebel in me. I used to go along popping them all. I don't know if you did that as well. Yeah, we shouldn't really do that, but they're just absolutely fantastic. Now, where I live, here's a fascinating fact. There is a world standard class grower of fuchsias. He's won so many awards worldwide for his fuchsias. It's amazing. It's just up the road from where I live. I didn't know there are so many different varieties of fuchsias. They're absolutely incredible. And these samples, my goodness, don't they show off the stamps so beautifully? And doesn't it inspire you just to get the stamps home and start colouring with those wonderful paints that you've got in your pens? Absolutely fabulous. £14.95. So you've got your one main stamp and then you've got your 9 extra stamps included in that deal. So a fantastic deal there. Let me just show you the extra stamps actually. Sorry about that, because the packaging on the front will show you part of the design, but look at that. You've got some really good large stamps in there to start building up your designs. 695333 is your item number. Right, moving on, you've got your luscious lilac, beautiful lilac. I've got lilac tree, a miniature lilac tree. They're such a beautiful, beautiful flower. They really are. Let me show you the set first of all, because it's nice to see what you're getting, because we've got that lovely design on the front. But then you can see here, you've got your one main stamp, just there, and then you've got your 8 extra stamps, including that Born to Bloom. And you can have, do you know what, you can have a lot of fun with this, because you can start to build and create your designs. And in fact, if you were going for some of the other floral stamps that we've got for you today, you can start to design that country garden beautiful array of flowers. That one is by Gail. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Really love that technique of the line running through to add your sentiment to that. This one though, oh my days, this one's by Sheila. Look at the different shadowing behind there. That is flat. When I picked this up, I thought it was 3D. Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 568933 is your item number, £14.95, saving £3. So a fantastic deal for you. Maybe luscious lilac is your favourite flower or mini tree. Right, next up you've got your rambling rose. Always a favourite, isn't it? Rambling rose. Again, I'll show you the design of the stamps, because you've got your one main image in there, one major stamp, a good sizable stamp as well. But with that, you can still break it up into the different roses and different designs. And then you've got your 8 extra stamps to go around the edging of your designs, or to create and build a background. Now, isn't that different? Love that. Again, I bet at home you're thinking, oh, that's nice. That's been built up. It's totally flat. There's nothing stuck on there. That's incredible. Who's that by? Doesn't say the name. Oh, it does. It's Karen, by Karen. That was my thinking, by the way. That was my brain. I don't know why, but it was like a horse, like a thought process galloping through my mind. Oh, can I show you this? Oh my days, Sheila. As the Smiths once said, Sheila, take a bow. Look at that. Oh, that is. I tell you what, that would be a really nice background to the frog having a bath. I know frogs and roses don't mix always, but frogs do go in your garden. They're not always in a pond. In fact, they're mainly in your garden, not in ponds. 465779 is your item number, £14.95. We're moving on. This is one that Leonie was using with her design. This is the clematis. Again, you've got your main stamp in there, and you've got your feature stamps around the outside. Some great samples to show you here. Now, you could use your clematis as a climbing clematis, which would look fantastic. But how about building a pattern, something a bit different, something a bit abstract? Look at that. Love that. And I love the design of the darker silhouettes around there as well. So adding no colour makes it look absolutely fantastic. Adding colour gives it a different dimension. Isn't that beautiful? And then that one is, do you know what? That is by Sheila. No favouritism here. I'm just randomly picking them out of the box. This one is by Karen. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Now that is a delight, isn't it? Just sitting down of an afternoon or two and putting all your stamps together and bringing them together. I love those. £14.97, 067406 is your item number. And then your fun guy. Oh, he's always a fun guy, isn't he? This one's been very, very popular because, of course, if you've got any kind of whimsical stamps at home, these will go perfectly. And I don't know what it is, maybe I'll ask Leonie, I don't know what it is about mushrooms and toadstools, but there's something quite satisfying about colouring them in. And I don't know whether that's because they've got the larger areas or it's something quite whimsical to build and make. But I love the frog that's in there as well, and the other little designs of your snail and the fairy on top of that. Absolutely gorgeous and great for making cards and great for making your notelets out of as well. So plenty of cute samples here, another couple to show you because I know the design team have worked so hard. Oh, look at this one with the ladybirds on there. They are standing out. They're not flat. That is lovely. That is absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to pick another one randomly. Let's see who this one's by. It's not Sheila. KU Han? I don't. KU could be Kathy, could be Katie, I don't know, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Love that. £17.95. You've got your one main stamp and your 10 extra stamps around there. All important. We call them extra stamps. They are extra, but they're all important. 249615 is your item number. Lovely sample there. That one's by Pauline. Pauline, yeah, lovely, gorgeous. Right. Let's go to the set of four. Yes, I'm just mesmerised by all these samples. But I think it's the stamp, isn't it, that gives you that inspiration. Even if you've never coloured anything before or stamped anything before, you're going to enjoy using these stamps as well, because again, it's the fine detail that's in there that's so inspiring to the colouring, or maybe just leaving it as a stamped image because of the detail in there. Sometimes that's all you need, and the background to have colour. 667376 is your item number. Your pink ink designs. You've got 4 A6 stamp sets. No hurries. Storm in a teacup. Helping hands. And oops a daisy. 2 payments of £19.98. So there you go. So you can head to the website and see all the different elements we've got available for you. Let's head back to the lovely Leonie.
Thanking you.
You're welcome.
Now, what I've decided to do with this one are lovely little mole. Obviously, stamps like a treat, and that's a beautiful thing. I'll show you. I will stamp the image out. I've already started colouring him, but let's stamp him out just to show you how beautiful he stamps out. Now, remembering these, you've got your main image. What I love about them, though, because you've got so many little extras, if you wanted to really quickly build up a scene, you could do that. I mean, I'm going on to another piece of card, but if I were doing my Bockingford, for instance, like if I just wanted to create a really quick scene, you could get your beautiful little Morley with his lovely face. He's just got such a happy face, hasn't he? Do you know what? When we were saying, when I got mixed up earlier about who designed them, I was thinking, they do look like Kathy. It is Kathy. So I got so confused with that. I do apologise, Kathy, because I thought, gosh, so your guest designer looks exactly like you. Makes more sense now. But these are Kathy. You can say, that isn't Kathy. I mean, that's a mole, not Kathy. So I'm popping really quickly. I'm not doing a proper one, I'm just playing. So, but just to show you how you can create the quickest scene, pop a mask over top again, but then, oh, I tell you what I wanted to use these. Oh, me and me off-piste. I tell you what I wanted to do. Where have I put it? Where have I put it? Oh, Leonie Pujol, you drive yourself insane. Bear with, there we go. I got it ready and then put it in a different pile. Oh, I love this stamp set. So these are the toadstool ones. Oh, honestly, I just adore that. That is beautiful, beautiful. I love the little fairy on the snail. Oh, everything about it is delightful. But, I mean, I'm doing something completely different. I'll change my mind now and want to do it on the card I'm doing. I'm not going to, but just to show you what you could be doing. Okay, so with your wonderful fungis, your fungies, with your lovely fungies. Half of the stock has gone of this one if you do want this one. So I've got my mask in place, which means, oh, that stamp is adorable, which means I can take this stamp and watching where that curve goes, okay, because I want one part of the curve to go there, like so, but then re-ink it, and I'm being good, I'm not inking on my cardstock, note to self, re-ink it, and then stamp again, and again watching where my curve goes. So I'm creating, I want to create a kind of curve going all the way around him. Do you see what I mean? So I'm just, this bit, I'm making sure it hits the mask. I don't want that bit. On the other one I weren't too bothered, but this time I want it to be quite, on point. I'm being really careful. And then that, now, I can have my little curve coming all the way around. You see what I mean? And I really like that with that. I think it's, oh, it's such a beautiful, beautiful image. And I adore, again, I adore that you've got all your different grasses. You know, you can build up all your images with all these grasses. Don't ink the full stamp, and it just allows you to pop these in, and just, you can be really specific. You can just get a tiny little bit of grasses in. So it makes it your own. Do you know what I mean? You might be using stamps, but they don't have to be exactly the same every single time. They can always be different. You can always add something different to them. That grass is from our little Molly. On the fungi, you have got the beautiful little ferns. The ferns are delightful. There's something magical about ferns as well, isn't there? And see, again, just pop, so don't ink the full thing, so it allows you to just add the ferns on without having to mask, because sometimes you don't want to have to mask everything because it comes a pain. So if you've got something like that, watch where you're inking. You're using a clear block so you can see where you're stamping, which allows you to do something like that. Obviously, where the mask is, perfect. Yeah, it does look like a little tail, doesn't it? Looks like something's hidden behind the, yeah, something's hidden behind the little mushroom. But if I get one of the other ones, so it's going the opposite way, there, that's nice. So now there's two of them hidden behind the toadstool. And then on the other side, let's do another little one here, like so. Oh, I adore it. Absolutely adore it. Now, that's the wonderful fungi. If you do want that, 65% of the stock has gone. Do not miss out on that stamp set. It is gorgeous. You've got so many stamps in that as well. You've got 10 stamps in that one. Your one main image, and then, so 11, sorry. So you've got your one main image, and then that beautiful, beautiful collection of stamps. I love the little frog in there as well. It's well cool. Okay, so... oh, masses, this wasn't the card, but look how good he looks. Doesn't he look beautiful? And it's just, yeah, he's utterly lost. He is, he's gone out in his slippers, and it's like, oh heck, I weren't meant to be here. He has got that look on his face, hasn't he? But he doesn't look scared. It's just like, oh heck. Yeah. That's, yeah, he was going for a wander, and then it's like, oh, hold on a minute, who are you? And he's like, who are you? So imagine if you were doing that in a book and you open that up as a double page. That's absolutely beautiful. Oh, Meg, I love that. That was Meg's idea in my head, not mine, but that's genius. Love it. And that's the thing, isn't it? The characters have got character, you know. Anyway, so just easy, quick and easy. You're popping that over your wine bottle, okay, because I'm still doing Mr. Morley. I've actually cut Mr. Morley out. I've nearly coloured him in, not 100%, but I've nearly coloured him in. So he's going to be sitting on my little wine holder. My wine holder, I want to look a bit crunchy and everything. What I'm going to do, however, is create a background. Now, I know I haven't tons of time, so I will do this relatively quickly. Just over 5 minutes. Let's do it really quickly with a brush instead. So take a little old brush and just start putting a bit of colour on this, okay? Oh, I'm going to crunch it first, actually. Oh, all right in my paints. So let's, oh, oh, some days you want to really swear, you're on telly, you can't. Dishwasher, what? Oh yeah, the dishwasher. At work, I've got this thing. There's a space where the knives and forks go, and the dishwasher. It's never the knives and forks thing is never put in the space, and it drives me insane. And I was telling Meg this morning, and yeah, it's the little things that drive you mad. That's my little thing that drives me mad. I shouldn't have done it like. Well, no, I think no, this will be all right. Okay, what you would do with this? You'd obviously. What would you do with this? You would, with this, you'd do something with it. You would, get a word, Leona. You would, sorry, I'm thinking. You flatten it, so flatten it properly. I'm just going to put a tiny bit of ink on this. I'm not going to go mad because I need to be quick. Rather than messing about, put it on your doodah, what's it, and then I can pick it up off there. Because I've crunched it, I wanted it a bit different. Because you've crunched it, all the ink will soak into the nice little crunches. I will put a tiny bit of paint on there as well, because I've still got some of the paint left on there. So again, just bobbing a little bit of paint on, bringing it in like so. Oh, I love that paint. And just along the top there, and it's still, even though I'm doing just a flick of paint, you're getting a beautiful sheen on that. It does look effective. There we go. So that's created a nice little frame for him, okay? And then what you would do at home is give yourself longer than 3 minutes. What you would do at home is flatten that before you stamp on it. I've got 3 minutes, I'm not flattening it. I'm using a few different stamps. Now I'm actually using from the fungi because I really like the little frog. So I'm creating a background, so I'm going to go for the little frog. I'm going to go for one of his little beetroots, like so. Oh, that fungi is limited stock, so if you do want that, please check your baskets out for that one. And then I'm going to go for my little the little moly. Now this one I am going to go in walnut stain, but I've got a feeling my walnut stain needs re-inking, but I don't want to go heavy, you see, because it's a background, and if I went in with one of my Verse Fine Clairs, that would be too heavy. I do need a new walnut stain. So hopefully though, because the card's wet and it's Distress Oxide, perfect. Now that's perfect because the card is wet. If the card were dry, because I've got quite a dry pad, I wouldn't get a really good stamped image. But because it's wet, I do. I wanted to put the frog on just because I really love the frog, not going to lie. It's like, it's just really cool. And it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, this is, oh, I'm really sorry, but your little fungi, where the frog is from, has sold out. So I'm afraid you've missed a little frog. The lovely little mole, I mean, the mole is adorable. Please check it out. I'll show you where we're going with him. So obviously he's going to go there. You've got that lovely little background. He's going to sit on that background, which does look absolutely adorable. I'm then going to, obviously you need to finish painting him. I haven't finished painting him, but then I put one of the sentiments on here as well. So bringing the sentiment on like so. You would definitely, before you put the sentiment on, you would definitely make sure that is really super flat, because it's a sentiment. But for the sake of TV, we're going to go for it. Look. See, how cool is he going to look? So you've got him there, you've got that beautiful background. I am going to put a few more elements on the background, and then of course a lovely sentiment, and that will just flip over your wine glass. What I wanted to do, I would stamp all this as well, just because then you get lots and lots of detail. Thank you so much. Thank you, our lovely Janice.
Thank you, Leonie. What a lovely show and so inspirational. Back at 2 o'clock today?
Back at 2 o'clock.
Back at 2
Why
o'clock
don't
today.
we?
Leonie's going back into her box and we're going to let her loose again at 2 o'clock. No,
Marvellous.
Leonie was harmed in the making of this programme or in between. Do check out the website, though, and make sure you get what you want. We'll see you in a few moments. Coming up next, we've got Catherine and Zuri's one-day special with our Scott. Then we've got a brand new guest and a brand new supplier. It's the Floral Festival with Jacques. And then, of course, it's Leonie.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, everybody. Moment there. Hi, everybody. That's a bit of live TV. Can't. Don't know what quite happened there. Shall I say it one more time? 3 times.
Let's do it again.
Hi, everybody. It's 12 o'clock. We're after now, actually. And here we are with another fantastic chance for you to catch your one-day special with the brilliant name, of course, of Zuri, which is always connected with quality for your moulds, whether you're baking something, again, you're looking to put something with a decoration on a cake or something edible, or whether you're doing it for your crafting needs, for more of your possibly DIY or for projects to go forward, then these, of course, are perfect for you. To take us through everything regarding the moulds and also different ways of creating from these moulds, of course, we have got the legend that is, it's lovely Catherine with us for the hour.
Hello,
I'd say
lovely to be
legend.
back.
It's good.
Oh, I've just realised.
What?
This is your final show with us this year.
Yes, it is.
It
yes.
is.
Yeah, it is actually. Yes, it's for the year. I thought I'd been sacked then for a minute. I thought there's a way of giving some of their P45. Oh, just winners. You're not working anymore with us. No. Yes, it is for the. So what a way to finish with lovely Catherine and Zuri, which is fantastic.
Fantastic,
Be back in
yeah.
the new year, by the way, I'm hoping.
I'm
Is that
sure
right? Is that
you
right?
will.
Yeah, hopefully. So we were together for 8 o'clock this morning.
We were.
You launched yesterday.
Yep.
Very busy show, as you expect.
Very
There's
busy.
a lot of very loyal supporters to the brand of Zuri, aren't there?
Definitely, yes. I think everybody gets very excited to see what's coming next. I do, not always, but I often have a sneaky peek at what's to come.
That's good.
So,
That's nice.
yeah, we've got some real gems to
Good.
look forward to.
You've got to keep watching. Watch this space, as they say. But the space is filled right now with the one-day special, which is phenomenal and really good size mould you're looking at here. And absolutely, again, as you expect, full of detail. What you're getting here are the enchanted carriage, the fire dancer and the butterfly wings. Just to let you know that the butterfly wings are not available individually. The only way you can get those is part of the one-day special. The other two are available individually for yourself there. I suppose just to talk us through, just for anyone that hasn't seen the one-day special yet today or yesterday, what's your thoughts on these three that are all together here?
Well, first of all, I look at these and I always kind of break things down a little bit. I think, you know, yes, I love the designs as they are, but how can I work with them in different ways? And in fact, I think that's what our Leanne does, because Leanne from the UK design team, if you see, she's used the perfume bottle as the body, as a butterfly there. Absolutely genius. I mean, those wings are separate, so you've got lots of different ways of working with them. I've noticed something else as well. I don't know if you can see it with the mould there or the sample you've got. Maybe we'll see it better at demonstration area. But I was looking at the skirt on the fire dancer.
Oh, yes.
And if I take away the larger area of the skirt and turn it another way, it looks like the top of a tree.
The top of... So which way have you turned that? Oh, this way?
No, that way.
Oh!
If you look at it without colour, because that one's been coloured.
Yes.
I think you can see it. In
Yeah,
fact,
I got you. Yes. Yeah, you
Can
can.
you see that one? Let me just bring it to my area, then you can
So
see.
I've got that the right way. That was the actual
Obviously,
sample.
if it was coloured,
But
the appropriate colour, you'd see it more.
But what you're talking about is, if you do that, this is colour with the body, but it's like on an African plain, you can imagine that kind of tree.
You could easily add a little tree trunk to that and turn it
couldn't
into
you?
a tree. So there's lots of different ways you can adapt things. I think the wings go perfectly with the fire dancer as well. I mean, you could turn her into a fairy. You could take away the skirt and just add the wings, or add some leaves around a waist there. There's the butterfly lady that we've seen before. She's got a beautiful flourishy leaf in the centre of her dress. And I often take that leaf out as a separate element and use it to extend on things or to create flowers. And I think that would look beautiful as her skirt. So I always think, what have I already got from Zuri? How can I mix this up? How can we achieve those different looks? The Princess Carriage, for me, the first two moulds that spring to mind are the Ornate Gate and the Enchanted Castle. I think they will
You've got a garage there.
A garage?
A garage. An ornate garage. Have you got an ornate garage?
It's catching today.
The carriage, yes, yeah. Because that really is beautiful. I mean, ooh, stay on. I think I might have just done something there, but I'm trying to be good. It is for me. It's the royal wedding, isn't it? It's a carriage that sort of princesses step out onto on a red carpet. It's, you know, going off to the ballroom. You must be home by midnight, kind of. That effect, isn't it? With that, and it's all that lovely filigree work around that. With that, you could just imagine inside one of those would be sort of leather and velvet, etc. It's really lush, isn't it, for those?
It really is, and the fact that these are food grade as well. I'm thinking of those princess cakes, wedding cakes. Oh my word, these would look fantastic. The base of a cake with the carriage going around, and maybe if you've already got horses or something like that you could put together with that, then that would look incredible.
I love these. They are absolutely fantastic. And you start to see there the detail that you're going to be getting from the actual filigree that's inside there. They are phenomenal. But that is exactly what Zuri is all about. We shouldn't be surprised about that. If you've already got those moulds in your previous purchases you made from Zuri, you'll know exactly what they're all about, whether it be sort of steampunky kind of feel or the ornate kind of detail. They are phenomenal. 739-162 is your item code for your one-day special. Now, of course, these are also on Flexi, because you've got £11 saving on this. It's always great to take advantage of. So you can split your £69.97. You can split that over £34.99. 2 payments of that one price, and then they are there and they are yours. 739-162. They are phenomenal. Now, I've also got another brand new one for you, and again, exactly the same. This is all about your sort of drama, really, and it's absolutely incredible. 70% of the stock has gone on this one, and it is the beautiful, the Leo mould that we've got here. Now, you're getting 2 impressions, so you're actually going to be having all the words that go with this, and that sort of a scroll kind of type, and then, of course, you've actually got the lion's head itself. Now, I want to show one of these, Catherine, because this is one you made yesterday. Is this one yesterday
yeah,
you worked with?
we poured the Hydroflow last night and we demoulded in the same hour, and then at 8 o'clock I used the paint that we've got in the show just to blend those different colours. We'll do a little bit of that this hour again with
lovely,
the paints,
yeah.
I think. Maybe with the carriage this time. But
nice.
yeah, beautiful, beautiful detail. And yes, it is a star sign, but the line itself, I mean, that could be used in so many projects.
Yeah.
It's just a statement piece, isn't it?
It's for me, it's that whole royalty and regality that you get with this as well. I think we've got one that's been used on a box here. Let me just show you this one. This is a beautiful decoration, and I'm loving the way that this expands out as well into the project.
Very clever. So, yeah, use of stencils there from Leanne. Isn't that magnificent? I mean, it's gorgeous. You do get the little frame. You get the poem in with the actual lion itself as well. We'll not even attempt to read the poem this hour, I don't think, but because I'm a Leo and we're trying to liken the poem to me, and I don't know that it quite works. But there you go.
I think it did. I think it did. I think it did. But again, just thinking about these, which is lovely. Now, also, which we talked about in the 8 o'clock hour, was the sort of metal kind of style effect of working with the way to fill these. But for me, just when you just think, I said it's a game changer. You'd mentioned the term game changer, which if you think about the mould you've already got, how these can extend onto that, and how you can really change those effects. So make sure you stand to watch for that. But it would work beautifully with the Leo. If you want to go for this one, it's $23.99. Don't forget, it's 2 mould impressions within here. 177. 851, because we have got some of the other star signs on there also. But like you say, Catherine, it's more than a star sign in this respect. They are absolutely fantastic. The website, of course, is a place to go to. Just check it in Missouri. Everything you're going to find there will always be something you can add to your collection. If you haven't already, or you missed a show, or you missed one of those, or you thought, I've been saving for some of this, I'm going to come back in for that another time it's on, now could be the time to do those, especially with the new techniques you may well pick up in this hour with Catherine. Really nice. Those metallic waxes, by the way, they were really, really popular. Really definitely worth having a good look at those as well. So you've got your 3 colours mixed in with them, but plenty in there for you to go have a good look around that as well, which is lovely, lovely, lovely. Right then. What are we going to be looking at to start with then, Catherine?
Right, well, I've got the carriage that is already partially worked with, which I'll explain about when we do the pour.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and do 2, I think. I think we'll do the butterfly as well.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yeah, we did do that at the 8
we'll do the
o'clock,
carriage
didn't we?
and the butterfly, and we'll bring in the fire dance a little bit later with something else. So, with the Hydroflow, this has been such a busy and popular product. We haven't got much left to do.
Well, the only option we've got left now is the smallest of the options that we've got, actually. Dispatch for this is the 29th of November, and it's the 1.75 kilograms of this one. It's actually got a 551 saving, so it's down to under £20 if you want to go for this. 017366. Go for this one as it's small. You may want to double up, may want to go for a couple of these, but I'm sure to start you off, if you've never used it before, this would be a perfect one for you to, almost like a trial kind of option on this one, isn't it, really?
And it goes further than you first realise as well. Now, you can weigh this out, or you can do it by measurement. I'm going to do it by measurement because my scales aren't working. Now, it does tell you on the label 2.5 times the amount of fluid to the powder, so 2.5 to 1 is the ratio. Advisable to go with your fluid first. Now I'm just using little markings on the pots that I've got here, so I'm going to fill up to a certain mark. Do I need a little bit more? Will I get away with it? Do you know what? I'm gonna mix this one. We can always come back and mix a little bit more if you do a recap or something.
That's true. You can never take away. You can always add.
Exactly. I don't want to use any more than I need. So let's just pop that in there, and then we're going to use, next of all, now we have got Resitint on the show, but on the website you've also got the Resitint acrylic inks.
Oh, okay.
Now the product that we're using is water-based, and so are the inks, so they work well together. I'm going to try a colour I didn't even see earlier on. Yeah.
Ian's been in touch with the show. Good afternoon, Ian. Thank you for this. he was saying if you were to cast the carriage in a clear resin as well, and you could just leave the windows on the carriage nice and clear, then just sort of paint out the rest of the work with that
You could
as well.
do that very easily.
That would glisten, that would, wouldn't it?
It would, and not so easy with resin, but what you could also do is take a cast maybe with the airdryer clay and cut the windows out.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So you
yeah,
could
true.
still get that sort of transparency with the airdryer as well. So I've put some of the resin ink in there. I'm going to go with a little bit more. I want to make it a little bit darker. You can just add this a little bit at a time. Now, the reason that it tells you to go with the resin pigment into the fluid before adding the powder is obviously that is a liquid, so the more that liquid you're putting in, the more it's going to change the ratio. So I am going to work to the fluid, but I'm bearing in mind that I've added that little bit of ink in there. Now you don't have to, it actually uses the word, it's not stuck in stone on the label. So if you've got a slight difference with the ratio, it's not the end of the world. And also you can adjust it to a certain extent so that you can create something that's a little bit more runnier, maybe you want it a little bit thicker. But obviously if you're pouring into the moulds, because you've got lots of detail in those moulds, you want it to be quite runny, because otherwise it's not going to find that detail.
No, well, okay. So is a rule of thumb on this one, if the runnier is the sort of longer to leave to make sure that those more smaller details really do set, or? I
wouldn't mix less than it tells you on the pot.
Okay,
I'd probably put a little bit more powder in and make it thicker, but I wouldn't really make it any runnier than the ratio that it suggests, just because you're playing around with the recipe a little bit. And it's a really good consistency to work with. So again, I'm using my trusty paintbrush.
It's
stick to stir.
So glam. TV, so glam. With that as well. I'm liking that one.
Is that where they are? I've just heard the stirrers at the end of call. I wondered where they were.
Put something in your basket and then you can we'll get you something unchecked out at the end.
Do you know me, if I'm not on air, I'm buying something. Well, in fact, when I'm on air, I'm rushing off to buy something.
Yeah.
So I didn't even know they were there. This is the thing, there's some real gems as end of call that if you don't look, you might miss.
You're only a presenter on the show. Why would you know? we're the last to find out anything as well. It's in that. We rely on the viewers to let us know what else is coming up. What's on at 3, by the way? Can you just let us know? Pop in.
See, as I say, I spend a lot with this channel. I do often shop. You know, so I'm always looking out at those under calls, but I just don't get to check when it's sorry, so I didn't know that. Now, I've added the powder in 3 stages there. The only reason I'm doing that is because you don't want any lumps in there. You want to make it nice and smooth, so if you put all of the powder in one go, it's a little bit like when you're baking. You're adding powder to your mix,
make a good
to your batter.
Custard paste as well before you're popping too much milk, I think.
So,
by the way, just to let you know that we are approaching limited stock at the moment on the Hydroflow. That's for the 1.75 kilogram, 19.99. It's the only one that we've got left in stock. We did have a medium and we did have a larger size in the 8 o'clock show. They've gone. It sounds like these are going to go in the same way. My advice would be then, if you want it, please grab it right now, because I've got a feeling that's going to sell out if we're not careful, and you may well miss out. 017366. Sylvia's had a great idea. Hello, Sylvia. Good afternoon. Who has a mermaid? Cut the tails off the mermaid and make a tutu. Also, a ballet dancer then we could have.
Yeah, that's it. Look at what you've already got.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Keep them coming. That's lovely. Thank you, Sylvia. Thanks very much.
I'm pouring because I've just noticed the time and I want to demold this hour, so I'm going to have to explain what I did once I've started pouring. So I've mixed up. Hopefully there's no lumps in there. I'm just going to use, again, the end of a paintbrush, or you could use whatever tool you wish, just to give this a little bit of a helping hand. Now, I must explain that there is some of the metal cast already in this mould. Now, what I did, I mixed some of the metal cast up, and we'll go through that process again this hour to show you how it works. But I didn't want to fill the whole of the base of the mould. I've almost just sort of worked the metal cast into the lower detail.
Right.
So that when I add this next layer, I'm hoping, if it works, when we demold this, we'll still see some of this colour showing through. And then what you do is sand back or use some wire wool to polish up the metal cast, and you get that lovely gleam to it, which is absolutely fantastic.
It catches the light really nicely. Which is what we were saying about if you've got some of your previous moulds and you want to try and change the look on some of those, then that will be a really good technique to use. As sort of, it's a bit of a game changer for something you might have thought, I've done that with the moulds now, but this could be a different way, isn't it?
Definitely. So what I'd like to do is pick up the mould and pick it up and drop it down a few times. That will bring the air bubbles to the surface as well. Don't worry if you see one or two air bubbles on the back of the mould. I found, you know, because I don't get a lot of time during demo to do this the way I would at home, I've been a little bit worried that maybe when I demould, the image is ruined by air bubbles.
Yeah,
it
right.
hasn't been. So just one or two little taps. You might see them on the back, but it's been perfect on the front.
Yeah.
I can tell this is starting to set a little bit already. So we haven't got a great window of open time to work with this. There's a little area there. My gloves are a bit big. Oh, that wasn't a good idea, was it? Let's just scrape that away. There are one or two little posts, some areas that are level with the outer of the frame that are meant to be gaps. If you actually cover that up, it will only be a tiny, tiny little bit that will cover it, and you can puncture that through and clean it up afterwards. But just be aware there are one or two little gaps that you might cover up and you don't realise are meant to be there.
Good.
I'm going to put that to one side, Scott, so it is setting.
Evelyn has also been in touch with the show. Very good afternoon, Evelyn. Thanks for being with us. Can you use ink with the HydroFlow?
You can try other things. You want something that's highly pigmented.
Okay.
It's a water-based product as well, so use something that's water-based. It needs to be very concentrated, very highly pigmented,
rich,
because you're mixing lots of white powder in there. You're diluting it with a liquid, so if it's not highly pigmented, then you're not going to get the colour.
Right.
But yes, give it a go. Give it a go. Obviously, the tints that we've got on the show or on the website there are made for these products. But I know Scott did say yesterday morning, I think that question was asked, and he said, you know, give it a go, try it.
Okay.
But if you don't get the effects, you know it's because it's not highly pigmented enough.
No, great question, Evelyn. Thank you very much, Steve. If you've got any more questions as well regarding these, do get in touch with us. You can get in touch with us on the email studio@thecraftstore.com. We use the information from Catherine as she's here with us.
Now, I've got some of this left, so I'm just pouring it into the butterfly wing.
Butterfly wing, yeah.
And actually, I'm going to do this on purpose. I'm going to make a bit of a mess. I could probably scrape out enough to do the other side there, but whether I've got time, because I'm actually going to tip a little bit over that side. Now, in the centre of the butterfly wings, you've got an area, again, it's the same height as the outside of the frame of the mould itself. It's because they are two separate parts. So, was it this morning where we took the butterfly out? Was it last night?
Last night, I think.
I thought I'd broken it because I'd gone over the top. I'd left some of the HydroFlow over the top like that so you couldn't see it. Took it out and it cracked straight down the middle. I thought, oh no. Then I realised it was, yeah.
Anyway.
So, so it was fine. Now, I'm just, hopefully we can demold this one as well, although I'm pushing it. Just as I finish this off, I will let you know that the product itself will tell you that you can usually demold between 30 to 40 minutes once you've poured. Now, that is true, but there is a difference between moulds. Actually, I've got far more than I realised here.
On that, could you, I take it, no a heat gun or anything like that?
Don't use a heat gun on this. On the... I can't think of the name of the total cast, the clear resin. Yes, I use a heat gun to bring out the air bubbles. With this one, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't, you know, you're just going to force straight. You don't want to do that. I am just checking there's no air in these little areas here. But what I was going to say was, for instance, this butterfly, you can see you've got quite delicate pieces at the bottom of the tail there. With very intricate, delicate moulds, I would probably leave it a little bit longer than that, 30 to 40 minutes, just to be on the safe side. If you've got something really, really solid, then you're fine.
Right,
Just as an example, I'll just bring this one in again to show you. So something like this, where you've got no intricate detail, and it's very sturdy, it's very solid, then you're fine with that.
Right.
So just bear that in mind. If you do start to demould and it's not quite ready, it will crack. So that will happen.
Yeah.
We might find it happens during this hour because I haven't really given myself enough time, but we'll see. We will see.
Okay.
We're gonna try and demould it.
Right, that's good.
Okay.
Just a bit of patience. That's all we need. Just a little bit of patience on those. Just to let you know now, it is limited stock on the HydroFlow. It is limited stock on there. £19.99 is what we're looking at for yourself. There's 017366. Like I say, I could only go into what's happened with the other two options of this. The medium option and the larger option has sold out. I think that'll go the same way. All I'm going to say is if you really want it, check it in and then check it out of your basket. Get that little spatula as well at the end of the stirrer. Get that as well when you go to check out and buy two, give one to Catherine. Right, just to give you a bit of another sort of reminder, if you haven't got these, I was with Catherine when these launched a little while ago, the last one-day special with regards to jewellery. These are brilliant. These are absolutely brilliant. They've got a massive saving if you're a Freedom member, 30% off. If you're just starting out and you're just watching this demonstration with Catherine for the first time, what a great chance. Go for 3 moulds you're going to get in there with your perfume bottles. You get that for £18.19. Now, not only is that a great price for your Freedom members, that's delivered for that price for Freedom members. You can join up anytime you want to. 457089. And the lovely thing about those, we were looking at these at the very beginning, is how actually the bodies of your perfume bottles here have been used in different ways than just a perfume bottle, as Catherine was saying. So they become the heart of the body, almost like of a butterfly, using the wings on top of those, and they're using different techniques with them. But they are fabulous. These are really, really popular. They went out in the one-day special. If you missed out on them then, Freedom member 1819, and then try those. That's a great chance if you're starting out the first time. If you've managed to get in with these different resins and the sort of the gold style ones as well with this. What a brilliant way to start. 457089. The Hydroflow now has technically sold out. Hoping you've got that in your basket. If you have, please get that checked out. Don't let it just drop out of your basket. Get that checked out so that you've got that one in your own collection going forward. Right then, Catherine, where are we up to then?
Okay, right, so we've done the Hydroflow, but we have got the metal cast as well, so we're going to touch on that one again. So the metal cast, again, 2 components. So you've got your powder, you've also got your liquid as well. Nicely labelled, so if you do get both the Hydroflow and the metal cast, don't get the liquids mixed up. Now, we had a question in earlier, didn't we, about can we add a tint to the metal cast?
Yes. Yeah, that came on at 8 o'clock show.
I do know that Ellie Chem are looking at making other colours as well, so from the silver that we've got now, I think probably we'll see a gold and possibly a bronze. They're working on it because this is a very new product. We had the world launch yesterday.
Big thing now.
I don't know if the results will work. Do you know, we're just going to give it a go.
Yeah,
we might not see this until 4 o'clock.
I like that.
I was thinking at first, shall we mix in some resi tint when it comes to the beautiful powders? Will that make a difference? Do we put a dye in there? Do you know, we're going to try a bit of both.
Oh, OK.
It may or may not work. Yeah,
okay.
And I've got another little technique I want to try as well. So, measuring jug. This is a little bit different to the ratio as well. It's 3 parts liquid to 1 part powder.
Powder, OK, OK.
OK, so once again, though, you can, obviously got the safety catch on there, and I haven't got any energy to get it off, there we are. You
have to get the kids to do that for me.
You can definitely change this one, so if you want this one a little bit thicker, then you can do that.
Right.
Now, you can apply this with a brush. You can also paint it on with a brush into the moulds and onto a surface. It doesn't have to be a mould that you work with. Okay, so I am actually going to make this a little bit thicker this time. No idea how much I've put in there. I'm not really bothered about that because once I get to work with the product, I kind of get to know the feel of it.
I wish you was working as a bar staff somewhere, do you know what I mean? Just buy a single and by the time that Catherine's finished, you might have a triple in there, you might have a double in there, you know, it's like she's like...
Yeah, let's just guess. I don't think I'd have that job very long, do you? Now, this is very different with the drying times as well because when you're applying into the mould, and I've got one here, that this was actually done last night. You only really need to, you're supposed to leave it 30 minutes. And this has been in there all night and all of today so far. So I've put a coating in there that's given, you know, a full coverage. On the carriage that we did that pour into, that's where I'd worked it just into some of the detail there. So to do that, we'll do it on the other side of this one. All you need to do is sort of paint it in, and I really worked it into the detail. So you've got the choice of applying a full layer or keep it a little bit more sparse, so hopefully you get to see the colours come through. I am basically experimenting a little bit with these. Now, what I did also was wipe away a little bit more of this, just because I didn't want to have too much of that metal in there.
When we had another message from Debbie that's come through. Good afternoon, Debbie. So Debbie's asking, great question, when the metal cast is dry, on the top of that, could you then apply ink wax, etc.?
Oh, yes.
You can?
Yeah. very easily, very easily. Yes. So with this one here, I would probably go a little bit more steady and don't put quite as much as I did in. I would then wipe away on the top so I can see some of that silicone coming through. So now that metal is sitting within, you know, that deep...
Right.
That deep area of the mould, and then when I put another colour on top, hopefully we get to see that through, and then we can bring the shine through and polish that up a little bit later. So that one's ready to put to one side again. Leave it a good 30 minutes. As I say, I did leave the rest of mine overnight, which hasn't made a difference. I was worried this morning that maybe I'd left it too long, but it still worked beautifully.
Yeah, peeled off nice.
In fact, the one we did this morning was the Sagittarius, which is this one. So you can see if I turn that around, we went in with the Hydroflow that I'd tinted with black as well. So it looks more or less the same colour, but it wasn't. It was actually two different colours there. If I show you the back of the carriage, you can see,
it is,
you know, that is a completely different colour. So again, the whole of the surface was covered in the mould. That base in the mould was absolutely covered with the metal cast. When you take it out, all you need to do is polish it up. So using a little bit of wire wool, and it needs to be a fine grade one as well, or a wet and dry sandpaper, the very, very fine one. You don't want the grittiness to it. You just want something that's really gentle. Then you want to give it a bit of a polish. Now, I started doing this one earlier. We'll give it a little bit more of a polish. And you literally just work at it, and the more you polish it up, the more you'll see the gleam coming through. But what I love about using this product already with the Zuri moulds is I'm getting the best of both worlds, because if I painted this onto a flat surface and then I polish it up, the whole lot's going to go shiny, and that's great. If that's what I want, that is absolutely fine. But because you've got all the detail in here, you want to bring that detail out. So working with the Zuri moulds and just polishing up there, you're only catching the top surface, so you're getting the best of both. You're seeing the detail, you're getting the gleam. I'll show this to the front camera if I may, just so we can see it a little bit better with the colour there. I would continue working at that, but you can see the difference. I just think it's an absolutely wonderful effect.
It's gleaming.
Really do love it.
Just get that shine from it.
Beautiful, isn't it?
So again, on that, if you were working with that on some of those where you are looking for a particular design that is, I'm thinking as well, for example, you know, with the like the pipes that we've had in, was it the mechanics, the machine? Was it the
machines?
And
that's right.
On the machines, if you are definitely looking for that metallic kind of feel for anything like that, I know you can, like you said, Catherine, paint that on.
Yeah.
But if you are, it just gives you a different edge and a different feel to sort of work with, to give you a different look. That's what I'm saying. Revisit the moulds you've got.
Definitely.
And see which ones are really going to lend themselves to that metallic, the metal cast kit, and see from the different look of that, which is lovely. The metal cast, by the way, we have got it on extended back the 3rd of December as well. But 3/4 of that stock has gone. That's $17.99 for the 400 grams. That will give you the actual fluid, plus you're going to get the powder in there. 423367.
Now, I am just filling one of the butterflies with this as well, just so I'm not wasting it.
So you've not added any colour to this one? This is still just the same?
Oh, I did say I was going to add colour, didn't I? Oh, what am I doing,
Oh, I thought you were doing half with...
yeah, we'll do that now. I'd forgotten. I was that keen to get it used before it started setting. Tell you what we'll do. As I say, I don't know how well this will work. Let me just take out that stick for a second and the paintbrush. It's all right. We can mix it in with what's there.
OK.
We'll go with a little bit of colour. I'm going to go with this blue, royal blue. If I can get the lid off this. Some of these have never been opened, you know, so they've all got safety catches on. It's a strong colour, but you've got a lot of powder in there, so...
Right, yeah.
You know, we might not see a great deal of colour coming through, I don't know. I'm not going to put too much in because it's going to change the consistency. And just to try it, why not? Let's put a little bit of the powder in as well.
Ooh.
Let's
I feel like you should be casting
a
a spell
around.
at the same time in the day. Should be a Halloween show, this one.
And again, I didn't measure anything out. I've just kind of gone in with it and guessed at it. I have, yeah. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I feel now like I need to find another mould. I'm going to find the perfume bottles. There we are. Let's bring those in.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Because I've started putting the grey as it looks at the moment. So let's just put a coat in here. Now you can see, actually, you can see the powder that lovely sort of effect coming through with the bronze.
Yeah.
So who knows? Do you know, we'll do a pour in the final show with this one.
Oh, okay.
With the HydroFlow. Has it gone now, the HydroFlow?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to use it if I'm allowed, because I need to see the results of this, don't I?
Yeah.
So that's only fair.
So justified for that.
And I'm not worrying about getting it on the top of the mould, because it will just flake away, it will dry, it will just come away. I'm being quick, I would be more careful normally. And I am going to fill the whole of the mould. Now there's already some of the powder in there, but I'm just going to add this over the top as well. So this is powdered directly into the mould first, and then we'll add this over the top.
And you were saying in the 8 o'clock, but I don't think we mentioned it in this hour, is when you're normally using the quick dry clay, you would talc off, or you would corn flour onto the moulds to start with. But on here, you don't need to do any prep onto the mould.
No, you don't need to prep the mould in any way, shape or form. Actually, that looks really nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is really lovely.
I'm really excited now to see this is going to work. So obviously, because we've got the metal cast in there, you need to leave it at least 30 minutes. We're going to wait until 4 o'clock.
Right, okay.
So you need to come back and see that. I've still got loads of that left. I was going to do something else, but I think I need a little bit more powder in it. So we'll leave that for the time being. So I've got lots of bits and pieces ready to go again.
I think that's going to look great. You can see it's still catching the light there. Is it still just...
You can't you? I mean, I did put probably a little bit more powder in than I needed there of the beautiful bronze colour.
Right.
But, I mean,
yeah,
just went with it, didn't I? Right, let's have one or two other things, because if I bring in our fire dancer next, because we haven't looked at her this hour, this particular cast that I've got here, I did just before the show. This is air dry clay. Now, if you watch back to the previous show this morning, and also one of the shows last night, I can't remember which one, might have been 8 o'clock, I think. I talk about colouring, whether it's the HydroFlow or the clay, before putting it into the mould. Whatever you want the skin tone to be, if you mix the colour in your clay to that colour, you don't have to worry about painting that afterwards.
Right.
It's already done for you. It's the hardest thing to do, to get the skin tone right.
Afterwards?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to paint in the skirts and give the different effects, but the skin tone is a nightmare to get right. Okay, so it's just a little tip. You don't have to do it that way, but it's a good tip. The same was with the HydroFlow. This is exactly what I've got here. You can see a little bit of the resi tint. You can mix the colours together, and I created that nice sort of fleshy tone. This is now really hard, because this was poured last night. You can demold normally between 30 to 40 minutes. With this one, I would leave it a little bit longer because of the intricacy again and those very fine areas of the mould. Just give it another 10-15 minutes, you know.
Okay.
Half an hour, you know, if you can. Just don't rush it.
No.
If you've got those intricate moulds, don't rush it. Now, it will fully cure after 24 hours, but saying that, it is cured enough when you demould if you want to start applying those finishes, because we're all impatient as crafters, so I wouldn't wait 24 hours. I just want to get the paint on there and work with it. But, yeah, just allow, especially if you're putting projects outside as well, because you can put this outside.
Right.
There is a sealer available. You don't have to use the sealer, but it will give you extra protection. So it's worth having a little look at that.
I think we had that on from Yoandi. We talked about that. It might just be worth something you want to put on. If you know it's going to be definitely outside, definitely go for that one and just pop it on over the top of it as well.
So I've got various bits and pieces here made in clay, made in the HydroFlow. We've got one of the carriages here.
So is that the one that we painted in the 8? You painted at the end?
Yes.
What did you paint that one with?
Well, it was the Pentel paint, so I'm going to do it again. This is on the air dry clay. We might do it on the resin one this time. I don't know, or I could do it on the one. Now, we only did this skirt in the copper colour, and I've applied the other finish over the top, so we're going to do it the other way around. We're going to go with the silver on the skirt this time, and then we'll apply another finish over the top. I think I'm going to use the resin simply because the clay is quite fresh. I've only just worked that, and really should let it dry fully. So, with your paints, if you haven't got these yet, please do get them. These are incredible, and I mean incredible.
Right. You may have to be really quick to get this. Literally, I think it's already come on screen, and it's already limited stock, and I think we are down to a very small amount of units. 134602. Honestly, don't delay. Don't even listen to me. Just be doing it now if you want them. And that will give you the antique gold, the silver, and the copper. 30 mils of those each. $14.99. That's 134602. Good luck.
Right, now this is onto the resin, the water-based resin, the Hydroflow, and you can see that beautiful, beautiful finish that you're going to get with one coat. This is solvent-based, it's not water-based, so there's a slight smell to it, but, you know, just make sure you're in a ventilated area, as you would always be whenever you're working with different products like that. Give it a good shake. You've got ball bearings in the pot, so it will give you a nice mix. Very important that you mix these properly because they won't paint if you do. They'll look a little bit watery and separated.
See, there we go. Look at that. I did say it's technically sold out on that one. If it's in your basket, well done. Keep hold. Don't let it drop out. That's all I'm going to say. I just had to be quick on that one, but well done.
So really, I'm going to have to stop then, aren't I? We might have to move on to something else.
I think you're okay to
Am I? Let's just do the skirt because with the silver, because it brings the detail out. Now, all I did on the previous one that we showed, because you can see the different colours in the skirt, what I did was when the first coat was dry, which it does dry very quickly, I used a different colour and I dry brushed over the surface. You've seen me do that many times. I did it on the earlier show on something as well. Dry brushing, you just catch the surface and it picks up the detail, and then you can see both colours then. You know, you're not losing what's underneath there. No. So, you know, I will finish this afterwards, otherwise I'm going to be here all day because I want to try and get all the edges. But you can see, for those that have just managed to get it, one coat directly onto the Hydroflow.
What
this
a transformation.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? This stuff works on tin, on glass, on wood, on MDF. It works on all of those different surfaces. I will finish her off because I don't want to waste, but obviously not through this hour. But while we're here, we've still got the waxes, haven't we? Let's have a little look at the waxes. So I've used Hydroflow again here. So these were cast last night. This is the butterfly. You can see where one or two air bubbles have been on the back, but if I turn it over, you can't see them from the front. Now, one I've already applied a little bit of wax to, but just to show again how beautifully they work, you can't really see the colours until I move it, can you? Now, the wax is such a great deal again.
We actually get 7, and that's going to give you a turquoise. You're going to be getting graphite, green, blue, yellow, red, and you got magenta on there. That's, do you know what? For 7 of those, for £29.99, that's a really good. Because I'd imagine again, the pigment in these again, they're going to go a long, long way with these. A little goes a long way, especially on projects like this.
They smell beautiful as well. So sometimes I use a brush, sometimes I use a fingertip, and it is just a case of working the colours directly over your dried or your cured medium that you've used. So a little bit of the green here. We've done various different mixes of these colours, you know, so I've had one set and then it seems to change a bit, and then I've got a different colour. So I don't know, some of these are definitely in the one we've just mentioned. There might be, I don't know if one of them is perhaps in a previous one, but you know, whatever you're getting, 7 colours there. Absolutely amazing value. It really, really is. A little goes such a long way.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any rules on which colour do you put first if you're going to blend. I kind of start with one, just whatever I think, and then maybe layer upon layer and start to build the colours.
So we're not surprised.
There's never any rules. Never any rules.
There's no rules. that book's been ripped up.
So let me just put a little bit of the blue on there. I'm going to bring some purple into there as well. I mean, it might not match the previous one that I did, but will be something like. These are absolutely gorgeous. Give them a little bit of time to dry. I'm being quite sparing with this, but if you do give them some time to dry and then buff them up with a nice soft cloth, they will gleam even more.
Oh, will they? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
You can really make them gleam. In fact, I might do it on the one that's already dried off. So just build the layers. A little goes a long way. Don't go straight in and put lots of colour on there. Do build them gradually. Again, if I hold this to the front, we might see a little bit more colour. I can't see a thing now. I've got my glasses on, and I need it for close-up. Now I can't see what's happening on the screen. Let's just give that a little buff up. Which one was it? It was this one, wasn't it, that I did, first of all. Let me take my glasses off for a second. Find whether this will pick up. I can see when this happens, but on the camera it's quite difficult on the overhead. But if you just use a soft cloth, one without fibres, you know, a nice soft one, and just give it a little buff up, and it will really sort of bring that gleam out. So there we are. I think you can probably, can you see it on there?
Yeah, I think that is, isn't it?
There we are. If I just tilt it so it catches the light, you can really see the sheen.
Yes, there we
on
are.
there.
We see that sheen.
So again, for picking up the surface, and the paste will work on many, many. Oh, in fact, if you put the two together, you can see the difference, hopefully. Can you see the one that I've...
From the sheen to the... Yes.
Yeah, you can see where I've been, can't you? So use these on different projects again, you know, your air dry clay they work with.
Right.
They work with the resins, the different types of resins.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, MDF again, you can, there's so much you can do with them. So well worth popping those into your basket.
Definitely. 287637 is your item code for those. Remember, you are getting all 7 of those pots. Each one of those pots are 20 mil each. And you can see you just need a little bit of that working through. So actually you're getting a lot in each one of those tubs. You're getting 7 of them as well for $29.99. Lots of great ways to sort of really bring them to life. Is lovely. Your one-day special, don't forget, is what you're watching with us, of course, here with Zuri, which is going to give you 3 wonderful moulds. We've been working, you've seen already, popped into the moulds. We've had the Enchanted Carriage. We've got the Fire Dancer that we're working on. And, of course, we've just been looking at the Butterfly Wings. Now, they have an £11 saving on these, and they're really big size that you're looking at here for your Zuri, with all of the detail that you've come to expect from Zuri. Also, this is a one-day special with that £11 saving. It's available as a flexi buy, so you don't have to pay the full £69.97 off in one all-fail swoop. You don't have to. You can split that over 2 payments. Each one of those are just £34.99. That's your one-day special. There's only one more live hour to come back at 4, of course, with regards to your stock for your one day, and also to see how the slightly coloured gold effect, to see the reveal of that, which is looking fantastic already here on the side. So make sure you're tuning back in again at 4 o'clock with Catherine to see the results of that. Yeah, don't forget all everything else is on there, the perfume bottoms, and of course we've got the Leo, which is amazing. It's all there on the website. Right, you got the carriage in front.
I love this look, so I hope this is going to work, Scott, because I'm loving the look of this, and I've still got spares, so, do you know what, why not? We're getting near the end of the show. Let's just put some more of the moulds as well. So remember, this was the metal cast. It had a little bit of blue resi tint in there, although, do you know, yes, it has changed the colour, I can see that. Yeah. But I think if you've got the powders...
It's more like a rose gold.
It is, isn't it? I think if you just put the powder in there, it'd be enough. I've got to be honest.
By the way, just 80% of the metal cast kit now, that give you 400 grams, 80% of that has now gone. $17.99, 423367. So if you want that, only 20% of that stock remaining. Great price to get something like this, actually.
Really good price. Really good price. So they're prepped ready for 4 o'clock. Now, because I put other things in this mix, I wanted to try something else. I'm just going to bring in the powder again and mix a little bit more powder in there to really thicken this up. So I would say when you put your liquid in, go with the tiniest bit. Now with your HydroFlow, it does recommend that you use put your liquid in first. You see, I've made it too dry now, so you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to put some liquid back in. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to mix a little bit of this tint in there. That might be enough.
You're liking that now.
I'm just going to put a little bit in here. There's something, I don't know if it's going to work, Scott, but I just want to give it a try. Because you haven't got a massive open time on this as well, make sure that you do kind of mix this and use it as quickly as possible.
I think we mentioned that in the earlier show. It's one of those, don't take a long phone call.
No.
When you're working with this. It's one of them, you know, just phones off the hook or turned off the hook. There's an old expression, isn't it? Wow. Don't have the phones on the hook anymore. Turn them off or give them to kids to play. They're bound to lose them, just like mine.
Right, now, I don't know the consistency is quite as I wanted it there, but we'll give it a go anyway. I've made it really thick, that little bit of extra powder, because I'm thinking if I bring in, I can't find my spatula now. Where's that gone? Oh, no. You see, I lose everything. Once I get going, you know, I'll use one of these sticks and we'll hope for the best. But I'm thinking if you make it a little bit thicker, if I had a proper spatula, using it as a paste with your stencils.
Ooh.
Actually, that's going to spread quite nicely as it is. That's not going to run underneath, is it?
No, that's not. That's firmly in
Now,
place.
this is one of the AALL Create stencils. This goes to prove I do actually buy things that I see on the shows. I wasn't given this. I purchased. I buy a lot from AALL Create, I've got to say, as well as everybody else. You can see the resident colour coming through on the stencil there as well. Let me just get a little bit of this fine detail. This is a good way. You've got spare. just
Of course,
you know, a
finish
little
it
bit of
off.
residue in the base of your pot. Add a tiny bit more powder just to thicken it up, so that you know, you don't want it too runny, because it will just get under the stencil. I've made a really thick paste here with it, actually. It is curing as well, so it is getting thicker and thicker to spread now, but that's going to be all right. Let's do the reveal, and we'll see how this looks later on. So using it with a stencil. If I hadn't put the pigment in there, of course I'd be able to polish that up when it's fully dry. But definitely try your techniques with the metal cast in your backgrounds, on your canvases, on your MDF, because you can bring that gleam, you can bring that shine, and it will look like metal when you've polished it up. So we'll let that dry and see how that looks later.
It's really good. Yeah, and I suppose really on that one, make sure you wash your stencils fairly quickly on that one.
Yeah, put them in. Yeah, I'll give a tip. If you've got stencils and you leave them to dry with different products on, use a dishwasher tablet in a bowl of hot water, warm water, and let them soak, and it lifts away.
It breaks them up.
Yeah, it's really good actually. It works very, very well. So, what time have we got?
We've got about 10 minutes.
Right, we've still got some of that spare, you
It's
know.
lovely amount of demos we're getting through in this hour.
Well, we haven't looked at the air dry clay again this hour, have we? So I'm just going to change my glass mat, because that one is very dirty. And
the metal cast, we are now approaching limited stock. I think if that's, again, you're looking at that and thinking, do you know what, there's lots of projects where just a little bit of this could go a long, long way. I'd like to have a play with it, have a go with it. It's a great price for that, $17.99. We're approaching limited stock. 423367. Brand new on the show yesterday. So, I mean, it's for me. I mean, I thought the only way that you could work with these moulds was going to be during the air dry, the clay itself. But this is a completely different, great way of doing it. Maybe I'm just wondering. Some people, you know, you fall out of love sometimes with some techniques, or you do that and you move on to something else, have a play with that, and then you discover something later on in a drawer to get it out and start going, oh, you've not done that for a while. This could be a great way of having a go and saying, do you know what, let's try the metal cast, let's get the moulds back out, and let's try some different techniques with it and get different results. Yeah,
exactly. So about the only mould I've got spare now is one of the Leos. I had two of each, one for resin, one for clay, but yeah, they're all a little bit full. So for anybody that's watching that hasn't used the clay before, very quickly we'll just work with that as well. So good idea to use corn flour or a talcum powder. If it's not an edible, obviously keep the second set for your edibles if you are. I'm still desperate to do a cake show. I wish they'd sort that out for me.
Yes.
Chocolate and fudge and
you do one when
boiled
I'm back?
Sweets, it would be amazing. Make your own packaging and your gift bags, it would be brilliant. So dusted ready. The clay that I've got here is fresh from the pack. This will be too wet straight from the pack normally to put into your mould. You need to let it dry a little bit. I've talked about that on all the shows. I know we're running out of time and I've got to demould something shortly. And I'm a little bit worried again. It's worked every time so far, but I get nervous at the end of the show.
I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of Catherine revealing at 4 o'clock though, by the way. We've set up a lot of projects for that, so yeah.
So with this, of course, condition first. So by conditioning, you just stretch, you just manipulate the clay. You can see it becoming more elasticated. That's how it looks. You know, it looks like chewing gum a little bit now, where it was breaking apart before. But it's much stickier. It doesn't feel sticky and leave a residue, but you can feel the wetness in there. You can tell the difference. So what I would do at this point, knowing that that's likely to be too wet for the mould, I would roll it out. Clean your rolling pin off first. Roll it out, let the air get to the surface for 5-10 minutes, flip it over, let it go again. You've already conditioned it, then you can go into your mould and make the world of difference.
Right.
If your clay is too wet, rather than leaving it in the mould to dry, take it out and let the air get to the clay. If you put it in the mould and think, I can't get it out, I'll just leave it to dry in the mould, it will take forever. The back will dry, the surface that the air's getting to will dry, the water will want to sink to the bottom, and it will just get wetter and wetter, and it will stick even more. So take it out of the mould, let it breathe, and then go again. Now this is very wet, but we're just going to go very quickly with our Leo. What was the time check there?
We have got 7.
7. Oh, we're all right. We'll do this. So it may stick a little bit, it may come out. This mould itself, although there are very intricate bits, it's a little bit more solid in a sense. So we've got more chance of getting it out of this one than we would if I'd done the fire dancer. I know the clay at the current state it's in, it would be way, way, way too sticky and too flexible to get that out fully. But we'll give this one a go.
I really like this mould as well.
It's beautiful.
It really
is beautiful.
In some ways, it's one of the busiest, I think, with what's going on with the whole mane and the regality of it, the details. It's really brilliant for them, though, aren't they? They are
absolutely brilliant. So, do you know, if you don't put enough clay in, you just top up. If you put too much clay in, then that's not a problem either. I've purposely put too much in this one just to show you. Don't worry about pressing hard onto the moulds as well, because you're not going to damage them. So you can see there's way too much clay there. What you're looking for to pick up the detail at its best is a flat surface on the back. If you're pushing in and you've got indentations and you're rolling over the top and it's not flattening it, just top it up a little bit. You want that really compacted down. Then you can start to remove the excess. Don't worry if you pull away a little bit too much in areas, it will soon push back into position. The nice thing about silicone, the only thing that likes to stick to silicone really, permanently anyway, is silicone. You know, so other things will come away nice and easily. So you can see how I can just roll a thumb across the top there, and it's finding where those areas are. So I do like to spend a little bit of time tidying up. By tidying up, what I mean is pulling from the edge, just so you can see that nice outline. Now, if anything's going to stick on this one, it's going to be probably these two bits here, but we'll give it a go. Another little tip is as well, you can always turn around and press with the heel of the hand on the other side, just to make sure that you've picked all the detail up. We'll give this a flex. As I say, I know it is wetter than I would normally use it, and you can see that because it's stretching with the mould. So I don't know how successful this is going to be. If I try and gently ease it out, I'm likely to stretch this. It is those 2 points there that are stopping this coming away a little bit. But do you know what? I'm conscious of time, but we'll keep going.
And like you say, this is only just for a demo how to do it. You would normally have had longer to roll out and to leave.
Yeah, and really it proves a point because, as I say, when your clay is too wet, this is the issue that you will have. So I like to show what not to do because it's the most asked question. In fact, I'm gonna purposely mess this one up in a sense. I could put that back in. I probably could, if I'd got time, use a little tool and sort of lift out areas and ease it out. But do you know what? Let me show you what will happen if you try and ease it out and you're not sure and you start pulling. It will lift it, but it will also stretch it. You know, so and little bits will start to break off. So it is nice to see when the clay is too wet. Now I'll just kind of peel that out now, which it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, and I could probably just put that back into position. That's not bad at all.
That's not
bad.
bad.
I was going to mess that up a lot more than it did.
That's one of Catherine's fails, everybody. Just how good is that?
Now, if you do that, and there's one or two, like this area, I've lost that little curl there, but that's about all I've lost. What I would probably do is not roll that one up. I'd just leave that for a couple of minutes, just let the air get to it slightly, and then just put some more corn flour in and go back in. You can fit that back in quite easily. Don't worry if it's slightly out, because as soon as you start pressing that clay down again, it's going to find its new position. You're not going to kind of double up on the face. As long as you compact it down. If you don't compact it down enough, then yeah, it'll make a difference. I'm not going to do all this now because I'm getting to the scary bit, aren't I?
Yes, you are. Getting close to the reveals.
I'm looking at the carriage and thinking, oh. So,
I think that's...
Is it time to do the reveal? Is it time to do it? Let me put that to one side.
About 2.5, 3 minutes.
Haven't I? Now, I don't make it easy for myself, Scott.
Well, you set yourself standards up here. I'm liking this.
I've chosen two. I could have gone with Leo for this one because Leo and the frame would have been much easier to work with in the time scale. I know that with the carriage, the delicate areas are going to be here, here, here mainly. I mean, it could be other areas, but they're definitely the weak points. On the butterfly, the weak points are definitely on the tail of the wings there. So, which one shall we do first? Let's go with this one. So what I'm going to do is start gently just easing around the edge of here.
I think you put the carriage in at 1/4 past, I think it was.
So this went in first.
So this is only, what's this, 40 minutes?
Yeah. I can see it has cracked a little bit there, which is exactly where I thought it might go. But, you know, and it's the same that side. But, Do you know what, you can glue it back together, and actually you can probably lose those bits without it having too much effect. So this is one of the, definitely with this mould, I would say with those intricate areas, give it a little bit longer before you demold it. You're not talking 24 hours. You're not talking, you know, loads of extra time. Just every little minute makes a difference. Now you can see where I went into the detail with the metal cast and went over the top with the pink. When I polish that up and bring that gleam out, that's going to transform it. So there's no way I'll waste it. I'll stick those other bits back on.
But that just taking off the excess on there, just giving those different textures is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, completely different effect.
We've only got about 45 seconds. So while you're just trying to take the butterfly out, I'll just let people know that Catherine will be back at 4 o'clock. Lots more reveals to be had there as well. So you've got the wing. There we go. Well, one wing. She's winging it, everybody.
It was the same part. Oh, I've just broken that one rushing at the end. But that was actually, I only gave myself, that was about 15 minutes less than the other one, wasn't it?
Yes.
So,
yeah,
we were pushing it there, but you can see, look at the detail that's picked up.
That is, honestly, it's fantastic. It's really lovely techniques again, Catherine, for that. At 4 o'clock, Catherine will be back to take you through everything you got in this hour. Well done, but another very busy show. Thank you very much. And have a lovely, lovely time. I'm going to say Happy Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'll see you all in 2022. Have a cracking Wednesday.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders. We have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. Oh my days, we've got a fantastic show lined up for you. Yes, we have. If you are thinking about making and creating with fabric, we have got some pick and mixes for you that just have the most amazing patterns, amazing colours and amazing prices for you. And all of this from a brand new supplier to the craft store. I want you to give a very big welcome to the lovely Katie Jakes.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
you.
Lovely to meet you finally.
Yeah.
I've been on your website, very colourful website.
Yes, I love a bit of colour.
Lots of designs on there as well. Brand new to the craft store though, we always love to welcome anybody new here by giving a little introduction to yourself, if we can, for anyone at home, if they've not seen you before or been on your website, Katie. Who are you? And where are you from? No, terribly coarse, isn't it? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your business?
Yeah, so I'm Katie Jakes, I'm 23 and I'm from Bradford in West Yorkshire, born and bred, and I set up my business Jakes Fabrics in July of this year, and I launched that, and yeah, I'm happy to be here to show you some quality fabrics that we have. I set it up just purely because I feel like buying fabric online is very risky. Sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. So I thought if I set my own business up, supply and find my own fabric, then I'll always be happy with it and know that it's quality, and I'll be happy to put it out there to other people and that will
and
buy
that's
it.
really important to you, isn't it? The quality of the fabric.
I feel like it makes such a difference when you're making anything, you know, from garments to crafting. Just that quality, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we have got some exceptional quality for you. Right, let's go through the different designs we've got available for you. The first few sets that we've got are a pick and mix, and that means you can choose any three for £10.48. I can't believe that price, Katie.
I know.
That is incredible. And that is for 1.5 meters of fabric. If anybody wants to choose the same design but 3 times over, will it be a continuous cut?
Yeah, if you order 3 of the same or 2 of the same and 1 other, all the same ones will be cut in a continuous piece.
Fab, so great for dressmaking, great for making bigger projects and things like that.
So you can do what you please, and if you want bigger bits of fabric, then you can go for it.
Excellent. We do have some other designs as well, so think about this in your choosing of your fabrics. You might want to go for some of the ditzy designs and then go for some of the other designs we've got available for you, because the prices are so fantastic. Let's start with the pixie flowers. Now with this one, once it's gone, it's gone. Is that right,
Yeah,
Katie?
that is the one that is, once it's gone, it's gone.
Okay,
so very exclusive.
It certainly is. Now, what we like about your cotton poplin is it's a really nice fabric because you've got that tighter weave. Why is that important, Katie?
It's just easier to sew with, and especially with crafting, and you can get more detail into the fabric when you're stitching. It's softer. And it creases less as well, so that's always a good thing with anything, because we're creasing and getting your iron out.
Unless you've got a posh iron like we've got here today
I know,
for you.
this one, never seen anything like it. It pops its feet up.
It's very impressive, isn't it? These are lovely, they really, really are. Remember, if you want 3 different ones, you're more than welcome to do so. There's 4 to choose from. But if you want any of the same, for example, they will be in a continuous cut. I think at that price, Katie, £10.48 for 1.5 meters of fabric, I think people could just go all out and treat themselves and make some larger projects. I mean, what kind of things would you use the smaller ditzy patterns for?
Well, anything you want, really. I've done an example behind me. I've got a wall hanging here. That's out of the pixie flowers. And obviously I've just mixed all the different fabrics there to create my own new pattern. So it's like flowers within the flowers.
That's a good idea, yeah.
And then, you know, anything from scrunchies, makeup bags. And then if you want the big piece of fabrics, you can make yourself some garments.
Yeah, no, that'd be nice.
The world's oyster.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, some fantastic designs here, some gorgeous colours that you can see in here with your yellow. When you come in and have a look at the design, the flowers are lovely because not only do you have the petals on the outside, but you've also got the different colours for the inside, and that's where you've got that attention to detail, and that's where Katie really does think about the fabrics that she brings out, because there are fabrics that Katie would use, and Katie knows the quality of fabrics that is required by you know, soft crafters. So again, fantastic designs. You've got 4 to choose from. You choose any 3. They can be the same if you want them to be, and they'll be in a continuous cut. So the first one, let's just go through that one. The first one is your navy, so you've got that deep navy background, like that one. The next one is your pink, so you've got the predominant pink colours in there. So beautiful. So, so beautiful. And then you've got your blue, which is a lovely, lovely spring colour. And then you've got your orange. So that's your choice in the first set for you. Let's move on. Let's move on. Item number for that is 581102. Now, we've still got another ditzy pattern here. When I say ditzy, I mean the smaller design.
Yeah, the little flowers.
But, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. This is more of a vintage design. In fact, it is called Vintage Floral. Really like the colours in here, Katie.
Yeah, nice muted tones, but it really pops with the pastels.
Yeah, beautiful. You've got your choice. You've got the lovely pink there, so you've got the background of pink. They're almost like little posies, aren't they?
Yeah, the little bouquets.
Do you know what this would also be nice for? Lots of crafters sort of cross over, and some soft crafters make cards and they put fabric onto cards.
Yeah, that'd be really cute.
So that'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Love that. So you've got your pinks. Then you've got your cream, very vintage and traditional. Could you, Katie, use any of these perhaps for maybe covering the backs of chairs and things like that?
Definitely, because they are quite sturdy and they're durable.
Yeah.
Upholstering chairs, little stools, anything like that. I think it'd be perfect for it.
Yeah, it would. Do you know what? I mean, this green here, as you can see here, like a nice, it's like almost like a sagey colour. Very vintage, but on a footstool.
So
that
cute.
would be amazing.
Yeah.
Or even, you know, some people have like a little protection on the side of the chairs.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, which would look really nice. And then you've got your blue, which is like a duck egg blue. Those lovely, beautiful orange flowers. Love that one. Again, £10.48. You choose any three. It's a pick and mix for your vintage. Right. Moving swiftly on. Now, in this particular set, we've got two that look similar, but they're not. So let's start with the first one. This is the red. So in this one, Katie, you've got more of the red. You've still got the pink and the grey, but the red is the predominant colour.
Yeah, very similar, but you've got that deep red in there that compared to the pink, which has more the lighter tones.
Yeah, so that's your red, if you want to go for that one. This is the pink. I think you can see the difference now we've had a look at the red. That's more your softer tones in the pink. Then you've got your black with your, I think you can see, or is it my eye? Yes, there's some lighter grey in there.
Yeah, it creates a nice little shadow effect, doesn't it? Because it's quite a light grey.
Oh, do you know what? I really like that one.
Yeah.
You could add some coloured stitching to that.
Yeah, you know, you could embroider on top of it, add a few little extra petals in different colours, or to make it pop.
We've had an email in about this one, actually.
Okay.
This one's from Trudy and Chloe the dog. Hello, Trudy. Hello, Chloe. How are you? She says, hello, Katie. Hello, Janice. And hello, did you say hello, gallery? Did say hello to the gallery team and Floor, of course. Trudy says, could you please tell Trudy... Right, OK, so Trudy's been looking at this black fabric and she's also looked at it on the website, and she says, does it have a green kind of tone to it? Well, it's actually a grey tone, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely grey. It's definitely all monochrome. Compared to green.
I can see perhaps where she's getting the green from, because on the website, for example, it's, as you can see just there, it might look green. Could be the screen of your computer, but it is grey. It is grey, but it's a beautiful fabric. Oh my days, that is lovely. Very good question. Thank you, Trudy, and thank you, Chloe the dog. Chloe the dog. Good job I didn't get those mixed up. So nearly did. And then you've got your blues. So again, you choose, you decide. At the back of Katie, actually, there is a sample of these fabrics cut in strips. There you go. Cut in strips. You can see them all together there.
Yeah, I thought I'd just do a mixture, and then it kind of breaks it up. We've got the cool tones, and then we've got the warmth of the red, and I just did a little panelling section of that. But, you know...
They look great.
Yeah.
Do you know what's nice about that? You've got your different colours in the panels, but because it's the same pattern, Doesn't it work really well?
I think it really does work.
It's almost like a continuation.
Yeah, I can even imagine that as like a curtain or something.
Yeah, that's very clever.
Yeah.
Very clever, because you look at it, you think, oh yeah, same pattern, and then you look and you go, oh, it's different colours.
It's kind of making your own fabric there, isn't it, really? Just creating your own.
That's a brilliant idea. Love that. Right, so that's your second option. Third option, sorry, 708019 is your item number. Moving on again, flowers seem to be the theme that we've got. Do you like floral designs?
Oh, can't beat a bit of floral.
Yeah, they're lovely. Now you've got your classic rose here, which I think is going to be the staple for anyone that loves anything like country, cottagey, or even vintage design, Katie.
Very cottage core, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Right, you've got your red, the red background with those beautiful pink roses. You've got your traditional pink. I love that. Isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful. Then you've got your blue, and then you've got your yellow. So again, a beautiful choice there. £10.48, 955 572 is your item number. Choose any three. You can choose the same one 3 times over. It'll be a continuous cut for you. Can you believe that price? £10.48. Now, that is the last of the pick and mix. You can also see those on the website. The next set of fabrics we have for you are sets of 3. Sets of 3. So we'll start with the first one here. This is your tropical collection. And I'll get these out so you can see them. You're getting all 3, again, for £10.48. And these are ½ metre. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to throw that on there, so you can see. In fact, let me. I don't think there's a right and wrong way to this, is there, Katie?
No, I think just because they all go in different directions, it's just choice, really.
Yeah.
Preference.
Now, this is the style of fabric that is really going to make that statement piece, or it's a great idea to cut out different elements, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great motif to have, so that you can just cut away and choose what you like.
Yeah, I think they're lovely. Cushions for your conservatory, a dress. Says our lovely Kirsty on floor. A dress would be nice. Nice little skirt, definitely. There you go. Your second option. Well, it's not an option. You're getting this included. That is gorgeous. That is your tropical yellow. Wow. I just want to go on holiday now.
I know,
Katie.
it's really summer vibes, but you can bring the summer into the winter.
Yeah,
it's never leaving.
Do you know what? Why not?
Why not?
Let's mix the seasons up. And this is a stunner as well. I wanted to open that out for you. And that's with your deep navy background, very striking, with your cornflower blue and those yellows in there. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, £10.48, 614033 is your item number. The next set is your poppy collection. Now, when I look at this, I don't know why, but I feel a 60s vibe going on, Katie.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you?
Yeah, definitely. You can imagine people in the 60s wearing that. I don't know if it's all like, it's almost a polka dot vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Now, let's show you the different fabrics for you. And then you've got your larger blue, so that's your poppy blue. Then you've got your poppies in the orange, which is lovely. And then you've got your poppies in the, well, I say traditional, poppies can be any colour, can't they? But traditionally, we see the poppies in the red. There you go. Stunning. Yeah, really like those. And I think with something like this, Katie, if you did want to cut into it as well, even if you were to have just a section of that, just a small section, it's still going to give you that impact of colour.
Yeah, exactly. If you can just imagine that on a patch pocket or a frill of a pillow, just that little pop.
Yeah. That'd be lovely. In fact, I think I've got, was I given, yeah, I have got a sample here. I don't know where it's gone. My mind's... It's under the counter towards... What?
You've got your hand on it there.
Is this here? Ah, this is
there we
it.
go.
Sorry. It was so small and within the other fabric. I do beg your pardon. Never promised you a rose garden, but I am promising you poppies. Oh, this is lovely. So, if you've got any paintbrushes, oh dear, any paintbrushes or anything like that, or knitting needles or something for your crochet, wouldn't that Make an absolutely fantastic little gift for somebody. Love that. Very, very pretty, using all those colours. Right, let me roll those up. Again, details on your screen, 636897. Those are half meters. The next set we've got for you are meters of fabric. These are beautiful. Let's start off with your gladioli. Oh, love these caters. Gladiola, gladioli, but it's not a gladiator. There you go. Wow, these are stunning, aren't they, Katie? Love these. Again, because you've got that strength in the cotton poplin, I think to do any kind of upholstery work with these, whether you're making a footstool or maybe the top of an ottoman box or something like that, sensational. But could we also use this if we wanted to make dresses and clothes?
Yeah, that's what I do as well. Dresses, trousers, tops, anything I'm fancying. I just make myself out of these because fun fabrics, great to wear. I like to be bold. So, yeah, why not? You can do anything you want, really.
These are absolutely stunning. Look at this one. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. And if you wanted to make some curtains or blinds or something like that, I think these fabrics would be phenomenal because you've got the colour in there and lots of detail. Let me unfurl the last one for you. The cotton poplins was nice and soft to work with. Got the strength, but nice and soft. Isn't that absolutely fabulous? Love that. How about for quilting?
Yeah, perfect. All of these fabrics are 100% cotton poplins. Perfect for crafting, perfect for sewing. They're durable, they're creaseless, and they're just really soft, so perfect for that.
Yeah, and you can tell with the creasing as well, because it's got a really nice drape to it as well. So, you know, if you did want to make curtains or something like that, or maybe a dress, you've got that really nice drape to it as well. And, you know, absolutely fantastic. Right, that's details on your screen there. 320855 is your item number for your gladiolus. And then we've got your final fabric, which is the Margaret collection. And your Margaret collection is rather marvellous. Now, having a look at this, Katie, I would, you know, it wouldn't look out of place in a very expensive designer shop.
Yeah, really.
It is. It's fabulous. Let's take you through the patterns. Look at this. Isn't that absolutely phenomenal? How beautiful is that? £20.97 for 3 metres in total. So that is your first colourway. We'll bring this one in as well. Now that's stunning, isn't it? Wow, I don't know which one's my favourite in this one. I think it might be the final one that I'm going to show you. Ta-da! It's like a cape. It's like a super person's cape. Look at that. That's luxury, isn't it? Absolutely. Really, really is. You can see close up the weave that you've got in there. £20.97, 221 247 is your item number. Absolutely stunning fabrics available for you at absolutely incredible prices. Here's the website. This is where you can go to see all of the options available for you, so you can fill your basket. And if your basket comes to £60 or more, if you're really helping yourself, and my goodness, you get a lot of fabric if you are at £60, then we'll divide the cost into 2 payments, interest-free. And it's easy to set up. You just tick a box on the website, or you can just let us know on the phone. Now, if you are doing a pick and mix, this is how you do it. So we'll choose the black, we'll choose the pink, and we'll go for, the blue. Yeah, if you did want 2 of the same one, you can do. You can change your mind at any time. Just click minus, and then you can go back to the ones you want. Add to your basket, and that's it. It's really, really easy to do. Very, very simple to check on out as well. Right, so let's go over to Katie. If you do have any questions, or if you just want to send any emails welcoming Katie to the craft store, then it's studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, Katie, what are we going to have a look at first?
Well, I've done a few examples that I'll show you. Similar to the one that you showed in the poppies, I've made some little bags. So shot there, yeah. that you can just put anything in. I've put pens in this one.
Oh, I
you
like
can
that.
Put crochet hooks, makeup bag, brushes.
You could do a little bag for your pegs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally anything. You just alter the size of your little pocket and you can do what you want. So this one here, I put on long straps. So alternatively, you could tie this around your waist and it could double up as a little apron or carry your equipment. So that's that one. I've done that out of classic roses. So I've got the pink on the front and then the yellow on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
And then you can just roll it up if you want to do that and tie your things and you're good to go.
Love that. Could be like a little picnic accessory as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just anything you fancy put in there. I've got another one here, a bit smaller, out of the Gladiolis. And then, as you can see, you can do any fabric you want. On the one previous, I mixed it. On this one, I've done the same, so it blends in.
Oh, I like that.
You've just got your little pockets there, and then you can roll it up like that. And you can tie your straps or your ribbon. And look at that, so easy to take about.
Very pretty, isn't it?
On the move. If you've got your makeup brushes and you're travelling, perfect.
Great idea. Have you got some padding, wadding in there then?
Yes, so you could do it without, like the one that you showed in Poppy's, but I feel just that added layer of wadding just creates a nice soft effect, and it'll have more protection than whatever you're carrying in it.
Okay.
And you can have. You can do it however you want. You can mix sizes. You see I've got a range of sizes. I'm going to do one, for example, now that's kind of a medium size. And yeah, I'll show you how to do that.
Okay, all right, let's have a look then.
Shall I
Yeah, let's
crack
do
on?
it.
Yeah. So for this one, I've chosen to use Pixie Florals. I'm going to go with a bit of a clash of the blue and the orange, and I think the orange one's my favourite, so I had to include that one. So you need to just cut 3 of the same size pieces. I've got roughly about 30 centimetres by 20 centimetres, but obviously it's up to you. You can do whatever size you wanted to do. This is the one that I've chosen today.
Okay.
So you need to cut your 3 bits of fabric and your wadding all the same size. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the piece that I want for my pocket in the front, which will be this little bit at the bottom.
Okay.
And the first thing I'll do is I'll fold it in half, so the outside of the print is on the inside.
Okay.
And all I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a stitch down there to secure it in place. Obviously you can do this with pins, whatever. I like to freehand it most of the time, which is probably not the neatest way, but it's the way I do it.
That's all right. Everyone's got their own choice when it comes to sewing. Some people like to hand make smaller items, don't they?
Yeah. People use clips, they use pegs, anything you want. So I'm just using a straight stitch on my machine, remembering to back stitch at each end. Just
now,
like
because we're putting, you'll probably explain this, Katie, but because we're putting paintbrushes in, do we not need more fabric because the fabric is domed to keep the pencils in?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do something that's a bit thicker, big paintbrushes, you can just make this bit, that'll be the pocket bit, a tiny bit longer.
Okay.
And when you attach it on, if it's longer, it'll just attach the edges and then you'll sew your lines.
Yeah, you can have larger pockets.
But it is surprising how much actually fits in it. Like, I've got quite a big brush here, and that's got plenty of room in there still. You just do stitches further apart from each other. I've got a few little ones here, and I've got little ones for the crochet hooks, and then I've done a bigger one because I know I wanted my big brush in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, once I've got my line, I just press this seam out.
And this is where you use that fancy iron we've got for you.
Yeah. See, people would just like to do it by hand, but I've got this fancy iron, so I'm going to use it.
I don't know whether we've got any of those irons available on our website. It is rather a special iron. We did have them. I don't know whether we've got them now, but our guests love using them.
So there, I've done it. I've just pressed the seam like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to flip it inside out. Because you want the print, the outside of the print on the outside. Quick and easy to do when it's quite a wide bit of fabric like this. And there you go. And if you want, you could just do a little press. And I tend to press it with the seam in the middle. And I'll tell you why once I've done that.
Okay. Now, washing your cotton poplin, is it the same as just washing regular cotton?
Yeah, I just tend to put it on a 30-degree wash. I put it in with similar colours, and it keeps its texture, it keeps the softness.
Yeah.
I would recommend not washing it loads if it's going to fray the edges.
Yes.
If you use it and you've made something and then you wash it, perfect, no problems at all. So then what I've got, it's got this is a little pocket now. So with the seam on the back, that'll be placed there so you won't see it.
Now, can I just mention, we're very busy for the hyacinth fabric. It's been the busiest fabric so far. So just to give you another little look, the blue, lots of people are going for that blue, which is nice. Now, because it's a pick and mix, if you just want the blue, you can do. You can go for the blue, but just click it 3 times, and that means you get 1.5 meters of the blues. You can see there. Your other options, I love the black. I really do, with the grey in the background. I love that, because then you can add colour to that if you want to. Or it could be a striking just pop to your outfit or to your bag, for example, because you've got that black and the light grey. Then you've got your pink, so your predominant colour there is your pink. You've still got some reds and some greys in the background. And then your final option, you can see there, the predominant colour being the red. Busy for your hyacinth. For £10.48, you choose any 3. It equates to 1.5 meters of fabric. But pre-warned is pre-armed. The blue, very, very busy. 708 019. Sorry about that, Katie. Just had to give people a reminder.
It's all right. We like to be updated.
Yeah.
So the next thing you're going to do is we can remove the back 2 pieces. We're going to have the piece that's going to be your front piece, and then you've got the other. I've got the blue here. That's my little pocket. So you can see how it's going to start to come together now. The next thing we need to do is we're going to put the lines in, the stitches that are going to create our little pockets. So this is where you can take control. You can do different sizes depending on what you want to do. I'm just going to pin it in place just on the edge, just so it keeps it in place like nice. And I'm going to do a range of sizes just to show a bit of variation. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do vertical stitch lines from the top of the blue down to the bottom with a straight stitch, remembering to back stitch on each stitch.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do that now.
Are you just going to randomly guess the sizes?
Yeah, well, you can do what you want. I've got tailor's chalk. If you wanted certain size pieces and you wanted very uniform, you could just mark them out and that'll guide you, or you could just wing it and see. It's preference. It's whatever you're going to be using it for. If you've got crochet hooks, you want to do smaller ones. If you've got your brushes, you want to do larger ones. Or you could either do one that's like just a square and you can put your little bits in, like I could put my safety pins in it. I could put bits of pins in. Just as a little pocket, really.
That's a good idea. And then if you wanted to make something like this and put it on the front of an apron, for example, maybe you need your brushes with you or your tools. I wouldn't necessarily put your pins in there if you're using it as an apron, but you could make something like Katie's doing at the moment, and then you could attach it to the front of your apron.
It's just perfect to carry it around, like instead of carrying everything around individually and thinking, where's that gone, I've lost this. It just keeps it all in place. I can put my scissors in it, my little snips, just so I have everything on me and I know what I'm doing. So I'm just doing a few lines here. And I'll just show you what I've done so far. There we go. You can see I've just done a few vertical lines here. Different sizes for different widths. I'll just do an example. And there you go, you're starting to form your pockets there.
Lovely.
So I'll just carry on doing a few of them all across the blue fabric.
So it is a very quick and a very easy project to start with.
Yeah.
If this may be your first time venturing into fabric crafting, one, we've got some fabulous prices, we really have. Two, we've got the quality of the fabric, all 100% cotton. It's cotton poplin, which is great to work with because it's a very strong weave in your fabrics, but also great to work with because it doesn't crease as easily. Lots of people favouring cotton poplin for that. So plenty of floral designs for you, great prices. And I think, you know, I know we're heading into winter, but isn't it nice to work with some floral designs? Isn't it nice to work with some lovely colours as well, to think about the spring and to think about the summer that's coming? So you choose, you decide. We've got some pick and mixes for you. We've got your pixie flowers, which are available in 4 different colourways, and when these have gone, they have gone. We can't get any more. The busiest one is the pink, which is this one just here. So that's the busiest. Lots of people going for that. Twice in their basket, 3 times in their basket, because it is a pick and mix. But if you wanted to go for one of those, one of those, and one of those, you'll get ½ metre of each. But if you wanted to go for 3 of these and get that 1½ metre in the pink, I'd be pretty quick because that is very, very busy. We've also got this beautiful vintage style. Love this. We'll change the details on the screen. Isn't this lovely? Now, there's nothing stopping you from mixing and matching any of these fabrics. At £10.48, a fabulous price to get 1.5 metres of this fabric. Whether you're going for the same colour or whether you're going to mix it up. You've got your pink, you've got your white, you've got that lovely green, it's like a sage green, and then you've got that lovely, gorgeous blue. The busiest one here for you is the cream. So the busiest one, I don't know why, but that reminds me of ice cream or like a tea on a Sunday afternoon.
Afternoon tea out, isn't it?
Yeah, afternoon tea, lovely. So you've got your choices there. Those are just 2 for you. We've got more available to you. We'll go through them later, but head to the website to get back to Katie. Right,
yeah.
Katie?
So I've just finished sewing all my little pockets on. I've done a range of sizes, as you can see, but obviously preference is up to you. You can do however many you want, however few, whatever size. There you go. But this is what I've done. Just use a white stitch because it blends in really nicely and forms perfectly my pockets. You can see my little snips can go in there. Perfect. And that's the top bit done.
Okay. So
then the next bit we want to do is we can put that aside and we can move over to the bottom. This is where we get involved with the wadding.
Okay.
So you have a preference here as well. I'll show you my 2 other samples. On the back of this one, you can see I've just left it plain, whereas the other one, roll it up. I've done a bit of a pattern.
Yeah.
So if you're into your quilting or you just want more of an intricate pattern, this is where you can go a bit wild with it, really. I've done a bit of a crisscross pattern. You could do lines, or if you have a free motion footer for your machine, you could do whatever you want. You could do swirls, you could do someone's name, because really this would be a perfect gift just in time for Christmas, really.
Putting someone's name on it would be great.
That would be so
Yeah.
cool. Like, you could just customise it to whoever, and it's such a personal little gift, or for yourself, because why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so that's where you can get to the choice of what you want to do. So I'm just going to do another crisscross design. So if you flip it over, I'll move my ribbon. And I'm just going to put a few pins in just to secure them together while I do this.
Any particular wadding, Katie, or is it personal preference?
It's personal preference because you can get different weights. So I've gone for a medium weight one, which I think works best for this, because if I had a too thick one, you wouldn't get as a tighter roll on your thing. But if you're doing upholstery using this fabric, you might want to go for a thicker one. Or if you're just wanting something thin, it's preference.
Yeah.
Literally anything you want. So I've gone for a bit of a medium weight one. Here you can see it's just a centimetre thick.
Excellent.
But that's perfect for this. So this is where I can go crazy and do whatever I want. If you're a bit of a perfectionist or you like to plan, this is where you could get your tailor's chalk out and you can draw your lines, or you can draw your pattern. Otherwise, you could just use your markings on the bottom of your sewing machine, which is what I do, to kind of just guide my way around it. So if I put in, and I put the corner, I'll just show you, the corner of the fabric, I like to put on the point where it says 40 on my machine, so that's 4 centimetres away from the needle.
So you don't need to put any backing fabric on that, we're going straight through the top to the wadding. I've never seen that.
Yeah, because after we've done this, that will then be attached to the top piece.
Right.
And that's when they get joined together. If you didn't want to do your pattern, this is the stage where we would attach them straight together.
Yeah.
Like the one I've done with the gladiolus one. But I'll just show a bit of a demonstration of what you can do in the back.
Yes.
So, yeah, you do that separately here. So I'll just start to do that. Remember to always do your back stitch. And then you can just guide it through. Make sure you move all your pins. There you can see I've done a stitch there. And then that secures it as well. So the fabric will hold better onto the wadding and will be more secure.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just keep going and do a few lines just to get an idea.
So even if you don't have a specialist foot or anything like that, you can do what Katie's doing now and do some zigzags, crisscrosses, for example, or put someone's name on the back of it, which I think is a great idea, especially for a personalised present at Christmas. Someone will know that you've made it for them. You've not just gone out and bought it from a shop. You're a crafts person, that's what you do. So it's a lovely way to create something and then put someone's name on the back. Now, I'd like to give you a quick reminder as Katie is doing the quilting. The Hyacinth, very busy. Now, it's been the most popular, actually, and I'm going to get a couple of these out to show you. I'm going to get the black out, first of all, because it's black and grey. So you've got your darker tones of black in here, and you've also got your grey on that white background. But sometimes it's nice to see it as a larger piece, isn't it? So you can really appreciate the pattern that you've got on here. That is lovely, isn't it? So that is the black. The most popular option in the Hyacinth has been the blue. So let's take a look at that. And again, just getting out that whole piece for you. There you go. There is your blue. So you can see the difference. You're loving the blue, actually. It is nice, isn't it? And it feels so lovely. Now, the second busiest is the red. The red and pink are similar. But when I show you them both open, you'll see the difference that we have. So here is your red. Here you go. So super soft. It really, really is. Wow. You'll know when you get this home, you get it out. You'll go, yeah, I see what you mean now. Definitely. And you can hear that strength on there. Love that. Right, and then the final option for you is the pink. Remember, you can have 3 of the same, 2 of one of the other, or 1 of each, as long as it's in 3s, because it's pick and mix on any 3. And that is your pink. I like the pink as well, actually. I'd probably go for the pink, and then I'd probably go for the black. I'd go for those 2 colours, because I think they'd work really well together. £10.48, 708019. The roses, the classic rose, I'm going to get these out to show you, just as Katie's finishing off the quilting, because it's nice to see it as a larger piece, because you get a good idea of what you're going to use it for. So again, how beautiful is that? Lovely for some little summer dresses. Maybe you've got a little baby coming along in the spring, summer months, for example. Maybe there's no baby coming, but you're hoping for a baby to come, so it could be a way of making something. There you go, you've got that lovely, beautiful tradition. Look at that. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. Some little dresses, pencil cases. It'd be lovely to make some cushions out of these as well, or maybe just use part of it. Patchworking for quilts as well, absolutely beautiful. There's your blue, stunning that is, absolutely stunning. And then very vintage is your yellow or your lemon colour with your pink. Look at that, absolutely marvellous. Can you believe £10.48? What a price for 1.5 metres of fabric. It could be the same colour or it could be a pick and mix. The busiest colour in this particular section is also the blue. There you go, 955572 is your item number. Oh, I can't wait for you guys to get this home, because it is so soft, isn't it, Katie?
Yeah, it really is. It's just so soft to touch. So it means if you're doing cushions, it'll be comfy to sit against, your chairs, just anything you want to do. It's so soft and super affordable.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is super duper affordable. That looks brilliant, doesn't it?
I've just done a bit of a pattern here. So I've done some diagonal lines, and I actually quite like it like this, so I'm going to leave it like this. But as you can see, it kind of makes a new texture, and it's a pattern within a pattern. So I've got the flowers, but then I've also got my new lines. So this is a point where you can just make anything different. You could patchwork them together. That's always a good idea. You can do a little pocket on the back if you wanted to, literally anything. But I've done some lines 4 centimetres apart just to create this little effect here, and that's the back done.
Brilliant.
So then we'll move on to constructing it all together.
Yeah, let's do it.
And we can start to like visualise what it's going to look like. So we've got the top piece. What we're going to do is we're going to flip it over so both of the outside pieces are facing each other, if you can see.
Okay.
Like that. And this is a point where you'll be attaching them together and you'll be sewing around the outside. But the first thing I want to do is decide on how I'm fastening it. I've chosen to use a ribbon, but I've done, on the other example, I've done fabric straps. You can do whatever you want, some cord, but I've chosen this by far. It's very dainty and cute, and it kind of fits in with the colour scheme. And a good tip for if you're using ribbon, if you just put a lighter near the edge of the ribbon, and it kind of secures the end in there, so it'll stop fraying, which is a really useful tip, I think.
Yeah, brilliant.
So I want the ribbon on the outside. You need to remember it needs to be sandwiched in the middle of the two fabrics, going inwards, because as you can see, when you flip them round and they're attached together, your ribbon will be on your outside. So that's where we want it to be.
Okay.
So then I'm just going to pin them together. You can do it loosely, you can put pins all the way around the edge, whatever your preference. I'm just going to pin where the ribbon is. I want it in the centre, so I'll just make it secured there. And when I'm going to sew around all that edge, you want to leave a little gap, because this is where you're going to turn it round the right way. So I'll probably do it at the bottom, and I'll probably leave a few centimetres, maybe like 8 centimetres. You can do whatever size. The bigger the gap, obviously, the easier it is to turn out. So yeah, you can do that, and I'll get on with doing that now.
Okay. Now, what's nice about the fabrics we've got available, because you've got such a great price, if you wanted to go for some of the smaller pattern designs, some of the larger pattern designs, you can afford to do that. If you wanted to make clothes out of the different fabrics that we've got, that's also accessible to you because you've got the fabrics at such a fabulous price. And the design of these patterns, just simply beautiful. Whether you're going for the ditzy patterns, whether you're going for the more vintage style, the hyacinths are proving to be very popular, and some of the larger patterns as well are absolutely sumptuous and beautiful in their colours as well. I don't know what my favourite is. I'm just looking at all of them and I'm thinking, well, I guess it depends what kind of project I would be working on. I love the hyacinths. I think mixing those with some different fabrics or different colours, you can make some beautiful cushions. I think they'd be absolutely lovely. And then you could see other patterns that would look lovely for things for your table, for example. It could be tablecloths, it could be napkins, for example. And you've got these beautiful designs that's going to really, really match what you're making and you're creating. Great prices across the board. When you pick a mix, you can choose the same one 3 times. It'll be a continuous cut for you. So that's going to help you. Now, we don't just have pick and mixes on the show. We do have a selection of fabrics. This one, the Tropical collection. Oh, it's absolutely stunning. It is. Can I get one of these out, actually? In fact, if I'm very clever, let's pop them out like that, and then I can peel them away for you. So you've got that lovely dark navy, the green, and those beautiful, gorgeous lemon orange colours. Isn't that stunning? Just cutting that out, just using that part of it on a design would look absolutely amazing. Then we've got, this is also another stunner. You've got your yellow, the yellow in the background. Nice warm yellow, but again with those beautiful, very, very colourful poses. And then the final one, you've got the red. Really like that. That is very tropical. But you know what? It's tropical, but almost Japanese style as well. I don't know whether it's the red in the background and the colours that are using in there. Could be. could be. So that's all three for you for £10.48. Isn't that amazing? Again, if you are ordering 2, maybe you want twice the amount of fabric, it'll be a continuous cut for you. Right, your next option that we've got here are your poppies. Love these. Now in France, they use the cornflower as a remembrance flower in November time of year, and it's almost like cornflowers, aren't they? They are poppies. See the little love hearts in there as well. So the more you look, the more you see in these designs, which again is absolutely gorgeous. Your next option in here, you've got the lovely orange. Again, you've got those love hearts in there. This time the love hearts are in yellow, nice lemon colour, and then you've got your red, and the love hearts in here are those beautiful pinks. Don't they work well? Aren't they absolutely fantastic? £10.48, 3 half metres. And again, you get the full set. If you want to go for this twice or thrice, I don't know what 4 is, 4 times, 4 thumbs, I don't know. It'll be a continuous cut for you. So that's the next option. 636897 is your item number, £10.48. And then, oh my, these are just beautiful. Your gladioli, just stunning, absolutely stunning. Almost designer-esque quality, aren't they? £20.97 gets you 3 metres, so a metre of each of the different colourways. Absolutely gorgeous. 320855 is your item number. And then the final one before we head back to Katie is your Margaret. My days. Stunning. Love that. Absolutely beautiful. That possibly my favourite. Absolutely stunning. Again, think about cutting into the fabric. Think about using your mix of fabrics with this to highlight certain colours. £20.97, you get 3 metres. A metre of each colour. And again, if you want to go for that twice or thrice or 4 times, it'll be a continuous cut for you. I think that would make a gorgeous dress, I really do. 221247, let's head back to Katie. How are you doing, Katie?
Yeah, I'm good. I've attached them all together now. As you can see, I've done a stitch all the way around the edge, leaving a tiny gap at the bottom. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm just going to grab my scissors and I'm going to cut each corner. This just means that when you're poking the corners through, when you turn it the right way, they'll be less bulky, so you'll be able to get more of a point. Just so it's a bit more neat. And then this is the fiddly point that we get to now, where we use this little gap that we've left and we turn it all the way inside out.
Okay.
Bit fiddly, I find it quite fun, and you just shove it all back the right way around. As you can see there, starting to get the outside colours come through.
Okay. Any hints or tips on the best way to do it, or just try your hardest and get it through?
I tend to just use my fingers and shove it through. But once you get to fiddly points, pencils, needle sticks, crochet hooks, just to help you poke them through and get them corners really crisp and neat. But when it's something like this, I just do it by hand. When I turn little bits of fabric around, if I'm making the straps, for example, I will use a safety pin and hook it on the end, and that is just such an easier thing to grab onto to be able to pull it through.
Good idea. Good idea. Now, anyone buying today, when you get your fabrics home, we'd love to see what you make and create. So always post a picture on our Facebooks. It's always nice to see. Always nice for Katie to see as well. And please do leave your reviews on the website as well. I know that when you get the fabrics home and you start to unpack them for the first time and you feel them. Unfortunately, this isn't feely telly. So you have to take my word for it. And they do, honestly, they feel absolutely gorgeous. Remember, with your cotton poplins as well, it's top quality. That's what Katie wants for you. It's what Katie wants for herself, making and creating. So why have all the nice fabric just for Katie and not have the nice fabric for you? It doesn't work like that. Katie has a really, really good understanding of what you guys need and what you want. So that's why you've got top quality. So please do leave your reviews on thecraftstore.com. It's always good to hear from you. It's always nice to see what people make from your fabric.
Yeah, I really want to see what people are doing, because everybody has such different ideas. Being in a creative background, I went to university to study fashion, and all the different ideas you get when so many creative minds are in the room is just amazing. So yeah, go on my website, post them on the Craft Store website, just show me. I would really like to see what you end up making with
And how
them.
do we find your website? What's the address?
It's jakesfabrics.com. That's a straight link to my website. I've got a forum on there. You can post your pictures. Just show me, I'd like to see. And then you can find all my fabric listings on there as well as a bit about me and how I started and how I came to be. But I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well. So
Fabulous. And the pictures are very bright, they're very colourful, very funky as well, the way that the different garments and different projects are shown. So do go and check that out. Right,
yeah.
Katie?
As you can see, I've turned it around now. So it's starting to come together. You can see I've got the ribbon on the side. All I'm going to do now is just give it a little press, just so it flattens it out, and then you can secure your hole up. So I'm just going to press it now, just to give it a little one.
But you know what, isn't it a great little project to put together? You know, whether you've been sewing for a long, long time or whether this is your first project, you've got top quality fabrics to work with. You know that it hasn't cost you a lot of money. So when we're budgeting, for example, for Christmas presents, whatever it is you're making, let me just bend down a moment, you might want to make a lovely cushion like this. I mean, how gorgeous is that? Absolutely beautiful. This is using the Margaret fabric. So making something like this for somebody is a special gift. I mean, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It really is. Love the frills around the edge of this.
Well, I got into that more because in lockdown I feel like people weren't spending money on holiday, they were spending a lot of time in the house. So people were spending and looking more at homeware and furnishings. So I thought, what a great little thing to do to just jazz up your living room or on a little throw cushion on your bed.
Yeah.
So why not?
It's lovely.
Yeah.
I love that. So yeah, whatever it is you want to make, the cotton poplin is going to be absolutely perfect for you.
Yeah, definitely. So as you can see, I've done it a little press here. All that's left to do is sew up this little gap here. So it depends what you would like to do. If you like to hand sew, great, you can just do a little slip stitch. I tend to just like to go over it with a sewing machine. And this is kind of a decorative finish as well if you want. So while you're doing that, you could go all the way around the edge and do like a top stitch. Will keep it really crisp at the edges, and it's just another feature that'll look nice. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go around the edge, and the best thing to do is you grab the piece's finger and you just roll it like that between your fingers, and then you've got the very neat edge there of the two fabrics like pushed together.
Yeah.
And you can just do that as you're going around on your sewing machine, and that's a perfect way to get a neat finish. So I'm going to do that now, and while I'm doing that, that will close up the gap.
Excellent.
So your wadding's all nicely secure inside them.
Yeah, it's always important to do that, but it's an absolutely delightful little design. I've got a bag out. Let me go and can I grab this bag, because this looks lovely. You know, it's always handy to have a bag. We don't want plastic, so to have a little shopping bag with us, or a bag for, I don't know, it could be your food that you're taking to work, for example. You could have a little wadding in there to keep it warm, which is lovely. There's a big sandwich in here, though, isn't there? But it's lovely. You can see here, with your different coloured fabrics that you've got, how well these two work together. This is part of your vintage rose. So if you do like the actual combination of these fabrics, this is the ones, it's your vintage floral, sorry. And in this particular project, the pink has been used just there, and also the green. So the pink has been used on the inside, as you can see there, and the sagey green on the outside. So yes, they are the same pattern, but because they're different colours, they work so well together, don't they? I mean, you could quilt something like this up as well. It could be like a nice little quilted bag if you wanted it to be so, which is lovely, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous, and it feels great. It's got a nice cool feel to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's very breathable.
Yes.
So if you're wearing it or if you're taking your shopping out, it's so breathable and it won't get all stuffy in there. It's just perfect for it.
Yeah, lovely. So again, you know, great quality fabric, a great weave, a great strength to it as well. These are fantastic prices. Take advantage of the prices whilst we've got Katie here. This is the only show today with Katie, so please do take advantage. Now, let's just go through the hyacinth for you just before we head back to Katie, because we've been so busy. We really have. I'm going to show you. I can see if I can do it in the same way. Can I? Yes, I'm going to pop them here, just so you can see the whole of the pattern. So this is your pink. Now this is interesting because you've got your pink, you've got your red, and you've got your grey in there, which is a lovely particular pattern with the white in the background. Then you've got the same pattern, but you've got red. So red is your predominant colour there. Again, you've still got the pink and the grey in the background, but the red really sings out to you. The most popular colour has been the blue, so you've got your 2 tones of blue in there, but you've also got grey just in the background. So yes, it does build up that lovely shadow effect. And then my favourite, I love this, really, really do. You've got your black in there, and then you've got your lighter grey and your mid-grey. So your black, mid-grey and your lighter grey in there on that white background. Has proven to be the most popular of our fabrics. It's a pick and mix for your hyacinths, so if you wanted 3 of the same colour, you're more than welcome to do so. It will be a continuous cut. Let's head back to Katie. We've got a minute and a half, Katie.
Okay, that's good. I'm just finishing up here. So as you can see, I've stitched all the way around the edge, and that's just made it really nice and neat and crisp up the edges. You can trim all your edges and all your snip all your edges off and make it really neat, but I'll just show you, since we're running out of time, how you can roll it up like this. And then you've got your ribbons in the end, and you can just tie them around, and you can do a little bow, or you can do a tie, whatever you fancy. And oh, it came undone, but yeah, there you go.
That's
all
lovely.
done.
Love that. Could be makeup brushes, could be pens, it could be brushes, it could be little crochet hooks for you, your tools. Maybe you're working with clay, for example. These could be your tools. Maybe you love making flowers, you know, using your balling tools, for example, or your different tools for your groovy, for example. It's just a nice way to have them all together. Head to the website, make your choice if you haven't done so already. Everything's available for you on the website. All of the pick and mixes and all of the collections as well, all at superb prices. Katie.
Yes.
Wow, hasn't time flown?
Oh, it's flown by so much, but I've really enjoyed myself.
Have you?
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and a joy. First time on television, everyone. First time on TV.
First appearance.
Yes, there's the applause.
Thank you.
There's our lovely Derek. So thank you, Katie. It's been an absolute pleasure and a lovely... It's always nice to see our guests, you know, have a look on your website and then meet you for real. So we're always a little bit starstruck. So thank you very much, Katie.
Thank you so much.
And hopefully see you very soon.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back.
Oh, thank you, Katie. And thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll see you guys after the break. Right, coming up next, yes, she's coming out of a box. Here she is. We're letting Leonie loose. Then we've got rag rugging and ragged life. Sounds a little bit like me, actually.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
All is well in the world. Let the Only Loose is here. That means I do know which day of the week it is.
Hooray!
Do you know what? It feels like only 10 seconds, though. I said that a week ago.
I know, right?
That's so bizarre, isn't it? Like
What
the blink of an
happened?
eye, and
What happened?
it's Wednesday again.
I know. Oh,
I know.
doesn't it? It's our age, isn't it, love?
Do you think that's what it is?
Time just goes.
Well, genuinely, people do say, don't they? Well, you know, you wait till you get a certain age, time just flies,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
actually true.
It's true.
Can't
well,
believe.
when you're a kid, you don't have deadlines, do you? Everything's just marvellous. But
Yeah.
then when you get deadlines and you're, oh...
I know, and now we haven't got time for anything.
Absolutely.
What's happened?
What happened?
Honestly.
Anyway.
We've seen a lot of each other in the last
We
week,
have,
haven't we?
haven't we? We've
It's been
done a
great.
lot
I've
of shows. It's
absolutely
been
loved
fabulous.
it. It's been brilliant. Right, we are back with Pink Ink. Never mind us catching up. We get plenty of time to do that when we're not on the telly. We're here with Pink Ink, of course, which is wonderful Kathy and Mel, of course, who are just creative genius. I'm going to start with a... Oh, I'm not going to start. Yes, I am going to start. No? OK. Right, back in stock. Right, forget everything that just happened in the last 30 seconds. Let's talk to you about what's back in stock first, which is the fungi stamp, which sold out this morning, and it is now back. It's back, and it's going out for you on the 29th of November. I tell you what an impressive stamp set that is. And let me turn that into some beautiful reality for you as well with these fabulous samples. Look at that. That is pretty incredible, isn't it? I love the scale of this as well. There's nothing small and insignificant about these fungi, let me tell you. So you've got your main feature stamp, plus there are 10 others. And look at the crazy world that you can go into there. Fantasyland, a little bit of an escape for you. If you feel a little bit recently overwhelmed by Christmas preparation, then this is going to take you off in a completely different direction. Look at everything there that you have to go at. I love the frog with the sticky pads. Is that right? Just kind of description? It's like one of those rubber frogs you buy and it crawls down the window on its own. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's lovely. So cute. So if you'd like that, back in stock now, goes out for you on the 29th of November. 249615 is your item number. So I just wanted to let you know about that because that sold out in the 11 o'clock show this morning. These, honestly, and I have to tell you, I am here today on not much sleep, and this makes me smile massively. I may get hysterical in this hour, which is a good job. I'm only here for a little bit, and you get a lot of Leonie, because I could be quite hysterical today. These stamps are absolutely genius. They are such fun. I feel like it could be any one of these three right now, to be honest with you. Particularly number 3, I have to say. Not for what Holy Moly has in his hands or anything like that. I don't want anyone to misunderstand that at this hour of the day, and always it would be responsibly one at a time anyway. But I just think his whole general demeanour, I think I'm going his way, to be honest with you. You know, when I eventually give in to the fact that the greys have taken over and there's less of it, I think I want to look very distinguished like that. What they say, isn't it, is if you've got it, flaunt it, and if you haven't, decorate it. And I think a pair of those glasses, for me, this time next year, that's the look I'm going for. OK, maybe not the bottle in one hand and the glass in the other while I'm on the telly. I might swerve that bit of it. Yeah, maybe in the privacy of my own home, who knows? But not here, maybe. But I love Holy Moly. I just think he's absolutely brilliant. Right, should we have a look at all of them? We've got, let's start with Groundhog Day then. And this is a huge set of stamps, by the way. So, of course, you've got your main feature image, which is your hedgehog. And actually, I love the pose this hedgehog. Actually, we call them hogs, don't we? People have hogs as pets as well, don't they? People have the little pink ones and the white ones.
My dad had one, apparently.
They're so cute.
I don't think I ever met it, but
I think they've got quite big personalities as well, haven't they?
Yeah, he said it was beautiful.
Yeah, like some of them can be dead friendly and some of them can be dead stubborn, just like a cat or a dog.
Yeah, or a human.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
and
make
of
better
course,
pets than humans.
Well, I don't suppose you can cuddle a hog in the same way, can you, really?
Well,
if it's
I'm not
spiky
sure.
one.
I think the one he had, I'm sure it was soft prickles.
Yeah, some of them are smooth as well. They don't have prickles at all, I don't think. Maybe, I hope I'm thinking of a hog. But as I say, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying today. I could be talking about anything. I love the fact that there's a pair of flip-flops in this as well.
Life is better in flip-flops.
Of course it is.
Absolutely.
Why not? I mean, that's a perfect sentiment to go with a hedgehog, isn't it? You've got other small ones. Oh, look. Look. That is so cool. If you know someone that runs around in flip-flops the whole time, then you can absolutely tailor this to them, can't you? I think it's absolutely brilliant. I love that. So that's Groundhog Day. And then we've got... I have to be careful. I'm just really going to take a slow run up to this one. This is called Froggy Paddle. Right, good. That's it. Do I not have to say it again now, please? Again, it's a look. It's a look, isn't it? Just sat there in the bath. He's looking... I have to say, he's looking a little bit kind of... I don't know if he's looking at it. I don't know if there's something in the bubbles.
Yeah, doesn't he look confused?
He looks... Oh, sorry, I nearly kicked the bucket then. He looks suitably... Mind you, there is a bottle in the bath there as well. And I'm not sure if that's bubble bath or that's just an empty, floating...
Yeah, we're not sure if he's kind of going, I have no idea how I ended up in the bath.
Yes, how am I in the bath?
Yeah, but it was funny, actually, because Megan last hour, because I'd done him in the bath, but then I'd done the mole, I think, hadn't I? And it looked like, because this was my other one, and I haven't coloured him in yet.
Let me show you, because, look, Leonie's finished.
Well, no, there was this one.
Oh, right, yeah,
so it was this one who looks like he's lost, but what we decided, if that were a book, on one page you'd have this one, the lost mole, and on the other side you'd have the frog in the bath, and he'd be like, oh my good grief. Do you know what I mean? It'd be like, whoa, soz, mate. Soz.
What have I walked into?
You should,
maybe,
you should have had a blind up. What are you doing?
Yes, maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why
do you want?
The frog is looking suitably. So, Holy Moly has just wandered in and gone, what's going on here? I can't quite focus with all this steam. And Froggy's going, what the bee? Yeah, what is going on here? Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. I love all of these characters. I just think they're great fun. Listen, sorry, I could stay here for the whole hour talking about these because they are just brilliant, aren't they? And I think, you know, like I can liken myself to all three of those characters. So there'll be somebody in your life that you think, that's them. That's so them. Actually, as well, masculine cards as well. I think these would be absolutely brilliant for them. We've all got, you know, Uncle so-and-so, other half, clumsy uncle, or whatever it might be, that these apply to just perfectly. I would be more than delighted to, if I had a card with any of these on, I'd be more than delighted to keep that card up all year round. Just to look at every single day and just go, yeah, that's me. That's so me. 40% of this stock has gone. I haven't even talked to you about the price. You know what? I almost don't mind what the price is, to be honest with you. It's that good. It's so much fun, this. And because there are so many stamps to go at, it's just brilliant. But I guess I should do the admin side of this, shouldn't I, really? 751414 is your item number. You can buy them individually if you want to, I do believe. But the bundle, of course, is what most people are going for, because it's very, very difficult to kind of exclude any, really, isn't it, from this? It is one of those bundles where you go, and we're not saying it for any loaded reason, but you kind of think, well, now I've seen them all, I kind of got to have them all, haven't I, really? So you've got that on Flexi, and there is a Freedom price tag, of course, on that one, isn't there, which is really, really good. So if you are a Freedom member, you're looking at two lots of £21.54. I mean, in the big wide world, in the big scheme of things, that's pretty good.
Really
That's amazing
And you
value.
do get lots of little worker stamps
Yeah,
as well.
you do. You
and
really
sentiments.
do. In every single one of these, I love it. Let's just pick the froggy in the bath as an instant, just to show you. So you've got your feature image, of course, which is the froggy in the bath, and you give him so many different names and characters and whatever. You've got "You are unforgettable." I love you so. Oh, sorry, unforgettable. Oh, very good, very good. Be your kind of beautiful, and I love you so much I could croak. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that sentiment. I love you so much I could... Oh, not that kind of croak. One of those kind of croaks. They don't move like chickens, do they? I don't move like a chicken. It's a frog. Anyway, listen, I think it's probably best that I leave now just for a bit, because I think I need to get myself together a little bit and leave you with someone that's all together, more together. 751414 is your item number. Let's go to the website, because that's probably best at this stage, I would say. Here's where you can swipe left and right and see everything that is in the show.
Wow. It's a claim when I'm the one who's all together.
I know, right?
Whew,
See?
this is pressure.
That takes some doing. That's my lack of sleep talking, and I'm quite loving it.
We're doomed.
Oh, I love it. Oh, yes, the paints, of course. The paints on the pick and mix. You choose any 4 of those. They're the paints that we show you on the spoons. You remember, if you haven't stocked up with yours, if you need to do a bit of stocking up, then do that. Oh, and of course, yes, in this show, Leonie becomes Lady Leonie Bockingford, doesn't she?
Bockingford,
because you do have the Bockingford, darling, in this show.
I do.
Which is rather nice. Anyway, listen, if I don't shut up now, I'll never go away. So, all yours, my darling.
Thank you, our lovely Derek. I'm the one, what did you say, we're sensible?
You're all together.
I've got it all together.
Yeah.
I've never had that compliment. OK, so I'm going to start. I mean, I am terrible because it's kind of, I'm going to do what I did before because I really like it. But I wanted to use this other piece of card. Now, remember in the first demonstration, if you did miss that, check it back out at 11 o'clock. This is the other piece of card. This is why I adore that technique, because look at all the different colours that you've got going on. I love, through the plastic, I love that slight bleed that I've got going on. I adore the way they've diffused together, and yet you've got these lovely lines of colour. The backgrounds like this, for me, are they never get boring. They're always really good fun. And the fact that we're using that beautiful paint, the multi-surface paint from Pink Ink, it does mean you've got that gorgeous shimmer to them. So it's not a flat paint. Honestly, I love these. If you do want the paints, check them all out, because we've got them on the show, and honestly, I highly recommend them. Beautiful. Obviously, this is on my Bockingford, and I tell you what, it holds on to the water. I mean, that's from this morning, and it's still a bit damp. It really holds on to the water. So in fact, what I should do is give it a blast. I should have done this earlier, really. Give it a little blast. But it shows, I mean, it's a card that you really can, like, blast the water at it. You can do all sorts with this cardstock. It's exceptionally good quality. I like the fact that it's smooth as well, because a lot of watercolour cards, because they're not smooth, they can be a bit tricky to actually stamp on. So the fact that it's smooth does make life a tad bit easier. Now, I'm going to be really naughty and use one of these stamps. The ladies, they sent these and they said, oh, I hope it's a nice surprise. Not going to lie. Oh, my gosh, it is. I love these stamps. You've got the little wee fuck. I mean, that is adorable. She's there. Do you want me to bob it to camera 1? She's there with a little mouse on top of toys. Isn't that adorable? Honestly, these stamps are just really, really beautiful. And of course, with something like this, you have got the set that absolutely matches together. Love it. Absolutely love it. I think this is the thing about Pink Ink. All utterly adorable. I mean, when you look at these images, again, you're getting multiples, not just one stamp. And the characters, they've got character. You know what I mean? They just come to life. They're beautiful. It is hard to choose singles, so if you want to go for the whole collection, you are saving £4 today only. It's under £20, £19.98. Beautiful selection, that. Really, really like these. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I have got I've got a mask for this one. So I'm going to pop it on here first of all, and then use a little mask. So, bobbing it on here. So my little, he's bobbing along. They're singing the song, and they're just having a lovely time. Just little friends, trundling along, not speedy. Obviously, you know, they're absolutely taking the time. Sometimes, though, toy toysters can shift, can't they? We used to have a toy toys, and he used to try and escape over at golf. Well, he did it once. He escaped over at golf course, because my mum lives near a golf course. Yeah, a bit dangerous, that. I mean, if you're going to escape, mate, maybe not the golf course. We found him, but yeah, but then I think my dad painted his shell or stuck a pom-pom on it or something, because he used to disappear. Yeah. Right. Put a little mask over at top. Yeah, he lived. I can't remember. He did last a long time, did ours? T-Rex. Yeah. Oh, and my great Auntie Jean. Ooh, mind you, I shouldn't say things like that, should I? But oh no, I'm not even telling that story. Anyway, she wasn't an animal lover. It was me Auntie. Yeah, I know. She didn't do anything awful to it. I mean, now we won't let her. No, she didn't do anything awful to it, don't worry. It weren't one of them stories, otherwise I wouldn't be talking about her, and I wouldn't even mention her name if she'd have done anything awful. I'm going to change the subject because I'm sounding appalling right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to use, and I know I've already used this, but oh my gosh, it's one of my favourites, that fungi one. It's so cool, and half of the stock has come with this. This is lovely. Remember, it is on extended. It goes out on the 29th for you. It's one of those stamps that you've got so many uses. With this one, again, I'm building up my background first of all. And I know, it's funny actually, but with pink ink, I tend to do this a lot actually, because the stamps really suit it. They really suit building up your own scene and your own story. So I think just getting that mask in place and then absolutely building up your beautiful overlays and your images, it just makes your own, you know, your own story come to life. And that's why if I do the same sort of technique quite a lot, it's because it works. Got the mask in place, so obviously we can't, we're not going to see the rest of the toasters. Now on the other one I did have this coming round here like that. This one I'm not going to do. Instead, what I'm going to do is start building up the rest of the scene, but with all the little individual stamps. So let me start getting some of those little toasters. So you've got separate toasters. You've got the beautiful little, not vines, the lovely little curly things. Ferns. So you've got loads of little separate elements. Then you see now I don't need to worry about the mask, so I can just come in and start building up. And oh, I adore this. You know, I love the fact that you've got so much choice with these. And of course we are a little, look, if I pop that there, it's going to look like he's wearing a little hat. You could make that into a sun hat, couldn't you? Look, I'm going to bob it there. So when I take the mask off, it'll look like he's got a tiny little hat on it, which is really cute. I mean, this is it. You can cut these down. You know, you can make them into little hats and things like that. There's loads you can do with them. But for me, you see, I love pattern building, don't I? So for me, being able to do this, being able to build up my own scene entirely is just fun. You know, it's really nice because it allows me to create something different and unique and something that is just mine. You know, nobody repeats exactly when you build up a scene like this. No one ever repeats it exactly. So it's just yours. And I love that. And obviously my little fern's going to bring those in. So I'm adding a little bit of foliage. Watch when you go in at an angle, watch where the actual stamp ends, because what you don't want to do is have, you know, the end sort of pointing off somewhere random. You want to be making sure your stamping is in the right direction. I'm going to do what I did earlier with this one and only ink part of it, which then means I can bring the fern over here like this, so I've got a nice bit of movement. I can do the same again, so only inking part of it up and just bringing it, coming off this one here. which is lovely because you can see exactly where you're stamping, clear block, so it allows me to bring it off there precisely. So you just, again, you're building up your own scene, but being specific with your stamps. So rather than masking it all off, I'm just watching where I'm actually inking. So we've got my little fern. If I've got fern going that way, we better bring in the fern going the other way. Oh, okay, the beautiful fungi. If you do want to get hold of this, and this is now limited stock again. Remember, it is on extended, but that is going to go because it is now limited stock again. I'm not surprised. It's such a good stamp, and it's the way it works with all of them. You know, I used it with the brand new stamps earlier on. Now it works with these beautiful fairy stamps. I mean, it just works. It's one of those. Okay, it has technically sold out. Really sorry about that, but that has gone. Yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Let's bring some grasses in. So the grasses, now you've got, as with all the beautiful stamps that they bring us, see, so if I'm using this one, on this one, we have got these lovely little grasses, okay? But then, if I wanted to bring my lovely little flip-flops, I've got those grasses. You've got so many variants on every single stamp. And I adore that because it does mean when you're collecting the stamps, you'll have loads of these little worker stamps. It's just remembering which, you know, where you got them from. So when you're popping them away, try and remember where you pick your stamp up from, because those workers, you will use them again and again and again. See, now this one is from the same one as the Toy Toys comes from. So, and that one I could have had coming down here as well. In fact, let's have it coming down there as well, so it looks like it's a continuation, like so. I'm going to have this one there, like that, and because we've done that, we'll have it coming down here like that. That one's lovely because it's a silhouette, it looks nice stamped over the top of things. So if you are, you know, if you need it to go over the top, so say I needed this to go over the top of this one, because it is a solid stamp, it's brilliant for layering. And you'll get so many variations in the type of stamps as well. And that again is brilliant because it allows you to use them in so many different ways. See, it absolutely works. And it doesn't look like there's too much on the page, you know, which you can get a bit too carried away sometimes and have too much going on. But with these ones, you're pretty safe because they work together beautiful. I mean, you've got to know when to stop, obviously. Now, I wanted another one here because I didn't want that fern just to stop where it was. So I wanted another little leaf there. So I'm going to pop a few little leaves there. So that fern looks like it's all part of this. Really, I should have, underfoot of Mr. Tortoise, I should have a few little leaves under there, shouldn't I? Because really it looks like he's not walking on any leaves. Yeah, it just looks like he's walking on nothing. So pop a few little bits there and then pop that one back there like so. And then last but by no means least, now on this stamp, okay, so this is one of my brand new ones, our beautiful little flip-flopping hedgehog. Yeah, our little hog. Now with this you have got those little grasses at the bottom, so cheeky bit of careful inking again, those little grasses like this. See, so as I was saying, at the bottom of my little tortoise, get a few grasses going on, okay? And this is lovely because now you're building up your grassy scene. I have got a bit of the word there as well, but just remove that like so. Bring this in like this, like that. Can you see? So it starts creating a base. Oh, I just love him. Okay, and then last little bit. Oh, we're going to pinch. Right, I'm not going to pinch the butterfly from the fungi, which is an open butterfly. I'm actually going to use the butterfly from our little hog again, our little hedgehog. Now, this is actually a solid butterfly, and it's just going to be floating off the page, is that one. which does look adorable. Oh, I want to put another one now. I'm going to get carried away, though. I'm getting carried away. Oh, she's, ooh. Hey, that wasn't butter side up. I'm so pleased. Normally, it's like that always goes wrong, but it didn't. Okay, beautiful. Oh, aren't they pretty? Okay, now, what I'm going to do, let's get let's have a look at the sentiment. No hurries, no worries, that's the one. That sentiment is absolutely going on this. Oh, no hurries, no worries. That is such a nice sentiment. And add that along the bottom. Oh, I've done a few that could have gone really wrong. That beautiful look just along the bottom. How perfect is that? Oh, right, okay. So let's take the thing off. I know, again, I know I do apologise-ish that I've kind of done another masking one, but it is my favourite with these. I love it. I just love it. It's super satisfying. And then, look at her. Isn't that just beautiful? It's just so beautiful. Everything merges together. Everything creates that beautiful scene. I'm going to colour it in, but I've also cut out from that one as well. I've also cut out a few little flowers. So when I've coloured it in, I will 3D these on it, actually. So rather than having them flat, just a few 3D flowers where you need them. And it's handy as this. So if there's any places that you're just not keen on, or you want a little bit more dimension, you just put your 3D flowers on. Isn't that beautiful? It's just beautiful. Right, I'll do a teeny tiny bit of colouring on this one, so when you come back you'll be able to see where it's going. But I'll pass over to Derek to do a few reminders.
I tell you what, I have just been going through the samples, and, you know, I almost wish I hadn't, really. Because
are they fabulous?
Get ready. Just get ready. Remember on this, you've got all 3 of those stamp sets in this bundle. They are absolutely joyous. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Right. Let's start with Groundhog Day. And look at this. Put one foot in front of the other. You've got the little ones there. You've got the wee ones in front.
Playing Twister.
Oh, how cool is that? It's so, so beautiful. I love this. Look at what Sheila has done here. She's given the groundhog his own little cool cap there.
Oh, that's it.
And he's got his stereo, he's got his tunes on.
Oh, he's breakdancing.
I know. How cool is that? Really, really good. And look at the, I mean, I have to say, Sue, that is an absolute work of love and joy. Look at that. It's
is it a shaker?
Superb.
Is it a shaker card?
Oh no, it isn't. No, it's
just a frame.
Keep shaking it. No, no.
Nothing.
It's a lovely dimensional frame. It's almost like a diorama going on in there. It's really, really lovely. Let me show you the stamp set as well, because it's really, really important that you see all the little worker stamps that are on there as well. So you've got the feature image, plus so many workers there as well. You've got the flip-flops, the butterflies, the wee ones there. Put one foot in front of the other. Life is better in flip-flops. There's loads going on there. OK, now wait until we get to Froggy Paddle. Right, Froggy Paddle, let me show you. I'll show you how it stamps out first. Because if that isn't joyous enough, I don't know whether you've seen these samples yet or not, but here's another one from Sue, and look.
That's brilliant.
Look.
Oh my gosh, the work in that background is
I know,
amazing.
right? So you've got the tiled background going on. It's all been done on vellum there, which is just beautiful. And the tiles have been scored onto the vellum there.
That's amazing.
And Sue's coloured them.
That's
Isn't
ridiculous.
That, I know.
The amount of work that must have taken hours.
Well, listen, if you love that, oh, crikey. Now, Sheila, this is beyond a work of genius, because that, front of the card, absolutely joyous.
Yeah,
you have no idea what is to come, because you've got a full bathroom scene going on there.
She's still got a lippy on.
Oh, my cricket. Look,
That's
you've even got the
amazing.
mirror there
That's
as well.
amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe she's just having a little glance in the mirror. Maybe she's got that kind of you know, that kind of reflection. You know when you stand up out of the bath and a mirror's just in slightly the wrong place.
Scares you to have to death.
And you get that little moment. It's like, how have I become this?
Where have I gone?
Aren't I fabulous? Here's another one from Sheila as well. Look, she's made, out of vellum, she's made the shower curtain.
Oh my gosh, that's
which
amazing.
is just the most... Oh, and she's got some of this... now, what is it? I don't know what this is. This is that kind of texture paste, isn't it? That bubbles up, isn't it?
It's a puff paint.
I
that's
love
amazing. That is amazing.
Seriously, that looks like it's months of work, isn't it? It's beautiful. I mean, that's someone that loves their crafting. Sheila, that's a work of absolute genius. It really is. Right, holy moly. I'm feeling so holy moly today, I'm telling you. Yeah, this is definitely me. Definitely me. Sort of here, but a little bit absent, I think, is probably the best way to describe. Absolutely wonderful. I mean, that is gorgeous. That's from Gail, with flowers from the Brock stamp set. Oh, and talking of fabulous.
Oh, my gosh, that's amazing.
Oh, Sheila. Honestly, look at that.
Oh, my gosh,
Rocking
that's fabulous.
a painted nail.
That's December Scott. That's brilliant.
I just love it, honestly.
That is absolutely brilliant.
Like all of the design team
gosh.
are just so clever. Here's one from Gail as well. I just love it. I really do.
I
think
love
that's
seeing what they've done.
Yeah?
Ain't it amazing?
It's brilliant. There are so many more as well that I can show you. Almost half of the stock there sold out and gone. 751414 is your item number for that. You remember, you get all three of those stamp sets there. It's very, very difficult to exclude any of those. So although you can go for them individually, like, how could you leave any of those gorgeous ones out? You couldn't, could you? Unfortunately, it's one of those situations. 751414 is your item number. Right, OK, we've got the fairies that Leonie has been using as well. Now, they come together as a set of 4 stamp sets that go together absolutely beautifully. I mean, really, really cool. Love this. Absolutely love this. Now, I can't see where you're looking at the moment. You're looking at the stamps because they are absolutely stunning. Really, really good. Again, such fun. So there is no hurries, wee folk. Love that. Love, 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 love. Helping hands, storm in a teacup. Well, that's an interesting pose, isn't it? In storm in a teacup. That's quite fun, actually, isn't it? Is she about to fly away, or is she just like, oh, do you know what? I think I've had an absolute, honestly, today, you wouldn't believe how much I've got done. Absolutely. I need a big cup of tea. I'm drinking all of this one way or the other. And then I'm going to have a bath in this cup later. Don't ask me to do another thing today. I'm done. Actually, there's very much essence of Kathy in the hair going on there as well, isn't there? I love it. Really, really love it. That's so cool. There's so much life in all of these, and I love the little sentiments as well. They are really lovely. Now, you're getting all 4 sets of those stamps there for your 667376. It's 2 lots of 1998 on that one. You can buy them individually if you want to as well. Everything's so busy on this show, and I'm not surprised. There's lots more to go at, including the paints, of course. You know, the paints and the spoons, you see them all of the time. If you need to stock up on those, remember they are a pick and mix. Any 4 of those. In fact, let's whiz up the details, shall we? They're all so many gorgeous colours. They're wonderful. The green apple, Atlantic blue, royal purple, silver shine, white, pale peach, which is lovely, hot pink, summer sunrise, aubergine, mulberry, meadow grass, and coffee shimmer. Oh, lovely. Coffee shimmer. Lovely. Any mention of coffee today sounds good. 216999 is your item number. I love they're just so lustrous, those paints as well. So pick and mix any of those 4 colours there for just $16.99, and you'll have a lovely time. And so is Leonie, by the looks of it.
Having a lovely time. I must admit, I am colouring in. With these, I'm just doing little patches of colour. See. And then Oh, I'm using wrong paint, actually. I was using my paint brush instead of my water brush, and my water brush instead of my paint brush. And then, all I'm doing is just blending them paints. Now, because this is Bockingford, it does mean you can really blend. So you can really get those paints to shift and move, as long as you haven't let them dry, obviously. But you can get them to shift and move, which means you can get different gradients of colour. So you can get them a lot deeper and darker if you want, or, of course, lighten them off. If it ever gets too dark, too intense, if you get, and I promise I won't carry on colouring this in, because you probably don't want to see me just painting, but I do enjoy it a lot. Just really enjoying it. But you can literally just take a little bit extra off if you need to. I like getting my water brush then and just blending it out so it's not too solid, you know. Then you get that really nice soft blend going on, which does look really effective. And the thing is with these paints as well, I mean, I have mixed them. So I've mixed them, I've mixed the yellow with the, that beautiful, which colour is this one? That beautiful mulberry. And that gives you a really nice sort of, oh, sorry, I whipped them away. That gives you a really nice orange, but then mix in the coffee as well in that. Oh, you get so many nice tones. So when you're doing something like our little toys, it just works beautifully. And a tiny bit of colour, you see, so a tiny bit of colour, and then with your water brush, or of course a paintbrush and a bit of water, just drag that colour out so it blends in really pretty. And it's just perfect. Lovely, lovely way of actually painting and creating lots of different tones. And you only need a few colours because you can mix them together. But obviously you end up collecting them because they all work together so beautifully. Right, I suppose I better get on, hadn't I, really, and create something else. I don't want to. I'm colouring in. I'm in my zone. And it's just so, it's one of those, it's just so relaxing, isn't it? And with that dark coffee, just bring a little bit of that into your... Now, I find with these, my colouring, I mean, I love colouring, but I'm not the best at putting colours together. This is with Pink Ink, one of the amazing things about the stamp is the packaging, because Kathy is amazing at putting colours together. So if you're like me and you're not 100% sure, get your packaging. Your packaging is going to inspire. What I love about this as well, because Kathy is an artist, she uses colours I wouldn't even think of. She's got purple in there. I wouldn't even think of adding purple in, but it works. So this is, for me, that is such an incredible guide. It's such an incredible inspiration. And I do think, I mean, once you've got the idea, and it's a really nice way of working, because obviously she uses them so she uses the colours and different colour tones to create something completely different, and I think it's an incredible way of working. So yeah, definitely use those wonderful packaging, because you'll get inspired. Now, we're zooming in, bear with, Chris is going in. He's zooming in. That's a little furry. Can you see his little hand? He's holding on to Bunny Rabbit. But Bunny Rabbit's pulled him over. So he's falling off the toadstool because of little Bunny Rabbit. How cute is that? Isn't that cute? Oh my gosh, I love it. The Bunny Rabbit. It's adorable. Absolutely adorable. Honestly. Oh, they're so lovely. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, you know me and my obsession about cleaning my paint up. Okay, if you've got, this is just a really thick mountboard cardstock. So get the paint, I don't want to waste it. Pick it up on your, on that, like that, and then drag that along another piece of card. I mean, that in itself is actually a technique that people do a lot. You know, just the paint smearing. You'll see that everywhere. You'll get a technique, you get a background there, but then on this So if I show you, on that palette, you start building up a really cool little background on there as well. It's just another way of using your paint, so you're not wasting anything, then you start creating backgrounds. I know it always looks mucky, but I tell you what, when you build on that, it'll look cool. And it's miles better than using horrible baby wipes or anything like that. Do it like that, and then you've saved it and you can use it again. I'm going to use my scruffy cloth for the stuff that I can't scrape up, and then let's go. So what I've done next is cut a little aperture card. Now, I was going to die cut this. In fact, I was going to use one that I'd already die cut, but it had a fold in it and I didn't like it, and I wanted to use Bockingford. So I've hand cut it rather than going and finding the die. So if it looks a bit dodgy, soz, I've hand cut it. Cut it by hand. I just couldn't be bothered going looking for the die, I'm not going to lie. It could have been anywhere, and you know, life is possibly too short today for going rummaging. What I wanted to do is, or flip-flop one. I tell you what, now I've seen those finished samples, don't you just want to go like, oh my gosh, I want to give this a top hat. I want to give this lipstick. I want to, do you know what I mean? You don't want to plain.
I've unearthed more samples for all of these sets as well that I want to show you if we get the chance for the end of the show, because they are just, honestly.
We did see the one on the hen party.
So brilliant.
Have you seen that one yet?
I've seen the one with Leonie's Christmas tipple on it as well.
Yeah,
I love that, my Kathy.
That
that's
one is
really, really cool.
That's for the Oundle tree.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Isn't that beautiful?
That is brilliant.
Do you know, I never even noticed.
But can I just while you're here, can I show you, because there's the most fabulous holy moly sample.
One?
Hang on, here it is.
Oh, I haven't seen. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that. That's amazing.
Now that's honestly
that's
is
amazing.
So evocative, isn't it?
Oh my gosh, who's done that?
It's by Karen.
Oh my gosh!
I just think it's fabulous. Look at this one as well. Look.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't seen. They're amazing. That's amazing. That's
seriously,
fantastic.
it's so good. I love them both.
These, I tell you what, gang.
But that one gets the Oscar for me. I think that's brilliant.
Do you know, these are probably some of my favourite finished samples of all time.
They are, honestly, they're fabulous.
Genius.
Yeah, they really are. I have to say, I have seen that lady so many times when I used to DJ at weddings. I've seen this woman so many times in my past.
She's going back to haunt you.
I love it.
They're brilliant.
Dear.
They're genius.
Yeah, they are.
And it does make you.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's funny, isn't it? When you demonstrate it, it's like, oh my gosh, I wanna. It's funny. You just wanna add so much to these.
Yeah.
This is the thing. When you're at home, when you're playing with them, when you're working them with yourself, yes, you will get so many ideas and so much inspiration. The team, though, have surpassed themselves. They have been phenomenal. Good grief. Oh, I love it. I can just hear Derek giggling away. Right, I want the little face in the aperture. So, ooh, bit of ink there from his nose, but it'll be okay. So, line up where you want the little aperture, squidge it down so you know where you're going. Because then, there we go, then you can get him. So, it looks like when you've got the card closed, you can see his little face in the aperture. And at first, he just looks like normal hedgehog, doesn't he? You know, you wouldn't think from that one that is, bless you, you wouldn't think from that one that he's actually doing headstands. Is your fabulous little hedgehog. He doesn't look like it. He looks quite, you know, respectable and you know, normal. I don't like that phrase, but, you know, respectable. But he does. However, he isn't. He's having a right good time. Now, what I'm going to do is, let's build up the frame first of all. So, with our lovely little frame, let me just pinch one of the... Do you think he looks a bit devious? Do you think he's up to... Maybe he's going finding something to eat or something. Now, I've forgotten which flowers we've got on. We've got the beautiful fuchsias for sure, haven't we? Okay, now my lovely little fuchsia, because I just wanted to build up a couple of florals. Let me see, that's a nice one. So, just around that frame, first of all, before I create a background. Oh, mine now, seeing those samples, mine now, it's like, oh, mine are dull. I want them to be playing dress up. I can't get over that. I want mine to be more exciting now. Right, okay. So from the actual frame, if you take it like so, and then you can start building up around the frame. And it's so pretty because when you've got an aperture like this, all I'm doing is just repeat stamping. So taking it about there, making sure I'm not over inking because obviously I don't want it to come round here on the card. So I'm being really careful with my inking. Just bringing it round here like this. And again, being careful. So we've got a really cute little aperture, like so. So really pretty, I'm being very careful, boom. So, really cute little aperture, so you can see, that'll look really, really sweet. Then obviously, when he's popping up, it just looks like he's got a really cute little floral aperture. Oh, mine are so normal now. So normal.
You got to see this again, sorry. You just got to see that again.
We have got a favourite, haven't we?
And these two.
I mean, best ever. Best ever. Best ever. I love them. I love that. I love that. That is genius.
Honestly, so good. I've only just seen the sentiment that goes with those stamps as well, and obviously we need to be very, very sensible about this sentiment at this time of the day. And we would, I'm just going to preface this right now without a smile on my face and say, please drink responsibly one at a time. But the sentiment on this one, I've discovered the fountain of youth. It looks a lot like wine. I'm just going to leave it there. But it's just a very, very lovely and appropriate sentiment for the image, do you not think?
Yes, it is. Especially when the image is in fancy dress or yes. It's changed completely.
Oh, have you seen the hen one?
Yeah.
By Karen.
Isn't that fabulous?
Yeah.
That's
really, really cool.
Hold on, we're going.
Look,
isn't that amazing?
I can't even hold it still.
Ain't that fabulous? Look at the heels. Look at the heels. Ain't that good?
Dear
Honestly,
me.
the thing, and I love because like the mole's got such long nails.
Yeah.
They've all gone for it, colouring in nails.
You'd never think of that, would you? That's a lot of varnish, isn't it?
A lot of varnish. And I mean, if you chip one of them, it's like, for goodness sake, it's half
Be
a
there for a
remover
week.
trying to get them off. Not having gel nails on those, aren't
That'll
you?
be a different price tariff, that.
You've been there for years. Okay, so backgrounds. So I want to create a lovely little background on this one. So I'm going to go in first of all with, we're looking for sponges then, but I'm going to go in with my, shall I do paints? Shall I do inks on this one? Let's do inks for this one, and then add a little bit of paint as well. So with my inks, oh, Leonie, you didn't get them ready. So with my inks, let's get the inks. So let's get a little bit of blue going on here. Want to create a nice little background. And with the inks, it'll be nice because obviously I can just go in. I can be nice and soft with the inks, but obviously then I can build up on it. So just picking up a little bit of blue ink there. And start bringing that in like so. And don't worry about it looking a bit, you know, not smooth. Oh, I want to be careful. I do not want to go onto my hedgehog. I'd rather go on the back side at card rather than my lovely little hedgehog. Yeah, don't worry about it not being smooth because we're building up on this. We're adding things. And this is the thing, isn't it? Because you've got so many extra little stamps, you can start creating backgrounds. You know, you can start doing other stuff on this. So gone for a little bit of blue. That isn't glue, that's blue. I'm also going to bring in a little bit of green. So I'm going in shabby shutters because it's a beautiful green, is that shabby shutter? So bringing this in as well and just really allowing that blend to start occurring. I should get a little bit of cards so I don't get ink all over my fingers, like so. 9 minutes. Gosh, do you know, it always does this though, doesn't it? Mind you, we've been giggling about the samples. Honestly, The design team, you are amazing, so inspirational. I wonder if with design team, I wonder if they share what cards, then like one of them put one of the fancy dress ones, or one of them put that they changed, so they were all like, oh, what a good idea.
Yeah.
And they all started playing. I wonder.
And everyone piled it.
Yeah.
Everyone thought exactly the same as you when you saw them there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
oh, now
I
that's a nice
wonder.
avenue to wander down.
Yeah, because for them all to do it, because that is quite, isn't it? Because I wouldn't have even thought of that. But this is why I love the design teams. Because, you know, you can't, I mean, obviously, it's so many different types of inspiration that really show all the different ways that you can use the stamp. I mean, it just brings them to life, doesn't it? And it's funny, you know, people's different senses of humour all brought into it. Ace, absolutely ace. I want another bit of that blue, but I want it a bit darker, because if I get this a little bit darker, you see, what'll happen is that when I come on in a minute just to start inking this up, it means I can take the ink off better. So if your ink is darker, there we go, it allows you to work more into it, if you see what I mean. So just twisting that round, bringing another bit of blue in. So where I'm getting my little sort of circly thing, that's because I'm being a bit lazy and I'm using the full thing. But that's okay, because take your lighter colour, blend into it, and you'll get that blend, like so. Oh, I'm faffing about with this. I weren't going to do this. But it's a nice blend, isn't it? Bring that in there, come back with your blue. Bring your blue. And you can see, I mean, what you should be doing with these is not hitting the edge of your sponge. Your edge of your sponge is giving me that circle. I would normally tell you not to do that. I'd normally tell you to angle your sponge. If you angle your sponge, you don't get that harsh line. But because I know I'm going in again with my green, I'm being a bit lazy. But it does give you a really nice blend, does that? See, you're getting that lovely, lovely blend, and it does look really effective. I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so, oh, I'm a faffer. I don't have faff. I have 6.5 minutes, so stop faffing, kid. Right, so we know what's happening. We know he's going to be bobbing, and I love that now because that really stands out. You know, and I'd do that. I'd just colour that in and leave this so it really does pop. But let's get that front decorated. So what I'm going to do first of all is start stamping on this one. Now, what I adore about all these stamps, you've got so many cool stamps. You know, like we've got the little, hold on, we've got our little hedgehog here. So, now I don't know, oh, I know what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do the grasses. So let me just get the grasses first of all. And I am hoping, if I spritz it with water, I am hoping I will be able to take some of that ink off with the water. So I'm hoping that I'll get that really nice sort of ghost print with this. See, it works when you then go over with this and lift it off. I need to be a bit quicker because I'm not being quick enough. I'm rushing but not actually rushing, do you know what I mean? I'm rushing but not being quick. So do that, lift it, boom, and that's what you're going to get. That's what will happen, and that's why we're going on with a darker ink, because then you go on, lift off, and then you get that beautiful ghost print. So that's the kind of look that you're going to get. Now, I won't do too much, mind you, I want to get a few of these in, but I do like these because they just look really effective. Pop another one there like so, like this, another one at the top like that, and that one that wasn't as intense looks really quite effective now actually. So let's do a few of them and hope that we can get away with it. There, yes, that looks nice. See, as it builds up, doesn't it look pretty? But it's one of those you need to build it up for it to look really, really cool. There we go. And then lift off. Boom. It's nice because it's not perfect either. So you get that lovely kind of watery, you know, watery, ghosty effect. It's just lovely. Okay, right, happy-ish with that. Very happy with that, actually. I love that. It looks quite natural as well. It looks proper. One more, maybe two more, because I've got a wet stamp. There, that's it. Okay, happy, very happy with that. And then what I'm going to do, because we have got loads of gorgeous stamps, we've got like your flip-flops, we've got all the little extras. Let's bring on the flip-flops first of all. We have to bring on the flip-flops. I mean, it's just so cool. So I'm going to bring the flip-flops on in the same ink that I've stamped with, because then they'll match in perfectly. So let's start randomly stamping some of your lovely little flip-flops. So these create a really cool little background, like so. And again, just nice and random, like that. I love the flip-flops. Even that in its own right is a really detailed, cool stamp. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, that's ace. So you've got your little flip-flops. Now, because I'm running out of time, I am going to get my sentiment. Now, with the sentiment on this one, you might want to matte and layer it on. I'm going to stamp it directly on because I think it looks really, really cute. But if I stamp this one, put one foot in front of the other, which is good advice. I mean, that helps you get places, doesn't it, quite frankly? However, you don't always need to, quite frankly, do you? And then let's bob on a few little hedgehogs.
Some days you need to remind yourself, don't you?
Oh my gosh, don't you just? Some days it's just not a natural feat, is it?
Not
so to
at all.
speak. Some days it's like, oh, I have no idea where I am, let alone putting feet in front of each other. And you know them flowers I cut out, they'd look pretty on this now. Look, wouldn't they look gorgeous? Just on here like this. Right, I am literally running out of time because I've got about a minute left. So pop some little flowers on. You've got that butterfly on that one as well. And that butterfly in the same green. So I've done blue for the flip-flops, green for the butterfly. So it all matches and it all gives me that really nice background that works perfectly together. I bring those little flowers in because those little flowers, although I've pinched them off the other card, that shot of pink looks really pretty on there. There we go. And then obviously, oh, I like that. And then obviously if I just fold this up, you can see our little guy in there. But look, isn't that going to be pretty when that's finished? And then with those lovely pink flowers just around the outside. And then obviously what I do is give him some lipstick. And that'll finish it off.
Absolutely.
And then instead of flip-flops, I put heels on, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you can go any which way, can't you?
Stripy socks.
These are so good, seriously. And I'm sure that these samples, a picture of these samples will be on Pink Ink's Facebook or on their social media somewhere as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they are genius.
Genius.
What a memorable hour.
Oh, design team, you are phenomenal.
Yeah. They
You
really
have
are.
entertained us no end.
Completely. Thank you, you.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies, and thank you for my Christmas tree decoration.
Yay!
Really appreciate it.
Stay where you are. Oh, honestly, there's no way that was an hour. There's just no way that was an hour. Right, oh my word. I've got to try and read this now. Rag rugging with ragged life. Yes, I think I did it. It's coming up next, after the break.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Good afternoon, I hope you are well. The time has just struck 3 o'clock. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is give you 15 minutes of your time is all I'm asking for, because we're about to go giftables. We're about to go something that's going to give you a little bit of satisfaction. Yes, indeed, it's something that we all know and love, but something that you think is difficult to do. And it's one of those things that once you get rid of that original hurdle, it actually becomes quite easy. And what are we talking of? We are talking about the amazing world of rag rugging. This is one of these processes that anyone can do if you have the right tools. And I have all the tools on the show as well. I have all the wools and the yarns on the show. Check out on the website. And I'm not alone this hour as well. This is some of the stuff that you can be creating, different textures. And you go out and buy things like this. It's going to cost you a fortune. But I said you can sum it all up in one book. But before we talk about the book itself, let me introduce you to not only a TV sensation, she is now an author, oh yeah, a YouTuber, the blogger. Oh, many strings to a brand new bow. It's Alpha. How are you, my love?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very, very well. Very excited to do this again. It's been a while since I've done it. But it is one of those processes that looks quite difficult. But when you actually break it down, and as I said, and you have the right tools for the job, it becomes very, very easy.
Yeah, I honestly don't think there is a more forgiving craft in the world than rag rugging. It's supposed to look a little bit dishevelled. It's good for using up your offcuts. I think everyone should be doing it.
I absolutely adore it. Right then, so let's break this down. What I want you to do, as I already said, shop ahead of me on the website. I've got starter kits on here. I've got professional kits on here as well. I've got yarn on the show, the yarn balls. I've got tools. But Christmas is only around the corner. We all know it is. It's not that far away. It's less than 4 weeks, just over 4 weeks away, I think it is now. 1 month today till Christmas Eve. Whoop, whoop. But if you want a Christmas signed book, oh yeah, not just a book. This is a signed book you are looking at now for rag rugging technique for beginners. Now, it's very, very busy. £10.49. Now, I must say, they will be dispatched to you on the 28th of November, because each one has to be signed, okay? So they will all be signed, so it's only going to be a couple of days. Before we go any further, let's talk around the book itself. I've had a little flick through between our meetings. It is an absolute stunner of a book. You're getting 8 projects in here as well, but it really does go back to basics with all our projects.
Yeah, so basically, just to give a little bit of background, a rag rug is a rug that's made out of rags. I mean, clue's kind of in the name, but it's all about recycling, using up old fabric, clothing, anything you've got lying around. And I was taught how to make rag rugs when I was only 14 by my mum. And she taught me the traditional British styles of rag rugging. So she taught me the traditional shaggy style of rag rugging, which has a really nice thick, deep pile to it. It's the cushion that Adam keeps sinking his fingers into because it's so tactile. And she taught me the traditional loopy style of rag rugging, which is what the beautiful sun rug, which is in the book, is done in at the front there. And she taught me those two techniques, and I thought that that was enough. I was like, yep, that's great. I can sink my teeth into those, and I can make loads of projects. This new book has not only got those two techniques in, but it's got 8 techniques, so those 2 plus another 6, because I was like, there must be other techniques across the world. How are other countries making rag rugs? And Rag Rug Techniques for Beginners has got our 2 beloved traditional British techniques, but then it's got 6 other ones. And I've handpicked the ones that I found the easiest, the biggest wins, the kind of, you know, the most aesthetic ones, and the ones most importantly that are easiest, because as you've noticed, the title of this book is Rag Rug Techniques for Beginners. And I've popped all 8 of those techniques into this book with at least 3 projects per technique. So you've got at least 30 different rag rug projects in here. So a lot, really.
You really have. It breaks everything down, especially for £10.49. So over 30 techniques is what you're getting in the books. So you've got things like chapter 1 is your shaggy rugs that you've got in there. Then chapter 2, you've got your loopy rags that's in there. You've got your coiled rope. Now, I've also got that on the show as well if you just wanted to start out. You've got your peg loom weaving in there. You've got your locker hooks in there too. There is so much, but every single page, look at these. Every single page is absolutely stunning. It really, really is. One of these books that, look at that, for wrapping presents and things. It is a beautiful, beautiful little book that we're looking at. £10.49 with a £4.50 saving. 833003 is your item number for this one. Very busy for the brand new book that we're looking at here. Also, though, if you're going for the book, you might want to add other things into your baskets as well. So this is our sari silk bundle we are looking at next. £44.99. Now, there are lots of different options you're choosing from, but each one you're going to get like a set of 5. So that's 100 grams of what you're getting in total for £44.99. That is a lot. You can do an awful lot with this, I feel.
Yeah, the sari silk is just one of those beautiful materials that it's just nice to have lying around. I know that sounds odd, but it's just so aesthetic. And actually the cushion here that's on the front, in front of the sun, has been peg loom woven in the sari silk. I'm not sure whether you can see that beautiful pastel number. But in a lot of the techniques that are in the book, you can use sari silk if you want to. Maybe save yourself some cutting of fabric strips. So it does rag rug up beautifully in so many techniques.
And it's also, there's loads to choose from, because each one comes in different bundles. You've got things like your greens, your your mixes in here as well. Check them out on the website, but this does open a flexible basket, £22.50, 427 400 is your item number for this one, £22.50. But that also means your book will be split onto 2 interest-free flexible payments as well. Perfect little gift, goes hand in hand together. Now, remember these. Your wool yarn. Now, these are individual options that we're looking at here. Now, they will vary, but you can go for colour families, okay? So you've got things like your greys in there, you've got your blues, you've got your mixes in there, you've got your autumnals in there, you've got your greens in there. Now, it necessarily won't be what I've got here in the studio in front of me, but you're buying into a family of colours. So if you go for blue, you will get that blue. But if you're going for more than one blue, you will make sure they are slightly different.
Yeah, so if someone orders 4 balls of blue, I'm obviously not going to give you 4 of the same blue. We hand pack everything at Ragged Life, and we do care about colours and you guys being happy. So we'll pick some nice shades that do go well together.
These are absolutely... Now, I remember colours selling out last time I bought this to you a couple of months back now. This is your basket yarn, 250 grams. Look at this, $9.99. 250 grams. Now, a little goes a long way with this, I feel, because you only need the smallest amount to make some of the beautiful things that we've got around here.
Yeah, so actually, I feel like I'm pointing all over the set because we've just got so much. But basically, at the back, behind Adam, there's a pink cushion, if you can find it. And that was made using one ball of blanket yarn in the loopy style of rag rigging. And you can see that, you know, one ball of it did that whole 40 by 40 cushion front. And I think we've got the cushion hessian as an add-on in the basket as well. So, you know, one ball of blanket yarn, a cushion, you've got your kind of winter project sorted.
You really have, and it is so tactile. It really, really is one of those cushions it is so tactile and nice and cosy and warm. It's got sort of like a tweed-esque feel to them, I feel.
It really does feel amazing because all of those balls are 100% wool. We work with the mills in Yorkshire. When they make blankets and scarves, it's the selvage edge that gets cut off. So it all comes in a convenient, nice long strip. Save yourselves a bit of work. And the quality is just divine. You can imagine how deadly it is, me being in my studio with all these gorgeous colours around. I almost don't want to sell them.
They are absolutely stunning. £9.99, 574213 is your item number. Once again, perfect giftable. One of these and a ball of wool, one of the books and the ball, you can't go wrong. Really can't go wrong. But if you're thinking, that's well and good, but I want a sort of a mix and match, I can do you a mix and match as well. £34.99 with a £5 saving. This time, though, you're getting 100% wool blankets, but it's 1 kilogram. So each one, you're going to get lots of different colours. So if you want that multi-texture, if you want that multi-look, you don't want to go for all orange, for example. So if you go for one of the bigger ones, for example, it is going to be all orange. Makes sense, doesn't it? Because it is orange on your thing. But this time, you're getting that multi-look. So more or less, you may not get what you exactly see here, but you are going to get 10 balls, I want to say.
A minimum of 10 balls.
Minimum. A minimum of 10 balls. So out of the 10 balls, what could we sort of make? Or what sort of projects are we looking at?
So there's a rug hessian which comes in the kits, which Adam will talk through a little bit later. And I say in the shaggy traditional technique, so that one with the long, thick pile to it, I think there's a rug behind me here done in it. It will take you 2 kilos to fill that rug. In the loopy technique, it'll take you 1 kilo. So actually, one of those will pretty much, you know, do you a rug if you're doing it in this loopy flat technique. But, you know, we've got so many new techniques in this book that I'm sure there are people out there who can find even more uses for this blanket yarn than even I have. Yeah, so, you know, send me some photos when you get up to some good things with it.
It's worth having a little look, and also throw in your book as well, because then not only have you got the 2 traditional English methods, or sort of UK methods that we've worked on before, alphabets are going all around the world this time to go all the way around. So if you want to go for your 1 kilogram book, go for the balls and also throw the book in as well. I've got loads more on the show. If you're thinking, well, how do I do all this? I need the tools. We're going to go through that now. But what I want you to do is jump to the website or tap the app for me. I've got kits on there. I've got a starter kit that's on there. I've also got a complete kit on there as well. You've got your mini wreaths on there. You've got your flowers on there. You've also got your rag bowl pack on there as well. So to make that beautiful bag that you saw at the start of the show that was next to me and the book. You've also got your kits on there. You've also got your sari silk ribbons on there. Rag life scissors on there. All the tools on their own if you just want to start out or you want another set of tools. I'm hearing now the book is very, very busy. A quarter of my stock now has already gone for the signed copy. Be worth a fortune in years to come. A signed copy is what you're looking at, £10.49. Right then, it's all right talking about this, but let's go and see in action, and then I'll show you some of the kits that we've got on the show as well. Right then, what are we demoing first?
So I'm going to go back to basics because some of you will have never watched me before and you'll probably be thinking, oh, what are these British techniques that she's talking about? Oh gosh, I'm so lost. So I'm going to start with those 2 ones. They're the ones that are the heartland here. They're possibly the ones that your nana did, and they're really easy to pick up. So I'm going to combine 2 things because one of the packs that we do have for sale today on the show is to make a set of 4 mini Christmas wreaths.
Oh, nice.
And they're super adorable. I hang them on the Christmas tree. I've got other people who make little garlands with them. You can even kind of turn them into nice little place setting things if you're having Christmas lunch. Whatever you fancy doing with them, you know, they're just a joy. And they only take around half an hour to make one of them. So I'm going to be demoing the traditional shaggy technique, but I'm going to be doing so kind of using the some of the materials and Hessian for the mini wreath kit. So first thing that we always do in rag rugging is we're working with recycled materials. So, you know, you've got your old t-shirts, you've got your offcuts from sewing projects, maybe a ratty old pillowcase you've been squirreling away. So you need to turn that fabric into strips to be able to do the traditional techniques. So what you'll get in the mini wreath kit, and it's a pack that doesn't come with the tools, so you do need to add it onto kits or, you know, tool bits, but, you know, the actual pack to make them will come with some fabric, and it's the fabric to make one wreath just to get you going. So I've got here some of those fabrics that you'll get in the kit.
Just before you go any further, let me give them let me show you the kit itself. It's only £15 and £99, then we'll get straight back to demo, because I just want to show you what you're actually getting in the kit so it all makes sense. In the kit itself, okay, you only get one set, so this is how it will beautifully come to you in the post, but you are going to get all your fabric that we've spoken about, and you're also going to get full instructions, and you're also going to get your 4 Hessian wreath circles. So you can make, this is what you're going to be creating out of the kit itself, but then you can go bigger and you can go better and start making your own. How beautiful are these? So once you've got the technique, it's worth having a little look. £15 and 99 pence, 547 536. As we said, you do need to add a tool into this, but I'll give you more details for that as the show goes on with the complete kits that I've also got. Sorry, Aspen, back to you.
No, not at all. Better to have a bit more of an explanation. So basically, some of the fabric that comes in the kit is red. So I always start off with that one. And I'm going to demo how you create your strips to start with. So I take a piece of fabric, and it could be the front of a t-shirt, it could be that pillowcase, whatever you've got around. And I start by folding it. And I fold it in half, the same direction, lots of times. And if you've got a bigger piece of fabric than this, you keep going and going and going. And you keep going until you've got a tube that you're still happy to get your scissors through. So I could have gone, gosh, much, much thicker than this, but I've only got a small bit of fabric. And this is how we cut our strips in rag rugging, because it's not about accuracy. It's all about cutting your strips quickly and easily. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cut some strips by cutting through lots of layers at the same time. And you can see that when these unfurl, they become kind of nice longish strips. But if I was working with a bigger bit of fabric, it would have been much longer. And these are going to become some little flowers that are going to be in our mini wreath. And everything that we're doing right now is basically a micro version of what you would be doing if you were creating a shaggy rag rug like the one behind me. But we're doing micro rag rugging today because it's much more achievable and also really fun. So I've cut a few strips to get me going, and you can see that the width that I've cut these strips is about 1 centimetre to 1.5 centimetres. If you were doing a bigger version and making a rag rug, you would probably be cutting those strips about 2 centimetres. But it does depend on the thickness of the fabric. So thicker fabrics, like a denim, you would cut narrower. Thinner fabrics, you cut wider. And I'll come on to that in a second. But we've got roughly, let's say, centimetre wide strips, and we've got them in a pile. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn these long strips into short strips. And the way that we would do that for a rug would be on a rag rug cutting gauge. So you take the tops of your strips here and you align them vaguely with that groove that's at the top of this wooden block. And this wooden block does come in our kits that Adam will run through later. And we're going to wrap our strips along the gauge. And because my fabric strips were quite short, they haven't reached very far along the gauge. But if you were working with a long t-shirt, they would come much further up. And then what I'm going to do is cut along the groove, and I end up with some even length pieces for doing the shaggy technique of rag rigging. And these turn out to be roughly about 9 centimetres in length. So this is a really good size if you were making a shaggy cushion or a nice thick shaggy rug, a bigger wreath, anything like that. But because we're doing micro rag rigging today, and they're itty bitty and so cute and small, what we're going to do is once we've got them off the gauge, we're actually going to cut them in half. And these don't have to be completely perfect because we can do some trimming later, but I've just got the pile of them here, and what I'm going to do is just snip them in half. So they're half the length that we would normally cut them. And this is where we go on to the actual rag rigging. So rag rug techniques, the traditional British ones, the first 2 in the new book, are done into Hessian. It's the base that we work on. It's called burlap in America. It's exactly the same thing, so don't get confused. And basically, the weave of it is important, because if the weave of the Hessian is too loose, your rags will fall out. And if the weave of the Hessian is too tight, it's just quite labour intensive to work into it. So all the Hessian that we're selling today is all the perfect weave. It's been quality checked by yours truly, and it's what we recommend. And most importantly, it's really good quality, so it's not very hairy and dusty. I'm sure some of you have come across some before where you've been like, ooh. And it can set people's hay fever off, actually, buying some of these worse quality ones. But back to the task at hand. So we're going to be starting to rag rug it. And each one of these rings, so between the stitched lines, will become one of our mini wreaths. And what I'm going to do is, because in our instructions, you can see that a very traditional design that I quite like doing almost has 5 red circles that are equally spaced apart, and then I fill in green in between. So what I'm going to do is, just with a marker pen, vaguely sketch out where I want those red circles to be. And you don't have to do this, you can eyeball it, but just so I know vaguely where I'm going to go. And now what I'm going to do is get my rag rug spring tool, and this once again is one of these amazing gadgets that comes in our Ragged Life kits, and I'm going to be showing you how to do the shaggy technique. So with the spring tool closed, so you can see here that I'm not pressing the lever, that's pressing the lever. What I'm going to do is just work the nose of the spring tool into a hole in the Hessian.
Okay.
And then I'm coming up 2 strands away and pushing across the top of the Hessian. So you can see I've got a few strands of Hessian that have been caught onto the spring tool. And now what I'm doing is opening up the end of the spring tool, grabbing onto one of my short strips, and you want to grab onto the corner of the short end of the strip and just pull half through. And that is your first piece of shaggy rag rugging. That's all there is to it. We just need to pack in more of it. So if you were spacing out a rug, you don't want to rag rug too close together because it can make the rug curl. So you want to leave enough space that the Hessian will tighten, but not enough that it's going to be loose. And generally, if you're working with these kind of fabrics, you'd miss out about 2 or 3 strands between each piece and the next. It's less important with the wreaths because they're just decorative. So I'm going to miss out only a couple of strands, and I'm going to poke a few more red pieces in. So I'm going to poke in this one here, grabbing onto the corner, pulling through, missing out a couple of strands, and I'm kind of going in a circle, but all you're doing is just placing them wherever you feel like it. And I tend to like, when I'm doing the mini wreaths, to make sure that they're not all facing the same direction. So rather than doing them all in a line, which can look a little bit kind of uniform, I just kind of make them almost in a circle. And what I'm going to do now is just show you how on the back it's looking. So you can see that I've almost created a little square on the back here with my 4 pieces. And that is kind of like the centre of my little red flower. And what I'm going to do now is just move on to the next one and keep going.
So I'm guessing if you could hold a pencil and write your name, or use a pair of scissors, you could be able to do this as well.
I honestly have, I've taught thousands of people how to rag. I teach at the big shows across the country, I've taught it abroad, I've taught loads of people. I've never had anyone who couldn't get on with this spring tool. Once you've got it, you are converted. And what's even better is once you've got the tool, it's not like it goes out of date and you've got to refresh it. Once you've got it for life. So you can keep making rag rugs to your heart's content.
And the tool is the other way around. I don't know if you've noticed, it's the small details. So if you have got problems with your hand, it's like reverse tweezers. It's how the tool works. So once you press it down, it's going to open. Once you let it go, it's going to hold on to that fabric. So if you just want the tool on its own, the details are on the screen. So if you do just want the tool on its own, so it comes with the gauge as well that you're going to get there, that we saw how to use the gauge. And it also comes with a cleaning cloth, because obviously you're going to get those little bits of fibres depending on what you're using in this. Now, I must stress, £25.99, 327885 is your item number. Now, I must stress, if you are going for the wreath at £15.99, you do get enough material to make one of the wreaths, okay? So that's going to set you off to make one of them, then you've got 3 on your own. So whether you do them from old T-shirts, whether you want to do them from tea towels, whether you want to do them well, you can make them from wherever you want to make them from. And once you've got the tools, as Alpha said, they're never going to go out of date. And you can get Hessian, well, we do shows where Hessian, Make It Joe, things like that. Once you've got the idea and the principle, you are good to go. Now, all the ideas and the principle are currently in the book. Very busy for the book at the moment. A third of the signed copy, they will all be signed as well. Okay, so they're all going to be signed copies, is what you're going to get in this one. Oh, whole Christmas tree. Was that a whole Christmas tree I just saw then, a frag rug?
Yep, it's 5'5".
I so want that in my dining room. Look at that. A whole rag rug Christmas tree. Then you can make your little wreaths that go on the side of it as well. Oh my, that is amazing. Love it. It's £10.49, 833003 is your item number. A nice little coffee table read, a nice little giftable for someone as well that's just starting off in the world of crafts or going to start their rag rug journey. Right then, let's go for more demonstrations. What are you up to now?
So I've done a few bits of the red now, but what I thought I'd do is we've done the shaggy technique, and you can probably understand how in practice this starts off like this, and then it becomes like this when you add in more stuff. And you can see on the back here that this is just what happens when you cut out the wreath around the stitching once you've finished it. But what I thought I'd do is I'd show you how you can do the loopy technique, so that other traditional British technique. And I'm going to just do a little bit of demoing in our wreath itself. So the nice thing about the wreaths is they're good for using up all of those kind of like strange oddments that you've got lying around. Okay. So you can probably tell that I chuck away nothing. So I am enabling you all for all of that fabric hoarding you guys are up to. But basically what I do is I save all of these like strange little tassel-y things that people donate to me, anything and everything. And these mini wreaths are great for using them up. Because it doesn't really matter if they feel as good. Whereas when you're doing a rug, you'll really pat yourself on the back for doing it in the soft, cushy blanket yarn because it just feels amazing. But with the wreaths, it's all about how they look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do the loopy style of rag rugging. And this is where the rug hook comes in. So this one comes in the complete kit, which Adam will run through in a little bit. But basically, for that one, we generally work with long strips. So we don't cut them short on the gauge. But I'm going to be working with this odd little tassel thing that I've just cut off here. And what we do for the loopy style, and I'm actually going to be doing it between my red flowers, is we poke our rug hook in from the front of the Hessian to the underside. And you can see how it's poking through. I like to keep my hook pointing upwards because then gravity is my friend. And I take my strip of fabric or, you know, strip of material or whatever you've got, I hook onto it, and all you want to do is pull a single end through to the top. So can you see I've pulled one cut end through to the top here? And then what you do is you miss out 2 strands in the Hessian again. So the spacing is very similar to what we've done before. You keep your hook pointing upwards, you grip onto the strip, and you want to pull a loop to the top instead. So you can see I've pulled an end through, then a loop. And then you would keep going. So you would miss out 2 strands again, go in there, grab that strip on the underside of the hessian with your hook, and you would pull a little loop up to the top. And finally, when you've only got the end pointing downwards and there's not much left to do, you would go in there in 2 holes away, 2 strands away from where you were before, grip onto that little end, and you want to pull it through to the top, like our first end. And in this kind of mini wreath, it looks like this. So it's almost created like a shorter pile. But you can see in many of the projects in the new book that that loopy technique looks incredibly tightly knitted. So can you see here, this is a Christmas stocking that's been done in that loopy technique. And you can create things that have a really distinct pattern in this particular one. So I'm sure Adam will run through this, but basically, if you only want to do the traditional shaggy style of rag rigging with the spring tool and the cutting gauge that we started off with, the easy peasy kit is possibly the right one for you. But if, like me, you're someone who is like, oh, the next technique, I want to do that, I want to do that, you may want to go for the complete kit, because that comes with that handy rug hook, and that is the one that's best for doing this loopy style of rag rigging. And I'd just like to add that, you know, once again, once you've got these tools, you've got them, they're not going anywhere. Even if you start off and you're absolutely obsessed with the shaggy technique and you only want to make that thick, luscious pile, you've still got the rug hook if you've bought it in the kit. And in a couple of years, you open up your book and you're like, wow, I love those stockings, I want to make one. You've got it, and it's good to go. And it looks so different depending on what fabrics you use. So, you know, if you use something like the blanket yarn, it ends up looking very plush and thick, like this rug here. Whereas if you work with old t-shirts, cottons, mixed fabrics, that ends up looking like that sun rug down there, where you've got kind of a lot of texture and different kind of fabrics in it. So there's so much you can do with those 2 particular, you know, techniques.
It's really sort of horses for courses, isn't it, for this one? Because the techniques and the styles that you can do, you haven't got to buy different tools either. So if you want the plush look, it all depends on the fabric you're going to use. If you want sort of the shabby look, it all depends on the fabrics that you use once again. But to start all this, you're going to need the kit. Now, as we keep talking about, this is the easy peasy starter kit that you're going to get in here. So you are getting your hook that we spoke about earlier with the pincers that you've got on there. You're also getting your hessian to start. You're going to get full instructions included. You're also going to get your latch hook that's in there. Now, no doubt, if we can't get through this hour, we'll go through in the next hour at 7 o'clock. And you're also going to get your gauge as well. It all comes in a bag. Do you also get the yarn? And you also get the hessian, and you also get the blanket yarn as well. It's a nice little starter kit for someone. £22.50 is what you're looking at across 2 interest-free flexible payments. But if you want to go for the complete kit, it's everything that you see there. Most people are. We're also going to add the hook in as well. So you're not only going to get the hook, you're going to get the latch hook, and you're also going to get the little snips that's in there. You're also going to get the gauge, £10.49. You're getting the hessian. It all comes in a beautiful presented bag, and you're also going to get your yarn as well. And it is on flexible payments of 2 flexible payments of £30. What a cracking little Christmas gift that you're looking. From there, I would also pop in that for another £5 across your flexible payments. I think it's £5.50 it works out to be. Definitely pop in the book as well. £5.25 actually is what you're looking at. Throw your book into it. You've got everything covered. Because you've got the wool to start with, you've got your hessian to start with, you can go down little, you've got a book full of techniques, and you're also getting instructions in there as well. It's worth having a little go. Go for that complete kit, £59.99. 2 flexible payments of £30 is what you're looking at. 614072 is your item number. Mini wreaths are up next. Now, you're loving the mini wreaths as well. Now, I was flicking through the book, and if you are going for the book, there is a whole section on mini wreaths. So we'll put the details for the book on the bottom of the screen. So if you're thinking, oh, I can't remember how to do them, there is an entire section that's in there. Get your hessian for it, get the complete kit for it that you're looking at. You're going to get some felt. And then you're going to get the different types of green, so you can create a sort of this sort of, obviously you're not getting your gingham in there, but you can decide what you want to go in. You could add gingham if you wanted to add gingham. Maybe you've got that old shirt that you don't know what to do with. You could add that as well to the mix. I mean this in the nicest possible way, and you know how I mean it when I say it, but you could turn these into memory wreaths. Very, very easily. Turn them into memory wreaths for loved ones, and maybe you're going to have an artificial candle that's in there at the moment. Would be absolutely stunning. It really, really would. And it's not something that you're going to put away and go, oh, I don't really remember. It's something that you're going to remember time and time again for them. £15.99 is what you're looking at. 547536 is your item number. Bouquets are what we're talking about next. What a project these are. So this time, you're going to get your hessian in there. You're also going to get your stems included, and you're going to get your instructions, but all you need to do is add your fabric, and you are going to create, I adore these, absolutely, because I reckon once you've made some and you get the gist for it, you could add these to the end of pens. You could give them to little ones as magic wands, as little fairy wands, if you use your things like organza and things like that. You could really go to town with little pom-poms. Look at these. Imagine a pair of googly eyes on that, you're good to go. A little puppet. You could turn them into little puppets and things. They are absolutely beautiful. Maybe it's going to be your favourite stirrer. Maybe this is something that you're going to put it on the end of your paintbrush so you know where your paintbrushes are. Like Matthew Palmer uses them all the time. We say you can't use them, Matthew. They're a bit over the top for painting with Palmer. But yeah, look how beautiful they were with a little paintbrush on the end. The possibilities really are endless. Love it. Absolutely love them. £12.99. Bring my book down with me. Spiral Hessian, you are loving this. You are absolutely loving this. This is absolutely huge. Now, you're getting the Hessian. How big is my Hessian?
It's 140 by 100, so it is a decent size. Like, it's not a little mat. It will take you a bit of time, but oh, when it is rag rugged, it looks stunning, and it's so easy because you don't even have to think about what you're doing. You just take it one section at a time, build it up slowly. The sample which Adam's holding up, he's got good muscles because it does weigh. Yeah.
It's heavier than I thought.
Yeah, he's regretting it pretty soon. That's basically a whole load of mixed blues. I had loads of scrappy bits, just cut them all up together, you know, patchworking offcuts, sewing offcuts, everything. You just mix them all together, filled in the segments, a bit of kind of like duvet cover in the back. Yeah, looks great.
Yes, it does. Sorry, I've put it back. It's heavier than I thought. But say that again, Kate? It would make a beautiful bath mat. I was thinking that earlier, and it could be. I'm guessing they're washable as well because they're on Hessian and they're fabric.
Yeah, so you can wash them. Rag rugs don't like getting wet and then not fully drying out. That's their only Achilles heel. But in a bathroom, as long as it's not the main bath mat that you get sopping wet out onto, they're fine. I wash them in a pillowcase. Choose a good day to dry them because, as we've discovered, they're very thick and heavy, so they do take a while to dry. But there's a reason the Victorians did them. They did last a very long time. And yeah, it's a nice thing to pass down as well.
I love them. Absolutely love them. Use it as your third bath mat. Dry on one, secondary dry, talcum powder on the other one. It'll sit down, little foot massage on that one is where we would go. I think we got out of it, Kate. £16.99. 838093 is your item number. Then we've got your rope techniques. Now this is a beautiful kit because while you look at this, and I'll still talk, you won't even know I've disappeared. For the sheer fact you are going to be creating absolutely gorgeous things like these. How beautiful is it? I would love this, I really, really would, down the side of my sofa, just full of blankets.
Yeah, and this was, the reason why I'm demoing this one today is because I tried loads of different techniques, and this one I was absolutely obsessed with, and if you just left me for an evening, I would be quite content just making tons of these. It was so therapeutically fun. Yeah, and basically the cord which we're selling today will do this size of basket. I did stitch one up fully just to see how it would kind of work.
That's nice though.
So this is where I haven't actually rag rugged it. So I haven't put any rags around it. This is just the pure cord, which already looks pretty nice. So the instructions for our cover star, the basket, are in the book, but I'll be doing a little bit of demoing of the coiled technique in a minute. But you'd be surprised how easy it is to do. And even if you don't have a sewing machine, because I know not everyone does. I have also got some no-sew projects in here for that technique. So for example, let me see, this one here for example, I've got like a plant pot cover, which is a no-sew one. And I've also got this cute rainbow wall hanging, which was very fun to do.
I like all these. I absolutely adore them. Whether it's big or whether it's small, it's still going to look nice, especially at Christmas. Well, you pop a couple of baubles inside, especially the little one, just the cream on its own, so just the colour that you've got here. A few baubles just to fill that basket would look absolutely stunning. Maybe fill it with a poinsettia and then some baubles around the outside that you've got there. Fill it with chocolates if you want to go down chocolate route as well. It would look lovely under my tree. Just saying, hint, hint. £16.99. But to do all this, because if you're anything like me, you're never going to remember, get the book. 50% of the stock of my signed book now has already gone. 50% of my signed copies has already gone. Every single one of them will be signed, not by me, obviously. Why would you want that? It would double the price. They'll all be signed by Elspeth as well. So it's worth getting hold of your book. £10.49. Right then, talking about cording, let's go for a little demonstration. How does it all begin?
Yeah, so basically, first of all, a little confession, and I'm just doing this because it'll make it even more exciting to you. That cover star that we had, that beautiful kind of like basket there, looks a little bit more complicated than it is. And this was just a little bit of a demo on how, you know, fabric plays a huge part in it. So we're not selling any fabric with the cord because we want you to use up your old rags. But this particular basket here has only been made with 2 different fabrics. And in fact, it was only 1 curtain that I used. And I've brought said other matching curtain with me because I want you to just see how something like this became something so unrecognisably beautiful. So this is my friend Claire's childhood curtain.
Yeah, you say that now. That was in your lounge. We all know
No,
it.
no. This was donated by my friend Claire's parents, and they'd hoarded it in their attic for years and years, and eventually they were like, right, we've got to get rid of some of this childhood stuff. Elspeth, would you like it? And I was like, yep, send it my way. But this and the lining of the curtain, which was a plain cream in colour, is what created this beautiful patterning in this coiled basket. So that's all you need. 2 fabrics and you can create something as beautiful as that. So I'm sure some of you have got some bits lying around that you can work with. So I'm going to put that curtain out of the way and I'm going to get some cord. So what we start with in our little pack that we're selling today is cord, and I've specifically chosen cord because I tested loads of different things, but the one that we're selling today is cotton covered. It's got a recycled synthetic centre for strength, and it's excellent because it does have some rigidity to it, but it's also easy to sew on the sewing machine, so you won't have any kind of clunking and things getting caught if it's a bit too thick and things like that. So that's what we've got to work with. And to create this beautiful patterning, so as I said, this is just our plain cord where it's been stitched in different ways. To create our patterning and to actually have some fun with this technique, here's a little bowl I made. We want to cover this cord in fabric. So I'm going to show you how to do that now so you know what you're doing. So what we do is we always start off with the end of the cord. It's fairly obvious at this stage. And I have created some strips of fabric that I'm going to use to cover it. And the width that you cut the strip is quite important. And all of this is in the book, just in case anyone does forget. But if you cut your strips too wide, it won't wrap around the cord very well and it'll almost bunch up. And if you cut your strip too narrow, there's no such thing, but it will take you much longer to wrap it. So with an average thickness of fabric, something like jersey or cotton, like a medium weight, you'd be cutting your strips roughly 1.5 centimetres in width, approximately. If you were working with a thicker fabric, maybe something like a denim, you'd cut it a bit narrower. And once again, if you've got a thinner fabric, like a chiffon, you can get away with cutting it wider. So just a little tip, thinner fabrics won't take as long to cover your cord. So hint, hint. So what I'm going to start off with is we always need to cover the end of the cord. And when you buy our cord, it may have some tape on the end, just to kind of keep it from disintegrating on that end. You can either cut that off, or you can carefully unravel it, and then you'll be at the same stage as me. And what you do here is you want to make sure that that end bit is covered. So if you've got a glue gun or you've got some PVA or something, sometimes people like to dab a little bit of glue to kind of secure that end of the strip over the cord. But because I've got my sewing machine to hand, and because we're going to be working a bit with it, I'm actually just going to move that in here. And what I'm going to do is just put a couple of stitches in the end, just to lock that in place. And this is not something I ever thought I'd be doing, because I am not a sewer. I should add that as a caveat.
Me and you together, I never thought I'd be doing this either, to be honest.
But sewing on a sewing machine on live TV, it was not on my bucket list, but this should hopefully be illustrative on how easy this technique is, because if I can do it, then you guys have got no excuse.
I wanted to be an astronaut.
Oh, didn't we all at some point? So all I've done is put a couple of stitches in the end of my strip, just to hold it in position. So you can see that there. But as I said, equally, a little bit of glue would do it very nicely. And what we want to do is just make sure that we've kind of got it all secured and we've got it tidied up. So what we're doing is just wrapping it round to create almost like a little bit of a mummified end to our fabric cord here. And you can see we're just wrapping it, and once you get away from the end, it becomes much easier. Everyone will feel a little bit kind of slow and clunky at the beginning, but can you see you're just wrapping around and along like so. And that is pretty much all there is to it. But when you run out of fabric, as I am about to do in a second, we're going to have to seamlessly join strips together so that we don't end up with any kind of gaps in it. And the length that you cut your strips will determine how things will pattern, because obviously the more of the cord you cover in this one colour, the more you'll get kind of one colour. So you can kind of see that in this little bowl here, this fabric was all the same, because I covered, God, probably about 4 meters in that particular fabric. But what I'm going to be doing now is just chopping and changing colour to create a bit of a pattern.
So make a beautiful little hamper basket for someone. If you're going to do it as a like, you get the enjoyment of making it, that's your fun out of it. And then you get the enjoyment of giving it to somebody else. So you've done all the fun bit of putting it together and changing it the colours you want to make it. But then imagine turning it into a beautiful hamper. But then you're putting all this inside your hamper, as well as the book as well. Yeah, don't get me wrong, have a little flick through, have a little read before, don't crack the spine so they don't know you've read it, in the words of Jenny Raymond. You know what I mean? Don't crack it, then you gift it on, you sort of take sneaky photos so you know what you're doing, then hand it. But the complete kit that we are getting here, 20%. 20% of the complete kit has already gone. 2 flexible payments of £30. You get all the tools. You get your latch hook in there that we've not even touched on this hour. No doubt we will touch on it with Derek when we come back at 7 o'clock. You're also getting your hooks in there. Your grippy tools, you're also getting your pens in there, your cleaning cloths, you're getting your guides, you're getting your yarn, and you're also getting your Hessian as well. A lot of Hessian for your money that you're getting this. £30 on 2 interest-free flexible payments. And on those 2 interest-free flexible payments, I would definitely be popping in my signed copy. 60% of the stock has now already gone. This covers a load of techniques, things like your shaggy rugs in there, your loopy rag rugs that you've got in there, your cord rope. Now this is what we're touching on at the moment. So if you wanted to make, where's it gone? I've just been looking at it. If you wanted to make your pots, if you wanted to make your rainbows that you've got, you can do that because you've got all the tools that you need in here. 833003 is your item number. Let's get back to our Elsa. Where are we up to?
So I've just been doing a little bit of wrapping, but I'm going to cut it off here just so you can see how you join. So basically what we've got here is we've reached the end of our strip and we need to keep going. So I'm going to take a different coloured strip so you can see. And actually this one's got a wrong side and a right side to it. So just so you can see which side you would be working with. And what we do is the joining strip, we taper to a point. And it is kind of like just only slightly tapered. And what we're going to do is with the wrong side of the fabric facing upwards, we're just poking that tip so that it's inside of the strip. And we want to wrap, and you keep wrapping, and you want to wrap over that last end just to trap it in position, because you don't want any bits kind of like poking out. You want it to be quite nice and flat. And I should add at this point that the cord that we're selling today, the instruction booklet that comes with it will have a bonus pattern on how to do bowls, because in our book we've got baskets, we've got rainbows, we've got a really nice beautiful kind of Bondi Beach inspired rug. But we didn't start with the bowl, which is quite funny because it is kind of like the easiest one. But you'll have that with the instruction booklet that comes with your cord. But you can see how it's all building up here. So you can do it in two ways. You can either create a whole load of fabric covered cord and then stitch it together however you want, or you can create some fabric covered cord and begin sewing it and kind of like sew a bit, wrap a bit, sew a bit, wrap a bit. And it has to be said, if you're someone who you want to see how the pattern's looking, something like the cover star basket, for example, I wanted to see how it was striping. I basically covered a bit, sewed a bit, covered a bit, sewed a bit. But with the rug, this beautiful circular rug that's in the book, I covered, gosh, I think it was about 40 meters of cord in fabric before I even kind of started doing any assembly. So what I'm going to do now is show you how you would start off sewing. And what I like to do is when I reach this stage, I'm going to sandwich clip the end. And there are lots of different ways in which you can do it, but that's what I found is the easiest way. And I'm going to bring my sewing machine into shot. And when you start at the beginning, it's quite useful to have something wooden and pokey. So basically some kind of pencil of some description. I think somewhere here. Oh, it doesn't matter. I've got plenty of tools around, but normally I have something to hand. I'll use my latch hook instead. So to start off sewing together the cord, you always start with either a U is what I call it, and that will create an oval, or you start with it very tightly coiled, and that will create a circle. And we're going to be doing something circular, so I'm going to be starting with this shape. You can see here that the direction in which you wrap it, either clockwise or anti-clockwise, it's important. You want your tail to be coming to the right, because that means that when the bowl builds, I'm just going to empty that out, it will build to the left of the sewing machine. If you have it the wrong direction, it will try and build under your sewing machine, and you won't get very far. So just consult the book just to make sure that you are coiling it the right direction to begin with. So I'm going to poke it under my sewing machine now. And I always set my sewing machine to a wide zigzag stitch. And I'm just on a standard Janome here, so I go with my stitch width at 5 and my stitch length at 2. But I always use the centre of the bowl, which will become the bottom here. I use that as my area to get my stitch width and length correct, because not many people are going to be inspecting right in the centre at the bottom. So you can hide all of your mistakes there. And the reason why I like to have something kind of pokey and pointy is because you want to make sure that when you start off, you're using something to kind of press it in tight at the bottom. And all I'm doing is with my zigzag stitch, I'm trying to capture the two edges of the coil and press them in together and zigzag stitch to kind of join them. And the beginning is always the fiddliest part because you have to kind of maneuver it manually a little bit. But basically, what we're doing is just poking it in tight and twisting when we've kind of got it there. And you can see in a second how, once I've kind of got it past the point of the foot, and I've done quite a lot of these, so once I get going, I'm very quick at sewing them together. But as a beginner, just take it slowly. And I'll show you how this is looking in a second. So all I've done there is I've only wrapped it with, I think, 4 different strips, or maybe even 3. And you can already see how it's beginning to build up, like so. And I just need to kind of like trim some of my threads and things like that. But what you're looking for is the zigzag stitch needs to connect the 2 sides of the cord together and kind of lock them in position. And it becomes really sturdy. At a certain point, what you begin to do, and you can see here, here's another little one I started. So you can see how some fabrics look very different depending on what you've worked with. And what you want to do is, at a certain point, you begin to start to angle the cord and you begin to kind of twist it. And that's what starts to create this kind of bowl effect. So even though this is much smaller than I would normally work to, I'm going to just show you how you would do that angling very quickly. So
we've got about a minute left.
Okay, well, I'll do it very quickly. So what you start to do is pull this up. And what happens is it starts to create this bowling effect.
Look how quick this comes together. And it all, I'm guessing it all depends on that first circle or oval, depends on how, because the one that's on the front cover of the book is an oval on the bottom.
Exactly. So this is, like, I've only done a tiny bit, but can you see how it's almost making a little, almost like a ring bowl already? Something really small. So you don't even have to bother with the angling. You could do placemats, coasters, you could do, you know, runners for your table. The sky's the limit. And what's even better is you can buy multiple ones of this cord because you can make bigger projects.
Oh.
Yep. And you can always add on more. You can join bits of cord together very seamlessly. Honestly, I just want to keep going with this.
You could make trees and all sorts.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got a friend experimenting, but yeah, loads.
I feel another book coming on. £10.49 though. If you want the book, very, very busy for the book now that we are looking at. We'll put the details on the bottom of the screen for you. This is your regular life. This is your technique for beginners. Loads of projects, over 30 projects is what you're getting in here. £10.49 now. It is on extended delivery, only 4 days because they all have to be signed. That's all. They're not signed yet, so you will be signed. But 2/3 of the stock now has already gone. 833003 is your item number. But if you're going to go for the book, you may want to go for the cord as well, because just the standard cord on its own, turn in little zigzag sticks. I have a funny feeling you don't need the most snazziest of machines for this one to do with it. As long as it will do a zigzag sticks, you are good to go. And just that basket on its own, in just this cord, is absolutely beautiful. And you'll get full instructions to make the little baskets as well. So maybe you want to make some baskets. We've only got a minute and a half left. Els, you're back at 7 o'clock this evening.
Yes.
What can we look forward to at 7?
Ooh, more techniques.
There you go. Cliffhanger. I like it. More techniques are coming up at 7 o'clock. Let me give you the details one more time for the book. It has been the star of the show. You are absolutely loving it. £10.49. 833003 is your item number with that £4.50 saving. There is a lot in allocation at the moment. So if you've got it in your baskets, I would definitely start checking it out. You're going to go from the introduction to what tools you need. You're going to go to the shaggy rug, how to make the shaggy rug, how to make the loopy rag rug that you've got in there, the cord in there, the peg loom weave in there, and it's just going to build your confidence. Some of them are absolutely stunning. They really, really are from things like Christmas trees to wreaths to ciabatta stands to rugs that you've got in there, to scarves to peg bags. But you're going to need the book and you're going to need your tools as well. £10 and 49 pence is what you're looking at. 833003 is your item number. Brand new today as well. Thank you, Bob. Absolute pleasure to work with you again. Make sure you don't miss the 7 o'clock show with more hints and techniques that you can shake a stick at. I will see you in a couple of hours' time. Don't go anywhere. See you then. Yes, indeed. Coming up next, it's the final call of the Wanzuri one-day special. Then it's paper crafting with Funky Fossil. Then it's all about the Dreamies. Oh, nice.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Good afternoon. It is so lovely to have your company. I tell you what, you're going to have a really, really fun hour as we're closing the door, aren't we, on this one-day special with Zuri now. It's been a very, very exciting 24 hours. I have to say it's my first as well, actually. So I'm hoping to bring a little breath of fresh air through the door with me as well. My first on this one-day special, at least, and I'm liking it. Catherine, it's a nice one, this one, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is. It's nice to be back here with you as well. We haven't done a show for a wee while, have we?
No, we haven't.
It's been a wee while. Have a little look at your one-day special, because this is really, really lovely. You've got... You know how we've got the Zuri mould set called A Little Bit of Everything? Well, I feel like today's one-day special is a little bit of everything as well. There's a little bit of wonderful butterfly there with the lovely... I love the lovely sort of dripping wings. It's very sort of ethereal, isn't it?
Yes, and the wings are separate. There's no body there. You've got two separate pieces.
Oh, OK.
Which is fantastic.
Have we got a finished one somewhere?
Well, there's a couple in front of
you.
Oh,
there is, sorry.
Now, a body has been added to the wings there.
How?
In the form of the perfume bottle, or one of the perfume bottles that we've got.
Oh, that's clever. I like that. I love the cogs there as well. That's very, very good indeed. That's very, very nice. So that's one of the 3 moulds in today's one-day special. You also have, what is she called? She is called the Fire Dancer, and she is very full of drama. Now, with all the fuss and furore with dancing recently, there's a little bit of an essence of the old swinging tango going on there, which is very, very nice indeed. So you've got the Fire Dancer, and there's a lot of drama there. And you think about, of course, because they are mouldable, because they are moulds, of course, and so you can mould them around things. But oh my word, how dramatic!
I know.
That is so fiery and so alive. I love the colours. Do you know, at the moment as well, where we're just, you know, everything in the go, if you look out the window, everything's green at the moment, isn't it, or brown, or, you know, kind of, it's that time of the year. You need a bit of colour in your life, and that certainly delivers, doesn't it? Well, how was that one done? I love how that's been finished off.
That was done by Leanne, who's our UK design team member. It looks as though there's some, well, there is definitely some sort of glaze on there, whether it's a varnish or some other sort of glaze, I'm not too sure. Makes it look like porcelain, doesn't it?
It's amazing. I think it's really, really
yeah,
cool.
there's definitely some paint techniques going on
It looks
there.
like something from a vintage fairground, you know,
Do
like
you know, it does,
like a little
actually.
objet.
It does,
like
doesn't
something
it?
that's been taken off from an old fairground ride or something like that.
I
think
know
it's
exactly
really
what
cool.
you mean. Do you know, it's been reminding me of something all day and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Now, you
There you
said
go.
that that's exactly what it is.
You're very welcome. Solve that. Right, and the third mould in this one-day special, of course, is this phenomenal carriage. And this has so much detail in it. Again, I'd love to follow that same kind of vibe as the Fire Dancer there, with a finish on the carriage there. It's beautiful. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, I've got one here. Oh, I tell you what, this is lovely. This is like being passed an award. Let me tell you, it's lovely.
This has been made using the Hydroflow, which is sold out now, unfortunately, and the metal cast. So that lovely effect is with the metal cast. We've got a little bit of that stock left, so we're
Is
going to
that the
touch on
metal
that
cast
again.
then, the windows?
It's more than the windows. Do you see where the detail has been brought out on the wheels and on the higher areas?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk through it in demo because we've got a little bit of stock of that left, and we've
okay.
been playing with techniques and we've got a little bit of revealing to do.
Oh, nice. Good,
Yes.
good, good. Love that. This is really, really nice. I love how detailed this is. Again, the sharp detail that we always get from the jewellery moulds is absolutely incredible. It's really, really nice. You've had a great time, haven't you, the last 24 hours?
Oh, yes.
I
Always
can
do.
tell.
Always do.
I can absolutely tell. Right, so your one-day special, let's do the numbers and figures and things, shall we? 739162 is your item number then. It is down into 2 flexes as well, so it's £69.97, saving £11, which is a nice, handsome saving. You can break that down into 2 flexes, of course, so it makes it 2 payments of £34.99. Plus the P&P, of course, on your first payment. But with that being an £11 saving, I think that very much works out as a why not, doesn't it? Yeah. Why not? Why not become a Freedom member? It makes perfect sense. It's covered in your saving, and then you're not paying postage. In fact, this next 30-day period is rather a good time not to be paying postage. I'm just saying. Probably said too much already. Let's go to the horoscopes, shall we? Now we've got 3 of the. Oh, are we doing these? Are these individuals? Oh. Okay, let's bring up Leo first. So these are the Scorpio. Sorry, I'm obsessed with Scorpio because I am one. These are the zodiac signs.
Well, I'm a
moulds.
Leo, you see.
Oh, are you?
I am.
Oh, that's how
Yes.
the selection that we've got here today, is it? So you've got the 2 moulds, of course. You've got. Let me find Leo. Let me find Leo. Oh yes, it's on the box. Thank you, Kirsty. Yes, it's on the lid of the box, isn't it? So I'm so quick on the update today. And there's also something inside the box that you haven't seen as well. So there's the first impression, which is that, my word, very, very glorious lion there.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
It's
Now, look
really
at the detail.
commanding, isn't it? It's like, what was that show in London with the horse? Like really, really, yeah, war horse. Like it's got that really lovely sort of puppety realism about it. I love it. Very, very nice. And look, inside the box, we've actually got the other mould and the other impression. Yes, it is actually. Yes, it's upside down because the way you would read it when you Open the box. If you were Australian. Anyway, listen, it's in there. That's the main thing. 177855. Honestly, stickler for detail sometimes they are here. I love it. So that's Leo. 177851 is your item number. Then we have Sagittarius. Anyone here Sagittarius? That's now, isn't it, Sagittarius? That's.
Is it?
I think so, yeah, because that's late November into December, I think, isn't it, Sagittarius? Ooh. I think so, because Scorpio moves into Sagittarius, doesn't it? Do you know how I remember this? There used to be a game show called the Zodiac Game with Russell Grant years ago, and I remember.
So they did.
I remember the order of the star signs from the signature tune of that show. So, did you?
I've forgotten about that.
Is it now, Ross? 23rd of November to the 22nd of December, so that's where we are right now with Sagittarius. And Sagittarius also has its little, its second impression as well. Impression. Seems like a weird word to say, doesn't it, impression? Because it feels like you're going to do an impression, but that's what one of the moulds is. It leaves an impression.
I love the frame of that. You know, if you don't want to use the poem, just use the frame. You can take the frame out separately if you're using resin or your air dry clay, of course.
Yeah, of course you can. Because you can kind of sort of mask. Well, you don't even have to mask it off, do you? Just use the.
Yeah, you can apply the, especially with the air dry clay, because you can position it wherever you want it and it doesn't move. So you can just take out the frame. If you're using resin, you could blank that off a little bit, stop it flowing into the centre. There's different ways of working with it actually, but I just think it's so ornate, so beautiful.
You sold something like that at a craft fair. I think it might be more than the price of the mould, don't you think?
Definitely.
Just thinking.
Do you know, I always say I like the idea of maybe if you're making a wedding album and you've got the star signs of the bride and the groom as well, and the little poem that goes with it would be really nice, wouldn't it?
That would be lovely. So, Sagittarius is 273129. Not that I'm rushing us along to the absolute leader of the zodiac. The one to be feared, loved and treasured all in one. Scorpio is here, and Scorpio is in the building. I don't go on about my holiday. My birthday, I always go on holiday for that. But yeah, look, there is the Scorpio. Very, very nice. Do we have a Scorpio? I mean,
we not at the moment in the studio, unfortunately.
We need to put that right,
find
Catherine,
one
pretty soon. Let me tell you, it is the sign of the zodiac, isn't it, Scorpio? We are full of mystery, full of wonder, never to be feared. There's nothing to worry about. There's no sting in the tail. Well, not that we're going to reveal to you, at least. Just don't let us down. That's all. That's all. Just don't let us down. And you'll never need to find out. 472967 is your item number for that one. £23.99. Right, OK, I think that's rather enough. There is more on the show, of course, on the website. But we've got lots of reveals and demoulding still to do, so we can't do that and go right the way down the counter. But there are lots of returning favourites, including the numbers, the aces of faces are on, and lots more besides. Right then, what are you halfway through and what have you got to show us
Right, well, before we move on to the metal cast, because I've got some demoulding to do, as you said, I've done another one of those blends. I'm not going to do it live on air this time because we've done it quite a few times. We've also got some dried pieces of clay. This was just the white hearty with some of the black from one of the bundles. Technique that I do just with a rolling pin. And I've already placed half of the clay in one side of the butterfly wings. I'm just going to do the other side as well. Now this will look very sort of untidy from the back, but I've rolled out the clay so I've got a piece that will cover the entire detail of the particular wing that I'm going to do there. So once I've laid that into the mould, I can then start to fold back into the mould because I need to fill it up basically.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
So I now know where the colours are going to fall. Any excess can either be pulled away or, as I say, just sort of worked into the mould itself.
It's a lovely soft sort of ombre, isn't it, from one to the
yeah,
other?
really. I love doing this technique.
Very
You know, I get asked about doing this so many times as well because people, you know, they tend to miss it and then, how did you do that? And it's really, really clever. Now, there's a lot of clay at the bottom there compared to the amount of space that I need to fill. So sometimes it's easier to take away some and then put it back in a little bit because I don't want to disturb the effect that I've got of the clay that's already in there. So at this point now I'm going to start taking a rolling pin over that just to flatten it out a little bit and I can see where I'm going. down at the bottom here, obviously that's where the trickier elements are. So just using, again, fingertips to work that clay into there. Now, it's not often actually I use a tool, but I think with this one it's quite handy if you've got some sort of cake decorating tool or the end of a paintbrush, just to press that into the mould to make sure it's really compacted down. Now, as I work this and just tidy it up a little bit as well, just a reminder to everybody, and I do this on every show just about, I at least talk about it on every show, don't take your clay directly from the pack and put it into the mould, because it will be too wet and then you will struggle to get the clay out of the mould. This is another reason why I've done this beforehand. I've done the blend and I've also allowed the air to get to the clay. So we're just tidying it up a little bit now. Just want to reveal that little area of the wing there. And then any indentations that I can see where I've rolled over with a rolling pin, I can now start to fill in with scrap clay. So it doesn't matter on the colour now. We've got the colour where we want it already in the mould. I'm just basically topping this up. Use your rolling pin. You can see where it flattens. If it flattens, you know it's got a nice height. If it doesn't flatten, you know you need to top it up a little bit further. Now, hopefully this clay isn't too wet now, because I did have it out drying. Do you know, I think I'm going to make do with that. A little bit more tidying up maybe at the bottom there. These are the vulnerable areas. These are the weak areas. So if your clay is too wet, that's where it's going to break or it's going to stretch. One little tip I like to show is to turn over the mould, give it a little press with the heel of my hand as well, just to make sure I've got all that detail, and then we'll do the reveal.
Isn't it?
So let's have a little look. You can see straight away how that is now coming away nicely from the mould. Not much effort at all. Obviously this is still the dangerous area or the vulnerable area, but you can see that's lifting. I'm just going to basically peel that back and allow that to drop out. And there we have that lovely ombre effect. It always looks so much better than you imagine it's going to look.
Do you know what I'm thinking as well? Because I know these are food grade as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
You can think of other applications. And don't worry, there's no spoilers in what I'm about to say, but on the Bake Off, was it a couple of weeks ago, or that well-known baking programme that you might have seen on TV, others are available, they did... What was the name of, the things that they were doing? I want to say accoutrements. It was a word like that. Entremet, that's what they were doing.
Oh, yes.
Where you make things within things within things. And I think you could achieve that in a different kind of way. If you were doing like layered chocolate, so your bottom or your top layer, what would be, could be one type of chocolate, then you could leave that to dry or chill it or whatever, and then go for another colour, or maybe hide some white chocolate in between two layers of...
you could definitely do that.
Honestly, I'm now thinking for these, because that gives you lots and lots of applications. Yes, it's wonderful to do it in resins and clays and everything else. I think they are amazing. I don't know why, just because maybe it's time of year thing. I'm just thinking, actually, making decorative chocolates with these. I mean, the carriage would be a lot to go at actually in one single chocolate, but amazing. I mean, like you could almost have your own little, you know.
I think you're totally correct there. I think have a little bit of fun with it, try and experiment. And actually, if you were doing chocolate and it didn't quite work out, you could drop out the chocolate and remelt it again and just kind of mix it together if you wanted to.
Yeah, but you wouldn't remelt it. You'd just take it out, eat it, and then do some new.
You'd eat it. You'd eat
It's so silly.
All right.
Honestly, it's chocolate, woman.
You're probably right.
I could eat a few of those chocolate ladies as well, I have to say. Fire dancers. You could do that,
they're
couldn't you?
not too much, are
They'd
they,
be great as
in
Christmas.
one sitting?
Christmas, you know, you could have those around some kind of Christmas cake or something like that, and a number of them, and help yourself to a fire dancer before we crack open the cake. Lovely. Nice.
Why not? Why not?
Have yourself a fire dancer, why don't you? It's Christmas. Treat yourself.
Oh dear. Now, if I bring in the ones I've done previously, let me just turn these to the other side so you can see it. Really messy from the other side, but once you flip them over, I did the ombre the opposite way, and there's a little bit of silver paint gone over the top of this one. So you can see the effect that you've got there. I've just lined those up as well because I just want to explain about the clay. The air-dry clay will shrink slightly. You can see these that are dried. if I just line them up as best I can, you can see there is a difference in size. It's not a great deal actually, and that is another good plus for letting the clay dry a little bit before you put it in the mould, so you can see less shrinkage.
Yeah.
But however much it shrinks, it will not lose that detail. And these are super, super lightweight. So if you want to use these on your cards, these are absolutely perfect.
See, I'm just thinking there's lots and lots of places around the house where you could decorate with something like this, and they don't need to be permanent because you can move them around, can't you? If you do them in resin, a little bit more so.
Yeah.
If you do them in clay, again, really, really good. The only thing you don't want them to do, I guess, is to take on moisture. But you could glaze them
exactly.
and seal
you could
them,
seal
could you?
them.
Yeah.
Yes, you could seal them. You can use a varnish, or you could use a watered-down PVA will make a good sealant.
See, I think the corner of a big mirror or whatever that just needs
That would
softening
look
down,
lovely,
something
actually.
like that would be really lovely. And you could tone it in with the colours that are in your bathroom as well. We've got the, you know, with there's various ways of doing
Actually,
that.
just putting the butterfly together, even without a body there, you can see it
Yeah, it
comes
works,
together
doesn't
beautifully.
it?
You can curl the shape of the wings a little bit. You don't have to leave them flat. Just prop them against something, or roll them over a rolling pin or a bowl or something like that. And you can, of course, dry them so they keep their shape, which would look beautiful.
Can I just ask you to bear in mind that this is going to be one of the last chances this side of... oh, Christmas. We can just say Christmas now. Like it's there. We can almost reach out and touch it now, can't we? Honestly, we avoid it for so much of the year, don't we? Oh, we probably shouldn't mention Christmas yet. Well, we probably should now. Absolutely, we should. Bear in mind that a lot of the mediums that we've had on the Zuri shows have all so long since gone, but we do still have the air dry clay as well. These are the twin packs, so it's 400 grams in total. Usually one pack is £9.99, so you're getting two of those there for £17.99. These are going out. When are these going out now, Ross? On the 26th, which is only a couple of days' time. And do we have to? This is the white, isn't it? I know there are other colours available. Oh, OK, we'll bring the colour details up in just a second then for you. So 040721 if you want the white, and the white, of course, you can add any colour to. And again, you can use other clays to make new colours and ombres as well. Right, OK, so we've got a pick and mix of 3 of the 50-gram colour packs there for you at £13.99. So we've got, these always look like packs of wipes, don't they? It is clay, though. So it's magenta, yellow, blue, black, red and dark green, all of which, of course, you can make new colours out of and blend them together, can't you?
Now, if you are going for the pick and mix and you're thinking, I'm not quite sure which ones to go for, if you want a true black, definitely put that in your basket, because obviously if you mix in any colours with the white clay, you'll always get grey.
Yes.
And the blend that I've done was using the white and the black together, so you kind of get that ombre effect with the grey in the centre. So always very useful. Same with the green, actually.
Yeah.
Or the red, because if ever you want a true red and you mix a red pigment into your white clay, you're going to get shades of pink.
Yes.
So really good options with the pick and mix if you're going for the red, the black, and that dark green, because they're hard to mix if you're just adding things into white clay.
Very good.
But other than that, you can just go for all your favourites. It doesn't really matter.
And can you add other colour into those existing colours as well? So if you want, for instance, you wanted to make the yellow darker,
yeah,
like you wanted to make it orangey or
Yes.
something, is there a way of doing that from
Actually,
yellow?
just a tiny bit of black into the yellow will
Oh,
make
okay.
it more of a mustard tone.
Okay.
And you can, of course, mix your colours together. If you want to add other mediums in,
Yeah.
a very concentrated pigment is what you need, something
Okay.
water-based.
Yeah.
The more liquid that you add, the stickier the clay is going to be, and it can change the consistency. Because you're working clay with clay, you're not changing the consistency. If you
getcha.
are adding anything else in there, my top favourite, sounds a little bit strange, but it's actually food colouring, the gel food colouring.
Do you know, it was the first thing that
Yeah.
popped into my head, and
It
I thought I won't
works
say it because
a
it won't have an
treat.
item number, but...
No, but it is. If you've got any at home, right, we don't so much see the liquid now, but the gel is absolutely fantastic, and it
Yeah.
colours the clay beautifully. But any pigments, pigment ink we've got on the show from Resident today.
Yeah.
Powders are a little bit drying and you don't get the same effect, so you
Yes.
really want a liquid. But there
Yeah.
are other things out there.
Fabulous.
OK, so I hope we've still got a tiny bit of the metal cast left, have we? We do. Right, OK, I can't show you the hydroflow this time because we've sold it out. Metal cast, I'm loving this. I think this is a bit of a game changer. Hopefully, at the end of the show, we will do those reveals we've talked about. this is a product that, for the moulds in particular, I think is going to make such a difference to people. You remember the images we did show from the packaging where you've got that lovely sort of metallic effect?
Yes.
You see it on the front of all of the packaging when you buy the moulds.
Yeah.
The question that is asked so many times is, how do I get that effect? Well, normally I say go with your clear resins, put a resitint in black, then use your paint or your wax to go over the top to bring the colour out. This will give you that sort of effect, but in a completely different way.
Oh, wow.
And it's just amazing because it's so, so strong as well. And, you know, with not much messing about at all. Now, when it comes to the metal cast, you get...
Which is limited again, by the way, just
oh,
so that
is
you know.
it? You get the liquid.
Yeah.
You also get the powder. Now, this is real metal powder. It's not just a pigment in there.
Okay.
This is, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. This was a world launch yesterday morning. We've sold so much throughout the last couple of days.
Right.
Now, it does tell you on the bottle for this particular product that it's 3 to 1.
Okay.
So it's going to be 3 parts of your powder to 1 part of your liquid.
Okay.
Okay.
You haven't got much left now, have you?
I haven't got much left there.
Is it
This
like
was actually
milky consistency?
It's very thin, actually.
Yeah.
This was left to me by Scott, who did the Elichem show yesterday. Now, it's not set in stone. You don't have to worry too much about the ratio.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go thinner, but you
Yeah.
can make it a little bit thick, and I'll explain why, because it was something I did earlier on.
Okay.
So I'm not being lazy. I just, now I've worked with it, and I know it works every time I've done it, I just kind of just go with
for
it
it.
now. Just plonk it in there and
bit of this, bit of
hope
that,
for the
and-
best. But we had a question in this morning from a lovely lady. I can't remember her name now. Was it Angela? I'm not sure. Anyway, the lady this morning said, could we put a tint in the metal cast and change the colour to make it look like a different colour metal?
Okay, yeah.
Now, my first instinct was to say no. I do know that Elichem are looking at making different coloured casting powders.
Yeah.
But then I thought, actually, could we change it? So I did a little bit of experimentation earlier on, and we're going to do the same thing again with this one. We won't be able to do the reveal on this one, but we will hopefully by the end of the show on the ones I did earlier. So I did add some of the resitint ink, but actually I'm not going to bother with that this time. I'm just going to go straight in with some of the powder. Now, we used the copper earlier. If you see the resitint powder on the websites, this is absolutely fantastic. Now, often we see, when we see the demonstrator Scott from Resitint, he will apply this to your clear resin, mix it in. I have dusted the moulds with this as well. It sticks beautifully into the mould, so you can pour your resin directly on top. Look at the quality of this, it's amazing. I'm just going to pop a little bit of that into our metal cast. Now, the worrying thing, Derek, is because I haven't done the reveal yet, and I did this earlier, I don't know if how well it has actually worked.
Oh, okay.
So I'm kind of taking a bit of a risk here by doing this again, because if it doesn't work, I'm going to be made to look a little bit foolish. But I'm quite confident.
It's only one way to find out. It's an
I'm
experiment,
quite confident. Now, if you're working with a metal cast without anything in it, all you need to do is take a paintbrush and apply into your mould. Now, you don't fill the mould with this.
So if it doesn't have anything in it, it will come out as a
it
sort
will
of,
look grey
sort of
until
gunmetal
you
kind of.
But then once you've allowed it to cure for a certain amount of time, use a very fine steel wool.
Yeah.
Or a very fine grade sandpaper,
Ah,
and
they
you
give it that-
burnish it, and it brings the gleam out. Now, what I'm doing here is just using a brush. Doesn't matter if it goes a little bit over the top of the mould. I'm working this into the fire dancer, and actually, you can really see the gold has come through, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
Limited stock, everyone. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt at all, but this is the first time I've seen it as well. Typical. Always late to the party. Limited stock, so if you do want to get hold of one, remember, so it's 3 parts of the powder to 1 part of the
liquid. But you can change that. I'll come
Right.
back to that actually,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I've done it again. You see, I don't know why I mixed so much. I've
You've
got
made
loads
so much.
there.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to fill lots of other moulds before I
Yeah.
go home, because I don't want to waste
A
it.
Scorpio mould.
A Scorpio mould could do that.
That needs filling.
Yeah, we could do that. Now, I've used the brush just to apply into the base of the mould there. So it's got a nice coverage. You don't have to have it so it's swimming in it, just where you want that to pick up.
Right.
Then you make sure it's covered. Now, with the HydroFlow that we used earlier on, you can demould usually between 30 to 40 minutes if the mould isn't too intricate.
Okay.
we were doing that throughout the shows. Because we're sold out on that, I did pour some beforehand, so we don't have to waste time seeing that again now.
Okay.
What you would do, though, with the metal cast is you must let this cure on its own for a good 30 minutes.
Okay, and what is going to go in on top of it?
In on top of that, I would put some of the resin or the HydroFlow
Right,
that we've
okay.
got. So many people have bought it and they're waiting to see the reveal, of course.
But it needs to cure on its own, and then the resin will cure to it, and then the whole thing will come out.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, right.
But also, if you're not using mould, you can still work with the metal cast because you can paint it directly onto surfaces. So if you've got something you want to cover, you can apply it to that and then sand it back and bring out that gleam. Something I did earlier on, which
So
I'm just going to bring in.
Does it have a resin-type finish then?
Yeah, it's
when you paint it on?
water-based, but it's very, very hard wearing. But because it's made with real metal, that's why when you polish it up, you get that gleam from it. Now, what I did earlier on, this is quite dry now. I did mix, this was one of the experiments actually, I did mix a little bit of the resi tint in there. It was a blue. And I used it through a stencil. But before putting it through the stencil, I did apply a little bit more powder than the mix suggests to make it thicker. But it works perfectly. Now, you imagine if you've got that onto a canvas, a piece of wood or any sort of background, once that is fully cured and you sand that back, it's going to bring through that metal effect.
Fabulous.
So, you know, in that way, it's a game changer. It doesn't look metal on this one because I did put some blue resi tint in there, but I wanted to show how you can work with the stencils as well.
That's really nice. It's an interesting texture as well, isn't
Really,
it?
really is. But you do need to mix it a little bit thicker for that. So you adapt the consistency or the viscosity, that's the last time I'll say that today, to create however you want to create. So definitely not just for your moulds.
It's about to go, by the way, because it is limited stock. So if you want it, 43367 is your item number. I had no indication that that was going to happen literally the second I said it. Ross hadn't said quickly tell them it's about to. I just knew. I just had this feeling that we were about to say goodbye to it, and now we have. So congratulations if you got it.
OK, now I'm not going to do the reveal just yet because these were poured literally just before the show.
OK.
And just to explain again, if you've got the HydroFlow, there is the metal cast in here with the mixture that I mixed earlier. So I used the copper when it came to the powder, whereas I've just used the gold. So that went in first, then the HydroFlow went on top. These feel quite warm because you can feel, you can tell when it's reactivating, you know, it's or activating. So right at the end of the show, what we're going to do is reveal these and see how the metal casters worked. I know they're not ready yet, but I just want you to see that I've got those ready to go a little bit later on.
Oh, you tease you.
I know,
Honestly.
But what else can we look at? Now then, the Fire Dancer. The Fire Dancer, bring her back in from the one-day special. This one, we started painting earlier on with the liquid metal and we sold out, so I didn't get to finish her. Here, she's on her head at the moment. So she's not finished because we sold out of the paint. But this is also the HydroFlow. This one here is the air-dry clay. Using the same paint that we've now sold out of, but many of you have got it, but just to show that you still get that beautiful detail from the air-dry clay. Now, I'm going to explain what I did in the earlier shows as well. I've got another one in air dry clay here, actually, that's not even been touched.
I've just got it as well. Sorry, Catherine.
That's
I've just got it. If you took away some of the dress in that mould, she's a synchronised swimmer.
Do you know, nobody else has spotted that. She could be, couldn't she?
You could actually turn some of the dress into kind of like a bit more of a bathing suit.
You could.
And she's a synchronised swimmer.
You could. I spotted something earlier, but nobody else really spotted it. I'll just show you the wings as well, because if you take the skirt off, you can give her the wings and turn her into a beautiful fairy. Now, ignore the body. Let's take away the whole of the body and just look at the top there.
Oh, you've got a tree.
Exactly.
Yes,
you
a tree.
can see it, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
So if you wanted to colour that in a certain way and add a little trunk, that's
it's like a twisted hazel in a wild wood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, do look outside what you're originally seeing.
That could be a coral as well, couldn't it? Under the sea, that could be a coral.
That would work very well.
Definitely.
And just to go over what I said earlier on, and I did again show it in previous hours, if you're wanting to create something that has skin tone, try and colour your clay beforehand. So this was a mixture of the white, the magenta, and a little bit of yellow. When I say a little bit, in fact, we might just do it, just to mix a bit more. If you manage to get the colouring chart...
It's like dolly pink, actually, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I've been doing a lot of sort of guesswork today. just because some things have gone. We have had a bundle with a colouring chart which shows you how to colour the certain colours that you might want, and it's quite interesting to look at the chart actually, because some colours are made in a completely different way to how you would expect. So for the skin tone, I did earlier on add a little bit of blue because it just seems to work. And it also worked when I did the resin tint into the powder with the Hydroflow as well. But I've got the yellow and the magenta out, so we're just going to stick to those. I want to show you the tiny, tiny amount of colour that you need to make a difference. Now, if I was following the colour chart, I know that it was more yellow than pink.
Right.
So I've only got a tiny bit of yellow there, but I need less pink. So I'm going to start really, really small. I can always add more. But if I put too much in, I can't really take it away, and I still think that might be quite strong. So to mix the colours together, you literally just need the clay. This is conditioning it at the same time as well, which is important. I don't think this is going to be too orangey. Should have gone with maybe half of what I've just shown you there. So to start with the tiniest amounts. Yeah.
It is interesting to see the journey. And of course you can create amazing, along the way, when you're adding other colours, you can create amazing kind of marbling, can't you? Because you can stop at lots and different stages.
Exactly that. Yeah, there's very easy techniques actually to create different effects.
Now it looks a little kind of peachy, doesn't it? It's kind of on the way, isn't it?
In fact, if I get some of the white and put it next to it, you'll see, oh, there's some there. Let's see. So you can see a big, big difference now. Actually, it's quite a good colour. I've guessed that quite right after all.
It is.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So I would mix that skin tone before putting the clay into the mould.
Yeah.
So everything is that colour. It's easy to paint the skirt, it's easy to paint the hair, but you start trying to paint the skin tone and the arms and the face, that's where it can go horribly wrong.
So you need to make sure that once you've made a mix, that actually you've made enough for all the moulds that you want, that are arms and legs and skin tone.
Yes, and there's a good trick to do that. I can't use the Fire Dancer because it's got something else in it. Let me just see what else I've got here. You know, it doesn't really matter. We've got the butterfly lady, she's on the show. So if I wanted to create the skin tone for the butterfly lady, all I would do is take some white clay, push it into the mould. Don't have to be too neat with it. Don't have to be too neat, as long as it's something like, and I know I've got enough to fill that mould. You don't want too much excess because you know you're wasting then. So fill the mould. Probably would go over the top with the rolling pin just to make sure it's compacted. Then I'd take that clay out of there and mix my colour into it. And I know I've got the right amount of clay for that mould without over mixing. So, you know, especially if you want small areas, that's a good tip.
That's fabulous. What a lovely mould that is as well.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
I just pushed. I imagine this was this moulded quite a while ago. This one as well.
That was done in resin, and that has been. If you turn it over to the back, I think is it a turquoise? Yeah, turquoise resin. So it was a clear resin with some of the resin tint mats in there, which made it turquoise.
Just to show you how good the moulds are. Actually, if I put that, I can put that back in right now. It's a really, really nice, snug fit, and that would have been actually done quite some time ago.
That was some months ago.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But the detail within is stunning.
Yeah, just
I mean, that
goes
goes really nicely with your Fire Dancer. Now, can we buy the Fire Dancer individually? So I'm thinking a nice little combination actually would be the Fire Dancer maybe individually, if you're looking for another option.
Another thing I like about this one as well, you see the leaf in the centre of a dress? I think that leaf is absolutely beautiful. I've taken that element from that mould many times to use in different ways. If you take away the skirt of the Fire Dancer and add the leaves around her waist, so she's like a flower fairy, and add the wings, that would work beautifully as well. So definitely mix those moulds together. Think about what you've already got. If you think about the carriage in the One Day Special, if you've got the ornate gate or the enchanted castle, they go hand in hand. You know, you can build those scenes. Maybe you've got the toadstools or the angel blues.
Can I just say, if you've got a nice little sort of house name sign, her indicating to the house name sign, what an amazing welcome outside.
That would look really
good. Wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
That would look incredible.
Yeah.
Or actually, even if you do need to in some way, I mean, not everyone does, but some people have, you know, if you've got a lot of rooms upstairs and you send a guest and give them rough directions to the small house. Some people have like WC, don't they, on the on that. That would be quite nice next to that. Do you know what I mean? Just as a bit of touch of elegance, rather than just, you know, the word loo or WC or whatever. So actually, it's much grander than that. I don't know why I came up with that idea, to be honest. It was very downgraded, that idea, didn't I, somewhat? I'll just get my coat.
But do you know what? Air dry clay, never underestimate the detail that you're going to get from it, because that is simply all it is. Air dry clay, that's super lightweight, so great, of course, for your cards. If you want to post something, you don't want to add to the weight. Every single medium we bring to the shows has its own purpose.
Yeah.
So you decide, there's never one that's going to replace another.
I'm just thinking, if you'd have made a terracotta tone there on the outside of a Dulles Ditchwater plant pot.
I do that all the time with mouldings.
Yeah,
that would be perfect. In fact, you can do that with the terracotta so it tones in straight away.
Yeah.
Or go with your random colours of clay and then paint the whole lot together.
Yeah.
I do that and do a dry brush and stone effect over the top, and it looks amazing. So if you're working with the air dry clay, you would obviously shape to your pot while the clay is just come from the mould where it's nice and malleable.
Yeah.
And it will hold its shape that way. With the resin, actually, we haven't done it today, and I can't do it now because, again, it's sold out. There is actually a way that you can shape the hydroflow, even though it goes in the mould and starts to cure quite quickly. And if you pick it up or try and demold it too soon, it can crack. There is a way that you can actually shape it around things. I need to bring, next time we have it on, some other utensils, and hopefully we'll get to show that.
Lovely.
Okay. So, we have got, we've no paint left, but we do have the waxes left, don't we? So staying with the one-day special again, and I think we'll continue with the butterfly wings. Do you know, I'm just going to grab one of the moulds again, just to sit these on, just so you can see the colour a little bit better. The waxes are brilliant. You get 7 in a bundle. Look at this price here.
For $29.99?
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Blimey. That's really good, isn't it?
It really is very, very good. Now, I've just chosen 4 colours here. Now, I've had 2 different mixes. I think previously, when we had one of these bundles on, it was one set of colours and then it changed a little bit. So I think I've got a mixture of the 2. But, you know, you've got 7 amazing colours there.
Yeah.
I don't think I've got...
Turquoise, green, blue, yellow, red and magenta.
Actually, yeah, I've got a purpley one here, which I don't think is on there, is it? Let me see if I can find a magenta.
Have you got the picture out, Ross, of the colours? Let's have a little look.
Oh, there is a purple one.
Yes.
Maybe that's classed as the magenta then. Oh, it looks like I've got everything I need then. That's fine. I might even bring a 5th colour in. Right, so the butterfly wings. Obviously, you can add the wax with a fingertip. If I'm blending colours, I actually prefer to use a brush. I just think I've got a little bit more control. So you can see we've already cast the wings here, totally straight from the mould there. There was a little bit of colour in the hydroflow itself. I'll do one, I'll start one, and then I'll match the other one up, and you might have to do a recap, because we can come back to this.
Sounds like a plan.
All I'm going to do is, it doesn't really matter which colour I start with, I'm going to start with the darker blue, actually. Build in small layers. Don't go straight in with loads and loads of wax. You don't want to sort of fill all the detail up. Just start to build those layers. So I'm working with a little bit of the blue, and then we'll go into the purple. A little bit goes a long, long way. You can change the colours as you go along if you prefer. They've got a lovely smell to these as well. They've got an orangey smell.
Lovely. Oh, we just had an email from Sylvia.
Hello,
Sylvia. Lovely to hear from you. She said, I've ordered the fire dancer. I've already had a notification that it's been dispatched. I'll tell you what, that's good, isn't it?
That is good. It's because they're already in our warehouse.
Yes,
so we've got people picking and shipping straight away, which is brilliant, brilliant news.
Fabulous.
So, yeah, very quick. So you can see I'm just adding, oh, that turquoise, I think is my favourite, actually. And we've got the green yellow here as well, which is also a really nice colour. So I'm going to leave it there as you do a recap, but I'm just going to keep building the layers. It's not catching the light very well, so you're not really seeing the gleam on there. But we will.
There's another
see
tease.
This. Yeah,
this show's full of
this.
tease, isn't it? Honestly. It's all tease and no show yet. Hang on, I'll make sure everything is more, dear. I'll make sure we see it all. Oh, even that doesn't sound right. OK, let's move on. Let's move on. We've got the perfume bottle moulds. These are always really, really popular. You've got the 3 different sizes, the 3 different designs as well, which is really, really lovely. So you've got the one that's a little bit like a decanter. You've got that lovely kind of Parisian one in the centre, and you've got the one with the I always forget what they're called. You know, the...
Atomizer.
Atomizer, thank you, well done, 10 points. 457089. It's got a freedom price on it as well, actually, £18.19. So that went from, hang on a second, that went from £25.99, but if you're a freedom member, £18.19. That's more than 10%, surely. That's a 30% saving if you're a freedom member. Another reason to be one.
Wow.
457089 is your item number, and they are absolutely beautiful. You can see there's a sample just above there with those beautiful bottles incorporated. And this is a very... I'm loving this. This is like the perfume bottles meeting LeBlanc kind of feel here, isn't it, with the flowers?
Yeah. I'd say that's a good description.
Gorgeous. Oh, and you've got Mum on that one as well. That's stunning, isn't it? See, it's a piece of objet. That'd be very, very nice indeed. 457089 is your item number. Now, we've had a picture in, I do believe. Oh, from Sylvia. She sends a picture. She's used the top of the Scorpio. Good choice. Oh, to make a bauble, Catherine. Look at that.
That's very clever. Who would have known that was a scorpion? You just wouldn't ever guess it, would you?
That's really clever.
That's because you've got all those lovely decorative elements within that mould that you can separate very, very easily.
You always have to look beyond with the jewellery moulds,
Yeah.
and you'll start realising how much you can pick out, even of one fixed image, how many different elements of that you can take. And of course, because when you take your impression, it's not just flat. You can mould it if you're using the air-dry clay. You start seeing all sorts of things. Right, OK, so the Scorpio mould details are on the screen there if you want to join... Sylvia, thank you. In that, you've got your name there, Sylvia. I'm rubbish at names, as you know. 472967 is your item number. Right, moving on, we have the astrolabe, which is one of the most popular moulds. This is the one that John Lockwood has one of these. So many people have one of these, don't they? They absolutely love them. Oh, I have no... Oh, the batteries ran out. The lights, we've played too much. Of course, the astrolabe has moving parts as well. You get the little billy-do that goes in the middle, the diddly-do, the ujima flip. Yeah, this thing looks like a little... Yes, it screws from either side, and that allows you to move the astrolabe. What was the astrolabe for? Was that about stars? Catherine, I can
yes,
never remember.
it was. Yeah, all about the planets and the stars and the zodiacs and.
I love any excuse to just play, I think, isn't it? It's a fantastic mould, this. Quite a few different elements to it as well. 969750 is your item number. Always, always really, really popular with us. £23.99. Right, next up we've got. This is the machines one, isn't it? Yes, it is the machines. So, again, with this, you get all of those big letters there as well. There's many, many other words that you can make out of the letters that spell machines. These are the ones with the funky glasses as well, aren't they? Which are very, very nice. There are owls in the corner. What do they have in the corner of them? There's something about the glasses and what they have in the corner of them. It's cogs, I think, maybe, that they have. They're very kind of steampunk. They are a bit Dame Edna as well, aren't they? Which is lovely. There's a fabulous owl there. Oh, no, I hadn't noticed this one before. So you can make two different pairs of very sort of all-seeing eyes with those, can't you?
Yeah.
Which is nice. And then, of course, you've got the main image there. If I just drop in the sample to where you are as well, because you've got the bird who's connected to all of the... he's got almost like a stopwatch in front of him there, and all of the cogs there, all of which separate elements. You can take them out, you can use them together, you can reconfigure them in lots and lots of different ways. And, of course, the bird, if I move my hand, you can see, he's a clockwork bird because he's got a key as well.
Do you know, I did that on the last show, I think, the last time we had the one-day special.
Yeah.
Now, that part from the mould itself does continue on. You've got more to it than you can see there because the owl is part of it.
It does.
So I made a little block, a little dam, to stop the resin flowing too far so I could separate the elements. And that particular sample was done with mica powder just dusted into the mould.
Actually, if I put this into the mould, then you can see how much of it you actually got. There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
So you can see it actually, you know, obviously goes on and there's more elements to that.
And who would think, you know, you look at the back there and you just see, oh, you can't make any detail. You think,
because the owl is part of that as well, isn't it?
When you turn it round, because there was mica powder in the mould first and then I poured the resin on the top with a little bit of tinting so I can keep that bluey colour. And then
Yeah.
I brought out the detail with the wax that we're using right now, actually.
Fabulous,
so
isn't it?
it's those lovely waxes that we've got on in the bundle of 7.
I think so far, I mean, that's got to have been one of the most popular moulds. It's ever so popular, it really is. And it's really amazing quality. Remember, these are food grade as well. 964730 is your item number. Then we've got a little bit of everything. And again, this is a brilliant one. For those people who are just sort of taking their first step, this is the one that I think, actually, this time of the year, this would be the one that I would want to create those, what were we saying earlier from the baking show? Entremet, is it, where you can hide different things within something else. But to simplify that idea, actually, I'm just thinking of different layers of coloured chocolate. So, for instance, you do a layer of, let's say, dark chocolate, wait for that to dry, then do a little bit of white chocolate or a little surprise in the middle, let that set and dry, and then another layer of the darker over as well. Because these do have the depth.
That cameo, I'd put white chocolate into the area where the face is and then put dark chocolate over the top.
Perfect.
And that would look brilliant. The sun and the moon would work really well as well. Yeah, they all
See,
would.
that would give you a bit of an alternative, wouldn't it, to those traditional sort of like after-dinner kind of mints, which all follow a similar kind of convention. You could make your own kind of funky sets, couldn't you? You could make little crown chocolates, which would be rather nice, wouldn't it?
Something to say, actually, Derek, as well, as because we always say, and it is true, you know, you should have a separate set for your food
of course.
and your craft.
Yeah.
But if you buy one set and you think for Christmas you want to make some chocolates or gifts, use it for your edibles first. Once you've done that, then you can use it for your crafting. Obviously, you want to go back and make more chocolate, you'd need to get a separate set then. But if it's just a one-off occasion as gifts or something like that, there's nothing to stop you working that way.
I think, actually, if you start with chocolate with something like this, you'll never move on from that. Do you know what I mean? You'll just forever keep making boxes of chocolates. But you could make your own box of chocolates, wouldn't it? That would be really, really lovely, actually. 323777 is your item number for that one. There's some wonderful, wonderful images on that as well. And there's lots of inspiration. They do have a Facebook page.
There is a Design with Zuri Facebook page where
Yes.
lots of people post what they've made, and also the design team posts what they've created as well. So well worth keeping an eye on that. You get some sneaky hints of and tips of what are coming up for future shows as well sometimes.
Fabulous.
Or the molds we're expecting to be released.
Wonderful. Is there some revelation to be done now?
Well, I'm just going to show you the end of the wax, and then we're going to bring in. I get quite scared, you know, when I do the reveal, because yeah, we'll see. We've still got a few minutes. So obviously I've added the layers of the wax there. Can I hold this to the front, because it will, you know, you've got a really nice gleam on there. So obviously both started exactly the same. So you can see there, I've built up the layers to give those different colours, which is really, really pretty. I've got another one that I did earlier as well, because if you allow the wax to dry a little bit more, you can then buff that up. So these are the ones that I did earlier.
Wow.
One of them's been slightly buffed. I think you can probably see which one's a bit shinier than the others. You don't have to do this, but it is worth spending a little bit of time just with a soft cloth, just to give them a nice buff up, and that's all you need.
You could make jewellery out of this as well.
You
you could even set the chain into the resin or the clay if you wanted to.
Definitely. Someone actually emailed in earlier on and said she wanted to make brooches. Could she apply the brooch back into the resin so that it's kind of sunk into the back? Will it hold? If you're going with the epoxy resin, yes, definitely. If you're working with the hydroflow, do you know, it's really strong when it's fully cured. You can demold quite quickly, but its full strength will be achieved after about 24 hours. So can I just hold that up again? Hopefully we can see it. It's a little bit... got a little bit more.
Cool, that's magical now, isn't it?
So it's worth just spending that 30 seconds, whatever it is, just to give it that really nice gleam. So never underestimate what you can achieve with just the waxes.
That's stunning. And you get, what is it, 7 for $29.99? 7 different colours of the waxes. Was it $29.99? Yeah. I mean, which is unheard of, isn't it? Usually, for a specialist wax, you're expecting the best part of £10, you know, for one, really, aren't you? It's working out £4.28 each, which is crazy. I mean, it's crazy to break it down to the price per pot, but when it's so good, you're like, yeah, I think I should probably have those. Because it's not just for this either, not just for working with your moulds.
Oh,
of course, you can, use your waxes all the way across your crafting. pretty much. Revelation time, everyone.
Right, well, I'm quite nervous now because the metal cast, when we had it, obviously I explained how that works. You let it cure for about 30 minutes before you put your other product on top.
Okay.
Now, some of these were actually done last night, so they've had much longer
Okay.
than 30 minutes. The pours themselves, the main pour, were only done just before this hour.
Okay.
I did say 30 to 40 minutes to demold, but if you've got very intricate moulds, very much like with the clay,
Yeah.
if you've got those very delicate areas, I would try and give it a little bit longer. I'm going with the easiest one first, which is our Leo. Now, I can't polish this up to bring out the metal effect because you have to leave it to cure a little bit longer
Yes.
before you can buff it up.
Yeah.
But I think we have got some bits and pieces that we can show you again. So it looks quite
Nice.
dull at the moment, but look at the detail there. You know, the detail is there. You're going to be able to make this shine with a little bit of wire wool or sandpaper. So from the back...
It's like one of those little historic plaques, you
Yeah.
know, that you see from yesteryear.
It is, isn't it?
Even
Yeah.
if you don't understand at all any of that, like just the imagery of it is absolutely fantastic. I love the frame as well.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So that was just the metal cast as it mixes. Now
Yeah.
this next one, I believe, I can just see a little bit of it. This is the Leo itself. This is how I mix with some of the powder. So I have no idea. This has not been out before. I've not cheated. Any cracking that you're seeing at the moment is actually just the waste that's over the edge of the mould. Let's have a little look, see how it looks. It may or may not have worked. I'm going to be very embarrassed if it hasn't worked. Do you know what? You can see a little bit of the powder in there, and I think the more that cures, the more you'll see that coming through. It's not quite as much as I thought, but I can't remember how much I had on this one.
It looks like
You
an
can
aged
see
bronze that
it
needs
does,
a good old
doesn't it?
buff up, doesn't it?
And I think once you've sanded and buffed it, that
Yeah.
will show more. But actually, I'm seeing far more detail than I
Yeah.
expected to see. So I think that is because of the difference with that powder there.
Because you're getting almost like the undercutting. So if you were carving
Yeah.
that, obviously you'd have undercutting, but that difference in the two tones of the colour is giving you that depth. It's giving you that shadow. Because even if you look at one here that's finished of the same thing. In fact, can I hold the two together?
You can.
Is it holdable?
So, yeah, you can hold it.
Right. So if I.
There you go.
Oh, that feels wonderful as well, by the way.
It's got a lovely feel
See,
to it,
that
hasn't
looks
it?
like it could almost be. It's almost got like a stonework feel to it, like a metallic.
Soapstone, we liken it to.
Yes.
Myself and Leonie.
Yeah, that's gorgeous, actually, isn't it? But you really pick out like the detail. I mean, with that, this is more like decorated detail, isn't it? Which is lovely, but that is like everything sort of stripped back to its
Yeah.
bare essentials, isn't it?
As I say, when you take the wire wool to that, those raised areas are going to really gleam, and that's going to set it apart yet again. And I don't think you need to do anything else to it.
See that, and that means that you've got many, many different applications for this as well. Right, more revelations,
Right,
everyone.
so we've got
more
the perfume
revelations.
bottle. I have just loosened the first one off because I know we've run out of time now. If I just turn this one over, now that is very bronze.
Wow.
But there might be another reason why that looks so bronze. I'm going to keep to myself why I think that, just as I take the next one out and see if there's any difference. Let's see what happens with the next one. I think you'll find this one is quite different. Yes, it is. Now, the reason being, actually, that has worked well. That is the same mix with the bronze powder into the metal cast. And you can really see the bronze coming through.
Yeah.
This one, I actually dusted some of that metal powder directly into the mould first. So it's really picked that up.
That's superb, isn't it?
Really picked it up.
Yeah.
So you could actually just use the powder and go straight in with your regular resin there. Now, there's a little bit of tidying up needed on here where it overlaps on the top of the mould.
Yeah.
Obviously, that wants cleaner, but look again at that. I really like that, actually.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So that's adding the bronze powder. The one that I did earlier was the gold, which I can't reveal because that's not been filled. I'm going to try. I would normally leave the carriage a little bit longer because it is a trickier one. You've got some very delicate detail, but do you know what? We'll give it a go. If it breaks, it breaks. We'll see. Let's have a look. So again, this was all done with the bronze powder. Different colour Hydroflow. Oh, I'm liking this one. I can see what's going to... Oh, I don't want to break it now because I really want to keep this one. Let me just make sure There we are. Now, again, a little bit of tidying up. I really need to polish these up, don't I, and bring these back.
Yeah, wow.
So, again, a little bit of tidying up where the resin has gone onto the top of the mould, but that's easy to sort out. Do you know what? Dare I go for the butterfly?
Yeah, go on. What have you got to lose?
Oh, let's see if I can manage to do this one without Now you can see the hydroflow that I've mixed is a brighter green. I'm not going to show you that wing yet because I haven't seen it myself either. Again, a little bit of tidying up where the resin has overlapped. Oh, I didn't put any powder in this one. This was just the, oh, that's right. Yes, this was the metal effect without any of the powder in there.
Yeah.
And I just topped up with the resin. So you can fill the whole of it or you can fill parts of it. When you polish up, this one's been started. Can you see the gleam in there?
That's so lovely.
So wire wool, a fine one, or the sandpaper, give it a really good polish up, and then you'll bring that metal effect out, which looks amazing with the detail.
And
of
you know,
these
when you've
molds.
actually got these with the resin, they've actually got a real kind of weight to them.
Yeah,
so,
they
so
have.
you almost match the weighty feel of them to their metallic look. It's really quite strange, actually, because you know how you did it in the first place. It's amazing. Catherine, thank you. When are
Thank
you
you.
back?
Tomorrow.
Oh, you are, aren't you? There's no stopping this one.
I'm back presenting tomorrow, so I'm really looking forward to it because it's nice to switch about a little bit.
And she'll have some polishing to do in between the shows as well. Check out your baskets. Back in a moment. Right, Funky Fossil is next with lovely Sarah. Some gorgeous, gorgeous, like little ATC projects for you to go at coming up after the break.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
A very good early evening to you. Probably looking outside now, it looks like the middle of the night. You've probably still got a lamp on somewhere as well. But you are in for a treat. We are talking Funky Fossil, and we are talking new. Brand new. Never been seen before. Only launched on the Funky Fossil website on Friday, just gone. So they are brand new is what you're looking at. Now, I wouldn't hold back on these either if I was you. I know some people are waiting for certain events to roll on, but I don't think these are going to be the event. And the prices you're looking at here, they are going to fly out of the door. And I'm not alone either. Before we look at everything that we've got here, we have got a lot on here. I'm not alone when we talk Funky Fossil. There is only one person that that we can talk about, and we don't work together for ages, and then we work together loads in a short amount of time. It's Sarah, you're on, my love.
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very well. You've got me twice today.
I know, I know. I am very lucky.
Very lucky. Some people dream of this.
Well, yes. Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. And they can keep dreaming, and it's yours for the taking. Now, we are talking all brand new this hour, and there's something sort of for everyone, I feel, on this counter.
Yeah.
From your big sort of mega bundles, that I want to call them, that I've got on the show, to your ACTs and your little trunks boxes, down to your little quirky cards as well.
Absolutely. Well, with every new release we bring out, we like to cover a range of styles and different designers that hopefully many of you are starting to recognise. But equally, as you say, everything from a bit of MDF and the artist trading cards through to the dies, which are still quite new to us. So yeah, it's a really, I think, quite a broad mix, and hopefully something for every taste and style.
You really, and I love these first ones. First of all, we're talking the cheeky chacky, or that could have been anything there. Let's call them the chatty cups for this one. We'll keep out the cheeky, because I'm about to get myself into trouble. These are your A5 stamp sets that you're getting with these ones, and you're also getting your stencil as well for £17.99. You get so much, but they're quirky and they're stylish. And I also think, I was thinking about it a minute ago, you de-stamp the handle, you've got vases. So for your flowers that you've already got. Handles like these, you've also got music notes if you wanted to be really artistic and clever with all of these. They are beautiful, and some of the sentiments that you're getting in here, you're just my cup of tea. Oh, they're cute, like little Brads. You're just my cup of tea. No sugar, thanks. I'm sweet enough. We've all said it. We've all been there. 2 sugars? No, I'm sweet enough, love. Sweet enough. But then you can keep adding to them. For all the coffee and tea lovers that you've got there, it really, really does work. And other sentiments that you've got on here, I'm going to have to look at the stamps for these ones, is what I'm going to have to look at. You've got things like... coffee fuels my sarcasm. What fuels your stupidity that you've got there? I think someone needs a nice hot cup of slush. Oh, I love this.
Shush.
Oh,
not
shush.
slush.
Slush. I ain't got my glasses for the start. A hot cup of slush. Sorry, did I look like I was listening? I like that one as well. You're just my cup of tea. No thanks, I'm sweet enough. I love all these sorts of things, because it comes with your stencil as well, which is also your mug. Now, this stencil, I'm thinking, if you are very artistic and you've got it in sort of in your arsenal, as it were, this would look cracking on tiles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sort of like a backboard that you've got there. If you like making your own tiles that you've got, £17.99, 289558 is your item number for these two that you were looking at. Very busy for those already. And then these are a must in anyone's collection. I'm only going to read a few because some of them have to wait till the 9 o'clock show, I feel. The bags under my eyes, they're designer. I like that one. I like that a lot. So that could be like a newborn baby card and things like that, or just a note of how you're doing. Some of them are absolute classics. They really, really are. Things like, I'm tied up right now. Can I ignore you later? I love that one.
Yeah.
I'd so want to put these inside of like a text. Sorry, autocorrect. I didn't mean to say. Now I have to sort of stop at that point for that one, even though it does say duck on there. You can add your own. Well, today was a total waste of makeup. Floor manager Doug says that a lot. That always rolls off his tongue. Bless him. You're an idiot. You really should fix that. Oh, I love these. This is like our entire office summed up. Yes, I'm yawning because I'm tired. Let's go with that. That's another one. Derek uses that a lot as well on the odd occasion. I'm easy. Oh no, that's not one. That's just a statement from me, to be honest. I'm easy to get along with once people learn to worship me. Well, there you go, £27.99. You're also going to get the die set included with this one. Is what you look at. I put a comma in the wrong place. You're also getting... But these are big to use with all the sentiments that we've also got in our collection.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, they're just... in fact, I found myself using them on so many cards, because we've got so many character stamps. It's just great to be able to add a speech bubble with a character. So yeah, lots of sentiments, even if it's just happy birthday, putting it in a speech bubble just adds a bit of kind of personality to the card.
It does, 'cause it would also work with the cups, and it would also work with the next set I've got as well. I'll be nice when you stop being stupid. There's a few emails, I could add that on at the moment. Like that a lot, really do. £27.99. I'm just thinking the mother-in-law. £27.99, 154882 is your item number. Up now, I love these next ones. These are your safari. Now, I see here ready-made cards. You've got backgrounds for focal spotlighting, and then you've also got your beautiful animals as well. Even using the animals on their own, they're not that difficult to fussy cut out. You still get all the detail, but you could still fussy cut with these, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Donna does so well is when she's adding doodling details, she adds them inside the body, but the actual outline itself is, as you say, quite simple. Probably the mane of the lion is the most, kind of complicated bit to cut out, and I'm not a fussy cutter, but I can manage these easily.
I love it. Look at these.
That's brilliant. That sample from Anne, isn't it? Just fantastic.
The depth that you're getting on all of that. Then you've got thin cards that look like see, little notelets, little ready-made cards, good to go. And I'm sure the design team won't mind me saying, who are these by? These are by Jane. Very simple cards to do, but they're really effective.
Yeah, I think there's something really kind of just sweet and fun about these characters. So yeah, we've got cards which are full-blown scenes, which that one from Natalie you're showing now, where she's gone into lots of detail. But equally, just use one of the characters as a focal point on a simple card.
They really are, and they do. If you've got, and I know I keep banging on about little ones, and some of you haven't, but if you've got nieces and nephews and things like that, they sort of remind me of the cards of 64 Zoo Lane, if you remember the TV programme, where the little girl used to climb out the window and enter a zoo. Never really understood that, why the parents didn't realise. But this is what they remind me of, and each of these characters, whether it be the lion, whether it be the hippo, whether it be the elephant or the lion, they all tell a story.
Yeah.
I feel, and this one especially, if you take the mane off, and this is the mane in the leaves, so the mane's been taken off and adapted with the leaves, it looks like a totally different animal.
Yes, exactly, and that's one where, for example, the round lion's face is great for kind of cutting and adding layers up. So I think they're ones where they've done the mane like a rainbow and put the face back on top of that. So yeah, really fun. I love this one with the hippo as well. I mean, I just love that flower that Donna's put into the body there. It just makes it a bit unusual.
And then using the stencils that we've got coming up as well, it's worth having a little look. You're getting your stencils also included. £17.99 is what you're looking at for this one. 746042 is your item number. And then we've got Timeless. Oh my word, these are stunning. They really are. I don't know, I sort of like all four of them so far, and then I also like the backgrounds, and I also like the first item that I've got on the show. £26.99. I can just see versatility in these, is what I actually see. The stamps are huge as well. So you've got the beautiful doors, you've also got the beautiful windows that would work wonderfully well. If you're into your sort of 3D cards, if you're into sort of your decoupage and things like that, this would work stunningly. Things like your gatefold cards that you can do with these. Now, obviously, the stamps, once you stamp them out, you're going to get cards that look like this. But it'll work with all your collections.
Yes, I mean, these are kind of that kind of pen and ink sketch look to them. So just using them as line art, they look stunning, but adding some colour, watercolour. And that one there that Jane's done, you see where she's cut the doors so that they open up into showing the sentiment. They are timeless. They're really classic images that you can do things that are very classic and simple in colour and something like that, which is much more kind of contemporary and unusual.
And let's be fair, it's not the hardest.
No.
If you can do a bit of blending and a black ink pad, you're good to go with these.
A few blocks of colour and you've made something that looks really unusual.
They are, and once again, the stamp does all the work, and you don't think, well, I'm going to be a colourist, and you really haven't. You do your mop-ups and your backgrounds with these and your sentiments underneath. You are good to go. If you are looking for a decent set of stamps and you want to make cards that you can do time and time again, this is the way to go. And you're also going to get the die included as well. So once again, we all know what you can do with the die. You can die cut it out, and it's going to give you this beautiful texture, but you have to imagine paper piecing it back in if you wanted to. It looks like that very famous, I know it's a peony, but it does look like that famous rose from that well-known film where the last petal falls, they have to fall in love. You know the one I'm talking about. But it's got that look to it, and it's also got that French chateau look to the doors and the windows that you've got there. So imagine doing these with your vellums, if you're clever with a craft knife, cutting out the windows and popping your vellum in and having your shaker cards if you wanted to, swinging those French doors open with your vellum in the back so it looks like it's snowing. You've got all that flurry that's there, and it will also work with the other cards I've shown you. It will also work with all the other stamps that I've shown you as well. £26.99, 493633 is your item number. These are the stamps that I adore, and these are the ones I'll go to time and time again, because if you've lost your crafty mojo, or you're just starting out and you haven't got all the bits and bobs that you need, this is where to go. You get these bit of craft cards and a bit of colour, bosh, you are done. For beautiful cards you can send out time and time again. 493633 is your item number, £26.99. I have so much more on the show to show you. The quickest, easiest thing to do is jump to the website to see them all. That ATC bundle, oh my word, value for money through and through. It's the first time Funky Fossil have done the small stencils. You're going to get all 4 of those. You're also going to get your ATC cards as well. Okay, you're going to get 16 grey boards. You're also going to get the stamp to stamp on the back of them, because obviously your ATCs you will share and you give out, you dish them out like Pokemon cards to show you what you've done. It's true, that's what we do. So you dish them all out. So you've got that stamp there, you've got your peonies on there, you've got stencil. I've got a stencil pick and mix. I've also got a textured stamp pick and mix. The brushes flew out last time I bought them to you for £12.99. We couldn't keep them in stock quick enough. So if you want to get your brushes, they are back in stock. They've got that beautiful bend on them as well, so you're going to get the beautiful blend every single time. We've also got a stencil pick and mix. It's worth having a little look at all of this on the website. Right then, let's go for our first demonstration of the hour. I'm going to try and cram you 3 this hour as well. I've said it now on the telly, so it will happen. £17.99 though is for your cheeky, chatty cups that we're looking at, that I think we're going to use first.
We are, yes, we are. Thank you for that. What I was going to do first, as a background for the cups, is use the stencil that comes with the bundle. And I wanted to do a technique which is almost a reverse of resist, where normally if you were stamping something and covering it with embossing powder, then you'd put ink over the top and you'd get that that image still showing through. And here I want to trap the colour under the stenciled image and then add a contrasting colour over the top. Now if I was to do it on this full stencil, that would kind of take a little while in terms of doing any kind of heat embossing. So I'm going to use one of the mini stencils from the ATC bundle just to show you the technique, because we've already got a background with the cups already done. So what I've already done ahead of time is just lift the masking tape here so you can see, is covered a piece of cardstock with some water-soluble crystals, some a kind of watercolour effect, and left it to dry. When you're doing this technique, you definitely want your cardstock to be dry, crispy dry, not just touch dry, because as we all know with embossing powder, if it can find somewhere to stick, it will. So you really do want to have a dry base to be working from. And then I'm just going to clear heat emboss. So I've got the let's say the abstract ovals from the ATC bundle, and I'm just going to press this clear embossing ink all over the top.
I like
of
they
that
also
design.
look like coffee beans.
They do. I was thinking that in terms of them going well with the chatty cups. So I thought actually they make a nice ATC background for one of the cups. So as I say, just giving that a good squidge through, and that's the only reason actually. One of my cases has collapsed. That's the only reason actually I've taped it down, is because the sticky ink will try and lift the stencil. So it's worth having that just taped down when you're applying that ink. So we'll just do a little bit of clear heat embossing. Obviously, as you say, at the moment there isn't very much of a reveal to get you all excited. And I've got a very big tub of clear embossing powder. And we'll just let this go shiny with our heat gun, and then be able to add some colour over the top. And I really like this technique with stencils, because it's just such a nice way of actually catching that kind of colour underneath the stencil image.
And it's just the details that were on your screen here for that ATC bundle, this one now. It is the ATC set. You get your MDF suitcase in there, which is absolutely beautiful and really sturdy, that you can keep everything in. You're also getting your mini stencils, you're getting your stamps, you're getting 16 grey board ATCs, and you're also going to get your grey board journal cover as well that's in there. So you are going to get that super flexible journal cover, which is absolutely beautiful. So you can make little books that look like these using your little chatty cups that you want to go down there. So if you are scared, and I say this a lot, this analogy, if you are scared of your A4 paper, if you are scared of A5, sometimes A5 can be slightly daunting as well. ATCs are the way to go. Yes, I don't think many people trade them anymore because you keep them for yourself, because the whole idea was techniques. They're all technique-based. Remember how you did that technique. But what a way to start. What a way. Punch a little hole in the card. You have got a ready-made bookmark for someone, should you want to go down that route. You use them in however you want to use them, but you've also got the artist trading card stamp in there. So you've got created by, you've got the date, and it also says the date and the info. That could just be a record card. You could just don't stamp up your artist trading card, leave the hearts on there. That same makes a beautiful little card anyway.
It's definitely fantastic for keeping a record of techniques. And as you say, if you wanted to punch a hole in the corner and actually keep it as a ring book, so you've got all your different techniques on there, because it's grey board, so it's quite sturdy. Yeah, there's loads of things you can do with that kind of ATC size, because it is big enough to be able to see a technique. Or like me, when I've got a new stamp set, I stamp out everything, colour it multiple times, and then I've got more focal points than I know what to do with. It's great just to do a 5-minute, scraps of card like this, and I've already got a background for something. So, I've now clear heat embossed the ovals there, so you might just be able to see the glossy shine of those, and probably also the dirty ink pad I use to stamp the embossing ink. And the reason I've got my brown craft mat out is I'm just wanting to do the old classic smoosh the distress ink onto the surface and give it a good spritz with water, and then we'll be picking up that brown colour. So I think I've used ground espresso and walnut stain for this, and to get best results, you obviously want a colour that is going to give you good contrast with the colour that you've already trapped underneath. So you want the
oh, I see what we're doing now.
Yeah. So the image underneath now is protected by that clear embossing powder, and will stay even if I go mad and just put a little bit of even darker brown ink, and you're really kind of dousing the card here, and you can just see how it's just all moving around the embossed image. And normally I wouldn't blot it too much, because of course you're taking off as much colour as you just applied, and equally I probably wouldn't spend a lot of time heat embossing this, because you'd reactivate the embossing powder, which would then, as we know, if you overheat embossing powder, it tends to kind of go really dull. So you do need to set it to one side to let it dry. But actually, as a technique, and you just play about with it, and you see I'm just kind of bathing in a vat of brown ink here. But yeah, you can see how that then is going to give us a really lovely background once it's dried.
Really will. And then don't waste what's on that mat either. Mop that
No,
up to
absolutely. Yeah. Well, I was just checking the studio to see if Leonie was here, but she's not. So I think I'm all right to mop up. I'm mopping up. But I've definitely got quite a few inky backgrounds from from what's left on the mat here, because I'm often quite overzealous with my inking.
Oh, you and me, but I love that technique though.
I do,
because if you
yes.
go, normally if you're quite rural with your background, you get a better look rather than being, oh, I'll put a bit there, I'll put a bit there, but oh, then you have to do rules of 3 because someone told me that. Just whack it all on your glass mat, whack it onto your brown mat, and literally just pick it all up. And if you don't like it, put it aside, because one day you will. It's worth having a little look. Whether it be your ATCs, whether it be your little chatty cups that you've got, or whether it be your Saki words, they all work well with this technique, and it's all a technique, especially your jungle animals as well. If you go in with your greens and your browns, you've got a forest background there and then you stamp onto the top of them.
Yeah, I think I've definitely done one with one of the tribal stencils where I've done it again, captured it underneath in yellow and then gone over the top in green. I think it's one of the cards, but yeah, it's, you know, when you get a technique and you like the look of it, you kind of suddenly
do it over and over again. No, I do it all the time.
So let's just, I've got a cup already stamped out, but let's just have a quick look at the stamps to create the focal point on this card. So it's quite a busy background. There's a lot of colour going on there already. So when we then come to add our focal points, we want to try this time to make them kind of paler, so they're going to stand out from the background. So I'm going to do a little bit of watercolouring. I'll be finding brown ink on me for...
Oh, you'll be covered in it now.
For days.
It really works, and they stamp so crisply.
And they are lovely. I mean, with Eleanor's stamps, there's just so much kind of doodling in there. You can see the line work. You can see the kind of the different layers of how she's put the images together. But you just can't beat the expressions on the faces of,
I love them.
of the characters that
Once
she
again,
brings
they're
us.
going to be easy to sort of mount up. If you stamp them first of all, and then you're just going for the main cup element. I don't know what you call that on a cup. Not the handle and the base and the saucer, basically. The decoupage-wise, you could really build all these up.
Yes, you could, absolutely. And you say you could kind of, I'm just going straight, because this is such a pale colour. I'm just going to go straight to this watercolour card, and then we can pull the colour out with the water brush.
I want to say that as well, they'd also work for all occasions.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, just because the cards, they're just cards for people who kind of share your sense of humour, or actually art journaling as well. Great for art journaling with some of the Saki sentiments. You know, maybe you think it's probably safer to put them in your art journal rather than send somebody a card with
like Valentine's, I can see like 2 cups with a love heart in the middle. That would work.
You just my cup of tea. That's one of the
have
sentiments.
a drink on me, and then you put a tea. I remember Anne Mould did it a couple of years ago. I think it was last year at nursery. They all had little bags given to them, and it was like, have time to relax. Give your parents time to relax and give them this. And it was just a tea bag in a little drawstring bag.
Yes.
So you sat down and had a little cup of tea. I think they were trying to get rid of the tea bags. But it still works. But you could have these on the label, and these could be the back of the label if you wanted to. Like, everyone's Christmases are different, and I think people are going bigger and better. But some people can't do that. And sometimes it's the smallest of gestures that really work. You haven't got to get all the glitz and glam. It's the small things that always count.
And it's just the thinking of you. One of the things I was thinking would be a nice idea with the suitcase would be to put tea bags in that, and then put the have one of the chatty cups on the top of that.
On top of that as well.
You know.
A third of the stock. My producer got very excited then. Very aggressive, Meg, down by here. Very aggressive. Adam, a third. All right, all right. A third. Oh, I quite like that voice. A third of the stock. Butterflies. A third of the stock of this now has already gone. £17.99. 289558 is your item number. But a third of the stock, as I was told, has now already gone. It's the last hour, you can tell. Is it not your last hour? God bless Derek in the next hour, then, if you're like this now.
She needs some coffee.
She needs something. She's got a tea on the go, apparently.
Well, that's true.
Not really,
actually,
Shazin, if anyone's watching.
I'm not a coffee drinker myself. So, let's say, I mean, I could spend longer colouring this in, because it's quite addictive, and I have quite a few coloured in already, because they are actually very easy images to bring to life.
This is my sort of thing. just sitting, stamping, colouring, because whatever card you do them on, they're going to look different anyway. So you go in with your pearlescent cards, they're going to look different. Go onto your craft card, they're going to look different once again. Go in with your watercolour card and give them a watercolour like we are now, or go in with your super smooth, they're going to look different again. They will work with most things. Because I reckon if you took, you'd have to just go with me on this, make them on your level. So take off the saucer of that one, you've sort of got a megaphone.
Oh, yeah.
So you could, so on its side, you could also go down that route
with
if
the
you
speech
wanted
bubble
to,
coming out.
with a big speech bubble coming out the side that you've got there, saying things like, "You're an idiot. You really should fix that." There you go. That's one of the sentiments that's on there. That's not on this kit though. That's on another one. But you've got. But they could be saying anything, especially the one with the black and white. This one here, that would make a cracking little megaphone that you've got on there. Someone quite clumsy. I'm thinking this cup just down here for, because that bottom bit could be like a band-aid or a plaster. Oh, look at me gone all American. It could be a little band-aid that you've got there. This one for someone that likes that little bit of extra. You know, those ones that like a tool cup. They come around your house and go, "Oh, I don't like them cups. Have you got another one?" Really? Do you want a drink or not? What are they?
So, let's say, I'll leave that cup there, but they're you know, so different colours, different kind of characters in the set are really kind of good fun to play around with. And let me just demask that. There we go. So obviously we've got some dark brown card for the matte for the background, and then I did 2 of them because I do think the expressions on their faces, in terms of when they're looking at each other.
Looks like it's got a massive nose. That one.
Well, this one.
No, the other one. Looks like it's got a huge
Oh,
nose.
that. Yeah, the handle.
Yeah. So it's what you see in the. Everyone sees something slightly different, but you cut the handle off that. You've then got a beaker.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So you've got, it is quite Picasso-esque.
It is, I think that's right. I think the exaggerated nature of the faces is really quite kind of abstract.
It looks like, I think it looks like he's looking to his side, but he's actually got his eyes closed.
Yes. Yeah, I tried to do the makeup on that eye so it was clear.
I love them.
So I've used one of the speech bubbles and actually one of the Saki sentiments with this, because these cups are just ideal to use with those Saki sentiments. So I've got here, I can't decide whether I like in the dark brown, which is the statement, "Now if I agreed with you, we'd both be wrong," or whether I like it where I've used the white card and just put some pink round. I think that one actually works.
That looks
it's
nice.
a bit lighter, isn't it? So, yeah, so, you know, these two, the way these two are kind of giving each other the side eye.
But the same card, I don't know if you noticed the same thing, so the card that we see now would be good for her. But if you change it to the black, that would then be good for him.
Yes.
It's the same background, it's the same cups that you've coloured in, they're on the same angle. The only thing you've done is change the speech marks, and the speech bubble, which really works for these sets and really does go together. So whether it's for him, whether it's for her, whether it's for Nan, whether it's for Grandad, whether it's for aunts, uncles, Uncle John who lives down the road, that you don't really speak to next door with a dirty net, you know the one, you could still get away with these cards. Whether you're just going straight in with your backgrounds, with these ones, which looks quite hocus-pocus, you could get with these as well, with the bubbles that are coming out there.
Yes.
It all depends on where you want to stencil. It all depends on where you want to go with these. This one, I see a chicken.
Yes.
I see a little chicken that's in there. A little chicken, look, there's his beak.
That's my
There's his eye.
Easter stencil sorted.
A little egg. Think about it. But I've got a little heart that's on a chicken, and these are like a little egg cup that's like it's on a little stand that you've got there. See all these little things. Take this handle off here, you've got a beautiful beaker, or I see a beaker with a sunrise and some dunes. You see the little sun? So you've got the little sun here.
Yeah. There's
the beach. That's the sky. Take the handle off. It's like one of them cups you buy from Mallorca, you know, the ones that you give to your nan. She never uses, but she's always kept it. I found a lot of them lately. Oh, got to say hello to my nan as well. She's in hospital at the moment. Hiya, Nan. You all right?
Hi, Adam's nan.
Ah, bless her. She's bless her. But she's watching. She has her man's company. £17.99 though is what you are looking at. Aggressive stock update, 50%. 50% of the stock now has already gone, and we've also got queues on the phone. Well, I never. We would do. I've only got 3 operators on at the moment. They're all on lunch. But I'm joking though. We've got more than that. I've got 4. Now 17, so 50% of the stock already gone. I would also be adding in these. I was chuckling to myself. And that's the way you sort of read them. Things like, oh, where's the one I absolutely adored? If I need a second opinion, I'd ask your other face. I love these sorts of things. Absolutely love them. I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. Yes. Well, it takes a brave person to be that stupid. Sorry, autocorrect. I didn't mean to say duck. Then, what else we got on it? There was another one. It's the way you say it, but they can mean so much. It's nice when you stop with the stupid. There's a lot of people I could say that to as well. It's nothing personal. I just don't like anybody. I like that one as well. I'm sorry, I'm not drunk enough to listen to you yet. That's a good one. We've all got that friend. We've all got that friend that will keep ringing and ringing, and you're like, I just need one more glass just before I press answer.
Just the bottle.
That's what you've got. If I need a second opinion, I'd ask you to the face. Oh, I've read that one. It's easy to get along with once a person has learnt to worship me. And you're also going to get the die as well. Now, if you only got a small die machine, like the Diddy one, these would work in that as well. So if you've got the Diddy machine, they would also work where you also get your speech marks included as well. A quarter of the stock now has already gone. These would work perfect in your journals. If you keep a personal diary, they would work in there as well. Because, you know, sometimes you don't want people to read your inner thoughts. Maybe you use it as just a release diary that you've got. But sometimes you want to jazz it up. I don't know if you're like me, you never read back on your old entries of your diary. You don't, because you don't go back in time. You always have to think forward. And that's the whole point of a diary. You get it out, you write it down, you move on from what you've already put. But things like this would work, because you could stamp this out if you don't know what to say. Oh, that Derek at work today said this, and you could put it in little speech marks, and then you go along that person. And Derek said, if I need a second opinion, I'll ask your other face. Well, I could have slapped him there and then, to be honest, but that's my diary entry for today. Yes. Pardon? Do I need a burn book? Well, I've already been through the phone book. Now, £27 and 99 pence, 154882 is your item number. Jumped up to a third of the stock, has now already gone. £27 and 99 pence. Derek would never say that. He's a lovely, we're all friends, work colleagues, not friends. We're all work colleagues, is what we are. £27 and 99 pence, 154882 is your item number for this one. Something else that we've got is your safari. I love this set. This would work on so many levels. First of all, this is using that little ATC bundle that I've also got on the show, but how well does it work out with your little cards that you've got on there? But they just fit perfectly. They really do fit absolutely beautifully. Obviously, you'll have 2 hands when you use yours. But they are, they're so cute. They really are so cute that you've got there. Big old stamps as well. Big old stamps is what you're looking at. So you've got that beautiful giraffe, you've got the lion, you've got the hippo, you've got the elephant squirting the hearts, but it could be squirting water if you wanted it to. It could be squirting the leaves, as we saw in one of the samples. You've also got the little bit of grass. So that little bit just around the feet will really enhance your cards. And on top of all that, we've also thrown in the stencil as well. So you're going to get your stencil. You also get the innie and the outie. I don't know where it's gone, but you are going to get the innie and the outie of the circle that you've got there. So you have got the positive and the negative to that circle. It was here a minute ago that you're getting for there. You're also getting the leopard print, the giraffe print. So just nice backgrounds. Beautiful backgrounds, which I adore. I really do love this little bundle. Because I think that it's perfect, just that round circle, a bit of ink. You would only need, there you go. It would only, especially if you go for like the zebra, or wood grain it could be, bottom right of your Cricut. It's up to you what you want to use it as. But that could be zebra. Go in with your black ink, and a couple of generations down with your brushes. Target it down so it's more like a grey, and then go straight in with your line with your black ink, it will really make it pop, and then you can colour it in. You don't need all bells and whistles with these, and that's what I adore about Funky Fossil. 40% of the stock now has already gone of our Wild Circles and Safari that you were looking at there. Then I've got Timeless as well. I like this set. I really do. I'm going to go straight in with samples this time. So you've got the Timeless stamps that's on there, which is the beautiful chateau windows in there. Very chateau, very... It is timeless. These stamps will never date. I don't think any of them will ever date, to be honest. A bold statement, I know, but I don't think any of them would. The teas and coffees will never date. Teas and coffees are never going to go out of fashion. The Saki comments are never going to go out of fashion. Animals are never going to go out of fashion. We're all going to have a door. Yes, they might change slightly, but you're all going to get old doors and things like this. So it's really going to work. And if you want to look cleverer than you actually are, grayscale. And look, go in like you've painted it.
Yes, yeah.
Just using the dye on its own. How beautiful is that? That is absolutely stunning, and it's upside down, but it's absolutely beautiful that you've got. They are, and this as well, using the single stencil on its own with that little circle. Now that circle, if you think, well, I haven't got a circle to die cut out, go for your stencil. Go for the circle stencil that I've got. Just popping it on a vase on its own. You could paper piece that back in. This is quite classy. Look at that. That's got M&S written all over it.
Yeah, so and what I did there is, of course, the flowers come in an oval frame, so I just snipped them away and die cut a square and made it look like a square frame instead.
I love it. That is a £5 card right there, isn't it? It really is, if you're thinking big names. Going for your, there's so many more. It's positives and negatives that you've got. It's the same card, cut it out twice. Very, very busy for all these. You haven't got to go big, you can go tiny. I like this. Samantha, well done. It's beautiful. Look at me, part of the design team. Then you've also got classic cards as well, but these would work on a serious note, if I could be serious for a moment. They would work for all occasions, from weddings, always to the cards that we don't want to send.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when I was looking at that one in the soft vellums, is that, yeah, absolutely, weddings through to sympathy or thinking of you cards.
It really, really would work for them all. £26, 99 pence, 493 633 is your item number. Then I've got background stamps as well. I've got some new designs, so I've only got the new ones out. There is loads more out on the website that you can look. My first one is your wavy lines. Would be nice for your little zebra print for your backgrounds. I'm thinking for your jungles. Then you've got circle dance. That's nice as well for your animal. Well, that would also be nice for your teas and coffees. You like little coasters. Then you've got don't make me laugh. Because but that would go with your Saki comments, and see they all really work. And then if you've not, you've also got your ATC. Now this is in your bundle with your ATCs, but if you want it on its own, or it's going to be a giftable for someone, £13.49. You can choose any three of them. 832696 is your item number. These are the 4 new ones, but I've got loads more on the website. Check out the website because there's loads on there. So you've got some of the originals as well, things like letterpress. You've got the chevron. Brick wall would be cracking with your animals and your teas and coffees, I'm thinking. Absolutely beautiful. You've also got your music notes as well, which I adore. Pick any 3 of those. It's worth having a little look. £13.49. Then last but no means least, on my counter for this hour, I've got stencils on a pick and mix as well. Now, again, I've only got the new ones out at the moment. There are loads more on the website. I think over 40, I want to say, on the website that you're looking at. So this time you've got the peony frame, which will work with the peony die cut that we saw from Timeless. Then you've got your little chatty cups, which is also with your chatty cup stamps, but maybe you're thinking, I don't want the stamps, I just want the stencil, I've got something to do with that. You can get it on its own. Then I've got vintage keys, that would work with Timeless. Then tribal marks would work well with your safari animals. You've sort of got bamboo there, I feel. Or books, spines of books, I see.
It could be shelves, yeah.
That's in there. I also see bamboo, books, and there is another one, I can't think of it. Then you've also got your wild circles that's in there. So those are your wild circles. Letters is what I thought of. If you're clever with your stencil, you can make letters out of it.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Then this one is your zigzag circles, looks like hoof prints. A little animal hoofed. And then you've got your Mediterranean tile, last but no means least. These are the brand new ones that you are looking at now. They're £12.75. You can choose any 4 that you've got there, or you can jump to the website and add some of these in as well. £12.75. You've got your birds in flight is always a classic one. It's always a good one to have. Your hearts, I'd definitely go for them falling hearts because that would look amazing out of the elephant's trunk that you've got. We've got Christmas in there. You've got your spotlight as well, which would be nice for your little animals or your cups. We've got your... There's all the new ones at the bottom. I like the disco ball. Like the little disco ball. But there's so many. But really, possibilities are endless on here. Some of them were only released a couple of months back, I want to say. Or was it weeks we were last together?
Yeah, it is only a couple of weeks, yeah.
Weeks,
yeah,
it was weeks ago, wasn't it? It's only a couple of weeks ago, so some of them are still brand new, so you may not have seen them, so it's worth having a look on the website. Right then, let's squeeze in another demonstration, because I'm conscious of the time. What are we up to this time?
I thought we'd play with the safari set and the wild circle stencil.
Let's do
and
it.
Exactly as you were saying earlier, Adam, in terms of kind of using the stencils to kind of create focal points. What I've done here is actually used both, I'm never sure whether it's a leopard or a cheetah or whatever, but the leopard print, shall we say, the zebra print, and then I've created a kind of aperture with a small die-cut circle in the centre where we can pop our animal behind it. So effectively you've got kind of a slimline of a DL card with the three circles, so if we can see how our little lion will be there in between. So it's a good way of just showing you how the stencils work and how easy they are to layer up. I'm not going to do both of them, but obviously I'll just do the one to give you a feel. And what I've decided, when I was putting this card together, I realised that this circle was too big to have three on the card front. So I used the same die as I did for my middle aperture and made a mask out of it. So just always think that just because this stencil comes in this format, you don't need to use these kind of prints in circular form, even if you don't want to, or you could use them on the speech bubbles or anything else. They can be layered over any number of things. So I decided I needed to customise the stencil by having a smaller circle aperture for it. So we'll go with our leopard print, and I'll use some of the fossilised amber, another of the distress oxides.
Are these the brushes that you're using?
This is, the blending brushes for this.
Very busy for these.
They are just fabulous for getting, as you can see how.
£12.99. You get all the different sizes as well of the blending brushes. So you get all the different sizes that you are looking at, and they are super, super soft. Oh, they're super soft. Yeah. It's worth having a little go. £12.99. You get all four sizes as well. It's worth having a little look at these.
So obviously I've got my base already blended in there, so we can now put the actual animal print over the top, and we'll go in with some black. So yeah, it's really. I mean, I was thinking, we could make kind of balloons out of them, animal print balloons and all sorts with these. They're really fun.
Could.
So.
And quick and easy again.
Yeah, absolutely. This card is a really nice kind of simple and crisp card to do, but you say minutes.
£17.99 is what you're looking at for the wildlife stamps, as they were. So you're going to get the stamps, and you're also going to get the stencil included.
So we can see there how we've quickly got that kind of animal print at the top of the design. When I was doing the zebra, I used a very pale grey on the base, and then the black stripes over the top, because obviously you want the actual circle itself to be standing out from the white card base. So, but yeah, really easy and really fun to do. And I like the scale of these animal prints, because they are great again for the ATCs. It's not too big a print that it will get lost on a smaller design. So let's create. I'll go on the other side of this piece of card.
They're
here.
also not too big that they're too scary.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, I've done this on a tall card, but if you had a square card blank and you were just kind of having the circles blended all over it, it's just a really nice. I just thought it was a nice twist on giving you several animal prints rather than several stencils.
And if you're just starting out, like I only learned that the amount of years I've been here, I thought I would have done it more. I've only just come to terms with masking and masking up. These would be perfect because one, they're an easy design to cut out. Two, you can create beautiful scenes with them, and it's not too tricky. So if you wanted your trees and then your grass around the tree, maybe you're just going to start simple. Yeah. This is the perfect way to start because you're going to get beautiful finishes. But it's not that point. You start cutting and you go, what have I started here?
Yeah, and I have done that with some stamp designs where I think, all right, when I looked at it, I hadn't realised how long it was going to take me to cut round
That's the thing.
But yeah, cutting a set of masks with the safari characters and then building up into scenes, it's very doable. So let's actually put a bit of fossilised amber on our line. I always kind of forget to just use my distress inks as a watercolour as well. It's just easy to pick them up off the mat with your water brush.
Little pop-up cards would be nice.
That's a nice idea. I mean, they are great. It's a bit like that card you were showing at the beginning with the concertina.
Yeah, that is amazing. This one here.
They're just great for fun, kind of kinetic, interactive cards, aren't they?
Papa, papa.
It doesn't come with a sound effect.
You go from that low, that's the front, and as you open it out...
And Anne's used the Wavy Lines A7 stamp there to create the background.
Love it. Look, there you go, look. It's a cute little card.
It's just fantastic, isn't it?
Clever and share, Anne. It's worth the money. This all could be... oh no, he wanted courage, didn't it? I thought this could be the line from The Wizard of Oz. But that was the Tin Man who wanted art. You could turn that into a little medal.
Oh, the heart on...
The little heart on him.
Yes, I thought Wizard of Oz, but you're right.
The Tin Man wanted a heart, the line wanted courage.
So, as I say, I'm just literally whacking the Distress Oxide down over the line, just to show you. I mean, I love colouring these in with pencils. It's just to get the shading. Just it's a bit of a longer job, but
this is me all over. I'd love this.
Yeah, I mean, you do get lost in it, don't you? And that's why I end up with tins full of characters that I've coloured in. More characters than I actually have projects in mind for them, because once I get started, I struggle to step away.
But yes, Meg, I will tell the nation this idea because it is quite good. Normally, I let them go or I blame you for, but this one's good. I'll give you this one. Take passport photos and cut out the lion's face or some of the other animals' faces and change the faces for like your own family's faces, so it looks like fancy dress.
In the
like
lion.
In the lion.
Right. Oh yeah.
So you cut out the main circle of the lion.
I was just thinking you won't get out of the country using that.
No,
as
I don't mean like your actual passport. You can have a go, but please film it. It'd be worth a laugh. But don't destroy your actual passport doing this. Just you could change these for once again for journaling and things like that would work really, really well. Or little finger puppets that you want to do.
Yeah, sweet.
Stamp them onto calico and stamp them onto calico that you've got there and sew them onto little cushions and little bags.
You say I'll make little puppets with them.
And a little bit of felt.
Yeah.
And start building them. Stamp them a few times onto felt and cut them out, and then a little bit of glue. The puppets were mine, Meg. Puppets were mine.
But the passport photo was inspired.
Passport photos was Meg's because no one really understood it.
No, I got there in the end.
Well, no, it's not just you. There's a whole nation that's really going, really? Yes, nation, that's what I listen to.
So, say,
50% of the safari now has already gone. 50% of the safari. Puppets was Meg's idea. I took it as my own. It's what we know. It's what we do as presenters.
Oh, that's outrageous. You've ruined the magic for me now.
Oh, sorry. Most of the rubbish that I come out with is mine, but not occasionally it's my produce. Well, more than occasionally when we're talking Meg.
So there we go. So I could carry on, and I've just done a very basic job here, but
still works though.
And it's just giving you that sense of how quick it is to put a bit of colour into them, and they don't take an awful lot to bring them to life because they've already got quite a lot of personality in there. So yeah, a red heart and easy enough to cut out, as you've seen.
But you can go from that to that quite easily.
Yes.
Look at that.
Makes mine look rubbish now. Don't
Never. No, it doesn't. That's the thing. But it just gives you time to work on it. The more you work on them, the more you can really bring them to life and give them more character. That you've got there. Because if I lift that, if I'm going to put that in front, just so you can see all the animals, they're all on it. Look at that for a card. Or an invitation. Well, that is 3 separate cards that you've got there quite easily. So you've got that as a scene, that as a DL card, you've got that as a DL card. Put them all together, and what have you got? You've got a full card. But if you're struggling and you find it difficult, this is the way to go. For $17.99, you get to play with stencils, and you also get to play with a set of stamps. If my Auntie Joy is watching, which I think she will be because she's currently with my nan, this is what you need, Joy, just to start off in the world of crafting. This and a black ink pad, and you're good to go. You really, really are, because it gives you a bit of everything that's in there. And the nice, easy images to colour in, even if you haven't got all the fancy pens, just a set of felt tips.
Absolutely. And equally, you know, if you're using coloured inks to stamp with, then remember you can often use them to colour with as well. So, you know, don't overlook the fact you've already got those. So all I thought I'd do is just add a little, because there's a Diddy stamp in the set, but it's a really kind of cute little pattern. So it's almost like we've got kind of corners on our...
We get sentiments in it as well. Hippo birthday. You're awesome. I'm wild about you. Have a wild day. Oh, I love all these. These are ready. It's a ready-made bundle. This is a perfect giftable for a Secret Santa, for someone at Christmas that are into crafting and they're always hard to buy for. This is right up their street.
It's one of those where, as you say, it will appeal to all ages, and hopefully with the sentiments we've got quite a few different types of occasions covered as well. So, so I would obviously kind of colour the corners in, but just to give you that sense, almost having a bit of washi tape around the corners, or just to bring a bit more detail to the design. And so we'll stick our little lion popping out of the aperture here, and then, oops, not that much. And then, do you know what? I'm sure I had, oh, here we go. And then I've got Have a Wild Birthday in one of the speech bubbles. But what I did here was, because the Wild Birthday is just a single line, the rectangular speech bubble was probably just a little bit big for it, so I just trimmed it down.
Oh, okay.
So again, remember, you can work with whatever size sentiment that you want to work with, and that's the reason I put the speech marks in the set as well, because of course if you've got a big sentiment that you can't fit into a bubble, you can just put speech marks around it. But yeah, have a wild day.
I love it. £17.99. Right then, this is going to be speed crafting. If we can get a third in, we've got less than 5 minutes. Can we do it?
Let's start an ATC.
Yeah, let's start it. We'll start it. We can always finish it at 9 o'clock. Come and join us at 9 o'clock. That you want to join us then. So we'll start the project now. We'll sort of finish it at the beginning of the next hour that we've got there. We are talking your ATC bundle that we've got here. So you're going to get your stamps, you're going to get your stencils, you're going to get your ATC cards, you're going to get your little box included as well. We've got 4 minutes.
Well, it's quite lucky then that the what I've done when I made these watercolour backgrounds is I did them on self-adhesive paper.
Nice.
So, by the magic of sticky, and when I'm making ATC cards, normally I would then use that extra glue as well, because you obviously don't want that to peel off. But in the interests of tele-demoing,
oh, I like this though. This is a.
We can just. So we've already got there a trio of ATCs. So what I've done with the grey board is put some white gesso on it.
Okay.
Now, you wouldn't necessarily need to do that if you were just using papers on top of it, but I tend to white gesso all of them, so I've got them to hand ready to go. And also, what I do with my sticky paper is make stickers out of the ATC back. So you can see there that really within a couple of seconds, I've got, although yesterday I could not get these off the back. So you get the idea of how a sticker works, and I will leave that to your imagination.
Yep, that's yeah, because we're at 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes.
So we've got, let's have another line on here. Let's add some distressed crayons to the edges to give it a little bit of colour. So we'll go, these are the mica ones. Oh, have I got one of my little stencils?
No.
Do you say you don't know?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know where they are, but I'm pretty short of time. Best thing to do is join me again at 9 o'clock. What we don't finish now, I will roll over to 9 o'clock is what you're looking at. £17. I have put you on the spot. £17.99 though is for your wild stamps that we are looking at here. 746042 is your item number on this one. Don't worry, it's all right. We'll do it at 9.
Do you think anyone noticed?
No one would notice. No one knows. We understood. We've worked out how to do backgrounds and stickers. We're fine. £17.99. What for though? I hear you ask. That is that little bundle there. What magic are we going to have now? ATCs, here they come. You are getting your beautiful case. So all these cases are all made. I've not even flicked through the cases. They've all got the lockable clip on them as well, and they all open up with the little ATCs that you've got in there. You're also going to get your working little journal in there as well. So it works and it all fits in. So once again, if you're low on space, short of craft rooms, things of that, it is a beautiful lockable box. Also, with that naughty little elf, just pesky little elf around the corner, this would be perfect for that as well, the little elf on the shelf.
Yes,
to keep him all inside, to keep all his bits and bobs into place, because he's got a lot of bits and bobs these days, our naughty little elves have. £25.19. We're going to go through this more at 9 o'clock, but get yours before they go out for the sheer fact. I think it's a nice little bundle that you've got there. 886729 is your item number. How long we got? Oh, we only got a minute left. Sum it all up for me. If those people that may have never bought from Funky Fossil before, they've never had a thing. I like the idea, but I've never tried it. What would you say to those sorts of people?
I think that our main style and ethos is to have fun with your crafting. Things that are a bit cheeky, they've got a bit of a kind of quirky twist to them, but you know, they're designed really for you to be able to use lots of colour and creativity to make kind of fun projects.
It's worth having a little look at. We reconvene at 9.
Let's do that.
And we've got more demos lined up as well. I won't put Sarah on the spot at 9 o'clock either. We'll have it all subtly planned out. We did say 3, but I just gas-bagged in the middle for too long. Start checking out your baskets if I was you as well. We're busy all over the world for this one. We can see you in Europe, and we can also see you over in America as well with things in your baskets. So definitely start checking out your baskets now. We'll reconvene 2 hours' time, shall we? Go on then. I'll see you then. That woman's still not learnt, look, to put glue down. She just sprinkles stuff all over the place. Christmas with the Dreamies up next. Oh, what a Christmas to have in your stocking. They'd fit as well, I think.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the craft store.
Ding, 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 ding. I feel like one of those little things that should make a tune for Christmas. You know what I mean? Like one of those little musical boxes. Because we're having a little taste of Christmas right now, which is fantastic for this one-day special. You are going to love this. And even if this isn't a thing in your life right now as a family, it will be, it absolutely will be, and it should be, because it's time for Christmas with the Dreamies. Now, I've got one Dreamy down there, one Dreamy down there. Who can you see first? Let's see Carol. Hello, Carol.
Hello, you're
Welcome back. Not seen you two for ages and ages and ages.
It seems ages, don't it? Yeah.
We've got a little touch of Christmas tonight.
We have, yes.
I'm loving
getting
this.
Close now.
A Christmas Eve box, which I didn't know was a thing, actually. But we've been talking about it.
Yeah.
And actually, this is your opportunity, the night before Christmas, to present probably little ones, but we're thinking of us, aren't we, right now?
Yeah.
With something fluffy and cosy, or liquid, or viewable, or lots of different things.
Eatable.
Yes, absolutely. I'm loving the idea of this. Hayley, welcome back.
Hello, thank you.
I am loving the idea of a Christmas Eve box.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, isn't it?
Yes.
I've never had one. I've heard so many amazing stories, and we've made this product for a lot of people asking us for it, but I've never actually made one myself.
Right, we've got to put that right this year then, haven't we, for this Christmas? Right, OK, your one-day special tonight, then, is the complete kit to make 2, not just 1, 2 of these Christmas Eve boxes, and actually they are working out as the one-day special. You two are so good to us, by the way, because you are giving us in the one-day special 2 of these box kits for the equivalent price of 1.5, really, aren't we? It's buy one, get one half price, which we love. And there's so many different elements to this. Tell me, Hayley, it's not going to take me a month to build, is it?
It's not, no.
Oh, good, because I haven't got a month. Because it's less than a month to Christmas, you know that, don't you? OK, that's good. That's all right, then. So just a few minutes to get this together. And we can personalise this as well, and I think that's the most important thing about this. You can make an absolutely personalised gift for someone. And in fact... Oh, look, Carol's got hers already made here. See, she's saying it's not really a thing in her life, but she appears to have one. She appears to have one. I'm just looking around.
This year, yeah. There's not one with Derek on, unfortunately.
Oh, there might be by the end of the hour. Who knows? Who knows? Listen, an hour's a long time in craft, as you know. Look at how beautiful they are, how sturdy they are. They're about the size of a shoebox, aren't they?
Yes,
Slightly
I'd probably
smaller,
say
maybe.
Probably a bit deeper, I think.
Yes, maybe a bit deeper, but maybe a bit shorter.
Yes.
You could still get a pair of fluffy slippers in there, though.
Yes,
because lots of
definitely.
families have this thing where they all wear the same pyjamas and stuff, don't they, on Christmas Day?
Yes, so that's why we've done them in pairs. So really, you've got them for either you and your partner, maybe someone's got 2 grandchildren.
Yeah.
It's just really nice that you can make them that match, and then you can get yourself some nice pyjamas, a film, some chocolate, things like that, and then you're set for Christmas Eve, and you know Christmas is coming the next day.
Yes, and of course, when the tree comes down and everything after Christmas and the decorations, so does this to come out year after year after year. You give it to your other half and say, ha ha, fill that all over again. I am loving the sound of this.
Just thinking of that, though, Derek, what you've just said, taking the decorations off the tree, you could put your decorations in there, couldn't you, till next year?
That's not a bad idea at all, is it? That's a very, very good
Because
idea.
they are very, very sturdy boxes. Very sturdy
They are
boxes.
lovely, they are. And you can decorate them up in so many different ways. I love this one, so I'll keep picking this one up because I just absolutely love the way it's decorated. And of course you can go to town with whatever you want to, your favourite papers, for instance. You know, lots and lots of embellishments. We've got lots of ideas on the show for you as well. I love that poinsettia. That is so, so gorgeous. I love it. Listen, right, one-day special, already going bonkers. Not surprised at all. It's $29.98, which is really, really good. Did I hear that there was a freedom price? Oh, that's later on in the hour. I tell you what, $29.98 is absolutely superb for everyone. I love the fact as well with these letters, and I'm not going to pop them out, but we'll see them a little bit later. Actually, we can see it on this finished lid as well, actually. I want to draw your attention to the depth of the letters. Oh, this is so secure, I can't get the lid off. There we go. Right. Look at the depth of those letters. They really are cool. They're not slim, and they're not flimsy at all. They are really nice and solid and very, very bold as well.
They are, yes. All of our MDF is 4mm, and a lot of companies do use 3mm, but we've got the extra mil on there, and we do have premium medite wood as well. So if you're into your MDF, you'll know that's the best quality you can get.
I have to tell you, the smell of it is absolutely wonderful. It's almost like when you get it, it's like a taste of Christmas. It's like, it makes you, if you've got a log burner or an open fire, it's just like, I know we don't need to, but let's go light the fire as well and sit and make our boxes. Can be absolutely fantastic. Listen, do get your one-day special ordered right now while you can. We are essentially getting here the chance to make 2 boxes for the price of 1.5. So absolutely get on that as quickly as you possibly can. It is today's one-day special. I don't know. I mean, I've heard about numbers in the background. I just know that I don't think that's going to be anywhere near enough that we need. 528541 is the item number. And remember, this comes to you in a few days. There's no delay on dispatch or anything like that with this.
No, you can get it straight away. Yeah.
Fantastic, which is good, because we've got less than a month to go. Yes. Got to have one of these, haven't you? Right, next up then, let's show you what else is on the show, because we've got these gorgeous, gorgeous Georgian window embellishments. These are really, really cool. 25 of these. Now, you can be decorating your boxes with little windows, but I'm also thinking as well, oh, sorry, yeah, 25 pieces on this one. So is that, are they individual?
You do get 25 windows, yeah.
Yeah, 25 windows.
Yeah.
Yes, you do get 25 windows. Sorry, we had a bit of a mix-up there. It's not assorted pieces, it's 25 windows. Oh, now, there's 24 windows on an advent calendar.
Yeah, I'd not even thought that, you know. We were just thinking about putting them all around a box and making it into like a gingerbread house or something.
Oh, well, listen, I only have 2 ideas a month, and that's one of them. There you go.
That's such a good idea, though.
Well, it does make sense, doesn't it? Because you could do a vellum background or something to hide what's behind the door.
Exactly.
And then you can make your own little advent calendar that way, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Which is lovely. Get more chocolate, get bigger chocolates in it then, can't you? 3, all those little miniatures. Please drink responsibly, one at a time. 385703 is your item number. $9.99. You get 25 of those lovely doors. There you go, for $9.99. That's really, really good. Love, 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 love that. Right, okay, moving on. Now, this is a really, really good idea. Absolutely brilliant. Now, if you've seen the Dreamies Dinky Inkies, they are the sweetest and they are the cutest. And here we've got a collection of Dinky Inkies plus the storage as well for it to go in. Ah, right, okay. So, talk to me, Hayley, about how this works.
Right, so your Dinky Inkies, these are all items that you will have seen from us before. The Dinky Inkies, there's 15 different colours.
Yeah.
And you do get the little square ink pad and the re-inker. So there's 20mm in your re-inkers.
Fabulous.
So you can then re-ink the ink pads. They do come quite dry, so once you get them, you will want to put a bit of ink in them.
Yeah.
That's purely so they don't leak in transit.
Of course.
And obviously, we don't want you to get there and get a messy parcel and you'll just go, oh, no, send that back.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't blame
you.
you. But then in this collection as well, you do also get 2 messy mats. So that's an A4 and an A6. So those are mylar inside. It's kind of like your stencil material.
Oh, cool.
So that's great for mixing your inks on because they're water-based. You can pop a bit of ink on there and watercolour with them.
Oh, fab.
Yes, so you can obviously decorate that to your heart's content if you want.
Yeah.
You're getting a water brush in there as well, so you straight away, as soon as you want to get going, you can do.
Fabulous.
And then you've got your Dinky Inky storage. So all of your little ink pads, they fit in the squares. And it's kind of like a second layer that then all your inks go in the top of.
Oh, I getcha.
There you go.
Oh, I love it.
Like this, Derek.
Ah, do you know what? That's what I was looking for, Carol. I said earlier when we were prepping, I was like, I'm looking for a finished one of these.
Yeah.
You indeed. Right, okay, talk us through that then, Carol.
So I bring this one wherever I go. Obviously, you've got your tray. I've got some inks out already because I'm going to use those. But it is very basic to put together. You won't have any problems, although they do come with instructions anyway. So all your ink pads on the bottom just slides in and out.
Lift it up just a tiny bit, darling, just
sorry.
so because it's thank you very much.
And then all your inks go in the top.
Oh,
so you've
that's
got
good. Right, now, hang on a second. Right, I'm looking at the price of all of this, and you've given us all of the 15 of the Dinky Inkies, at which we can refill, of course, again and again and again, which is really, really good. And all of the storage, all for, look at this, $49.99. But hang on, if you're a Freedom member, $44.99, saving £12. Now, it's a why not? Do you know what? This is the best time of the year. I shouldn't say this, really, should I? I really shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway. This is the best time of year to become a Freedom member if you've never been one before. There's a few very good reasons. Oh, there's something in my eye, maybe. There's a few very, very good reasons why between now and Christmas, oh, dearie me, I don't know what that is, would be a very, very good time to become a Freedom member, because the savings on this, they will work towards your Freedom membership, which is brilliant, and that means that every other order you place between, oh, blimey, it's happening again, now and the next 30 days, the next month, you pay no postage on any of your orders. And that is definitely, especially now, oh, blimey, I don't know what's wrong with it, it's a tick of some sort. It is worth becoming a Freedom member right now. It's always worth being a Freedom member, but this time of year in particular, it's worth being one. Right, so that's your Dinky Inkies and all of the storage you need, plus all the advice you need on becoming a Freedom member as well. Right, was I subtle enough, do you think?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't think they noticed. I don't think they noticed that helping hand. Right, OK. Now, of course, for your Christmas Eve boxes, you've got to have some embellishments, haven't you? So here we've got the same 4mm. I'll tell you what, look at the depth of this. For it. Like, often when you get MDF embellishments, very, very slim. But look.
Yeah.
Look at how chunky they are. That means that every time you pop those elements out, which I would love to do all of them right now, but I won't, which is why they've given me this one here, already cut out and painted, just so you can see how chunky they are. They're really quite solid, I have to say. So for decorating the outside of your Christmas Eve boxes, and look at what you've got to go out there. Is that upside down? Oh, no, it's not upside down.
All the bits are, mixed in.
It's like that, and like you've crammed this, haven't you?
Yeah, so we've give you the right size lengths as well. So as you stick them to your box, they will butt up a little bit over the edges, so you've got nice, neat corners.
Brilliant.
I've left you a sample there, actually, that I've not finished. And you can see how they butt up on the front and then how it hangs over on the back.
Fabulous.
So
look at that.
Yeah, so I've left two of the sides off so you can see that they do just butt up, and then you have got a little bit of overhang where the next one butts up, so it is all neat when it's finished.
Genius.
And then you've also got the trees then for on the bottom part, and it's the right sort of height then for you to just make it look really pretty.
Yeah, but Hayley, who's Joe?
Yeah, to be fair, there is no Joe.
I'm going to chip those off. No, I wouldn't do that to you. Such a beautiful song. OK, right, OK, so this, if you're getting your one-day special, you need to get this. And this is why you need to be a Freedom member. £9.99. 958-991 is your item number. Have to say, last but by no means least, is this phenomenal alphabet. I love it. Do you know what? If you're writing your own storybook, of course, for decorating your Christmas Eve box as well, if you want to, but just for everything. I don't think you need a reason to want this. I think the font is really quirky. It's kind of like, you know when you have those, like, fantasy books for kids?
Yeah.
It's that kind of font, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think you can make your very own nursery rhyme book for the kids, storybook for the kids, journal. I mean, like, whatever you want to do. And you've got so many letters and numbers here.
Yeah, so you've got the full alphabet on the sheet twice, plus you've got all your vowels extra as well, but you're getting 3 sheets, so you have got a lot to do. And you've got the numbers there as well, which we haven't done any numbers in the sheets that we've bought to TV. So it's really handy then, especially like maybe if you are, we've got journal covers on as well. So if you're maybe making like a Christmas memory book like that, I've just put 31, that's the house number we live at.
Yeah.
So you can just make your own little memory books each year if you want to. Or that one. That'd be such a nice gift, wouldn't it? Just a notebook for somebody as a present.
I just love it. Ooh, yeah. It's really, really lovely. It's just a lovely, it's a lovable font, isn't it, really, quite frankly. I think you've just got to have a couple of sets of those, don't you think? 745575 is your item number. Right, OK, listen. These two lovely ladies are here, so we're going to see some demos as well. So you want to see less of me and more of them. So let's go to the website, because there's plenty more to go out there. I tell you what, once you start, you'll just want to go on and on and on and on and on. So you've got those wonderful fonts. There's also topper kits in there. There's Christmas paper pads. There's stamp sets. They'll be popping up through the show as well. There's a festive card collection there as well, which is a really nice curation of colours. You've got the pearl collection going there. I love the postbox kit as well. Imagine that for weddings and for, you know, for birthdays and quite frankly any occasion that you fancy, really. I love all of this. I think it's brilliant. I kind of want one of everything so far, don't you? It's going to be one of those shows, everyone. There are dies on the show as well for you. Dreamies are, I mean, honestly, fantastic. But this is such a lovely project. This Christmas Eve box project is so, so lovely and so, so different as well. Listen, if you don't have a Christmas Eve box in your life thus far, it's time to sort it out. It's time to get it done. Time to absolutely get it done. Because imagine Christmas Eve, which is one of those, like, you know, you want presents, you're excited for presents. Well, hello. You can have a whole box full of goodies, and that might be slippers, it might be pyjamas. 10% of the stock already on the one-day special sold out and gone. And look at all the different ways that you can decorate it as well. 528541 is your item number to make 2 of these, remember, for the price of just 1.5, which is lovely. Right, OK, let's do some demos then, shall we? And we'll start... Oh, a blank canvas,
Blank
Carol,
canvas. What I was going to say as well, Derek, is I'm just going to do the top of this.
OK.
But you do get that Christmas Eve to go on top of your box. If you don't want to use that, obviously you don't have to. Can you see it's actually a topper?
Oh, a
that
separate
goes
panel.
On. It's a separate panel that goes on top.
Getcha.
It should be in front somewhere.
I'll find it.
Yeah,
I'll track it down.
So I'm just doing this one as a box lid. So first of all, I'm just going to do a little bit of stenciling. So the stencils are on the show. It's the little book of textures. So we're just going to get some of the dinky inky. So I'm just using the chocolate syrup. So I'm just literally just going to pop some ink through this stencil very lightly. I'm not having it too dark. And obviously I've just painted this box straight with it, spray paint straight onto this one. But you can use gesso, you can use whatever you want, acrylic paint. You can cover it with paper as well. So we just get a couple of these just on here, because I'm going to leave this bit blank at the top.
OK, right, now busy already for the little textures books here. I'm going to show you those as well. So you're getting the Christmas textures and you're getting the little book of textures. Oh, my word.
I know, I've got 2 sets here. I've got 2 of both of them.
Right, and there's 10 in each?
There's 10 in each, yes. And they're so handy because, and you do get the cover. You do get the cover, so you can decorate that as well if you want. I've not had time to do mine, but you can decorate yours. But yeah, I've put mine both onto there just so...
Would you just whiz us through the different ones that you've got in the Christmas one,
so obviously I've just done the snowflake.
The snowflake, fabulous.
So let's just have a look then. Let me do it.
Sorry, I'm just being nosy. I've never seen this before. I love it.
So then we've got the poinsettias.
Poinsettia, yeah.
And then, oops. Going to be a bit clumsy now,
Derek.
Derek.
Don't worry.
And then, like a snowflake poinsettia.
Lovely.
The snow, you know, your snow. And then we've got the little elf footsteps.
Oh,
that's so cute. And the stars.
Nice.
And then a larger poinsettia.
Nice.
And obviously, don't forget, you're not forced to ink through these. You can use them like in your journals and things like that with your
They're a lovely
pens.
size as well.
Yes, they're so handy.
Yeah.
And the holly.
Holly, yeah.
And then this one is a...
Oh, a tree scene.
No,
it's a cityscape.
Yeah, it's a cityscape, yeah.
Lovely.
So you could do that. And then we have got our reindeers. So that's those 10. And then you get 10 in the other one as well.
Fabulous.
Yeah, but yours will come separate. I've just put mine on there.
OK, cool.
Just for
$9.98 for all of that?
I know.
Wow,
it's amazing, isn't
they're
it?
flying out of the door.
And the thing is, they're so easy. You can just pop them on like you see me. You've not got a load of it hanging around you, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
I love that.
Right, so then we're just going to add some papers on here. So we've got paper pads on the show as well.
OK.
I'll just think what I've done with that. So we're just going to pop this on with some double-sided tape. This should be enough, but obviously if I was doing it at home, I'd probably use the glue. You know, just to make it a
I
bit
found
more.
that Christmas Eve panel. So I
Oh,
thought
have
it
you
was
found
missing.
it?
There were 2 together right in front
That's
of us,
right,
of course
because you
they
get
are.
one with each one,
Yes,
obviously.
because you're getting 2 boxes. So
Yeah.
that panel is like a topper panel. You don't need to use it if you don't want to, but it's so lovely. And of course, then you can personalise it there at the top. Yeah, you could have one for Christmas Eve and one for something else, couldn't you?
Exactly.
One for the birthday. You'd have to bring out a birthday set as well. Any excuse,
Yeah.
quite frankly.
Well, that's it. And I mean, if you wanted to do that, you could make it a birthday box instead, couldn't you?
Do you know what I'm just thinking? What's the one event in the year that all couples forget?
Valentine's Days or birthdays?
Or one or the other forgets. Wedding anniversary.
Wedding anniversary, yeah.
I think if you had one of those, like that was on display with the date on it, it'd be that marked reminder.
Funnily enough,
every
we've got
year.
one here. It is a different topper,
Yeah.
but we've used the Our Wedding from those letters. So,
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Love it.
So you could just do that, just like I'm doing with the box lid.
Very good.
Okay, right, so we've got this onto here then. So this is one of the edges that goes around your box.
Yeah.
But I'm putting mine on top. Now, this was one that we cut before.
Yeah.
So mine's a little bit short. Yours will go to the end.
Yes.
But we don't waste anything, do
No,
we?
no,
So,
absolutely.
you know.
So you've just nibbled a bit off on either end.
This was how it was cut. Yours will be longer. Yours will reach to the end.
Right.
That's what I'm saying,
Oh, okay,
Derek. Yeah.
cool. Yes.
So I'm just literally going to pop a little bit of...
What's the best glue? What are we using?
I use our go-to glue.
Okay.
Or you can use hot glue.
Yeah.
I think there should be some go-to glue on the website.
And does that take... I think it's on end of call, actually.
Yes,
so when
it
you
might
check
be
out
on
your
end of
baskets.
call, yeah. Yeah.
So do you need to leave this to set for a while?
Yeah,
or...
just a couple of seconds.
Okay.
It's not... well, a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes.
Right,
It's
okay.
not too bad. Right, so I'm just going to cut this label die out. So we've got these on the website as well.
Okay.
So this one is going to create this, which you can do envelopes and things like that with it as well.
Wow.
If you just cut that die out on its own, you would get the solid.
Yeah.
If you cut the other two out, that would be solid inside but with a fancy edge. Or you could just cut this one out and that would be a fancy solid edge.
Gosh, so many options.
I know, you've got 4 dies in here, but the options are like endless.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if you cut those 2 out together, you get that. That one inside would cut the inside out.
Yeah.
That one would stay in your card if you
Yes.
wanted it to. And also this middle one here, that would stay in your card if you
Wow,
wanted
fabulous.
to.
All of that
So
for £12.99. Details on the screen there.
it's so
Wow.
useful, so useful.
That's
Right.
definitely worth having, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
And
right.
again, that's not Christmas specific. You can use it for
No,
anything.
that's true.
Yeah.
Right, so we're just going to get this cut out then. I'll just put that other one back and I need it. Right, so...
So busy, by the way. I'm not surprised across the board. Everything is such great value for money as well, isn't it? At a time of year when actually we want to be doing things. And this is a big, elaborate project as well, actually, isn't it? ×2 for a ridiculous price tag. And then you've got all the complementary, you know, sort of bits and pieces to go with it. And of course, remember, you could do this at a fairly relaxed pace, couldn't you? And then sort of work to filling it up on your journey to Christmas Eve. It'd be quite nice to keep revisiting it, actually, just creating that extra little... Maybe you're not able to spend Christmas with the person that you want to. Again, maybe it's another one of those times where we can't get together for various reasons or whatever, or we're choosing not to or whatever. Then this is a really, really good idea, isn't it? Because you can just, you know, you can just send this, or, you know, if somebody pops around and we're not going to see you over Christmas, but, you know, here's something from us to open on Christmas Eve. That's really sweet, isn't it?
Sorry, I was faffing about a bit there.
No, you're all right.
I was trying to get it out of less paper and it didn't work.
I think particularly for grandparents who, you know...
Yes.
Because...
Do it like a little food hamper.
Yeah.
You know, your little jars of jam and things.
Yeah, things you make yourself as well.
Yeah, things you make yourself.
That'd
yes,
be quite
exactly.
nice.
Right, so what I've done here, Derek, this one may need to go through again, but I just want to show you, yeah, we'll just pop that one through again.
Alrighty.
Just show you these flowers. Again, the options with the flowers, these are the pretty point setters. So, if you cut it just the inside detail, you get that into your card, so that would stay into your card.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So you could use that like a cornflake. Where was I going there? Snowflake.
You hungry?
Snowflake. And then if you use the outer edge and the detailed, which I have done for the project that I'm doing, you actually get your flower. But you can use the one that is solid as well, so you've got 3 options with each flower, and you do get your embellishments in there as well.
So you could layer a combination of those up as well.
Definitely,
look absolutely brilliant.
Definitely. And although we say the poinsettias, they don't have to be, they can be whatever you want them to be.
Yeah.
Right, so let's just peel this off then, so you can see. Obviously you would need like a brush or something like that just to poke these extra ones out, but you can see how detailed that is. Obviously these will just flick out, as you can see, but look at the detail on that. Or if you're so minded, I know a lot of people wouldn't leave them in, but why not? If you want that look of like, you know, it's in but it's out and
it's giving you a nice texture, actually.
That's
isn't
right.
It?
Yeah.
What's the cardstock you're using? There?
That is paper from our paper pads. So it's 120 GSM. The paper pads are on the.
Super
but again,
lovely.
you see, this paper is like watercolour. So when you're doing something like that, you do get that nice effect as well.
Yeah.
And with your poinsettias, if you want to cut them out of that as well.
That's nice. 4 8x8 Christmas paper pads there for under £30 with a big £6 saving. Thank you very much.
Oh,
you can come again.
Right,
really
so
good.
I'm just going to stick this onto a bit of the chocolate card.
Yep.
The card is on the website, well, on the show, I think, as well. So that's the festive card. So
yeah,
you
it's
get,
a really nice collection, actually.
yeah,
It's
so
like
you
a
get
few
50
different colours, isn't it?
Yeah, 50 sheets of that. Right, so let's just pop this just across there, just so there's a little bit of decoration up there as well. And then on there, I'm going to just put my letters "It's," and then we'll put Christmas across later. I'm going to pop these on just with hot glue. Okay, oops, too much, but never mind. They might not be exactly level, but I'm not left-handed, you see, and putting my letters on with my left hand's not good. Right, so
I would
then...
offer to help, but I can't get that close. And I am left-handed, you see.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that would have been ideal,
one time
wouldn't
it might come in useful, and I can't do it.
Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this brown card across, and then the lighter one. Again, this card is on the show, but I'm also using the script stamp. So I'm just going to ink a little bit of this up. So this is a A5 stamp, which again is on the show.
That's a biggie, isn't it?
It is a biggie.
Details
so
on the screen
I'm
there.
just doing this random, and it goes where it goes, sort of thing. But you can do the whole stamp as well, which looks lovely. But then I've just got that little bit of a script on the background there.
Gorgeous.
Just to make that look quite nice, hopefully. So then we'll get some double-sided tape along here. I have already cut this to size. So, all being well, it should fit. If I did my measurements right. Right, so just get this off. And then this is just going to add the word Christmas on. Oh, let's just measure that, see if I've gone. Yeah, left a little border. Okay, there we go. And then I'm just going to pop this across here. Pop it underneath there now. Yeah. So
such a nice colour palette, isn't it, with those cards?
That's right,
that work together. The colours work beautifully together because it's kind of soft and muted. I think sometimes we are always tempted to go very, very bright, everything metallic, you know, everything red and gold and whatever. And sometimes it's nice to pare that back a little bit because it's a bit more sophisticated, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Right, so we'll just put, in fact, I'll not put the Christmas on just yet because obviously if we've got to move on, I understand. Right, so I'm going to just ink, if I can find the ink pad, here we go. I'm just going to ink this up a little bit. So we're just going to pop a little bit of brown onto this sleigh of the Santa. I'm going to leave the reindeers, and we're just going to add a little bit of the Bordeaux colour just on the Santa's hat, and also the roof of the house. So I'm using the roof of the house as well, which I have already painted this with one coat of gesso. In fact, we can do it
What colour gesso did you use?
Just white.
Is it a white one?
It is a white one, but it's obviously tended to go. I've only done one coat, so that's why we've got the little bit of the
creamy kind of look. It's lovely though. It really works.
Whereas that one was spray paint, but you can just see. I just wanted that little bit of a hint of.
It's nice. It really works actually.
Yeah, it's because obviously your MDF is underneath.
Yeah, of course. And where it's, I guess it's laser cut, isn't it? The MDF.
Yes.
So the edges kind of scorch nicely.
Yes.
Which gives it a really nice shadowing, actually, doesn't
That's
it?
right.
It adds. It doesn't detract at all. It kind of adds some more depth and some more dimension. It kind of does. You know that thing you do where you come in with the edge of something to bring an edge down. It's kind of pre-done, which is really cool.
That's right. So we're just going to add a little bit of the sisal just across here where we're going to put our Santa and sleigh. So just to fill that in. It could be the look of snow, you see, that could.
Yes.
Right, so just a little bit of hot glue onto those, and we're just going to add that
Do you know
over
what?
there.
To my great shame, I've had a hot glue gun sat in my craft room for over a year and I still haven't had the courage to switch it on yet.
I know.
I must do it, because you've got to conquer your...
Yeah.
You've just got to do it, haven't you?
You have, and as long as you're careful, you should be all right.
Yeah.
Just don't do anything too small to start with, Derek.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Okay. I've just got to do it.
Yeah.
One, I need more time, and two, I need a bit of courage. Come on, Derek, you can do it.
Of course you can, yeah. Next time we're in, we'll say, have you used your glue gun, Derek?
Okay, right. Deal.
Right, so I'm just writing Christmas onto here.
I love those letters.
And then we just need to add the flower. And maybe some pearls. So in this one, you see, I've just put it's Christmas.
Yep.
So it doesn't have to be somebody's name if you don't want it to be. That's a bit off, but never mind. So I'm going to say left-handed, not good. I'm just thinking, have I wrote it right now? Have I spelt it right?
Yeah, you absolutely have. Perfect.
Right, so then these are the sprigs from the Pretty Point setters.
Yeah.
So these, I'm just going to give a little bit of a shape on the back there. So I've just cut these out of the brown card again.
Where's half the show gone already?
Oh, has it? Oh,
I mean...
I'm taking up time.
No, you're all right, but I just looked up and I was like, no, that can't be right, surely.
I know, it does go rather quickly, doesn't it?
Does.
Right, so I've got a flower there, what I've already done.
That's gorgeous.
But if I just show you what I've done, I won't layer it all up together, but all I've done is just gone with my ball tool, just around the edge. On all four of those, I've got two different sizes, and then layered all these up. And then we've put 3 pearls in there.
Fabulous.
So.
And look at that. And that's come together extremely quickly. And you can think of many other ways that you want to decorate on further. With that, you might have little seed beads, you might have flat back beads, you might have other bits in your stash, you know, that you kind of gather through the year that you've forgotten about. And then the time is right at Christmas time to bring them out, really, isn't it? But look at that. It's spectacular. It's really, really beautiful. Right, I need to take you back through... That's amazing. I love it. Really, really cool.
Oh, thank you.
Almost 20% of the one-day special sold out and gone so far. I am not surprised at all. Remember, you've got everything you need to make your own Christmas Eve box. And remember that Christmas Eve, where it says Christmas Eve box, that's an individual topper as well. So you've got the solid box lid. So if you don't even want to use the Christmas Eve box cutout, you don't have to. You could probably as well, if you wanted to, you could find a way of extracting the Eve in the box as well if you wanted to, and make it a little bit different too. You can decorate it with all of your papers and your embellishments and all sorts. It's very, very simple and easy to put together as well, which is wonderful. And you're getting 2 sets. It's like a buy one, get one half price, actually, because we do sell them individually. But I don't really want you to go for that, to be honest with you, because you're going to get much better value by getting 2 sets. And listen, it might just be each other that you are buying. 528541 is your item number for the one-day special. Right, we're going to look at the texture books because they're going absolutely bonkers tonight. I'm not surprised. Remember, you're getting 2 of those. You're getting the little book of Christmas textures, and you're getting the little book of textures. Now, we went through, didn't we, the Christmas ones with Carol, but I think that's worth doing again, isn't it? So you get the poinsettias, and they're like mini stencils, and they're really, well, they're not like mini stencils, they are mini stencils, but you get them all in this handy little sort of ring together, which is lovely. So you've got the wonderful little cityscape there. Sorry, a left-hander trying to do everything the wrong way around here. So you get a little cityscape here, and then you've got your reindeers. Oh, I'm trying to find the best way of showing you this. There you go. So there's the reindeers. You've also got the holly there, which is beautiful. You've got... this is multitasking. Really not good for a boy. There's the little snow, which is gorgeous. Then you've got your snowflakes in more detail. Then some more poinsettias. So again, I guess actually, if you're using things like your texture paste as well, you could layer up the different ones that you've got. You've got the little the footsteps going through there, which I love. You've got the stars. I love that star as well. I love that long pointed star. They are gorgeous, aren't they? And another size of the poinsettia as well. And that's just one of the books. In fact, let's try this one from the other way. Let's try from the back forward. Let's see how that works out. So this is the other little book of textures that you can use for absolutely everything. So you've got your brickwork one there. You've got a nice geo with hexagons going on there, little triangles, so that'd be great for pattern building. That's a really lovely pattern, actually. Remember, you can take just little extracts from these pages, but they're really, really easy to port around as well. That's lovely. Beautiful, almost like a sort of tiger stripe, really, isn't it? Then you've got, again, circles. Circles always popular, as you know. That's a beautiful shape as well, isn't it? Almost like a sort of curved diamond. And there's more. See, it just goes on and on and on. I can't believe this is all in one. You've got your little honeycomb there. Almost half the stock of this sold out and gone. Oh, look, your little clouds and lots of different sizes of cloud as well. And that looks like it's 2, isn't it? Yes, there's another. Oh, that's more like a Yorkshire stone wall, isn't it? Which is lovely. Recognise that. And then, oh, now this one is... as a background would be absolutely awesome. Again, remember, you can take it to all 4 corners of your project, take it anywhere you want to. These are so portable. So in essence, you're getting 20 stencils there for $9.98. That is completely unheard of. And remember, you can decorate the cover as well, which is made from MDF as well, which is, it looks like the 4mm MDF as well. So you can decorate that even further as you go. The Christmas one is absolutely gorgeous. That's a must-have. 015113 is your item number. Right, OK. Right, Hayley, it's your turn now.
Yeah.
Sorry, before we run out of show. What are you doing this time?
Right, so I'm going to do some dinky-inky techniques. So you've got an amazing bundle, and it's the first time we've done a bundle that sort of size. And if you've not got any of the products, that's a great way to just invest all in one go. So we're going to do a bit of a technique on the background here using the script stamp. And they're also sparkly as well, so I don't think we even mentioned that. They're full of glitter. So hopefully, as I'm tipping this, you might be able to see a bit of sparkle going on in the background. Possibly not.
Well, come in just a little bit more. Yes, I was noticing actually, and I picked up one of them, and I saw it was a different colour at the bottom. So I guess what do you do? What's your method for waking them? Is it turning them? Is it shaking them? What?
You can rub them between your hands,
right.
So you can warm them up a little bit. You can give them a shake. You can go side to side, round and round. Anything really. There's not really a right and wrong.
There's so much sparkle in there, actually, isn't there?
There really is. Hopefully we'll see it as it's starting to dry, but this is the background that we're going to create, and I'm going to add some of those stencils on there as well.
Fabulous.
But I posted this on Facebook probably a week or so ago, and everyone was like, oh, that's amazing. I thought, oh, I'll demo it then. If people would like to see it, I don't mind at all.
Facebook, you say? Where am I looking?
We've got a Dreamies page, but we've also got a group called Dreamy Catchers, which is a lot of crafters that love our products. So, and they share lots of ideas, and they're a lovely bunch.
Good.
Yes.
Right, we're going to find that then.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's welcome. Right, so I've just got my script stamp and a piece of watercolour card here. So all I'm going to do is just ink up with my Versamark ink pad. So this is just the sticky ink, so we can pop the white embossing powder over the top. So we're giving plenty of ink on here, and I am just going to turn it over. I've not taken mine off the backing even, and just press it down. And just try and get as much of that printing onto there as I can. I don't mind if it misses a few bits, that's kind of the point with just inking it up and just hoping for the best.
And you can go for a few different colours at the same time, couldn't you, if you wanted an ombre
definitely.
background or whatever? Or...
Oh, you could, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to pop my embossing powder on. So this one is very well loved. It's got bits all in
Bits
it.
of something in
yeah,
there as
there's
well, isn't
barely
there?
anything left of it.
Oh, Carol, have you got any more? Like, I think we're down to the last
Do
few
you know,
specs here,
it's
aren't
been
we?
like this for about 6 months and I
was gonna
still manage
say,
it.
you don't
still
use
manage
much.
it. You see, you can. That's the best thing though about embossing powder, isn't it? It does keep
It does
giving.
go on and on and on.
Yeah, it's kind of like the inks.
Yeah.
The 20mm inks, I've not had to have a second set yet, and we've had them over a year, and I use them all the time.
They are super beautiful.
Right, so I haven't heated my gun up, so it might take a little while to turn, but
Alright,
we should
we'll
start
stay.
to see it going. So I've gone for the white on white because then it'll resist once I add my ink over the top. So hopefully we can start to see it going in this top corner. I've probably done the worst technique possible for you to be able to see, but...
That's all right. You know, we'll always stay for an embossing demo.
Oh yeah, even if you
Always.
can't see anything.
Absolutely. It's embossing, who cares?
So once you want to make sure it is all heated, because obviously if you take the water to it before it's all melted, it will start to sort of flake away. So you do want to take your time with it. And just follow that powder all the way. And then
You
I'm gonna...
must have so much fun formulating these dinky inkies.
Oh yeah. It's such a fun, like, picking the colours and getting the, saying art. To be fair though as well, with the inks, your sparkly ones are usually pigment and these are dye based. So your pigments you can't usually do as many watercolour techniques with, but these you do get the sparkle all the way through, even if you water it down.
It's gorgeous. It's so dense as well, actually.
It is,
when you first get the bottles, I'll see if I can demonstrate with. Actually, I'll do it with this one here. So you can see how long it takes for the sparkle to actually travel down. You can see it's a lighter colour there at the top, and the sparkle is travelling down. I mean, it's wonderful to watch, actually. It's like one of those, you know, like dreamy chocolate adverts, you know, when you see the molten chocolate travelling down. So you can see the density, you can see the intensity of the pigment and the density of the sparkle sort of coming together there.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. Look, you can see it a little bit better with this one as well. You can see all of that sparkle within you. You can see just how heavy it is, which means how loaded it is.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
The sparkle.
There's gold in all of them. We have done some in the past that are silver, but these ones have all got the nice gold mica in there, so they're
They are
really
lovely.
rich with colour as well.
And you get 15 in this bundle, plus
Yeah.
all this storage to keep
Yeah.
them in as well, which is lovely.
Right, so I've just put a bit of ink onto my block and I've just watered it down quite a bit, just with a lot of the water that's in my brush. And I've just put it onto a block instead of the glass mat because I want to then use this to kind of create techniques and a bit of splodginess almost on the actual background. So I've watered this down and I'm just squeezing my water as well as I'm going, and I'm not being precise at all, just getting that colour on there. And hopefully you can see that this is resisting then the white of the embossing powder.
And which of the colours are you using at the moment? Just
This
sort of
is just slate.
slate.
Yes, so this comes with chocolate syrup and bronze beauty. So they're really nice colours, and obviously they're darker if you leave them solid as they come out, sort of thing, but if you want to water them down, then you do get a lot more subtle colours if you want to.
They are fascinating. Very,
Right.
very fascinating.
So I'm just heating this up a little bit. I'm not too worried about it getting completely dry, but I just want to build up these layers of the colour. And then we're getting that script. If I just tip it up, hopefully you can see that script is on there,
Yeah.
but it's really faded and quite subtle on there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then we've just picked it up with a little bit of the grey. So then I'm just going to go back in again and just add a bit more of the grey into some areas. And then, before we get rid of any of this ink, I'm just going to splodge it on there and hopefully get a little bit of a messy area then, and it's just going to look like distressed, like it's got plenty of pattern on there. I just don't want it to look too plain. And then I'm just going to heat that up a little bit, and then we can splodge off the excess as we want to. But then you can also add your textures on there if you want to, all of your stencils, anything you've got in your stash as well, and just build up that nice colour on there. Right, so we'll leave that there, and then if I've not got any tissue, but it'll be fine on my hands. And then I've just got a dauber as well. In fact, we can pick up some of the ink that was on our block. And then obviously you can use the pad if you want to. If you want a bit more intense colour, you can just pop your ink onto the block as much as you like. And then I'm just going to go in and just add a few of the little... it kind of reminds me of like a Fair Isle sort of pattern. You know, the little poinsettia-y starry bits in those patterns.
I was trying to think if I got those socks on today, but I haven't. Sorry. I've got tartan today. 2/3 of the stock of the little texture books have sold out and gone. I'm not surprised. Honestly, it's such a bumper offer if you think about it.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, you're offering, in essence, I know that they're in miniature, but that's such a handy format as well. Because I think with stencils, you never quite know how to store them and where to keep them. And the one that you want, you can never bring to hand. Because they're all on a ring together.
Yeah, that's it.
You kind of can't go wrong, can you?
No, and the rings that they come on, it would be big enough for you to put them both onto one ring as well. Mum's used a bigger one.
And more that you'll probably bring out in the future.
Oh, yes,
I would
absolutely.
imagine. Yeah.
Right, so I've just got my background, and I've just added a bit of faux stitching just around the edge to make that finished off. And we've just put plenty of foam tape on, obviously because we've watercoloured it does cockle a little bit.
Ah, so you're doing it just to prevent the...
Yes.
Because I did think, my word, there's half a mile of foam tape under there. But now I know, now I understand why.
Yeah, so that's just held that really flat then, and it's not going to start to peel up or anything. It's a little bit wonky, but it'll be fine. And then I'm just going to add... Nobody laugh at my glue gun.
Look at that glue stick. My word, it's like a tent pole.
Every time that I put a new one in, it's just, they're massive.
I hope yours isn't like that, Derek.
Everyone takes the mick.
No, mine are tiny little things in comparison to that. I've got glue stick envy.
That's a little bit intimidating, isn't it, your first one?
That is a hardcore crafter at work there. Don't mess with the glue sticks.
Oh dear.
They could be the biggest in the business. Anyway,
I think it is probably more of a like a workman one, but it works for me.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Obviously not a great fan of changing them, I'm thinking.
No, I've never got them to hand, that's my problem. Always lost them. Right, so I've just popped some of the decoration on there, and then I've got lots of little bits, so you can get these from the Precision Perfect poinsettias. You get some of those in there, or you've got the Christmas embellishments as well, the die collections. So we've got lots of little sprigs and bits and bobs here. That you've got berries in there.
Ooh, that's lovely.
And then we've just got some of the sprigs, we've got some little holly leaves. So I'm going to pop an arrangement of these all along the side, and then we're going to pop a big poinsettia on it.
Oh, can I be nosy just on everyone's behalf at home? Have we got a picture of that die set with everything on it? Because I'm loving what I've just seen there. I'm sure you are as well. They're a bit nice, aren't they?
Yeah. So the idea with this is we've kind of given you the corners and the sprig arrangements, so all you need to do is pop your flowers on top.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about the placement of them. They've got circles in there. It makes it so easy. And these are just kind of the add-on embellishments as well, so you can get an extra die set of little bits like this.
They're nice.
Yeah, they really are.
They are lovely.
They scream Christmas, don't they?
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Right, so I'm just popping a little bit of wired raffia on there, just that I've twisted into a little bit of a bow. And then I'm going to add all of these bits. I'm just shaping them a little bit with my fingers. And then we can just pop these on.
Do you know as well, I think moreover than almost any other die sets that you can buy, you are guaranteed to always regularly be using your Christmas die sets as well. So they're one of the best investments in dies.
Definitely.
I think they're the type of dies that I never mind. I never mind if they're more expensive or they're bigger sets than I'm used to buying with dies. I never mind when it's Christmas because you know you're going to use it.
Yeah, it comes around every year, doesn't it?
And you've got plenty to team it up with, haven't you?
Yeah,
already?
exactly. And no matter then, if you do buy something new next year, the chances are Christmas works with everything, doesn't it? It works when you buy next year, when you buy 3 years ago, it all works fine.
Well, and also you can still carry on alternating them as well, because this year I'm using the dies for making Christmas cards. Next year I'm using them for making Christmas decorations.
Yeah.
You know, the year after that you're using them to decorate your Christmas Eve box. You know, lots and lots of new ideas all the time.
Exactly. So I've got the poinsettia as well from the collection, and I've just cut it out of white card, and I'm just folding the petals downwards, just to add a bit of dimension, and then just picking them up, and that's just added a little bit of shape to them. So that one is going to go onto the front of the card. So I'm going to add a few more embellishments, but I just wanted to get this in place so then I can arrange them around it. And then we've got the centre there as well. Now this isn't on the show, but it is on the website. We had a daisy collection a little while ago, and I'm just using the centre of that for in there so I can pop some pearls around it as well. So you can mix and match all of your everyday collections as well and pop those onto your cards as you want to. So I'm popping a few more little berries on and just building this up, my white holly leaves and things like that as well. So we can just arrange that onto the card. We'll get some more silver up the top here. Now I would spend a bit more time arranging it and stuff at home, so don't take this as it's perfect.
Yes, but please don't on this show because we're down to the last 10 minutes. With in the nicest possible way. Well, there's a couple of samples I also want to share with you as well that I'd only just spotted actually, with other ideas on them too. But this is all brilliant. So I mean, again, all of these Christmas sets that you're seeing, you know, they've got an amazing crossover in all of your crafting as well. I love how this is coming together. It's just beautiful.
So then I'm also just popping a few little bits of vellum sprigs in as well. So we've got that nice mix of mediums going on the card. I won't add all my pearls just so we're not eating all the time up, but I did have, oh there it is, done my sentiment. So these are definitely on the website, I'm sorry if they're not on the show. The festive edge sentiments, they've definitely been on the shows a long time, well, a few times, so you'll definitely have them on the website.
That's lovely.
But then I've just popped Let It Snow on there, and then the letter is just going to go above there.
Oh, I really hope it does this year. Please let us have some this year. Come on,
There
at
we
Christmas.
go.
We never get it at Christmas, do we? We always get it in March or April.
Yeah.
It's no good by then. It's too late by then, isn't it?
And if you can see in the middle of the poinsettia here, I've just got the daisy centre on that one.
Yeah.
But then if I bring this one in a second, you'll be able to see that I've just popped my silver pearls around it and turned it into more of a full centre than just the plain one there.
That's gorgeous. I love that. Right, okay. Okay, Dinky Inkies. Let's can I borrow your little finished one again,
You
Carol,
can.
just very, very quickly. So with this one, you get 15 of the Dinky Inky inks, all of which are sparkly with the gold inside as well. And you get, thank you, Carol, and you get the kit to make your story. So all of your Dinky Inkies go in the top, and then all of your little ink pads, your ink pads go in the bottom, obviously, and your re-inkers are the little bottles, aren't they? So you refill those. You also get the mats as well to mix your colours too, which is really, really superb. Thank you, lovely Carol.
Thank you.
All of that, see, I think that's really, really good because they are absolutely loaded with sparkle as well. They're really, really cool. Love those. So that's 227824 is the item number today. It does have a freedom price on it, and as I mentioned earlier, it would be a really, really good time of the year to become a freedom member. Let me tell you. Can I just show you one little thing which I hadn't spotted before? And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous sample using the little Georgian windows that we've got on the show as well. You get a set of 25 of the little window frames there. What a wonderful, wonderful way, just there in like a sort of shadow box scenario of creating something just absolutely divine. I think
It's
that's
the lid
beautiful.
of the box.
I know, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, but what I was thinking, my idea was that if you decorate the inside of the lid like that, as long as you don't go around the edge, that's a gift then all the year, isn't it? You could just lean that against somewhere, like on your mantelpiece.
Yeah.
And then it's a gift as well.
But it's a lovely way of using those wonderful letters as well, because the font is just so beautiful. Sorry, right, OK, sorry, I've detracted there ever so slightly, but it was well worth it. I think 385703 for the 25 Georgian windows there. I don't know why I'm doing the shape of a window, Carol, no idea. At this stage, I have no idea. Now, we've got about 5-ish minutes.
I don't think I'll get this one done, but I can start it if you want me to.
Let's do it. We've got another hour with Adam at 8 o'clock, haven't we?
So we can finish it there.
Fabulous.
Oops. Right, so this is going to be one of the baubles. So we've got baubles and trees on the web. on the show, sorry. So this is this one, and I've just gone for the black and red theme on this one. Again, the monochrome papers are on the show.
Love that.
I think it's a pack of 4. I think it's a bundle of 4 paper pads.
Yes,
so,
it is.
Yeah, so I've just covered that already with one of my papers, and I'm also using again the label die, and also the oval die as well. So that's the Lavish Baroque ones. First of all, we're just going to get some double-sided tape onto here. So we're just going to make this across the bauble. You threw me a bit, Derek. I didn't think you were going to come to me.
I know, sorry.
That's all right.
We were kind of like, shall we, shan't we? We're not quite sure. I don't know. Well, let's have a go.
I should have asked, shouldn't I? But never mind.
It's all right.
Never mind. We can do it, can't we?
We do part 1 now, and you do a cliffhanger, can't you, for the 8 o'clock?
Yeah, why not? Right, so I'm also using the slate, Dinky Inky as well. So I just go around the edge of the main bauble with that. I did do a live on our group on Facebook the other night, and I actually glittered this, and it looks stunning. Just you glitter onto that little bit of black poinsettia on there, it looked lovely.
Such a nice scale of bauble as well. I think quite often when you see baubles in crafting, you think, oh, if I knew you were a bit bigger.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
I was thinking, like, why not do like bunting with it?
Well,
you know, you could do that, couldn't you?
Yes.
Right, so we're just going to get this. I'm going to pop that at an angle on this one. Then we're just going to trim that off there. Just give me the nod, won't you, when we're coming up to time?
Okay.
Right, so I'm just going to pop a little bit of tape across there just to put my ribbon on.
We'll just put a thing up on the screen that says to be continued.
Yeah, why not? Right, so I'm just going to trim that bit off. And then we're going to go with a little bit of stenciling again. So, what have I done with it? Is it on there? Yeah. So this time I'm just, well, I was going to do the snow. But do you know what? What shall we use? We'll use the holly, because that's a nice one.
So busy on the textures books. Remember, you get the textures and the Christmas textures there. So in effect, it's 20 stencils for less than £10. It's ridiculous. How much of the stock, Katie? 70%. I'm not surprised at all. So that's not going to last through the next hour.
No. Right, so I'm just popping a bit of this on. I've wrote on there stencil, so I remember to do it. Right, but I'm not worried about that because
final minute.
Final minute. Oh, here we go. Right, so I'm just going to pop some foam tape on there if I've got it. Yeah. So same as say, we can either finish it off or whatever with Adam. I'm sure he'll like that, won't he?
Oh yeah.
Right, so just get that onto there then. So that's just going to make that little bit behind the oval here. So this is the oval loops and lace. No, it's not. It's the Lavish Baroque oval. Sorry.
Okay.
And all I've done is cut the circle out of that and using those trees that is going to go behind my lantern.
And hold that thought for an hour. Carol, Hayley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back in 1 hour's time with Adam. Please make sure that you look at everything that is in the show between now and then. As I say, the little texture books might not be here in an hour's time. I know you'll be back, though, with Carol and Hayley and Adam. Oh, I've got to say it again now. Rag rugging with Ragged Life. Coming up after the break. I'm sticking around for that. I can't wait. And then we'll be back with these two.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012. I'm never really sure. At one point, we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Sura Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Sura Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Welcome back, everyone. Brand new show for me, actually, not something I have seen before, and I am very much loving this counter. It's one of the most colourful counters I think I've ever seen. I'm not sure if my shirt can even do it justice, I have to say. We are rag-rugging with Ragged Life, which is a bit like the Ragged Rascal ran round the Rugged Rock, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah.
Thanks for that name, Elspeth Jackson. And you've got a name with a mouthful as well.
I
Just
know.
to add to that, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's lovely to meet you. I don't think we've worked together before, have we?
No.
I think everything that we've got here, and you're in print as well, which is wonderful. Is that a proud moment when the book comes out? I ask everyone this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's my second book, so there's nothing quite like, you know, your first one.
Yeah.
But this one, yeah, I've loved making it and I couldn't wait to have it in my hands.
It's
Finally.
awesome, I have to say. Right, so tell me in a nutshell, rag-rugging. Let's debunk that first, shall we?
Yeah.
What is rag-rugging?
So basically, rag-rugging is the process of making rugs out of rags.
Okay, when you say rags...
So basically, rags are any discarded old clothing, old textiles, fabric you find lying around the house. Maybe it's some bedding that you've kind of, you know, had in the, I don't know, airing cupboard for yonks, and you know, it's just fit for the charity shop, but we can make something really pretty with it. Maybe it's an old shirt that, you know, it used to fit you about 10 years ago, but perhaps it's a little snugger.
How dare you rummage through my wardrobe and know such things?
I think it's me I'm talking about there. But, you know, we want to keep these things because they've got sentimental value.
Yes.
But
so this could be an equivalent of, some people make memory quilts out of clothes and things of people that maybe are no longer with us, and that's a really nice way of keeping that closeness to them. So similar kind of thing, but actually this is given a whole new look. Now listen, can I just ask you, I'm nosy by the way, you might have noticed, do I cut the pieces of an old, let's say I've got an old shirt, I've got loads of old ties for instance that are far too, I don't know where I ever thought I was wearing them. Do I need to cut them to specific strips or sizes or squares, or how does that work?
Yeah, exactly. So the nice thing about the new book, which we'll come on to in a little bit, is because there are 8 different rag-rug techniques in there, it means that whatever textile waste you've got, and when I say textile waste, I mean old clothing, as I said, little offcuts from sewing projects, whatever you have, whatever fabric it is, there will be a project in here that you can use your kind of offcuts to make something nice. So whether it's thick upholstery fabric, a chiffony kind of summer scarf, those old ties of Derek's, whatever they may be, there will be something that we can do with those items.
Oh, amazing. So, the book is your starting point then, really, isn't it? That is going to be your inspiration. So, I've just seen this sunflower, haven't I? That's what we've got on the table in the studio, isn't it? So, this is the very one, isn't it?
Exactly.
The star of the book. I have to say, though, although I absolutely love that, I mean, I adore it. I just want to get in there. I've been in there a couple of times and just wanted to have a good old... It's the texture of it. Yes, it's just beautiful. It's so attractive. But actually, I'm really drawn to what you have behind you, actually, on the doors.
Oh.
I think that's wonderful, because that looks like... For me, my mind's eye is interpreting it as the most wonderful bed of petals from flowers.
Oh.
It looks amazing. It's almost like a spice market laid out in front of you. In fact, is that like a man laying down if I look at it on to one side?
You wouldn't even be able to guess what the inspiration for that was, to be fair, because it's actually like an aerial view of an Italian city in terms of the shape.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is actually one that my very talented mum made, and she's got an excellent eye for colour. But I think what's so beautiful about that one is it just goes to show, when you get up close, just how many different weights of fabric you can blend together very easily. Because there are so many sewing projects out there where you're quite limited. Like, you know, it has to be a similar cotton weight for it to kind of lie flat. A rag rug is all about texture. So we've got this kind of beautiful cream fluffy cushion on the left of Derek.
Oh, it's amazing.
And that has got everything from, like, you know, jersey that curls
Let me just
up,
move
it's
that.
got fleece.
Let me just move that book so we can appreciate the full gorgeousness of it.
I was going to say, you were stroking that yellow rug, but I'm surprised you didn't spot that one first.
This is, I hadn't seen it from the front in its full effect, but you're right, it is all about texture, isn't it? Because you've got, there's some lace, I can see some lace in here, there's some wonderful sort of, I guess what you would call sort of, it feels silky, but it's almost like that kind of, the thing that went on top of the bedspread long ago. It's that kind of texture to it.
Maybe actually some kind of, like, you know, don't quote me on this, but like the lining of a dress.
Oh, like a petticoat?
Yeah, you know, that kind of like
yeah.
silky thing that's supposed to lie flat so that you kind of feel comfortable wearing a dress with texture.
Director Chris just dared to suggest that some of it might be essence of wedding dress. I doubt it somehow. Not unless it didn't turn out that well. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I'll put anything in there. You know, all those odd socks that you end up with when the washing machine's eaten one of them and you can't find it. You know, those odd socks will go into something. I am terrible. I will hoard anything. And now you can too.
That is absolutely awesome. I absolutely love it. The book is absolutely flying out of the door. What, really? Well, OK, we're only 6 minutes into the show. I realise you've had a previous hour, but 70% of the stock is sold out and gone. You have 30 projects in... I don't know where we got to. We got to Christmas or thereabouts, didn't we? So you've got actually artworks that you can kind of frame up if you want to, but I think this is all about actually letting it run free, really, isn't it? It's things that you can, well, use. Oh, and did I just see a coaster there? Because, was it a coaster? Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was kind of like you could make a cord or a rope, and then you could make it into things like coasters. Now that, because coasters are generally dull as ditch water, aren't they? But that is superb, because you can make that any colour, you can make it key in with any decor, you can have different looks for summer and all year round. You can make lovely table decorations. Of course, yes, you can make so you can do bag making with this as well.
Yeah.
Oh, is that bag here somewhere?
Yeah, the cover star is somewhere in our midst.
OK, yes, we've got a kit for the bag here. It's wonderful. It's like a wonderland, this. That's a good idea, actually, isn't it? A lovely cover for a plant pot, because plant pots can be less than attractive sometimes as well, and that's really, really lovely. And it's something you've made yourself out of something you possibly sort of, you know, worn or just got out of the back of the airing cupboard that you think, why is this in here? So, I guess that's what you can do here, isn't it? Rather than throwing these things out, you can kind of go, why is that still stuck in the back of the airing cupboard? Why am I not doing anything with it?
Yeah, and actually, like, what I'd like to say is that even fabrics that you don't think they're particularly attractive, You know, they're not something that you would put in one of these other sewing, you know, style projects like a quilt or a patchwork or something like that. As soon as you cut them up and rag rug with them in different ways, they just transform. So I've brought with me our cover star basket that's on the front of our book, Rag Rug Techniques for Beginners, was made using an old curtain, just one curtain, and it was actually a children's curtain of my friend Claire. And you can see that actually, as a fabric, it's got lots of animals on it, and it's, you know, a kind of jungle scene, which maybe you don't want to quilt in. But actually, as soon as you cut it up, it just becomes a blend of the different colours that are in the fabric, and it came out really well. So maybe, for example, you've got some old, I don't know, tops that perhaps the pattern isn't quite as, you know, fashionable as it once was. Cut them up, and you'll just get the colours that are in it, and you can transform them. Anything works well in one of these techniques or another.
Brilliant. Right, now listen, I can't wait, because I really, to my memory, I don't recall seeing this as a craft before, which is really, really good, and I can't wait to see it. But dispatch date on the book, by the way, just need to remind you, is the 28th. That's only a few days away anyway. So brilliant. This is a great winter kind of project to get into as well, isn't it? When you're kind of done with the Christmas making, and you can just sit back and enjoy then, can't you? And then start rummaging through all the cupboards and going, where can I make space? Wardrobe first, I would say. Just guessing. Right, let's have a look at the tools then. So this, this, I have no idea what this is. So Elspeth, help me.
I know, I did say to Derek at the beginning of this, as a newbie to rag rugging, you're probably like, oh, where do I look, where do I look?
Yeah.
So I will demystify it as best I can.
Thank you.
So basically, the thing which is so exciting about the new book is that we've got 8 different techniques of rag rugging in there. And the 2 main traditional techniques we have here in the UK is the traditional shaggy style of rag rugging, which is sometimes called proggy, peggy, clippy, cluty, very regional names because it's a very old craft.
Okay.
But that is this kind of rug that's behind me that Derek was admiring.
I love it.
And it has this beautiful thick texture that's really lovely. So that's the shaggy technique.
Okay.
The other main technique we have in the UK is the loopy style of rag rugging, which is sometimes called hooky or hooked rag rugging. And this rug in front of me here has been done in the loopy style, or that kind of sun rug, which is in the book. That's also been done in the loopy style.
So Elspeth, forgive me, the one that you're holding there, what's that made out of? Because it doesn't seem immediately obvious.
So this is woolen, so this is a woolen rug. So this is almost like the blanket yarn, which we'll show a little bit later in the show.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that would rag rug up.
Great.
So it has a much thicker, cosy, very warming feel to it.
Yeah.
Whereas the sun rug is everything and anything that I had lying around. So you've got fleece, you've got jersey, cotton, whatever.
So what have I got here in front of me then? Because I've got 2 wooden implements and what appears to be a polishing cloth.
Exactly. So the polishing cloth, you can rag rug with that and cut it up. You don't need to keep it as a polishing cloth.
Okay.
But that's irrelevant. The 2 pieces that you should be interested in are this one here, and this is called a rag rug spring tool.
Okay.
Because it's got a spring in it here.
Yeah.
And this is the quickest and easiest tool to do the traditional shaggy style of rag rugging. So that one that has the kind of like fluffy texture to it.
Okay.
So the one that the rug's been done in behind me.
So in essence, what does it do
In
nutshell?
essence, it allows you to pull the fabric pieces through the Hessian backing to create this fluffy texture. And there are various regional tools you can use, but none of them beat this one in terms of quick and easy to pick up.
Okie dokie. And then this one I've got here, which is rather lovely. Looks like a nice forever tool. Has its name on it.
Yeah, this is conveniently called a rag rug gauge. And this is to allow you to cut your pieces of fabric to the correct length for doing the traditional shaggy style.
Okay.
So what you do is you generally start off with a piece of fabric. So this, for example, would be some kind of offcut that I had lying around.
Yeah.
The way in which I cut strips for rag rugging is I fold my fabric and I cut through lots of layers at the same time. Because this is not a precise precision craft. This is a bish bash bosh, get it done, enjoy the process kind of craft.
Fabulous.
So you don't even need to iron it.
Yeah.
You just kind of lay it out. I've folded it in half. I've folded it in half the same direction again.
Yeah.
Same direction again. Same direction again. I could even fold that one more time if I wanted to.
So as many times as you can manage.
Yeah, and this is where our rag rug scissors come in handy, because we use very, very, very hardcore scissors.
Okay.
Because we're going to use them for this purpose. So the way that we cut our strips is we actually cut through lots of layers at the same time.
Okay.
So you cut your strips by cutting through lots of layers, and the average width of strip is marked out on the back of the wooden block. So Derek has that block in front of him.
Okay, yes, so you've got thick fabric 1 to 2 centimetres, medium 2 to 3 centimetres, and thin fabric 3 to 5. But that is kind of like a guideline as well, isn't it? It's not an exact science either, is it?
It's definitely not an exact science.
Good.
I'm not measuring it, I'm eyeballing it. If you're a centimetre out, fine, absolutely. It'll all work out like absolutely fine. And you can see it ends up wiggly, and they could be far wigglier than this, and they would still look perfectly like this rug will be made up of things that are this long, but this cutting gauge allows you to get them similar length. So we've cut our long strips.
Is the fact that the I'm about to read your mind probably, but is there some significance to the slot in the top of the tool?
There is. That wooden thing is not just kind of how wide am I cutting our strips. That's a bonus feature. Actually, what this cutting gauge is for is this. So we have our long strips, we align the top with the groove, and then we wrap our strips along and down the gauge, and you can see they're twisting and turning. I'm sorry, all of you people who do kind of very precision crafts, you're probably looking at me going, oh! But this is your detox from all of those precise crafts, because it is very, very forgiving. So I've wrapped it all along the gauge, and then all I'm doing is cutting down the groove, and it's very satisfying doing this, like so. And all of your pieces, like a pom-pom maker, end up the same length for doing the shaggy technique.
Right.
So this is the size of piece that went into the rug behind me to create that lovely thick pile. And I can demo how it works, because we're on it. So basically, one of the packs that we'll be going on to later is these little mini wreaths. So I'll show you how these would work in that context. But you can get any kind of, shape or design of Hessian, and it's the same theory. But, and that's one of the things that's nice about the book, because it gives you the inspiration. You don't just have to make a rug. There's lots of other smaller projects you can do if you're not perhaps feeling something that's going to take you a longer time. So this is where the spring tool comes in. So what we do is we take the spring tool, and wherever we want to go in the Hessian, so I'm just going to poke it here, we just poke only the very tip into the Hessian.
Okay.
And then we come up 2 strands away. So you're kind of pushing across the top of the Hessian.
Yeah.
To capture a few strands onto the barrel.
Okay.
Once again, if it's not 2 strands, it's fine. I think I've got 3, so there you go. You then open up the end of the spring tool, almost like a little pair of tweezers, and you are grabbing onto the corner of the strip, so the short edge.
Okay.
And then all you're doing is just pulling half through. So you've got half on one side, half on the other side.
Okay.
That is it. A few thousand more of them and you'll have a rag rug.
A few thousand.
The only thing that you need to watch out for when you're rag rugging is getting the correct weave of Hessian, because you need it to be tight enough to tighten around your rags and lock them in there. Because what starts to happen is the Hessian begins to move around your fabric pieces and kind of compress up. And you need to make sure that you're spacing them correctly. So space them too far apart and you don't get that tightening. Space them too close together and the Hessian will begin to warp up because it isn't able to move where it wants to move.
Right.
But we've got all of the Hessian that we sell at Ragged Life is all the Hessian that I use for all these projects. It's the correct weave, so that's already 1 point.
Brilliant.
Then you just need to worry about the spacing. And all of the kits that we sell, they go into detail. How far should you be spacing things? Troubleshooting, does this look right? I've taught thousands of people how to rag rug. I know all of the mistakes they make, and I address all of them in our literature with videos as well. So
Fantastic.
you're in safe hands.
Right, okay, let's now, with that in mind, the tools then, so the essential bit of kit really are these two, aren't they, really? These are the ones that you absolutely need to have. They're beautifully made as well, I have to say. They are a work of art. They're not something that's just been thrown together, which I really, really love, actually, because it feels like a nice forever tool. And it feels like this is a craft that you can pick up and do at any time, whenever you just fancy it. It's not something you have to commit a lot of time to, because it might just be a tiny, tiny piece of artwork that you want to create, or it could be something luscious, like a big, oh, I love that. I can cuddle that all night. It's beautiful. So the tools then, and you'll only ever need to buy those once, of course. £25.99, 327-885 is your item number for this one. Right, okay, so we are now going down to the kit for the cover star, which is on the book as well. The book is absolutely flying out of the door, by the way, which I am not at all surprised about. Excuse me, it's such a good buy, it really is. It's lovely. 3/4 of that stock has sold out and gone. It is going out for you on the 28th of November. Which is only a few days away. I don't know about you, but I don't know what the date is today. But it's only a few days away. Anyway, right, okay. So, the rope rag bag. Oh, it's all tongue twisters tonight, isn't it? Now, half the stock of this has actually sold out and gone. Now, so this is I was just trying to read all of that. There's a lot of information in there, isn't it? So it's like a bowl kind of style, isn't it, this bag?
Yeah. Do you want me to talk you through it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Basically, one of the new techniques that's in the book is the coiled rope form of rag rug making. And every technique in the book, all 8 of them, has got one project at least that is a rug. But then I've also included at least 2 other projects that aren't a rug. Because as I said, sometimes we're a bit strapped for time, and we want to make something instant gratification.
Okay.
And this technique is that. It's instant gratification.
Right.
So basically, we're not going to be making a rug today, because we haven't got that much time, but I'm going to be showing you the basic technique so that you understand how you would go about making placemats or coasters or bowls. The particular pack that we're selling today has got a 30-metre hank of this cord, which we'll be going to be working with. And actually, the white basket that Derek has is the size of basket that can be made with this 30 metres.
Fantastic.
So it's not quite as big as our cover star, but you can see that it does do you a pretty decent whack.
See, actually, I think at that scale, if I just take the bag out for a second, I know, I'm sorry, you have your place in the sun, though, on the cover of the book, remember? So don't be too offended. I'm talking to a bag. Because of the scale of this, actually, I just think it would be a lovely sort of objet for keeping things, you know, on a coffee table. It's got that really, really lovely sort of textile feel to it. You know, if you had that filled with pine cones or decorations, it would just be lovely. It could make a lovely fruit bowl, but it almost feels too good for that, actually, because it feels nice and super sturdy as well. I love this. Can't wait to see how this actually comes to be, actually. Remember, you get 30 metres of the rag rug cord as well. And what is that made of, Elspeth?
So I did a lot of research when I was doing the book in terms of what would make this project easy and, you know, enjoyable to do. And I tried a few things, and this is what I found worked the best. So that's what we sell and what I use. And it's a cotton covered cord. So the outside of it's cotton, which means that it's very easy to sew into on a sewing machine, so it goes through very easily. But it's got a recycled synthetic core for strength.
Okay,
So it's a bit of both, but yeah, it's the best one for it.
It's fabulous. It's really, really nice. Right, OK, so we're going to see how to make this, I think, aren't we? So let me just give you the item details, and then that's it from me, really. 822915 is your item number. I'm staying, don't worry. £16, sounded like I was going to go, didn't it? £16.99, which is really, really lovely, because it's got that lovely, lovely feel to it as well. 60% of that stock sold out and gone. I'm not at all surprised. I would definitely get the book as well, because that will show you how to extend that, I guess, to the kind of technique to make the cover star bag as well. Right, Elspeth.
Yeah. So what you get with the kind of pack is you'll get your 30-metre hank, and it'll all look nice and beautiful like this. But I'm going to put that aside because I started one earlier, so I have got some rope left over. And if you didn't want to do a big basket using all 30 metres, this is the beauty of this technique. You could make little packs of coasters that you gifted at Christmas, placemats. Sky's the limit in terms of what you can use this technique for. But you've got your cord, so here it is. And the first part of the process is we're covering this cord in fabric. And this is where we can use this, you know, old fabrics that have sentimental value, old T-shirts, cotton pillowcases, anything and everything really to cover it. So first step is always we need to cut some strips. And each of the techniques that's in my new book, they have a slightly different way of preparing the fabric, but a lot of them involve cutting strips, in which case the best way I find to cut them is to do our kind of scissors through lots of layers technique. But if, however, you wanted to use a rotary cutter and a mat, you could also do that. But with this covered cord technique, the most important thing is the width that you cut your strip. Because if you cut it too wide, what you find is when you come to wrap it around the cord, it does kind of ruche up and it doesn't lie as flat as you want it to do. So if anyone does start doing this technique and it's not looking quite right, try just making your strips a little narrower, because maybe your fabric was a bit thicker than you thought it was. Because actually what we do is thicker fabrics we cut narrower, so something like denim we'd cut narrower, and thinner fabrics we can cut a bit wider. So there is a little bit of kind of like eyeballing things. But the average width of strip that we generally cut for a medium weight fabric like cotton is roughly about 1.5 centimetres. So I'm just going to cut 1.5 centimetres strip to start me off. And once again, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit wiggly. Because this was cotton, you could also rip your strips, so you don't even have to cut them necessarily.
And do you leave the selvage on as well?
I do. Yep, I leave everything on. So
it's character, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and you're going to lose a lot of it. Just becomes part of the pattern, is kind of how I see it. And actually, I taught a workshop at the weekend, and someone used a fabric that had a lot of fringe on it. And I can't tell you how amazing this fringe looked when it got stitched up, because it just added this kind of texture to the bowl that looked like you'd done something fancy, but in actuality you hadn't really done anything fancy. You'd just chosen a more unusual fabric.
Are you online as well, somewhere where we can go and be nosy on makes and things like that? Are you on Facebook and all of that kind of gubbins?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook. If you search for Ragged Life, you'll find me on various social media platforms.
Brilliant.
And I would just like to caveat this whole situation with the fact that I am not a sewer. In fact, I never thought I would be on live TV demoing on a sewing machine, but here we go. But I hope that illustrates the fact that anyone with a sewing machine with very basic functionality, just a zigzag stitch, can do what I'm about to do. So basically, where this cord is concerned and covering the cord, you don't even need a sewing machine. You don't need to. And there are actually a couple of projects in the new book, that plant pot cover, for example, which are a no-sew project, because I do know not everyone has a sewing machine. We can get away with using a hot glue gun, and it does a really, really beautiful job anyway. But I'm going to show you on the sewing machine. So first thing we always need to do is we need to cover the end of our cord. And we need to protect it, because otherwise it will unravel over time, because it is a kind of woven material. So if you had a kind of glue gun, you would almost like extend the tail of the fabric strip slightly beyond the end of the cord, and you would glue gun it in position, just to kind of like hold it there.
Okay.
But because I've got my sewing machine, I'm just going to put a little bit of a stitch in there, just to hold it nice and securely onto the cord. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. I've just put the beginning of my zigzag stitch just to hold the tail in there. And I'm just going to trim the tails of the thread off just so that they're not in my way. But that is more of a kind of security thing than it is an aesthetic thing. And I'm just going to put that aside temporarily because now we are on to our wrapping. So once we've got the edge folded over, we need to kind of like trap these tails in. So what we do is we kind of fold them in, and then you want to wrap the fabric strip horizontally around the end of the cord. Can you see that properly? So that we're kind of creating a little bit of a kind of sandwiched end at the top. And then all we're doing is the aim of the game is we are covering this cord, so you cannot see any of this kind of like, you know, cream cord through the fabric. So we're wrapping diagonally along and down the cord. And with the different projects that are in the book, as I said, some little, some large, I took one of two approaches. I either decided I'm going to cover a whole load of cord and then I'm going to kind of assemble it together, whether by sewing machine or by glue gun, or I decided that I would cover a bit of the cord, then sew a bit, cover a bit of the cord and then sew a bit. So neither of the approaches are, you know, incorrect. They're both equally valid. The only thing that I would say in terms of advantages is if you do a bit of the covering of the cord in fabric and then a bit of the sewing, then a bit of the covering, then a bit of the sewing, you're able to create, you're able to control the patterning a bit better. So,
okay, yeah, because you've got to keep the tension along the way, because otherwise it will naturally slip out of place a little bit, will it?
no, it's not even that. It's more just the fact that on the cover star basket, for example, Derek, you can see that there are those stripes of patterned fabric, cream fabric, patterned fabric, cream fabric.
Yes.
If I just kind of like wrapped a whole load of the cord in the fabric, I wouldn't have been able to see how much of the cord was creating how much of the stripe, because the further you get kind of from the centre, the longer it becomes, the circumference. It all become apparent when you come to do it. But basically what I'm saying is if you're wanting to control where your fabric is striping, you may want to do a bit of covering of the cord and then a little bit of sewing, as opposed to covering lots of the cord and then stitching it all together at the end. But this is an excellent scrap buster because you don't need, I mean, you can see I'm using quite a long strip here, but actually, even if you had loads of smaller strips, shorter ones, it'll take you a bit longer to cover the cord, but any length of strip is fair game. Because
so you can keep changing your fabric and keep going. You could go like every 2 rounds could be one type of fabric, and then you could leave a couple of rounds. Well, as you've done actually on the covers. Oh, sorry, Chris. As you've done, I'm at it now. I've done as the cover star here. It's sort of been you know, what is it? 1, 2. Well, it's not even counted, is it really? But you could leave, you know, any amount of space in the round blank and then change your different type of fabric, colour of fabric. You can have great fun with this. Listen, I've got to give you the details because actually I've just got to jump in now before it all disappears, to be honest with you. So the kit to make the rope bag then, which remember is your 30 metres of your rag rug cord. I have to be so careful how I say everything on this show. Which will make the bowl that is this size here. So not quite as big as the cover star bag, but still, I mean, something you could use as an objet, something you could very much use as a functional bag as well. Imagine your fabulous fruit or wonderful fresh vegetables as well sat into something like that in like a farmhouse kitchen kind of scenario. I can really, really feel that. Maybe that's me because I live in the middle of nowhere out in the country. 822915, 70% of the stock of that sold out and gone. I'm not surprised at all at £16.99. Now, of course, I need to talk to you about the book again, because the book, honestly, is flying out of the door. Remember, there are 80% of the stock now completely and utterly gone, written by Elspeth. So all of the techniques are there, how to prepare your fabrics, the tools to use, and lots of projects. And actually, I've only gone so far as a flick through, around about half of the way through the book. But if I take you back to that rug as well, that's the one that we've got in the studio, that wonderful sunshine rug, which is just absolutely beautiful. So lots and lots of projects to go at in there as well. 833003 is your item number for the book. 80% of that stock sold out and gone. Right. Okay, your dispatch date for everything is the 28th of November. Sorry, just for the book, I beg your pardon. Everything else is straight away. Hello. Hello, you. Oh, honestly, everything is so touchy-feely. It's wonderful. Elspeth, how and what was this before it is what it is now?
So basically, the traditional shaggy technique, which I showed you at the beginning, that's a rug made in that particular technique. So you could see how easy it was to do. And we're selling today the pre-printed Hessian to make that particular design of rug. So I know some people, a little bit of barrier to getting started is, oh gosh, what do I do? Like, where do I start?
I love that.
With the pre-printed Hessian, you don't have to think up with the design.
Yeah.
It's almost like paint by numbers with old clothing and rags. So you take it one section at a time. So this is what we call our spiral rag rug. But people see different things in it. Some people see petals, some people see like an ammonite, whatever it is you see. But in the shaggy technique, the short shaggy technique, or the loopy technique, which are all kind of like explained in our Ragged Life kits, it looks excellent. And we don't provide any fabric with it, because the beauty of a rag rug is the recycling ethos is about looking at that rag rug and recognising an old T-shirt that you did on a fun run.
Yes.
Or whatever it may be. And I still have in my family home, I can look at the rag rugs my mum made and recognise mine and my brother's old school uniform and, you know, old children's clothing. And it is like a bit of a, it's like a history of your family in textiles.
It is so fabulous. I absolutely love that. It's really, really nice. And I have got plenty of things in wardrobes that would be absolutely perfect for. So we've got the details, actually, for the pre-printed spiral area rug. £16.99. So that's the pre-printed Hessian. Obviously, you provide all of the fabric, and then get yourself a kit with the tools to make all the bits and pieces. We're about to sort that out, by the way, as well. In fact, we've got a starter kit for you, and I think that would probably be the best place for me to start at the start, maybe. So get myself a book and get myself a starter kit, and then you can get started. Right, okay, that brings us nicely to the starter kit then. So this is the Easy Peasy Rug Starter Kit. So first of all, you have in here a kind of a more compact version of how-to in terms of instructions. You also have, which is rather nice, so that will be you know, as beautifully as explained as it is in the book as well, but the book you've got to have, of course. You also have your blanket yarn, which is it's rather nice, that, isn't it? So that's already what, like a sort of 2-inch kind of strip? And do you use it in the same kind of way?
Yeah, so basically the blanket yarn is we work with the mills in Yorkshire. When they make blankets and scarves, they cut a selvage edge off, which is waste product for them, but is absolutely divine to rag rug with in various forms. So it's almost like potluck what we'll get, because maybe...
so it varies in colour. But we've got
Exactly.
examples all the way around over the studio of what they are. Whereabouts in Yorkshire?
Ooh, it's a trade secret.
Oh, is it? Is it North Yorkshire, though?
No.
Oh, because I live in North Yorkshire, so I'm just being nosy. Oh, I know where it might be. Anyway, right, so you get your blanket yarn, you get your tools. So we've got, OK, we've seen the spring tool. Now we've got something here that looks like a metal version of a wonky crochet hook. No?
So I think a few of our viewers would be quite familiar with this tool, particularly if you've done the ready-cut woolen rugs. They were quite popular,
yes.
the latch hook kits.
Yes.
So this is called a latch hook, and it's got a deep hook on it and a little dangly latch bit here. This is in the kit because you can, at a stretch, use it to do the loopy technique at a stretch,
okay.
but it's not the most specialised tool for that. But it is really good for what I call the short, shaggy technique of rag rugging,
Okay.
which doesn't officially exist. It's one that me and my mum have kind of invented,
Right.
just through trial and error. And I'll show you how that one works, because it is a lovely one. So to do the short, shaggy technique with the latch hook that comes in that kit, you poke your hook in, and you can see there that my latch hook has come through to the underside. You come up with the hook 2 strands away, so spacing the same, and then you push across the top of the hessian so that the latch bit is just on the far side of those 2 strands. Once you're there, you grip onto near the centre of the strip,
Yes.
and it closes as you pull, and all we're doing is just wiggling through so that we end up with a loop on one side,
Yes.
and cut edges on the other side, and that's it. So what you end up with is almost like a half height pile.
Yes.
So it's half the height of the shaggy technique, and that's really nice because it gives you good design definition.
And you get twice as much in one go.
Yeah, so, you know, as I was saying, that pre-printed spiral hessian, you could do in any of the 3 techniques and it would look nice. But, yeah, basically, latch hook is good for that kind of technique.
OK. I love the texture you get on the back of this as well. That's quite nice, actually, isn't it? There's something really kind of attractive and seasidey kind of texture, like beachy texture to that. I really love that.
Some people prefer the back of the rag rugs to the front. There's something for everyone.
Well, listen, and it could have 2 lives in one, couldn't it? Very, very easily. I love that. Right, OK, so we know what that tool is now. We've seen the other tools. There's a pen in there as well. Is that a fabric marker?
It's basically to mark up the hessian. So, because in that kit, we have got a piece of rug hessian included, and it's 1 metre by 60. It's the size of the one that's just here with me. There's kind of a checked rug. So it's a pretty decent size. And if you wanted to sketch a check design on it, to do this particular rug, for example, that marker pen works well on hessian. And it'll, you know, last you many a design.
Fabulous. And of course, we get the other tool there as well that we've seen before for measuring your width of fabric. 720165 is your item number then. That is the complete, that is the starter kit, the easy peasy starter kit. There is also a complete kit which adds another tool to the mix for your loop work. Oh, OK. Now, OK, right, Elsa. What does this one do?
I thought this would be a fun one. So basically...
This does look like a crochet hook.
Yeah, it is a little bit similar in its appearance. So basically, the first kit, the easy peasy one, is if you want to do the shaggy technique, and that's the one for you. You love that thick texture, that's the best one to go for. If, however, you like both of the techniques, the loopy one and the shaggy one, I would highly recommend going for the complete kit because it comes with the best and easiest tool to do the loopy style of rag rugging. So that's this one that the checked rug's been done in, or the sun rug, for example. It has a much neater, tighter appearance to it. And it does look a little bit like a crochet hook, but there's much more than, you know, meets the eye. So basically, it's a rug hook. It's got a pointed end as opposed to a crochet hook, and that allows you to kind of poke through the hessian very, very easily.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's also the thickness of the neck is designed to basically go through the hessian enough, but not too much, because with a crochet hook, because it's narrower further up, you'll end up having more of the crochet hook coming through.
Yes.
And you've got less control that way.
Stops you from going too far, basically.
Stops you from going too far. And also, at the risk of sounding strange, the hookiness of this hook is designed to work with fabric. So it's deep enough that you can hook onto different weights of fabric easily. A crochet hook is a bit too narrow because it's almost made to, you know, release the wool very smoothly. So I find they're just not hooky enough. for this technique.
I'm loving the gold colour as well, very grand.
Exactly.
It is
We
very
thought we'd
grand.
go fancy for the rug hook.
Yeah, why not? Why not? 614072 is your item number then for the complete kit, including the rug hook. It's down on 2 flexis as well. You get an awful lot there, actually. That would make a really quite nice gift for someone you know who is crafty as well. Get them the book and get them either the easy peasy or the complete. Actually, to be honest, for the difference of one tool, I'd go for the complete, to be honest with you. But, you know, completely up to you, as you want to. But this is lovely. The more you see, the more you want to see, I think, with these techniques as well. They are superb. 614072 is your item number then. It is on flexi as well. I know I've said this quite a lot, but it's a very, very good time to become a Freedom member right now. There's lots of reasons to... Oh, sorry, that eye's going again. Especially in the next 30 days, there are lots and lots of reasons to do that. Right, OK, so let's do some more demo then, shall we?
Yeah. As you're a newbie, would you rather see the loopy technique with the rug hook, or would you rather see a little bit more of the coiled one with a bit of joining?
I think let's go loopy. I don't know why,
loopy.
just the word
Woo!
appeals to me.
Okay.
I don't know why.
So, the loopy technique of rag rigging, which is done using the rug hook that we've just been talking about, you're working with long strips of fabric. So you don't need to cut them on that wooden block. The longer they are, the better, but it doesn't have to be a particular length. You know, they can be short, it just means you're stopping and starting a little bit more. So with the rug hook, what we're doing is wherever you want to go in the hessian, you're poking through from the front of the hessian to the underside. And you want your hook to be pointing upwards. I generally find that helps as opposed to downwards. Then with your strip that you've cut, and as I said, the cutting gauge will tell you how wide to cut it, you're hooking on. And I find that it helps to have a bit of tension here. And you're pulling an end through to the top of the hessian. And I find anyone who does crochet or knitting gets on with this technique like a dream. Once you've got your tail through to the top and you've got your extra bit of strip underneath, you're once again going from the front of the hessian, missing out 2 strands in the hessian and poking through from the front to the back. Then you're placing the strip on top of the hook, and it doesn't matter which way you go round, and you're just hooking on and you're pulling a loop to the top. And you can pull those loops to whatever height you want. So with the blanket yarn, for example, I sometimes like them quite nice, long and cushy, because then you can feel the springiness of the wool.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I want more design definition, I'll make them really short to kind of get more, pack in more design. And then you're just missing out 2 strands again and repeating the process. So grabbing onto the strip, pulling a loop up.
And that's enough to hold the whole thing in place as it goes along, because you've not stressed the hessian too much, so it sort of comes back in enough to hold everything in. Of course, I suppose you've got 2 lots of fabric through each hole as well, haven't you? See, I'm picking this up quickly.
Exactly. So what you see is the hessian on either side of your rag rigging. This is the back of the rag rigging.
Yeah.
It starts to move together, and kind of the holes will begin to disappear as the hessian clamps around your rags. When you get a little bit more experience, and particularly you crocheters or knitters, you may pick this up very quickly. You don't actually look on the underside of the hessian. So I was showing you the underside of the hessian, but you just know where the fabric strip is. And you can just pull it through to the top in these little loops. When you run out of fabric, you never leave your end pointing downwards. You always bring it to the front, as we did with our first end. So I'm grabbing on, pulling it through the front. So I've now got 2 tails, and you would just trim them off to the same height as all your loops. And when you start in the same hole that you just finished in, ideally. And that's what it looks like from the back. Once again, some people really love the back of the rag rigging.
Isn't that clever?
And that's what it looks like from the front.
Can I just ask you something again, because I'm extremely nosy? So first of all, you say you do workshops as well. Are they ones that you generate yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so where do they happen? What part of the country do they happen?
So we run workshops in Hertfordshire, which is where my studio is,
Yep.
Brighton, where I live. We run them in York. We run them in London sometimes. We run them in Surrey sometimes. We do run them in Leicester.
Okay, so pretty much
All
there
over.
will be one close to you. And do we find out about them through your
so
Facebook?
you can go on my website, raggedlife.com, and you can find out about the workshops on there.
Fantastic. And how long is the average workshop, by the
So
way?
we do a half-day workshop, which is 3 hours, or we do a full-day workshop, which is 10 till 4. So is that 6 hours?
Very good. Right, so a half day or a full day. I'm just thinking it might be a really nice gift for someone, actually, one of the workshops. So I would look into that. You can find Ragged Life on pretty much every social media. If you're buying something from the show, the information will be... will come in at you left, right and centre. There's a YouTube channel, there's a website, it's Facebook and Instagram and pretty much everywhere on social media. But the book, we are now limited stock on the book. So this is your Rag Rug Techniques for beginners, should I say. It's Elspeth's second book. And it's got some really, really delightful projects inside it as well. And I think this is really, really lovely. I don't know about you, but at home, I've got a pile of clothes which I don't wear anymore. You know, the ones that shrink in the wardrobe, or in my case last year, conversely, the other way around. I shrank and the clothes suddenly look like tents. And I've got this pile of clothes that actually I have no idea what to do with. So I keep moving this pile of clothes around thinking, oh, I must take those to the charity shop, or I must, shall I get rid of them? Shall I? Well, no, I just can't get rid of them. I don't know what it is. Adam's asking for them now. He wants them. Be like a bring and buy sale. But I just keep moving this pile of clothes around that I just know that I'm not going to be using, that there are going to be no use whatsoever. I'm quite liking the look of this section here, Elspeth, which talks about peg loom weaving. I'm guessing that's a little bit more advanced than we have. We're talking on the... Oh. No?
Honestly, I cherry-picked the projects in this particular, like the techniques in this book, to be really easy ones, like they are for beginners. The peg loom weaving's really simple. The cushion, actually, the pastel cushion that's just on the right of me here, that's been done using sari silk. So I think we have got some sari silk on the show.
I'll come and have a cuddle, because I think that's collapsed a little bit, hasn't it?
Peg loom weaving technique. And
that's beautiful.
The rug, which is in the book, that's been done in peg loom weaving, just incidentally, it was a runner and it was really long, and it only took me a day and a half to make, and I think it was about 1 metre 40 by about 70. And normally in certain rag rug techniques, that style of rug would take me a lot longer. So a day and a half for a runner is really good going.
Isn't it wonderful? I mean, all of the different things that you can do. I want to go back and have another cuddle of that cushion down there as well. But we have Christmas decoration kits on the show as well, actually, with the pre-printed Hessian. But I think this is wonderful, because this could be old dresses, and it could be a mixture of textures as well, because actually one of the main qualities of the finished item here as well, and you can see it's a very, very imprecise fabric, craft in a lot of ways, but it's the mixes of textures that make it so fascinating. And of course, because you're using fabrics, it's actually really, really simple to change, to look after, to, you know, you've all got things in your collection right now. It might be an old duvet set that you think, you're not putting that on a bed in my house, I'm telling you that now. Sorry, I don't know where that's come from, but you can take very, very vintage colours. You can take things that are very out of fashion and make something bright, beautiful, gorgeous, at a fraction of the price these days that you could go and have someone who makes these as an artisan business. You know, you'd be paying a fraction of the price, because you need the tools, of course you need the book for inspiration, but other than that, you just need a rummage in the wardrobe, don't you? Or you need to go to... be very, very quick with the book, though, because very, very busy. I'm not at all surprised. They are absolutely beautiful. OK, let's move on to the Christmas decorations then. They're the mini wreath set, because it's really, really cool. This is lovely, going to be perfect for Christmas. And again, it's a nice sort of bite-sized project as well, isn't it? Just to kind of get you started. In fact, this might be a set that you gift to somebody as well, just as easily. So this is pre-printed. In fact, actually pre-sewn, actually, isn't it? It's almost like, have you taken like an overlocking stitch or something like that?
It's a cover stitch.
Ah, OK.
But basically, the beauty of this project is if you've got the tools, you can just get going straight away. The Hessian's been pre-hemmed, it's all the right size, it's pre-stitched. You've got the fabric for the first mini wreath, Yeah. That comes in the pack. You've got the felt for backing them at the end of the project. And, you know, I love them. You can make a mini wreath in half an hour, so it's a really nice evening project. In fact, I think 5 of the wreaths that are here today that we're showing, me and my mum just did them last night together.
Oh, really? They're absolutely
Yeah.
good. That fabric you're giving us is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. It's really, really cool. It's so touchy-feely. So we get 4 of the wreath bases and your fabric, and you get the instructions as well, which has all the contact details for Ragged Life as well. So they're on the web, and there's a blog, and there's an email address, and there's an Instagram and a Facebook and a YouTube as well that you can all go and you can go and investigate all of those. So you're going to get masses more inspiration from that as well. I would absolutely love to do with Ragged Life, like a half-day workshop or something like that. I would imagine that being thoroughly enjoyable. And you think about all the fabrics you've got in your life: old bedding, old clothes, old jackets, old things that really will never be worn again, and just reutilise them, give them a new life. It's just fantastic. I love this. I think that's brilliant, don't you? £15.99 is your price tag for that one. 547536. How about making a bunch of flowers? How about, now I don't know what, well, actually, Elspeth, you'll know, what was this originally?
Oh, is that
This
the yellow one?
The yellow one,
I think that was like a sports top or something.
Oh, was it?
Something like that. Or maybe it was like an old dress, like a kind of quite neon-y dress. But
that's
anything
so
is fair
cool.
game. Never leave an item of clothing around my house accidentally.
And we've all got, haven't we? And listen, actually, it'll be just as much fun to rummage through somebody else's wardrobe. Sorry, I don't mean that in the wrong way, but you know, you go and visit Auntie May or whatever, or you know, or Nan says, "Oh, I'm going to get a bag together for the charity shop." Ah, hang on, just before it goes to the charity shop, let me just have a little rummage through it. 073844 is the item number there. So you get the. You get the Hessian. Yes, you get the Hessian, which is printed there as well, or sewn, as I say. You also get the stems and the full instructions there as well. But just before blimey, how is that? We're nearly an hour gone.
I know, we needed the whole day for this.
Yeah, we really did. Well, listen, that's why workshops. I don't know whether you've seen. Oh, sorry, Chris. There's so many things. There's like I don't know which way to go. There's one thing behind me that I'm not sure whether you've seen or not, and I've just got to get this down because we're in the dying minutes of the show. I just think you've got to, if you could make something half as good as that. Listen, I'll put the book in the middle of it because we're finishing with the book details there as well. So there you go. Keep it relevant, Derek. That book is incredible at £10.49, by the way. Do make sure that you confirm yours as quickly as you possibly can because we are extremely limited stock on that. That is awesome. And actually, I feel that even with my very, very limited crafting, I'm a baby steps crafter, with my very, very limited crafting knowledge so far, I think I would really enjoy this because you can pick it up and go back to it whenever you like, can't you?
Yeah, you've nailed it. If you put it down, haven't touched it in months, you know where you are, it's very obvious, you can see it, you won't have forgotten.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, I was just putting that back. Don't fall. Do not fall.
It's soft.
It's joyous, though, isn't it? And you'll always be thinking of new ideas all of the time. And, of course, you've got masses of inspiration. Let's have another quick flick through the book because I only got about halfway, all the way through the show. I'm like, it's like a striptease and I've only shown you a shoulder. But it's... It's worth, though, getting the book, isn't it? Just so that you can go all the way then. Look at that. Beautiful. Really, really nice. And you know what? Something we've all got in our lives is, you know, pieces of fabric that, well, they're in our stash. We didn't quite ever know what to do with it. We want to reuse old clothes, old bedding, old, other people's clothes. No, don't throw it away. I'll have it. Thank you. I'll have it. Because I can turn it into a bunch of flowers. I can turn it into a beautiful, wreath or a cushion or something like that. Amazing. Elspeth, thank you so much. It's been wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to meet you. I'm so glad you're finishing with that cushion because I'm coming for a cuddle. Not you, Elspeth. Don't worry. Don't panic. It's the cushion. It's the cushion. I think this is, honestly, this is just beautiful. And this is the kind of thing you can. do. It is all about the fabrics you use, the scales you use, the widths you use, the textures, and mixing those textures. Elspeth, that's been an absolute joy. When are you coming back to see us again?
Oh, I don't know.
Soon.
Mystery, hopefully soon.
Soon, I hope. Well, if we don't see you before Christmas, have a fabulous one. I'm sure you'll be thinking and dreaming up lots of new projects as well.
I will.
And don't forget, if you're interested in those workshops, go and find Ragged Life on all of the social media. Stay right where you are, because as always, we've got lots more to come. Right, okie dokie, back to our one-day special, Christmas with the Dreamies. Oh, where did we leave off with our carol? It's at just before 7 o'clock. I can't remember. You'll have to tune in after the break. Enjoy.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Good evening, I hope you are well. The time has just struck 8 o'clock here in the United Kingdom, and why do I say that? For the sheer fact this is the hour that will be repeated throughout of the evening. Why is that important? Because we only get busier as the night rolls on. By tomorrow morning, who knows what will be left. We are going to kick off. We are talking about a cracking little bundles. Some bundles that we've never done before, some bundles that you think, oh my word, why have I never seen that? And some stuff that's just useful. Is what I'm talking about. Useful. Yes, they're here. There can only be one, well, two people is who we're going to introduce when we talk about useful. First of all, the head honcho, the real boss, as it were, I feel. It's our Carol. You're right, my love.
Oh, do you mean me?
I mean you.
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Are you?
I'm very well, very well. Very excited about this as well.
I know, it's
very
good.
Excited. And then we have the real boss, as it were, that says at Customs House. It's Hayley. You're right, my love.
I am, I'm fine, thank you.
I like this concept because what you've done, because sometimes, let's be fair, sometimes we see stuff on the channel, and we all don't live in a warehouse. We can't have everything. Otherwise, you would literally have a 7-bed house and you wouldn't know where to put anything. But things like these, your Christmas Eve boxes, are useful.
Yeah.
You're going to use them every year. regardless. You're going to pull them out, and it will be an heirloom, I feel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
You could put your family name on it instead of just like the person's name. You could put the Fletcher's Christmas Eve box or whatever, couldn't you? And put everybody's bits in there. But the idea is that you put like pyjamas, a film, some chocolate, things that you'll enjoy on Christmas Eve, just getting ready for Santa come in.
But on the flip side of that, you haven't got to have it as a Christmas Eve box, for the sheer fact the Christmas Eve bit comes separate. So you get all your box, but you get enough to make 2 boxes, and it's the big deep boxes as well, is what we're looking at on that. Look at that. So that alone, you could make those for any time of the year. This bit is all separate. So if you don't want to put this bit on and you want to use it for a box throughout the year, you could do. I know there used to be a tradition in our house that we used to have, and we used to have shoeboxes wrapped up with Christmas paper, and we used to have like toiletries, stuff that you're going to use in January and February, so you haven't got to stock them and buy them as Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Things like your socks, your razors, your deodorants, your hairsprays, your mousses and stuff like that. So you hadn't got to buy them, and then you don't really want to giftable that, do you, for the sheer fact, because there's not that much, it's not the best a gift, is it? Let's be fair. But what you're looking at on this one is you are looking at a sturdy little box that you could use. Personalised box as well. And I know schools do this, because they don't do newsletters anymore at schools, do they? They don't do newsletters. It's all online.
Yeah.
I'll add a little email saying that they're going to do box for a charity, a little shoebox thing. This would be beautiful as one of those shoeboxes, just a gift to somebody else.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you can put absolutely anything in it, Adam. I mean, what I was just thinking then, you know, like we were saying about the topper, if you didn't want to have that on sort of, like if you do it this year and then next year you want to, I don't know, change it, why not Velcro it or something? Then you can put it on or take it off.
Oh, I like that idea. So a little bit of hook and eye on there, then you can take it off, whip it on, whip it off if you wanted to. You could change the names at the top. Once again, £29.98 is what you're looking for 2 of the boxes. Not only are you getting the boxes, you're getting a full personalised alphabet as well. So, savvy shoppers out there, you're going to get 2, maybe use one as a Christmas Eve box, and then look at all the letters that you're still going to get left over. Let's be fair, if we're going to do Adam, you would use one of the A's, one of the D's. I'd use an A from the other sheet and one of the M's, and I've still got most of my alphabet.
But you've got extra as well, Adam. If you look on the 3rd line down, you've got your extra A's.
Oh.
So, you know, you've got all your vowels and everything extra. So, you know, like Hayley, like Adam, you've got your 2.
So you could, now we're talking extra cards. So you put these on the front of your embellishments of cards and things. You know, like little Scrabble tiles you used to be able to get? You could use it instead of those if you wanted to.
Yep.
The possibilities with this really are endless. £29.98 with a £10 saving is what you're looking at. Roughly works out 15 quid a box. Let's be fair. And it's a sturdy MDF box. It's a deep box as well that you're looking at on this one. 528541 is your item number, and it's a box you're going to keep. It really, really is a box that you're going to keep. 528541 is your item number, brand new today, and that is your one-day special. Something else, though, all year round, I'm feeling with this next one. These are your windows. We've got 10, but we didn't have enough room for all 25 of them because we wanted other stuff out on the counter as well. But you get the gist of what you're getting. You're going to get the little windows that you see here. Now, whether you're going to turn them into a little scene that looks like this, whether you want to go to a little scene, or to whether you're going to turn them into shaker cards, put acetate behind them, use them in your lanterns to make a scene, because you can buy those little snow globes now, can't you, that you can open and do yourself.
Yeah.
So you could have put those in with lights or acetate behind them and turn it into a little shaker card.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you could put sequins, glitter, anything in there. But they're also really nice. We were thinking, you know, if you turned your box into kind of a gingerbread box, and you could do it with all like little sweets and windows and things on the side. Which would be really cute.
Because then you can have like real life windows that you've got on the sides of there. This would be perfect as well for dolls' houses. If you're into your dolls' houses and things like that, you're really laughing with this. Also as well, I think if you're clever enough, once again, I know you are, use them with your resins and make stained glass. So add colour into your resins, then pour your resins into these, or even submerge them into resin if you've got some of the larger square moulds to create your own sort of resin moulds out of the MDF. $9.99 for 25 pieces is what you're looking at for this one. 385703 is your item number for the little houses. I like them. I like them because you could also use them as front doors, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
They've got scope for little front doors, so we put little door handles on them, sort of doing the windows. Look, the old-style Victorian doors. 385703 is your item number for this one. This next bundle, oh my words. First of all, we've never done a bundle, I use the royal way, we've never used a bundle like this before. It's normally 1 and 1, they're normally separate, is what we've got. This is the first time we've bought them together in this big old set. So, what are you getting? You are getting all your Dinky Inkies that's in there, you're getting all your Inkers as well. Now, I'll let you into a secret. When did I get mine? It was a while back now, isn't it?
Beginning of the year. Yeah, weren't it when we first came
when
in?
you first started with them.
Yeah, so January.
So I got mine back in January, and now I use them. Molly's quite heavy-handed with them, but she uses them as well, and they're still going, and I've still got all the colours and the re-inkers as well. And I've had mine since January. And yes, Molly does a fair messy play. We squirge them onto the glass mats and we make backgrounds with them and stuff like that. But they're still going. They're still going to this day, and especially now, I've just started in the odd or two Christmas cards, because you've got that sparkle in there, it works really, really well. Even on craft card, these work phenomenally well, because the colour sort of absorbs in, but you still get the sparkle and shine that sits on the surface. I could wax lyrical about these for an hour alone. I think they're absolutely phenomenal. Then, you're also going to get 2 of your messy mats. Now, is that 2 of the large, 2 of the small?
No, it's those
oh,
two.
So it's one large, 1 small that you're getting in there as well. Oh, that threw me because it's an insert. So you're getting your 2 messy mats in there included as well. On top of all of that, what is a messy mat? Basically, a messy mat is like a glass mat, and it's like a palette. So you let your dinking dry on there, and then you can rework them.
Yeah. That's right, but that is the frame of the wood. You do get that as well, Adam.
Oh, so you're not just getting the messy mat?
No, no. If I can show you this one, it is very messy. That's the small one, and then
it slides out.
It slides out.
So
I don't know whether it's down or up on that one.
So your slides just there. So you put it's a bit like a canvas. So you put that in there. So they are dry, okay?
Yes,
there's nothing on them whatsoever. But you add water to those, and it's going to reactivate. Okay, so that's going to reactivate. So that's that one. So you're getting both of those. What a gift in themselves. Whether you keep these and you gift these, then you're also going to get the storage. You're also going to get all the storage that's also in there. It doesn't look much here, I understand that. But once it's built, all your little bottles fit inside. Oh, she's good, isn't she? This is why she's the boss.
It is.
Look at this. This is what you're creating. So all your storage pads sit underneath. So you haven't got to worry about where they are. It's all colour coordinated with the top as well, because your storage will fit in there. If you're getting to the last dribbles, you can turn them upside down and it'll still work. They're still going to sit there, but you know everything is going to stick to the bottom. This is perfect, and it's a beautiful, beautiful gift. I am going to pass this back before I drop it. You are getting your inks, you're getting your storage holders, you're getting messy mats, and on top of that, we'll also throw in a water brush as well. All for freedom, £44.99. £44.99. Now, I'm going to throw it out now because I know what you're all doing. You're all holding off thinking, if I hold off long enough, this will be on the old Black Friday. It won't, because it don't start till 6 o'clock tomorrow, so I wouldn't worry about that. OK? This offer will end at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and that 12 quid will go back on. I've already asked the questions in the office because I was also one step ahead. I was like, well, why don't we just wait till tomorrow? It won't work like that. All the programmes that we've got on today and tomorrow till 6, they're not in the Black Friday event. Okay, so if you are holding out for that, this deal won't be on the Black Friday event, so it's worth having a little look, and it'll even be more expensive rather than the Black Friday deals. And you can get it for 2 flexible payments of £22.50 today for everything that you see here. That is a phenomenal little deal.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that. If you're buying that for someone for Christmas, can you imagine opening that on Christmas morning? That'd be amazing. And if you are just getting into inking and stamping and things like that, you have got a lot of colours in there, so you've not got to think, oh, I'm only going to get a black ink pad, a brown or whatever. You have got the colours in there, and you've got them for watercolouring as well. So even if you are just basic stamping at the moment, they'll grow with you.
It's worth having a little look.
Yeah.
£22.50 across 2 interest-free flex payments if you're a Freedom member. From there, we've then got your box embellishments. Now, I adore these as well, because I just wouldn't use these for boxes, to be honest. Now, they go with your one-day special. OK, so they work with your one-day special beautifully. For example, bits like this. So this is what you'd stick around the rim if you wanted icicles that you want there. But turn it upside down. If you're clever about these, paint them green with brown stalks, you've got a background of trees.
Yeah.
So now we started talking about field of depth. that you've got there. They don't have to be icicles if you don't want them to be. Cut that down again. You'd need a decent pair of scissors, I'm guessing, because it's quite thick.
Yeah, it's 4 mil.
It really is thick and sturdy that you're getting with this. But I also see like little campfires.
Oh, yeah.
In there, if you wanted to turn them into a little campfire. And then you've got the trees, then you've also got the little house, you've got the reindeer and the sleigh. But just look at the amount that you are getting. So if you are going to start putting them around the edge of your boxes like little icicles, how beautiful is that?
There is a reason it's not finished. As you turn it the other side. That was so that you could see that the icicles do extend past the edge of the box and then they butt up on the corners, so you do get a nice, almost mitered corner. And it's not like it sticks out, you know, and you've got little bits in. I'll show you the one that I'm going to demo, because this is when I'd not done that part of it, and I'll show you the mistake I got.
I just thought, oh, don't show that bit. I just turned it around quick. So you get your little icicles that you've got there. I love this. Absolutely love it. Very busy for these. Something else that is and I mean flying out of the door are our little texture books that we're looking at here. Over 80% of the stock in the first hour has already gone. Now, what we're very clever at doing here, we normally put these on and pick one. Which one do you want? £9.98. You get a lot for your money. You're going to get one of them. You're not. You're going to get both of these books. Okay, so this is your little book of textures, your original, as it were, volume 1. And then you've got the little Christmas book of textures. You're getting 10 stencils in each as well of these, and these are beautiful stencils. They're stencils that you're going to reach to time and time again. Oh, look at those little elf footprints that you've got there. Oh, I love these. These are something that... These are your go-to. These are staples.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're going to go to them all the time, and obviously don't forget you can do obviously your stenciling and things like that through there, but you can put them through your die cutting machine as well if you wanted them to emboss.
It's very... I love this one.
Yeah.
Like a little rooftop scene.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Mary Poppins. Love them all. It really does. And you're going to get both of these. So remember, if you're into your smaller cards, run them through your die machines, because then you can emboss with them. You can stamp with a decent stencil as well, if you're going to go and stamp with them. £9.98, £10 is what you are saving. Once again, it won't be in the deal tomorrow, and your price will go back up by a tenner. 015113 is your item number. And then last but no means least, we have also got your alphabet. I like the fonts in this one.
Yeah, Jimmy picked this one.
I like the font in this. It's something quite childlike.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the numbers on here as well. So if you're thinking about maybe making a calendar or a diary for maybe next year, you can decorate the front cover of it. We've got book covers on the show as well. So if you are thinking about doing those as gifts, these are great for personalising. Plus just to having your stash. Like, they are so handy. And I mean, Derek said about, you know, like Once Upon a Time and stuff, you know, if you're doing a fairy tale book.
Yeah, like the big O that you've got in there. And, things. And you're also getting extra letters at the bottom, all your vowels, the A's, your I's, your O's, your U's in there. So it's worth having a little look. £14.99, 745575 is your item number, £14. And you're getting all 3 sets, which is the value for money on this show is phenomenal. All 3 sets is what you are getting on those ones. There is loads more on the website. Jump to the website or tap the app if I was you. You've got your little books on there, you've got your windows in there. There's the book covers that we were looking at earlier. There's your little scene builds, your embellishments. That is your, you've seen box topper kits. They're cute as well if you want extra toppers. You've also got papers on the show. I've got stamps on the show, baubles and trees I've got on the show as well. You've got your festive card stock on the show. You've also got your post box. Oh, that's new.
We've got a small one and a big one, look.
I like these.
Yeah,
You're
that
doing
one's
this
the small that you saw.
MDF post box that's there. You do that with a bit of expanding foam, paint it white. You have a beautiful outdoor post box. Paint it red. I've always wanted to do it, but I've never got around to it. I've seen this. I see it so much on TikTok, but I just not got around. Let's go back to the demonstration. Yeah, you get your letterbox, put on a bit of MDF, bit of styrofoam. It makes it look like snow. And you paint it red, royal red. What are you up to?
Right, so we're going to do a box topper. So this is what I mean. If you can see the corners, if I just tip it that way. Oh, no, that way. Not good at cameras. Just right here, they don't butt up on my sample. And can you see, it almost looks a bit messy. So what I did is when I tried it, I was just like, oh, I'm going to extend it. So, like, they don't butt up on mine, but your side panels are slightly extended, so it meets the
That makes
corner
sense.
of this one, so you will have it, it'll look really nice. But I've just done something a little bit different with this one. So instead of using the Christmas Eve box topper, I have just used the letters and then just embellished a little bit with some dies and some of the stash and things like
That's
that.
cute.
Right, so first off then, we'll die cut some of the flowers that we're going to use. Just pop that to one side. So I've just got, it's one of the sprigs from the Precision Perfect Poinsettia and 2 of the poinsettia dies as well. So I'm just die cutting this from the festive cardstock. So you do get some nice weights in there. The green is 300 GSM, so it's a really nice base for you to put all your bits and bobs onto. And then the rest of it is 220 GSM. Oh, in fact, sorry, the chocolate brown is also 300. And then it's the mushroom red and ivory that are 220.
So then the details on screen for the dies. So the A4 die sets, 13 dies in total, is what you are looking at. You're going to get 3 sets, and they're huge. They really, really are. That's what you're looking at. You are going to get all the dies, £36.97 and an £8 saving. 721915 is your item number.
Right, so we've just popped all these bits out, and then you can see we've got this gorgeous sprig going on here. That the idea was that you didn't have to, oh, I've not run it through perfectly, we only needed half, so that's fine. Yeah, I'd run it through a second time. If you put it on your machine bed crossways like I did, sometimes you do get a bit of a, like a sort, not, what do they call it? A dead spot.
It sort of misses the middle, doesn't it?
Yeah, just in the middle. So if you did run it through that way, I'd suggest you rotate it for your second one, and then that'll go through no problem. Or just put it that way to begin with.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Don't do what I do. Do as I say. Right, so I've cut some poinsettias out, but actually the ones that I'm going to use are from the paper pads. So we've got a multi-bar, but you can see if you've got your cardstock, it's more of a solid red, and then this one that I'm using is more of a watercolour, so you've got the different colours on there. So these are from the multi-buy of 4 paper pads that we've got. So you are getting monochrome, you're getting sepia in there, and then you're getting the watercolour blues and browns and reds as well. So what I'm going to do first then, because we've only got 8x8 papers, obviously this doesn't fill my box. So I've just got an extra bit that I'm just going to butt it up to, and then I'm going to put a strip down it, just to hide that join, obviously. So we'll pop this on first. I've just added some mirror board on as well. You could gut it, but I just wanted to make sure that it covered all of it so it's not going to dip in the middle.
That just goes to prove how big these boxes are. If it uses an A4 bit of mirror card on top, they are huge.
Yeah, they really are. And great for storage. You know, aside from the Christmas Eve element, you can just use them for storing your craft bits and bobs. Or maybe, maybe buy it and then put your inks inside of it, decorate the box as a gift.
And then use it as giftables.
Yeah.
I would also say, I was just working out the size of the box. You know the cubie boxes that you can buy, the shelving unit, the you know, the well-known cubes from that IKEA store. I think they'd fit in there as well, sideways.
Oh, yes, I bet they would.
Well, you'd have space at the top as well. I think they would.
Right, so I've got a strip then of the red paper, so I'm just going to pop that down there, I think. No, I'm not. I'm going to pop it the other side. It's to cover the join. I just said that, didn't I? And then I did the opposite.
You did say that earlier.
Did the opposite of what I said. So we've popped that one down the side there then. And then I'm just going to trim that off. Just from below, just upside down, and just trim off these little pieces. Just so then it's level on the side.
Make a nice little hamper as well.
Oh, it would. Oh, can you imagine filling it with jams or something? That'd be really nice.
Jams?
Well, yeah, because like, I just think of like a jam hamper and then like jam on toast and stuff like that, marmalades and stuff.
Chocolate for me. Chocolate for me, Adam.
Bottle of Baileys, I was going down that route.
See, no, I'm not a drinker.
You're not a drinker?
I'm not a drinker, but I like my chocolate.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Not a drinker.
Right, so I've just added another layer of paper on there, and then I've just mounted it onto some of the red again. So this is the watercolour red from the paper pad, so we have got that gradient of colour just going around the edge there. And this is going to pop into the centre.
The liqueur is available, I forgot to say. I will brush this cream and something else. Ballycastle. Our Katie's favourite is Ballycastle.
Right. So then I've just got another piece, and I'm just going to give it a bit of a bend on the corner and just in the bottom as well, just to add a little bit of extra dimension to it. And then we've got some vellum as well, which is going to overlay. Now, with the vellum, I'm just going to pop a little bit of hot glue on it, just because I'm going to pop something over the top of it, but I find that the hot glue doesn't show as much as a normal glue does. Not for me anyway. I find that it's not as intrusive on my project. So then I'm just going to pop those two over that side. And then we've got another strip that is going to go across here. So even if you do get a little bit of glue showing through, we are going to cover that anyway. I'm just going to pop a little bit more just under here, I think, just so that's attached. And then this red is just going to go across the centre here. So once we've got all our layers on, then we can start actually doing the embellishing. So we'll add this over here, and then this is where our names are going to go. So I am putting the same names on it, so me and Jimmy have both got 2 Christmas Eve boxes together this year, which is not really...
They expect you to film, Carol, is that your job to film?
Probably. Yeah. I might do that, actually. Just made boxes, I can fill them.
That's the downside bit,
yeah,
though.
no, but... Yeah.
And you remember you've also got to give Christmas Day presents as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just a Christmas Eve box, this is just like a perk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is being lucky, this is, Mum.
I wouldn't fill them.
Right, so then I've just got one of the lantern embellishments. So these are from the Christmas stash of embellishments. So I've just coloured that up, and then I'm just popping some vellum just behind it. And then that is going to make a nice little lantern that just looks like it's got all its glass frosted up a little bit.
You could man that up again with foam tape and put lights behind it.
Oh, you could. Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Like with these, wouldn't you, really?
So I'm just going to pop this just onto the side. So he's going to go roughly there where the red part ends, just to hide that a little bit. And then we can start to create our arrangement of the flowers and sprigs around here. So I've got some little bits that I've just torn off of this sprig that we cut. And then I'm going to add in a couple of little bits of this sprig as well. So this is one of the smaller ones. And then these are just going to go into the side here, and then that's where my bow is going to go. So I want to create a bit more foliage around here, and I'm not shaping them. I'm not really too worried about where they're going as such. I just want it to look full. So I do use hot glue for this mostly, just for speed, but also it does grab quick, so then you're not like getting bits falling off and things like that either. So we can just arrange this just around the lantern. And then I'm just going onto the lantern a little bit as well, because then we're going to add a bow here just to hide all this work in. But I do love building up all these little embellishments and things from the Precision Perfect. It's just so therapeutic almost, just to create that scene for yourself. Right, so then I've got a little bit of white ribbon, and I'm just going to add a blob of glue just onto here, and then grab the end of my ribbon in it, and then part way down as well, just to create almost like a faux bow effect. Just wrap it round and get that part of the ribbon just into the glue. We can add a little bit more on and make another loop, because I just want that to stick out of the side then from where my bow is. But I didn't know how big I needed the bow before this point, so that's why I've done it that way. And then that is just going to hold there, and then my ribbon is going to go on the top. So I'm popping a special delivery one, or express, just underneath. And then we're going to pop another bow on the top as well. So obviously you can add all of your embellishments to this if you want to, and really build it up and go to town. So then we can add maybe another little bit of this sprig in, just to hide that little bit of ribbon just there. So we can hold that on, and then, yeah, that's stuck now. So then on the opposite side, I'm just going to add some poinsettias in this top corner. In fact, I'll put my words on first, and then I know where I'm going. So I've got Hayley and Jimmy that I've spelled out, and some of them I've just popped some gilding wax on, just to pick that up. So they're a little bit gold, so I've got a couple more of those to do, but they're so easy to push out, and again, like you said, you get so many letters, so you can just use them on all sorts of projects. So then I'm just nipping in with my gilding wax again, just onto the top of the letters, just with my finger, just so we add that little bit of glitter on the top. To be fair, you could have used your Dinky Inkies for this too.
Could you emboss them?
You could, yeah.
Embossing powders?
Yeah, you can pop them in your Versamark, yeah, definitely. Right, so we'll add our names on first, I think. Ooh, I think I'll go for my name because I can line that up easily along the bottom. So I'm just going to follow the line of the paper really and add these letters on one at a time. Obviously if you're doing hot glue, just bear in mind you do get a lot of the little airy-fairy bits that come with it, but if you do give those a blast with your heat gun, then those do come off pretty easily as well.
Disappear.
Right, so we go L, and then E and Y.
This also proves that you haven't got to use that front Christmas Eve box
No,
as
that's
well.
it.
You haven't got to use it if you're dressing them up like this. You can put your name on, because remember, you are getting, it could be your Christmas Day box, this could be your main gift, this could be whatever box you want it to be. This could just be storage. You haven't got to use them at all. Maybe you're going to put the Christmas Eve box in a frame, you're going to frame it and do it that way if you wanted it to. There is so many possibilities with this. It really, really is. For £29.98, you're getting two decent size A4 boxes, I would say, on this one. They're A4 in width is what you're looking at. And the depth, there's a good old depth on it as well. We'll try and measure at some point. Do we know how deep they are?
Oh, I don't off the top of my head.
Yes. 13.5 centimetres deep is what they are. So you're going to get a fair amount in there. I reckon you would easily get a DVD.
Oh, yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
Easily get a DVD in there. Because remember, you've got the lip as well of the lid, so even if the lid doesn't sit on flushed at the bottom, you're still going to get that bit where it's not going to fall off.
That's right, yeah.
I like I did that behind the pack shot, you didn't even see what I did. But because you've got the lip that's on there, so even if that's still up, it's still not going to go anywhere, because you've got a fair amount, you've got all that before it sits on. So it's worth having a little look at these. It works out to be £15 a box is what you are getting on this one as well, and it should be more than that. I'll tell you now. So it's worth having a little go. 528541 is your item number. Let's get back to demo.
Right, so I've just popped all of those letters on and I'm just adding a few pearls to the top of my lantern. But then we're going to add the poinsettias to the top corner of the box up here. So I'm just going to move that to one side and then we can work on these. So instead of using my leaves, I've cut a poinsettia out of the sage green as well. And we're going to chop off some of the leaves just so we can use this as the base.
Very clever.
So I'm just going to go for 2, I think, and then maybe 2 of these smaller ones as well. And we'll do pretty much the same, I'd say. I think that'll probably be best. And then we can always add some in if need be. And then with the poinsettias, I'm just going to give them a bit of a lift with my finger, because I'm not too worried about adding that much dimension. But just so that we've got the embellishments on there, so it's really easy. And then we've just used the 2 layers for this. You do actually get a third. And then this can pop together and then sit on top of those leaves. So I'm just going to use hot glue again, just for speed. And then just offsetting those petals. Again, with the watercolour effect on the paper, you do get a lot of different tones to the poinsettias as well, so they look really different to each other.
Yeah.
Right, so then I've just got my flower mat and I'm just going to give that a press in the centre just to lift them up a little bit. And then give the leaves a bit of a shape as well.
We'll bring the details for the dies back up on the screen. £36.97. You get all 3 sets. They're A4 is what they get, and they're big old dies. They're really going to be useful. They are your precision dies, so you know exactly where the leaves and the flowers should sit, so they look perfect every single time. 721915 is your item number.
Right, so I'm just going to pop, and knock everything else off while I'm doing it. Just going to pop my flowers onto here. And then I can add the leaves in afterwards. So we just poke these into the sides.
Be a nice little wedding box.
It would.
Little wedding memory box that you've got.
Yeah, definitely.
For like cards and things, because the lids stand on their own. You could say wedding cards for whoever, and then you put your cards into the box. A bit of tissue paper in the bottom. Well, cute. I love boxes. I love things like this, though.
Oh, I know, I do. Yeah. I mean, I just think sometimes if they've not gone perfect cutting, you know, because obviously the cutting machines, they do play up sometimes, I'll sometimes have a box and a lid separate, put my A4 card in the bottom and my lid for like inks and stuff like that, but it's like a tray.
It's a little tray you can carry around. It's worth it, it is. It's worth having a little look at things like these because there's so many possibilities that you've got with there. We'll go through some more in a minute as well. Let's get back to demo.
Right, so I've just popped those flowers onto there and just added in the leaves there. Then I'm just going to add some little pearls just to the corners here, and then I'll pop
85% of the texture books now have already gone.
Oh wow.
85%. The next stock up date will give you, they'll be limited, so get them while you can. Start checking out your baskets if I was you.
Right, so these are the essential pearls that we've got on the show. And I'm just using the 6mm gold just to add that little bit of sparkle just onto there. And like you say, you could add lights behind the lantern, you could put lights under the lid of the box maybe, turn it into something really fancy if you want to. Or you can just keep it simple and just do the box topper if you want as well. It doesn't have to be this elaborate, does it?
No, it doesn't. You could just have it like that if you wanted to and use them that way. And it's still a beautiful decoration for someone that you love. The possibilities with these are really Oh, by the way, your little texture books are now limited. They are now limited stock. If you want to get your hands on them, they are limited stock, £9.98, and you're going to get the two, is what you're going to get with this one. 015113 is your item number. They are full of stencils. They really, really are full of stencils. Every single one is different. You also get your clouds in there. Love this one, because you're going to get your clouds and you're going to get your inner and outer. It's worth having a little look for £9.98. If you want a decent set of stencils, you're going to get both books for this one, and they will work with your texture pastes. And once you've got your texture paste, where do you put that? You put them onto your box. You can put them onto your beautiful boxes. As I said, a decent sized box is what you are going to get with this one, whether you use them on their own, whether you use one of the lids, whether you use them. How beautiful is that though? How stunning is that for someone at Christmas, whether they're young and old, from 2 or 92, you're going to use this box over and over again. And it's entirely up to you how you want to do this. And you're going to get 2 of them. If it was me, I would go for both of them, because you're going to get 2 of them anyway, and I'd just use them as decorations under the tree, like fake presents, and wrap them with a proper bow. I like that sort of thing. So it looks like you've got presents. It makes me feel like I'm loved. So it looks like you've got fake presents under your tree that you've got there. No, it's true. I wrap them all up. I change the paper every year to match the baubles. But they're just cereal boxes. That's all they are. They're just cereal boxes. But you go for the big boxes, because when people come round, they go, oh, he's popular. Look at all the gifts he's got. They're just cereal boxes. They're just Lucky Charms chopped up. But it's worth having these as well, because you can go, and then, as Carol said in the launch hour, you could use them as storage for those special baubles that you've got. So you could just use them as bauble storage if you want to, because you're going to get 2. You're going to get quite a lot in there. 528541 is your item number. Or as Carol said again, she's full of the ideas tonight. She's had a coffee. I was there. You could just use them as separate. Use the lid for one thing and use the base for another. So if you've got your things like your little Dremels and stuff, you could put a little finger hole in the bottom so you could push your papers through to lift them out. There's so many possibilities. Just see them as a box for the time being and then work off that, because you are getting a thick MDF box for £29.98, but you are getting 2. A full alphabet, and you're also getting the toppers as well. You are getting 2 of these, which are separate, so it's worth having a look. Right then, £29.98, but we're going to Christmas trees now, because you may want to put these on top of your box as well to make them more elaborate with our little Carol. What are you up to?
You know, you could, couldn't you? Put that as the box topper and put some lights on it. Yeah? And
not just a pretty face here, Carol.
Great team, aren't we, Adam? Hey? Great team.
I'm still waiting for the emails on the design team, just saying.
Right, so we're going to be using one of the Christmas trees, which is with the baubles collection as well. So I've just covered this with the seasonal sepia paper pad, which is the 4 paper pads all together for a great price. So, you know, if you're looking for paper pads, then grab those. Right, so we're just inking around the edge of that with the dinky inkies. And then what I'll do, I'll cut this out, because I've got all my bits on here, roughly what I'm using. Obviously, I'm not using the red, but just because that's some card I bought.
You get a lot of these. You get, how many? 4 trees, 5 baubles.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And I've got one for probably a demo tomorrow, where I'm using a bauble with the windows on as well. So, you know, incorporate all of things like that. Your windows will go on anywhere.
And they're a decent size. Oh my word, these are massive.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at these. So you'll get 2 of these baubles on top of one of the boxes, because I've just put one on. You'll also get a Christmas tree on the top of the box as well, which are decent size compared to your baubles. It's worth having a little look at these. I would definitely be getting these, Mod Podging them up for outside, dangling them from your outside with a bit of string, a bit of wire. It's worth having a little look at your baubles and your Christmas trees. Not much to see in MDF form, but our Carol make them look beautiful.
I was going to say as well, Adam, you know, if people buy for teachers at Christmas, something like that would be ideal. I know somebody, one of our dreamer catchers, she did some and she put like a calendar on, you know, on the bauble, so that the teacher could keep it all year, obviously. Right, so what I've cut out here, this obviously is in the red, not the brown that I'm using, but it is the red card that's in the bundle. So I've got one of the smaller sprigs that's in the Precision Perfect poinsettia. So I've cut that out. And also we've got the frilly flowers. Festive frilly flowers.
Festive frilly flowers?
No, wait a minute. Festive fretwork frilly flowers.
Festive fretwork frilly flowers.
So I've just cut 2 of those out, but if you can see all in there, all the little detail that's in those. Can you see?
There we go.
Yeah. And then obviously the tiny ones are quite handy just to fill in with your others. And then I have just cut one of the bells out, which are in the Precision Perfect embellishment dies. So you get loads of those, which I've got mine in here. So you get loads of those in there with the pine cones and everything like that, which is nice to add on to your other things. Right, so what we'll start with then is the card I'm using is also in the card pack. So if you want any of that as well, so that's the chocolate that I'm using here, which also goes very nicely with the paper pads.
No, it does. Remember as well, if you want more inspiration, there is loads of inspiration online. There really, really is. Our Carol is a martyr for the work. She loves it. Most nights, I find now, my phone will ping around 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
To say you're doing a Facebook Live.
That's right.
There she'll be. A little hand under the camera. Working her magic. And it's a nice community, though.
Oh, it is. It's such a lovely group that we've got. So if you fancy joining us on that.
Where do we find you?
On Facebook, and it's called Dreamer Catchers.
There you
and
go.
everybody's welcome. It's a lovely group. We've got a lovely community on there, and everybody's there to help out as well. You know, like if I'm doing the lives and I don't see something for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, they all chip in.
Oh, they're all chip in, yeah. I mean, you come in, didn't you, Adam?
Oh,
the
I
other
pop in and out.
Yes,
I pop in,
Adam
I pop
pops
out.
in.
When I have a minute, when I have a spare minute, when I'm not wrapping my own presents.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Right, so I'm just adding a little bit of sisal on there, and then if we just flick onto the circles. So these are the circles from the doily. Loops and lace doily. I've got that many.
I like the way you look at me. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know. I'm waiting for you on that one.
The doily dies. So what I'm going to pop onto here is the recipe of winter. So these are the...
Bringing the details for these stamps now.
Yeah, these are the large recipe, Christmas recipe stamps, which are lovely. You can, obviously we've gone large on these, so you can use this as a main focal on your...
Is it a real recipe?
Well, Ailey's wrote these.
I've never seen these before.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh, we've done quite a few of these, Adam.
Oh, £14.99. The recipe for winter.
So it's just like little sayings, you know, like recipe of winter, 3 teaspoons of happiness.
Oh.
These are what you'll have on your presents. Yes. 2 helpings of sparkle, 4 large icicles, a dusting of snow falling outside, and countless nights by the fire. That gives such delight.
Always like a Mills and Boon novel.
But you could use them as little tags as well.
You could, I like those.
On your boxes, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I like them a lot.
Yeah, they
That's
are.
like Christmas 24, isn't it? That sums up Christmas 24. It really does. Texture books sold out. Did I hear that correctly? The texture books have now sold out. We've got a cup and a yoghurt pot through to the green room where our Jimmy's currently sitting. And we've got some good news. 29th of November is what you're looking at. We've managed to get some more on the 29th of November, £9.98. So that it has sold out for the original date, but the 29th of November is what you're looking at now. If you want to get hold of your 015113 is your item number, brand new today, sold out once. I reckon they may sell out again before the end of tomorrow. We've only got 15 minutes left.
Oh gosh, again. Again, Adam, again. Right,
Yeah,
so this
timed
is
up.
the sprig that I cut out, but obviously in the brown. So we're just going to add that along the bottom there. Okay. And then the recipe of winter I've put onto this circle, but I've offset it a little bit just to make it a little bit different. Okay, so we'll just add that in the centre of there. Just bring that down. And then I have got my flowers here and also a couple of little bells, which I think the bells, obviously, they are Christmas, but why not use them for weddings and things like that, you know.
Very true.
You can use them for whatever you want. So we're just going to use the ball tool in the centre of the flowers. Just doing a little bit this time, just in the centre there. Just going to layer those two up, and then I've got two that's in the same paper as well, which I'm going to layer into there. And
if
then
you want to get hold of your frilly flowers, you're getting 7 dies, £16, 99 pence, 940372 is your item number. So you want your trees and your baubles. The details for those are currently at the bottom of your screen.
Right, so we just offset those a little bit. Then pop the two smaller ones in. Be very careful if you're using yacht glue on this because they are small. Don't want any burnt fingers, do we?
No, we don't burn your little tootsies.
There we go. And then that one can go in the centre. So I've used quite smallish flowers on this, you see, because I think sometimes, like with a tree, you don't want too much on, but you want a little bit of something. Right, and then these are just going to pop on those circles. So this is the beauty of the Precision Perfect, where you've got your little circles there. They're not that prominent that you think, oh, I've got to put something on there, but it's just an idea where you want to put your flowers. So then we've just got these bells, just ball tool onto those a little bit. Then I'm going to put those there this time. Oops. One there. And then one there.
I love this.
Then we will have a bow just at the top there where we've put that little bit of paper. And then we can add some pearls. So these are the essential pearls, which are on the show as well. So here, where am I putting them? Oh, I've not put them there. Put my bow where I should have put these, but never mind. Here we go.
Details on the screen for the essential pearls. You're getting 5 colours, 4,750 pearls in total for £19.99. There's 2 options for you to choose from. This is your festive option. So you've got your blues, your greens, your crimsons in there, the beautiful dark reds, or you've got your essentials, which are your sort of your pearly colours, your golds, your silvers. Are they black? Okay. So you've got your black in there, and you've got these 2 types of pearl as well. £19.99, 4,750 pearls. It's worth having a little look and stocking up. What would that be? 40 quid. 40 quid for the 2 sets. That's a decent amount in here. That's nearly like 10,000 pearls.
Yeah, it's very good. They'd last you absolutely ages. And the beauty of it is, Adam, as well, you get your 3 sizes in each colour. So if you can see on here, I've graduated that. So I've got the large one, the middle one, and then the smaller one. So, you know, that's a nice effect to do on your corners of your cards where you graduate your sizes of the pearls.
Look at this.
Right, and then if we just slot that into the base.
Something different from a Christmas tree, something different from a card, isn't it, this year? So if you want to send something different, you really, really can. £9.99. Right then, we'll let Carol set up for her next demonstration, a continuing demonstration from launch hour. You'll have to watch that back if you're watching this on repeat. But if you want to get hold of me baubles, and if you want to get 5 baubles and you're getting 4 trees, the trees alone, I absolutely adore. You imagine... Where are we? Oh, 1. You imagine using these just on their own, paint them green, a bit of snow effect on, and just having them on the mantelpiece, maybe 2 or 3 that's on the mantelpiece for you would be absolutely beautiful. Or even put them on the stand and put a little hook on the inside, and have them to hang your little stocking on. That'd be cute. Yeah, because I think they'd be weighted. As long as you glue them into your base well, I think they would work, and you can hang your little stocking on there on the mantelpiece. Cute, I feel. £9.99, give it a go. But one day special is very, very busy, is what we are looking at for this at the moment. I don't know what camera I'm on. One day special, you are getting 2 of the boxes that's in there, the big boxes, the big boys. You're getting 2 of your toppers as well in there. You're also getting a full alphabet that you are looking with this one, and you are going to be creating, I'll whap it in, don't worry, boxes that look like these. Absolutely stunning. They are boxes that you would use year in, year out, time and time again. They really, really are. And it's something that you're going to treasure and something you're going to remember as well, I feel. Even if you're using them as memory boxes, whether you are going to use them just as a memory box, maybe they're going to be a little baby box, and you put all the stuff that you get over there. Maybe you're going to use them as a year box. So everything you do in a year, that's where you put it all, and then you store it away. Like that was 2022. Because last year was an epic year for everyone, wasn't it? It was something that we've never been through, and no doubt we'll never go through it again. So maybe you keep records. Maybe you've kept old newspaper clippings from what's gone on throughout the year. It's a good way to keep it. Maybe you kept a diary, and that's where you're going to keep the diary and photos and stuff like that. I've got boxes and boxes of photos just in those clip boxes, but I don't know what to do with them. With these sort of boxes, you can go around and you really can sort of jazz the box up, because then you can leave them on display and you're not ashamed of just having big boxes. Maybe it's going to be your scrap box that you want to use it for your sewing. That bits and bobs box. You're going to empty that drawer full of takeaway menus and old batteries that don't work anymore, and that teaspoon that you've had for years, and you don't really know what it's in there for, but you leave it in there anyway, just in case. Maybe. We've all got it though, innit? You only have to take it from that drawer to that drawer. But no, we leave it in there just in case, because we know where it is. That cable for that phone that went about 4 years ago, you daren't throw it away in case it comes in use. You could put it in these boxes now, and you know you've got it all stored up. You can go from the most rustic to the most modern, to the most traditional, to the most classic. The choice is yours, because you are in control. £29.98, which works to be about just under £15 per box, is what you're looking at. And to get a box this size in your specification is going to cost you more than that. £19.99. Is that what it'll be when the price goes back up? £19.99. You see, charge 20 quid a box. Oh no, you wouldn't pay that if it was in a shop, wouldn't you? You wouldn't pay 20 quid if it was in a shop.
No, but just think on these other sites where you buy them and they're already finished. How much do you pay? I'm sure you know the site what I'm on about. You know, I can't say it. I can't say it, obviously, but you can buy these
Does it begin with E?
Yes.
Not your eBay's, your other one. The handmade one. The Petsy.
Yeah, but then you've got the...
Petsy World.
You've got the joy of actually making it specific for that person. You know, so... I
like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Right, then, you're going to have to fill me up to speed with it, because you were with the little D, bless him, in the start hour.
Yes, so this is where what we was doing, and I'll show you where I'm up to. Obviously, I've covered it. We've put that strip across. We've put this lavish Baroque label die on, and I did stencil through, obviously, the little stencils. Now we've got some more. You can see that I've stenciled there. Yep. But I thought just for a little bit of difference, now we've added some more, is do it like, you know, like Lou Sims does with the stencils, and just using a fine liner.
Oh, a bit of doodling.
Just a bit of doodling just on there. So we'll just do a couple of those just to make it show up a little bit. Obviously, I know.
6 minutes, Carol, just so you know.
Oh, have we? Right, okay. I have got my flowers and everything ready, so...
No, that's all right.
Right, so just to make that a little bit more prominent on there, so then we are just going to use the ovals, which are from the Lavish Baroque oval die, so they on the show as well. So I've used the 2 different dies on here, the label and the oval. Just pop a little bit of
Is this one of the paper pads again?
Yeah, this is the Monochrome Christmas, which is a lovely paper pad. I mean, sometimes we shy away from the black and monochrome for Christmas, but it is nice, you know, and some people do have that as their decor, don't they?
They do, black and white.
Yeah.
What's your decor this year for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know, Adam. I'm not even thinking, because I don't bother with Christmas trees now.
Do you not do Christmas trees?
No. I can't now. I used to a bit like 1st of December, yeah, but I might do next year.
Oh, next year.
Next year.
Next year, I'll do it.
Houses, we're having a few things done in the house, you see, so I want it to be nice before we actually put stuff like that up. That's my excuse, Adam.
Well, there's no tree this year, Hayley, in your mum's house.
They're not be at me either.
Are you not having a tree either?
We're moving out. We've been moving house for 6 months.
I know.
Everything's packed away. We're
And
living
do you
out
know what?
suitcases.
We do all these nice things and we don't have them in our house.
Next year.
Next year, Adam. Ask us next year.
Mine's been up 2 weeks.
Have you had it up already?
Yes.
I don't blame you.
Me and Molly put it up.
yeah.
See, if we'd
weeks ago.
moved house, we'd have it up. But then it's just kind of like we might move house in a couple of weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. If you're moving house, now I understand that.
You're just
I'm
Grinch
not
mum.
moving out.
But
Hayley
yeah,
said
I
it, not
mean,
me.
when Hayley was
She's having
little,
things done.
yeah, when Hayley was little, 1st of December, that was it. It was up.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than it. The older you get, the less Christmassy people get.
Oh, I know.
know.
And I never thought I'd be like that, Adam. Because I love Christmas, I do.
Oh, that sounds it. You told it to me.
Right, so on this lantern, you do get your 2 extra bits which you can layer up, which I've just done those 2 on there. So then we're going to put one of these on again. So I've got the green now. So this is in the card pack as well, the festive card.
Do you do Christmas cards?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. Even though you craft it, because I would get sick of making them. Because obviously you make so many. Or do you just make them on the shows and then use them and then give them ones?
I don't use the ones that we do on the show. I make them again. Because very often, you know, when
Not
they're-
literally the same
Oh,
cards.
no, not
you
the
don't
same
make them
cards.
I was
again.
going to say.
No, but literally when we backwards and forwards, you know, they do get damaged sometimes.
True.
So you know that's why on that one. Right. So let's just get this other.
3.5 minutes to the menu. That's
Oh,
not
right.
even to me. That's the end of the show.
You're not rushing me, Adam, are you?
No,
no, not at all.
You've got all my minutes as well. I'll give you everything.
Oh, thank you.
Normally I take a couple of minutes off, just so I can round things up. But you've got all my minutes because I like you.
Oh, thank you. I like you as well, Adam.
Yes, yeah. You can have all my minutes.
Right, so I'm just going to stick these 2 together. So I thought I'd done this one, but obviously not. It's flying about, look. Right, so just pop those into there. And then just pop these 2 again on those little circles. You don't have to put them on the circles, but it just makes it easier for you if you do that. Okay, and then we'll pop a little pearl in there. So these are I think these are the essential ones as well.
With silver, yeah, with the pearls.
Yeah, so we just pop
While
one
you
in
still
there.
watch this, I'll just round up the show. You have got 3 shows, hours tomorrow, 8, 12 and 4 with myself, Catherine and Janice. We're all back in tomorrow, taking you through the day. Who knows, though, what will still be here. We have been very, very busy, as I said at the top of the show. This is the hour that gets repeated over in America and over in Europe as well. So things will go throughout the hour, so start checking out your baskets if you've got anything in them.
Right, so I've just put in this sentiment on then, Adam. I've done it fairly quickly. That one is from the postmark stamp set. So it's that one, which we have got on the show with all your little extra bits in there. And all those little stamps do actually go into the postmarks as well. So you've got, yeah,
And it all just works together.
yeah, I would put more pearls on, obviously, and my ribbon and everything, but just because of time. But let's just hold that one up as well, then.
Look at
Can I?
that. But even with the ribbon on and not, it still looks.
Yeah.
And it shows how the monochrome papers really do work with some of the sets. And it's the same monochrome papers that have been used on this sample that I keep showing you as well. How beautiful are these? Once again, they're stylish, they're trendy, they're now. You go and find them on those sites where you can buy them pre-made and sent to you. It's going to cost you more than £29.98 today is what you are looking at for this one. And they may not be to your taste. They may not be your design. You have the capability of adapting these. Whether you want to turn them into a little tiny shadow box and you just use the lid as a box and you use some of the windows as well that we've also got in the set, you can do that. £29.98 is what you're looking at. We've already sold out of the stencils as well, is what you're going with there. Your item number, though, for your one-day special, 528541 is your item number. You are getting 2 of the boxes, a full A to Z in there as well. Right, and thank you, ladies. We're back at 8 o'clock in the morning with our Janice.
Yes,
I will see you at midday.
Yes.
I'll be back in.
Yeah.
Don't you go anywhere. There is so much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft store. Remember, we are the craft shop that never, ever shuts. Not even Christmas. Yes, indeed. Don't go anywhere. We are paper crafting with Funky Fossil up next. Then it's Christmas with the Dreamers. It's this show all over again. Then it's Pergamano. Oh, nice.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp. And how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and I've been crafting since I was a little girl and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
A very good evening to you. I hope you are well. The time has just struck 9 o'clock. We're still live, so if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to send them in. studio@thecraftstore.com is what you're looking at for those ones. But this hour, we're a very busy hour earlier this afternoon, and we're 5 o'clock. You can catch it all back on Rewind. Some amazing hints and techniques, some amazing samples that I'm going to go through as well. But this hour, once again, we've got so many cracking little things, and everything on the counter is brand new today. Everything is brand new from the big name of Funky Fossil as well. They bring us so much of goodness and so many things that is usable. And if you're just starting out in the world of the craft, or you've been in the game for a while, it can be a confusing little world to be in. There is so many things that's out there. There's so many names. There's so many stamps. And which stamp do you use? And maybe if you're a colourist, well, I'm a colourist, but they're too small. These ones really do cover every single boundary, from the beginner all the way through to the advanced. And I really do mean that in every second of the way. And the brains behind it all is with me as well, live here in the studio. Is that Sarah? You're right, my love?
I'm very well, thank you. It's not often I'm called the brains behind anything.
But
so.
it's true. I was thinking about it earlier, and last time you were in it, and I was thinking about it in the green room while I was having my tea, and it is true, whether you are 2 or 92, you can get something out of these, whether you're just stamping and colouring, or whether you want to go really advanced and use them on ATCs and use them with the stencils and you want to start laying things up. They've got that capability as well.
They do, and I mean, I'm kind of, my mood of what I want to do varies. Sometimes it is something that is really kind of relaxing, quick and easy, like an ATC, nice and small and accessible. Sometimes I want to do some art journaling and do more mixed media techniques. So I want the kind of supplies that I have to be able to adapt to anything, really.
And I think they do. And looking at some of them, obviously not some of the sentiments, but the main images that you've got all the way left down the counter that I've got would also work on things like jelly plates and your poly plates, because they've got no words in. So if you wanted to do snazzy backgrounds, if you're into your jelly plate worlds and your mixed media worlds, these are still going to work with your mixed media. Just because we're talking cards, we're still talking mixed media with this one, which I absolutely adore. And I didn't touch on that in the last hour, and it dawned on me just as I was closing the show. But first of all, what a little bundle this is. £27.99. You are getting loads. First of all this MDF that you're looking at here makes your little briefcase, your little tiny suitcase that you've got in there. It reminds me very much of the bear that likes marmalade. Very Paddington Bear-esque that you're going on with your little tiny handle. On top of all of that, you're then also going to get 16, I want to say 16.
It is 16,
16 ATC cards. Now, don't let this baffle you down. When I first started, and I said it in my meeting earlier as well, I was like, ATCs, we all rave on about them, but I've never actually seen one being done. No one actually knows what an ATC is. We all say, oh, you can do an ATC. No one's got a clue, really, what they are. Because in the grand scheme of things, no one shares them anymore, because we're all quite, I quite like that technique, I will keep it for myself. And that's what we do. I'm guessing they're artist trading cards.
Yes.
So was it like olden days they used to go, I've done this technique, would you like to do it?
Yeah, I think it was something about exchanging inspiration and sharing something of your style with other people. And I know there are groups out there that do share them.
Oh, really?
They do, yes, and do ATC swaps. I must admit I'm guilty of hoarding my own ATCs.
Mine.
And particularly if I've made a set with a stamp set or something I like, or a technique that I like, then I do tend to kind of keep them.
I would. I don't think I'd give them all. I don't think I would. I think it's the crafter's equivalent. I said it earlier, the crafter's equivalent of a Pokemon set.
Yes,
you know, you sort of trade your little cards. It's the crafter's equivalent of Pokemon or football, the match stickers that you used to be able to get. So they are your ATC cards, but once again, it's worth having a little look. That's not daunting to me. That's not as scary. That's quite manageable. You stick a little stamp on that, that's more or less full, and coloured it in. Then you're also going to get your little book as well. So you're going to get your cover for your little book, and I will show you those in a minute, because that can then be turned into something like this, which is beautiful and amazing. Once again, not as daunting now. And then on top of all of that, you're then going to get your stencils and stamps. First of all, I like this one that you're seeing here, because this is your back card. This is the card that you tell me what to do. So things like, let's go forward with left right on. Things like our Donna's Mushroom Magic. She's kept it plain and simple, but it tells me what it does on there. But then you can go to sort of our Samantha's little novel that we've got here, and it really breaks it down. So this is what basically ATCs are. It tells you everything that she's done to create that on the front. So it tells you all the stamps that she used, the date she's done it, created by. But maybe this is going to be your reference. It's like the old-time Rolodex, isn't it? So where you find names and addresses, and now you're just looking for techniques and samples.
Absolutely.
I would treat my little ATCs as fronts of cards.
It's a great
I would
topic.
use them as fronts of cards, and in my head, I would take this. This is where we get slightly more elaborate now, obviously, because of the knowledge that I have. And with the stamps that I'm buying, I would do them onto shrink plastic, and I would make the front card, but I'd make it all smaller.
Oh, that's really cute.
So it looks like the front of a card, and then I know,
Yeah.
oh, that goes there, and I like that conversation. You've got it already there for you. But not only that, it all fits inside, and these boxes are lockable, which I love even more. It all fits inside your little briefcase. So you're going to get, I'm going to have to put this down, Tom, just because I'm not an octopus. You're going to get the little book that you're getting there. So whether this is going to be your Christmas book that you use every year, your Christmas card list, your favourite films, maybe that's what you're going to keep. But then you've got all your little tags, so maybe you're going to use them as tiny little tags. I absolutely adore them. I really, really do. And if it was me, if you've got a newborn baby and things like that, imagine keeping it as like memory cards. So first steps, first tooth, first lock of hair, first play, first word. You've got 16, so that's one a month. And then extras that you can also throw in and turn them into a little baby
one
book.
a year, and then they're nearly left home.
Yes, that is good. By the time you get to your end of your ATCs, bye! See you soon! Like this idea, I might take this up. I only need to lose 5 so far. £27.99, 886729 is your item number. Now, this one was busy the first round around. Over 2/3 of the stock has already gone. This is your cheeky, chatty cups A5 stamp set and your chatty cup stencil. £17.99. You're getting them both on here. Now, I'm going to show you the size of the stamps because I think it's worth seeing because they are huge. But they're a nice size. They're a nice, manageable size.
They are, and as we saw in the previous hour, they're still ATC size in terms of you can use them on the front of an ATC, but they're great focal points for cards. So good size, packed with personality, and then the kind of the cheeky sentiments that go with them just kind of bring it all to life, really.
I love them. I also like the sentiments that you're getting in here as well. Things like you're just my cup of tea, because that's what we sort of say to people. Like if you're making Valentine's cards and that, oh, you're just my cup of tea. Maybe they like a brew, things like that. No sugar, thanks. Sweet enough. We just need a ding there, I feel, and that would really, really work. I think someone needs. Oh, here we go. Of shush. I think someone needs a nice hot cup of shush. I said slush. They're quite sassy. They really do work. They're quite on trend. They're modern, but yet classic.
Yes, I mean, Eleanor, who's the kind of the artist behind Zinsky Art, who's designed this set, she's got a very distinctive style, and so the kind of the images themselves are really fun to play with. But I say that they're not seasonal. They can be any time of year and for all different sorts of recipients.
Things like, sorry, did it look like I was listening? Things like that they all work. They really do work for any occasion as well, I feel. £17.99, 289558 is your item number for this one. These next one, oh, you also get the stencil as well, which we see so many things in. There is so many more things inside that stencil. Remember, with a decent stencil, you can stamp with a stencil. You can emboss with a stencil. Take your micron pens through a stencil and draw, if you wanted to, through there. There is so much scope, really is, with that stencil. I absolutely adore it. I reckon if you put the more I look at it, where are we? Here we are. If you put those two together, so that one and that one, I reckon it'd make a whole scene from the two little circles.
Oh, yes, because you were looking at your sunset, weren't you?
Looking at your little sunset that you've got in there. I like them. Right then, very busy. Now, something else that was busy. This is another one I adore. I really do. These are your sassy comments. There's 20 sentiments in here. Now, you have to take these with a pinch of salt. But as we said earlier with them, they'd be good for journals. They'd be good for diaries, little diary entries, your happy planners that you're going to use them with. Your ATCs, these would be perfect for as well. These would also be perfect for those cars that you want to that you just want to cheer someone's day up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we said, you need to know that the recipient has got a good sense of humour and will take it in the spirit in which it's meant. But yeah, they're just meant to make you smile. Really.
They really do. If I needed a second opinion, I need a second opinion. So I'll ask your other face. Oh, I like that. My producer's not heard these. I'll be nice when you stop being stupid. I'm sorry, I'm not drunk enough to listen to you. These are one of these. It's nothing personal. I just don't like anybody. Today was a total waste of makeup. It's one of those things that we all think, this is like our inner voice.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's why it makes them quite so fun. Both, you say, from a journaling perspective, but equally to put on a card, because people aren't expecting something that's a bit sarky and a bit kind of dry.
Even these as little key rings would work phenomenally well. Where's the one I just about being wrong? Now, if I agreed with you, we'd both be wrong. How many times you heard that? How many times? If I agreed with you, we'd both be wrong. These bags under my eyes, they're designer. See? It's those little sassy little comments that really do work. But half the stock has already gone, and I can see why. £27.99 is what you are looking at for these. You're an idiot. You really should fix that. It's those little ones. It's those little quick one-liners that you can use time and time again. And not only do you get the stamps, you're also going to get the speech bubbles as well. So you're going to get the speech bubbles, and you're also going to get the speech marks for slightly longer quotes. So you can use these all year round. This is something you can use time and time again. And you get the little stitch detail that goes around there.
Yeah. The two solid ones have got that stitch detail around the edge of them, so it just gives them another little kind of different look. But as we said, those sentiments, the speech rules will work with any sentiments from any set that you have.
Now they would. I can read this one properly now because it's past the watershed. Sorry, autocorrect. I didn't mean to say duck. So you see, it's those little. I don't think we're allowed to read that out on the telly. But it's those little quips that we're meant to say. Yeah, of course we can say duck. You have to be careful how you say it though, because it could come out totally wrong. £27.99. It could be the end of my career at 9:12. You may.
We were all here.
Yeah, we were all here for my leaving party. Right then, something else that we've got on the show. I love these next ones. These are right up my street. I absolutely adore them. I really, really do. £17.99. Big stamps as well is what you're looking at with these. You've got all your savannah. Your whole animal system is there. Animal system? You know what I mean. You've got your lion, you've got your hippo, you've got your elephant, you've got your giraffe. You've got your trees as well. Things like hippo birthday. You're awesome. Have a wild one. You even get the grass that's in there, the leaves as well. I'm going to show you some samples of these because I don't think just looking at the stamps really does it any justice that you've got from this. Oh, I didn't realise I had cards for them. Look at this. Look at this for a sample. So that is the front. Okay, where are we? Camera 3. So that is the front, but then, ba-ba! I love that. Absolutely adore it. I really, really do. But you can go from that to that. Okay? You can then also go to that. Or to this. And every single one is different, yet every single one is exactly the same. Kids' birthdays, your birthdays. Simple. Just stamp and circles for their faces.
Yeah. So if you're not wanting to spend ages colouring, there are ways around that.
Things like cutting out the mane. Because if you take that mane off, that looks like a totally different lion. It looks more like a cub.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
Or a little cat or a bear that you've got. That's what it should look like, with this little mane on using a bit of washing.
And even then, it's not the most threatening lion that you're going to see.
No, not really. It looks quite friendly. As I said in the early show, I did go and have a little... I asked Jeeves about it. If you remember the TV show 64 Zoo Lane, it's got those sorts of looks to them. All the youth in the studio is nodding their heads. Everyone, if you don't remember it, go and Google it. But it is one of those things. Things like that. I think that's beautiful.
Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah.
That is absolutely stunning. And I don't know if you've noticed... Yes, it's all easy to cut out, but they've left the trees. They've just done the easiest of cutting.
Yeah.
But you don't really notice.
No, I know, absolutely, and I think that's the case really. When you've got so much going on in a real scene building, then your eye kind of fills in the blanks, if you know what I mean.
I love them all. I really, really do. Some of the stems, look at that. How easy would that be to do? A little bit of block colour in the side. You see? This is where I get passionate over these sorts of things. I absolutely adore them. £17.99, 2/3 now of the stock has already gone. I've not even spoke about the stencil. You're also going to get the stencil included as well, and that comes with 2 masks. So you get your innie and your outie, and we'll see that as we get to the end pack shot as well. But £17.99, you can watch it on the previous show where we demoed it. 746042 is your item number. Like it a lot. Peony, I like this one as well. I feel there's a lot you can do this one. I feel there's a lot of scope with these stamps that you are looking at. Actually, let's look at them down here because you can see the detail then. Love these. Absolutely adore them. These are 2 dies, big dies as well. So you're getting an oval and you're getting the flowers in there. But you can then create, bear with, hold the line caller. You can go from this, which is a nice sort of happy, jovial, thank you for the flowers, thank you for that meal out that you took me, to this, which is more your sympathy, which is more I'm thinking about you, sorry for your loss, those sorts of cards. It's the same die, just been snipped out, but it still works. Then you can go from that, and if you're thinking, all right, I'm not very good at that, go to this, cut it out of white, and stick it onto black card. The waste that you get from this, pop it onto white card. And you've got sort of a 2-for-1.
It is. It's just such the line work is just elegant, isn't it? It just has
really
a nice flow
is.
to it. So yeah, exactly that. From weddings to birthdays to thank yous to sympathy, it just covers all bases.
I absolutely loved it, and you can stick one of your sarky comments in the middle. You've got 2-for-1 there. Card looks nice until they read it. You were getting all that £26.99. If I wanted your advice, I'd ask your other face. Just with your beautiful peony that's on top. Then you also get the doors as well. These are absolutely stunning. I will show you more samples as we go through. We are very, very busy, but it's just the intricate detail. It reminds me of sort of the Return to the Chateau, that sort of thing. You've got that French look if you wanted it to be, but then on the flip side you could go quite country manner with these as well. £26.99, 493633 is your item number. Jump to the website because there's loads more on there. We've got the brushes that sell out. I've got pick and mixes of stamps as well. I've got background stamps. I've got stencils on the show. The stencils are ridiculous, the amount I've got now. I've got the new ones out with me, so if you like the ones from sort of the animals, or you like the ones from the teacups, or you like the pea, I've got all those. I've got them individually if you want them, or I've got the brand new ones that I only released a couple of weeks ago, things like your pumpkins and stuff like that, and your stockings, I've got those on there. Speech bubbles, do they work with the dies?
They're not the same size as the dies, so but that's where the inspiration for the dies came from. Is I started with the stencil, and then I thought actually I'd like to be able to cut that.
Is the stencil bigger?
Yes.
So you could have a drop shadow.
Yeah,
that's where I was going with that.
They are certainly the shapes that are in there. On the cloud bubble are the same shapes.
So it's worth having a look. You can have a drop shadow. Urgent news. Oh, I've never said that. Urgent news. Your teacups, limited stock. They're green on screen. Means I've got less than 10% of the stock left. 298558 is your item number. They are limited stock for your teacups. I can see why. There is so much scope with these. I genuinely want the entire counter this evening. 289558 is your item number that you are looking at. Right then, shall we go to a demo? Let's go to a demo. What are we up to first?
I thought in the last hour we didn't really spend much time looking at the little suitcase itself. We had a very quick look at kind of ATCs, but I just thought it would be worth having a bit of a play at doing some kind of finishing details and decoration on the suitcase. And I would say it's really, really easy to put together, and it does come with instructions. So
that's good.
Because Mr. G did the design on it, and he can't trust me to be able to put anything like this together. So he's given me instructions that make it really, really simple. And it is. It's a 4 or 5 step job. So what I tend to do is that I do tend to construct the suitcase first before I decorate it. I tend to find that, I mean, it's easy enough to paint once it has been put together, and it just means that you don't get any of that kind of paint as it's going into the tabs and making it more difficult to put together when you want to construct it. And also, I tend to find the way I apply paint, it also adds another layer of glue around the joints, so it strengthens it again.
They are sturdy, I must say, they're really sturdy.
They're really nice. I think I really like the hinge on them, and you say the handle. It's a nice solid little box. And what I typically do is use one of our kind of paper pads to line the inside, just the top and the bottom, and paint around the rest of it. So I think it's on end of core, but what I've been using a lot with these is our textures paper pad.
We will have a look now.
It's just got things like that fantastic kind of wood grain effect in there, and some crackle, and bits of kind of old newspaper. So really nice to add detail. In fact, I think this one here was using the paper pad, and also the rusty looking one, that's the papers on the outside of it all and on the inside as well. So really, again, I mean, you can put as much detail, and I think with that one, with all the cogs and stuff on, I've put quite a lot of layers on there, but you can just literally cover them with paper, I think, as Jane has done with the Christmas one. That's just some of our papers used to decorate it. So it can be quite a quick and simple project to complete as well. So, of course, because the bundle comes with our first ever mini stencils, so we've not done the stencils this size before, but I must admit I'm slightly addicted to them already, because they're just great for card making in themselves, but of course size or scaled down really nicely for things like ATCs. They're just really handy and easy size to use when you're working on something that's 3D. So I'm going to use our little crosses stencil and a little bit of acrylic paint, just to, as I say, add some foot. So all I've done to get the box to this state is, as you can see, quite randomly just slapped on some acrylic paint.
It looks like patinaed.
Yeah, it is. It's I typically kind of put the paint on, maybe spray it with water and rub some back off, just and keep going until I get something that I think looks relatively distressed, a bit like me.
Never. I won't have it said.
So just using a bit of acrylic paint on a makeup sponge. I tend to find this is a nice way of applying paint through a stencil, because it kind of helps you ensure it doesn't get too wet, because with paint through stencils, ideally you want your kind of, and this sounds like a bit of a weird phrase, but you dry a paint, so the paints that aren't too fluid, just so you don't get things going all over or under your stencil itself.
I like these though. I think there's a lot you can do with a small little box like this. Like there's loads of stuff. I've just been flicking through, and we'll go through more when we come back later. But things like a little travel box, a little suitcase with the travel stickers on.
Absolutely. Well, that's, I think, the one.
This one.
Yeah,
I've just been flicking through it. It's a beautiful inside with a little travel book that you've got in there.
So I mean, Anne's used the cover to, as you say, put a little notebook together.
Show all these in a minute.
Yeah, just fantastic. So absolutely. I mean, we've bundled them together on the basis that ATCs will fit in them, either blank or once they've been completed. But actually, I'll be using them for bits of collage fodder and things that I've kind of half finished that I just want to make sure I don't.
Now, do we build and decorate, or do we decorate and build?
I would recommend build and decorate. Okay. It does go to, I mean, it goes together really easily, but certainly with things like these round hinges, if you've already tried to paint and decorate it and then put it together, you might just get a bit of resistance there from the joints and the MDF. And as I was saying earlier, when I slap paint on, I always think it adds another little bit of.
No, it's true. It hides all the bits and bobs, doesn't it?
It
hides all the mess.
Yes. and it hides those kind of bits of road glue and other things. So yeah, so I'm literally just randomly, I'm not trying to get coverage all over this, I just really wanted to add a little bit of further interest to break up the paint effect on the sides. And so it's literally as easy as that, just to add little bits. But we want something a little bit more, let's say, eye-catching on the top of the box. So what I was going to use was our Vintage Keys stencil, which is one of the ones that are on the new today.
It is indeed one of the pick and mix.
So we'll go all mixed media and put some paste on it, I think, to give it a bit of dimension. And then if we set that to one side, hopefully by the end of the hour that will be relatively dry. So what I've used is some Pentel heavy body gel, some matte gel, because I'm sure people have seen me do this before, but I'm just trying to find a surface to put, use this. But I like to colour the gels.
Okay.
So in terms of texture paste, etc., what I like to do is, on this occasion, maybe put some luscious powder into it. So I'm getting the kind of colour I want for the project that I'm doing.
If we haven't got like that, this is a random question, so please do tell me yes or no with this. I'm going well off piece now. If we haven't got luscious powder,
yeah,
obviously that is what you would use. But if we haven't,
yeah,
could we use things like coffee granules
Absolutely,
and to water down?
Yeah.
Would we water them down, or do we just put the granule in whole? Because then we're just going to get a bitty texture, aren't we?
No, put it in whole, because you can, for example, you can use acrylic paints. But what I would say is just be aware of how much fluid you put adding to your mediums, your gel, so you don't make it too runny.
Okay.
So yeah, you can. I mean, effectively, the other thing I colour it with is the That's Crafty Walnut ink crystals, which give that look of coffee.
Yes.
And can give quite a granulated look as well. So yeah, I think you can put lots of things in to colour your. Lots of people have got the water reactive powders, you know, the watercolour powder that brush shows.
Oh, yeah.
So you could put them into this. So anything that's going to really effectively dissolve with the moisture of the medium, you can use to add colouring. Now, they'll have different levels of transparency. The luscious, I like them because they're giving you kind of quite a solid pigmented colour, whereas something more watercoloury might give you more of a
like a see-through
more of a glaze than a. But it's great stuff to have a play with. That's why I love the gel mediums, because they just open up all those different things you can chuck in there and see what it does.
I've never really given myself, but I suppose if you're just starting out, you may not have all these bits and bobs, might you? So use things that you've got around the home. That's what we all used to do, isn't it? The old tea-stained mats at school.
Coffee stain papers and stuff, and massive still in junk journaling and things like that. So yeah, absolutely.
That's what we all used to do. Get a lighter and burn a hole in the middle of the map that you spent 3 days building.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
And then literally everything just dissolves and you're just left with a piece of 4 corners of an A4 piece of paper.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the fun we
Them
had,
were the days. The kids don't know they're born these days. Our map sits there.
All this Minecraft nonsense. We just burn holes in paper.
Hey. My day we had Kirby.
I don't even know what Kirby is.
Oh, do you know when Kirby standing on the side of a main road throwing the ball against the curb and then you won the points?
No. Do you know, I'm so old, I think Frogger was the thing when we were there with the first ever computers.
Oh yeah, a dial-up internet.
Yeah.
Some people still have dial-up.
Yeah.
Apparently, I never realised. I thought it was all gone, but people still have dial-up internet.
They probably do, yeah. I think you can.
To use the phone, you had to get off the internet, otherwise you just had that number down there. Now you got a fax coming in. Oh, fax machine.
Oh, faxes.
Oh, having a pager. Remember that ringing that woman? Could you tell Steve I'll be out at 8, please? I'm meeting down the pub.
It's like, yeah, it felt important when a fax came through.
When a fax came through, oh.
You can use virtually illegible, wasn't it?
Yeah, you couldn't read anything.
No.
Do you remember fax machines, Matt? Oh, yeah. just checking.
I think they are still out there in the world.
Well, yeah, I know, but then some of the kids today.
Do you remember telegrams, when you used to get telegrams?
How old are you, Matt? How old are you? 24? You see, I've got socks older than that.
Now, what I'm doing while we take a trip down memory lane is having
Oh yeah, what we up to?
Yeah, I'll just bring it back.
Well done.
Having put the paste through, and as you see, I've not gone to cover the whole at the top. I just wanted to give it kind of that, again, that faded look. I'm going to sprinkle some embossing powder over the top of the design in I think it's verdigris. So it will give, once it's all dried, it will give again that kind of patina, aged copper look. But I'm not flinging it on and wanting to cover the whole surface, because once it dries and we melt it, it will just give you that variegated look. Does that make sense?
It does. It makes perfect sense. I'm with you.
Good. So you're still there?
I'm still there.
Good stuff. So I'm just literally going to flip this over. So the bits that have, we'll leave that now,
Okay.
and then towards the end of the hour, we'll give it a quick heat just to have those powders melt in. You could go to melt it, heat it now, and that would work. What you may well get is bubbling of the gel medium, which again can give a really cool look and make it look even more distressed. But we don't want to distress it too much at this hour, so I'll wait until it's kind of semi-set before we apply the heat to it.
Awesome. Do you want me to give you a quick recap?
Yeah,
I can do a quick recap while you set up for the next bit. We are very, very busy now for this bundle that you are looking at. Remember, you're going to get your ATC cards in there. You're going to get your little trunk that's in there as well. You're also going to get your little stencils. And you're also going to get that stamp. 886729 is your item number, £27.99, and there's a cheeky little Freedom price on it as well, with a £3.50 saving. If you're a Freedom member, though, your saving will get more. You £6.30, £25 and 19p, including your postage and packaging. Worth having a little look at that. Chatty cups, we are down to single figures. Single figures is what it means, which means I have less than 4 is what you're looking about now. If I'm down to single figures, we are super, super limited stock. £17 and 99p is what you're looking at with here. You get the beautiful cups, but as we said earlier, this could be a megaphone if you wanted it to be. You've got that little megaphone in there. You've got sort of that clumsy cup with the little band-aid that's around the bottom of his base. So it's like a little plaster that you've got on there. If it's like a little bumpy cup that you've got. You've got this one down here. It looks like he's got a massive nose, but it's actually just got his eye closed. You've got this one, quite sassy, I feel. I feel like Carmen Miranda. If Carmen Miranda was a cup, this is what it would look like, because you've sort of got little lines on the side of ears. You've also got music notes on this as well. Turn that on its side. You've also got that sort of treble clef, I'm going to go for, or double clef, that you've got on there. Look at me, like Mozart. And you've also got the little cheeky comments on there as well, £17 and 99p. 289558 is your item number. Very, very busy. My producer's words, the best ones are up next, and I totally agree. They really, really are. Things like, just look at these samples. The samples are beautiful. Did you get a degree in being stupid, or is it just a natural gift? That is a birthday card. Wait, it doesn't matter who it is. It sums people up, doesn't it? Cards like these, and it'll work with all your stamps as well. It will look wonderful with the. Wow, it takes a brave person to be that stupid. As I said earlier, it sums up our office dramatically. Some of these quotes do. Yeah, see, this. Katie agrees with me. Meg was unsure. She didn't like to. She was like, "Oh, that's a bit." No, it does really. Cards like this. I'm tied up right now. I can ignore you later. But they work with the little animals. They really do work together. I love this one as well. Look, it's nothing personal. I don't like anybody. I like this.
The cats, because cats don't really like anyone, do they?
No, it's true. They really don't. Like, it's one of these things. Oh, I like this. Look, with the background stamps. Now, this is a background stamp that I've also got on the show. But you imagine changing this for like a giraffe or a hippo, something like that. It would still work. And if you're wondering where do these come, it also comes in the bundle that I have here. So you're going to get the dies. You're also going to get all those stamps. There is loads of stamps. There's 20 stamps for you to look forward to. Well, today was a total waste of makeup that you've got there. You're an idiot. You really should fix that. It's nothing personal. I don't like anyone. Did you get a green being stupid, or is it just a natural gift? They go on and on and on. Sorry, autocorrect. I didn't mean to say duck. £27.99 is what you are looking at on this one. You get your speech marks in there. You get your four types of speech bubble. You get your innie and you also get your outie. By far, and I think I mean this, by far my favourite of all time. I think I'm just like a big kid at heart. It is limited stock as well. Your Safari is now limited stock. We are green on screen for your Safari. You're also going to get your stencil in there. So you've got things like your leopard print, you've got your mock croc, you've got your zebra in there, but that could also be wood grain. If you go in with your browns and your dark browns, that could be wood grain that we're looking at. That could be a moon, if you wanted it to be, with sort of the giraffe looking up to the moon or looking up to the trees that you've got. It's quite cartoony, but also very friendly for anyone, in a really nice way, in a really classy way. Sometimes you can go cartoony, it just looks childish. This one doesn't. I really think you could give these to the loved ones in your life as well, not just for the kids. And these, with the little sarky comments, I think would work really well, because you've got that cute and cuddly of the animals, but then on the flip side of that, you've got these sort of sarky words that I think would work as well, with the little speech marks coming out of the elephants and the. I think they just work really well. £17.99. 746042 is your item number. Last but no means least is your peony that we're looking at now. Let's look in the details of the stamps this time, because we've seen the peony die. You get two of the dies, but I just want to go into the detail of the stamps that you're getting in here, especially with the ornate windows that you've got. I absolutely adore them. Really, really do. I love these ones. It's this window down here that I really like. It's got that sort of Belle of the Ball, you know the film I'm talking about? That sort of film to it, with the archway. But then, if you're clever enough, and I know I say this a lot, but I know you're clever already, there are resin frames out there that I reckon would fit this perfectly. Your LeBlanches of the world, when she does her little resin, when she gets her little resin frames, I reckon it would fit over that window frame that you've got. I really do think it would work. And then you get your two peonies thrown in as well. But that peony on its own does remind me of a rose. Oh, I nearly choked then. £26, nearly went. £26.99. 493633 is your item number. I'm fine, don't worry. I don't like the water in this place. Right then, what are we up to?
Well, I think the one stamp set that we've really not kind of spent any time looking at in demo is Timeless.
Yes.
So let's do something with that.
Right.
And I wanted to do a technique that I think I've seen Leonie do. So and I really like it, because I like it for detailed images, which is if we stamp the image with distress inks, which, as we know, are reactive with water.
Is this my favourite technique?
I don't know.
Is this the one where you stamp it, water it, and then go in back in black?
That's the one.
I love this. This on craft card is amazing. This is my go-to technique.
I love it because, and again, I'm sure maybe I'd seen it years ago, but it's Leonie I've seen do it most recently, and I particularly like it.
Oh yeah, me and Pooch were talking about it the other day, and she did it in the show for me.
Yeah.
Because she said I said I love it. This is my. Yeah. This is now my new go-to.
It's exciting. I think particularly with detailed stamps, and again, an alternative to what was I going to say? To doing lots of colouring in, it's just using the properties of the distress ink, isn't it? So
like this one.
So we'll just give the card, and of course, using a stamping platform really is your friend on this kind of technique, because you want to be able to take the card out, give it a good spritz, and know that you can then stamp back over it where the actual image was. So we've already got the movement there, because I'd already spritzed the cards, and just give it a little bit more. And I get well carried away with this, so it just ends up becoming a puddle of brown.
I'm with you. I love a water bottle.
Where you kind of remember there was a stamp
image
there,
at one point.
So we'll just give that a very quick blast now, because you can see there's really plenty of movement. And what I like with this one, when I stamp back over it with the dark brown, is it almost looks etched into the cardstock. So the joy with distress inks is we could let that wick out and keep moving for as long as as we wanted to, or continue adding water to it. But I think that's giving us enough feathering.
Heat gun on?
No, it isn't. No.
I was going to say that's the quietest heat gun I have ever heard.
I'm miming heat gun.
I was like, that's quiet. That must be a new one.
You'll know it's on now.
There we go. I was like, I've never heard one so silent.
That would be amazing if it was that quiet, wouldn't it?
Oh, that is phenomenal. And I couldn't work out if you were drying it or not, to be honest. I like this technique as well, because it gives you sort of that eerie technique. If you want to go like Halloween and that, it does give you sort of a gothic look, especially for these which really lend themselves to that sort of technique as well. So the old style houses and the old churches and very French chateaux.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is again, I mean, we've seen some beautiful coloured samples with watercolouring, etc. But this is again another idea for if you want to do things quickly. And add depth to the stamped image without spending the time doing lots of colouring. Another way of doing using the distress ink qualities would of course be to stamp it in distress and then pull the colour in with a water brush. So you use the colour that's already in the stamped image to colour it, so you keep it kind of monochrome. So, having made a blurry mess, and we'll blame Leonie if this doesn't work, won't we?
No, you should do.
That'll be it worked at home, as all these things do, all these bright ideas do. So I'm going in with a VersaFine Claire, and again.
I've got tissue on that stamp though. You do know that, don't you?
What have I? There. Is that it gone?
And one in the top corner, just the smallest.
Oh
amount.
yeah. Oh, good. Thank you very much. I was going to say, yeah, VersaFine Claire. So it's non-water reactive. So even if this is damp, it will still stamp onto it and not kind of start wicking like the distress ink did. Let me just kind of give that plenty of welly, and you can see. And I just think that gives it almost like a wood burn look into the card. So that details come straight back out of the kind of the feathering that we've got going on in the background.
It's like biography.
Yeah, I think it's in the browns, isn't it? But I just think it does look kind of etched. So let's add some further detail and interest around this window. So what I was going to do as well was add one of our A7 stamps, this is one of our older ones, but it's still on the kind of pick and mix on the website.
On the pick and mix.
And this is the vintage script, which I think obviously works perfectly with this kind of imagery. And this is a really dinky size of script, which of course is, because it's been scaled down, will work really nicely with when you want to add some subtle backgrounds and textures. And again, I'm using VersaFine Claire, and I'm using the kind of the turquoisey warm breeze. I'm just taking off some of that first layer so we can.
Because of the size of the stamp as well, it'd also work well with those brand new tiny stencils. If you just wanted to get a different look through your stencils, to stamp through them.
Yes. Yeah.
It would work phenomenally well.
Well, all the A7s actually, in terms of stencil apertures, in terms of whatever stencils you're using, they work really nicely. I've got a wood grain stencil as one of the A7s, and that works really nicely if you put it through kind of apertures. So, because I've used second and third generation stamping there, it's not going to be too strong. Again, it's all about background, and we'll add a little bit of antique linen around the edges, just so that it's not too stark. And this may bring some of that kind of, if the VersaFine's still a bit damp, it may turn some of it a bit greeny, but again, we're looking for that kind of watery, it's been kind of left out in the rain type of look.
I like this though.
And this, I mean, I suppose it's one of the things we always say about having all the different kind of styles on the counter, is this is so very different to the safari and some of the other things that we've been looking at in the past hour. So I want to not take all of the colour into the centre of the card. Now to give this a little bit more interest, what I've done is with the peony dies, I've cut it, I think it's 3 times, obviously snipped off the oval frame that comes with the larger die, and then I've gone over it with ink and then heat embossed it to give it that kind of metallic look, which I think just again, in fact, I was thinking before the show started, it would have made a great embellishment on the top of the box as well, wouldn't it? So yeah, I think I'll have to try that at another time. But yeah, that's going to give us a bit.
And a stencil, it would make a cracking stencil.
Well, that's the peony frame. Is the same artwork is being used as a stencil there, so.
So the peony frame, if you're liking the stencils with the windows, you may want to go for your pick and mix on the peony frame as well in your stencil little bundle, because that would work. £26, let's see if we can squeeze in another demonstration this hour, because we have got 15 minutes to do, so we can get another one in. £26, 10 minutes is what we've got actually. £26.99, 493633 is your item number. You're getting your peony frame, you're also getting your separate peony in the middle. Also could be a water lily, I feel. If you cut the stem off the bottom, you've also got that water lily look that's in there, and you've also got your beautiful 4 stamps in there as well. Absolutely stunning. I'm just going to show one sample, but I will come to you because you can open the doors on these. Look at that. That's cute. I like that. Then you could have the savannah in the background with like the giraffe poking his head through. You know, those sorts of things. So they really do mix and match. Like this a lot. Something else I'm going to quickly show you is the stamp pick and mix. These are the brand new ones launched this afternoon with myself. You can choose any 3 of these ones. Really do. There's loads on the website for you to pick from that you've got, but this is the only way of getting your ATC ones individually if you want to go for it individually as well. £13.49, a saving of £3. 838. I'll start that again. 832696 is your item number. Right then, let's get back for a demonstration. What are we up to?
I was going to go really just finish with a number of ATCs because it's just fun to use some of the mini stencils and some of the A7 stamps on those to create the backgrounds for whichever focal points you go with, whether it's the safari or whether it's the cups. Have we got any cups left? Am I still?
We have a few. They're clinging on.
That's great. So I've got a couple of cups coloured and ready to go. And I was just saying to you, wasn't I, Adam, that this is the background I did as the first demo in the 5 o'clock hour. So that kind of heat embossing the mini stencil. There we go. And using that as a resist to catch the pink underneath. I think it's made really quite a cute background actually. And initially it looks like a bit of a disaster area, doesn't it? Because it's got all this ink running around all over it. And
but now you've cut it down. You see, that's the thing. Once you start cutting things down.
Yeah. It's all the debris around the outside.
It's like to put you off. It really does.
So let's play with our A7 stamps first. I've got loads of them here, and I do treat them very badly. So let's go with the Don't Make Me Laugh. Because this is just such a cute A7 stamp with the ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Again, if you're using it with the Saki sound bites, if somebody was unsure as to how to take it,
it sort of dulls it down.
It's the LOL, isn't it?
It is. It's that little heart and a kiss at the end of your message.
Yeah. Only joking.
Yeah, it's like the really nasty ones, and it's just like, ha ha ha, yeah, I was only kidding. I wasn't. It's one of them. It's one of them.
So I'm using an archival ink here. Don't really need to. This is just a watercolour background, but if you'd already got things like matte medium or collage, any kind of coating on there, then you need to use really an archival ink to kind of get the coverage, get it to stick. And of course, if I used Distress Oxide, if I then decided to use any other mediums on there, it would start to move around. So you are best to use archival inks if you're wanting to do further layers. So I'm not going for, you see I've not even inked the whole stamp up. I'm not going for complete coverage or anything that's too stark. I just want to again break up that watercolour background. And then let's use some Distress crayon, because this is a technique I'm really enjoying at the moment, which is scrawling with some crayon. Just get a bit more down here.
Details on the screen for your pick and mix stamps at the moment. These little stencils that we're using now are in the in your bigger bundle with your ATCs.
And then if we just place the mini stencil over the top and use a bit of a wet wipe or kitchen towel that you've sprayed with water, what you'll find with the distress crayon, and again this is going for subtle effects, but you'll see that it lifts the crayon, so you've got the stenciled image coming through. And this is all, that's the thing with ATCs, they're small areas, so it's all about little bits of stamping and stencil work, just to give you a little bit of just something that catches somebody's eye when they're looking at the looking at the trading card. I would typically recommend, this has got acrylic paint on it, but I think we'll get away with it. So this is again the archival ink. I would typically edge. Now these the ATCs are 2mm grey board, so again a nice surface for being able to use lots of different mediums on without it warping. But that just means it's sometimes quite nice then to put a bit of archival ink around the edge just to give it that more finished look. Particularly because when I've used the self-adhesive paper to create my backgrounds, I then sanded around the edges to neaten it up.
Like yeah. Details on the screen are for the ATC set, the MDF suitcase that you've got on there as well. The bottom of the screen is for your Safari stamp set.
So there we go. So I mean, say, you know, sorry, did I look like I was listening? Is the sentiment on the edge there? You could put this cup, 'cause it's got the pinks in here, and put another sentiment on it. And they're as easy as that. All your different techniques. We could actually have got, because we need to try.
Oh, we need to do that. Yeah, let's fit the box in. It's only 52. We've got a while. Do you want to do a quick recap?
Oh no, just if you give me. I mean, I can do a bit more ATC
How long
work.
do you need?
Oh, it's only 3 or 4 minutes.
We've got 4 minutes.
I'll turn the heat gun on this time.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
We won't do silent heat
Let's
guns.
not do silent heat gun. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 minutes.
Well, let's add some heat to this, just so you can get. Now this hasn't completely dried, so you'll see if it does start to bubble, the look that gives it. But I just think it's nice. As I say, you can wait till this is completely dry, and the embossing powder will still melt.
Okay.
When you heat it at the end, so you could leave it, you know, a day, 2 days, whatever.
So it'll still melt.
It'll still melt. But the nice thing is it won't fly away because it's got itself embedded into the.
I'm intrigued for this.
Now I'm just keeping the heat gun away initially because, as I say, to avoid the bubbling, we don't want to just hold it there until it's ready to go.
We're finding the large key, because you watch that large key now. We'll spin to go.
And you can see, can you see the actual starting to move?
Like it's breathing.
Which is I really like that. Certainly if I'm doing old metallic look and things, I quite like to get that bit of bubbling.
It's like blistered paint.
Yes. And it will actually stay raised. So see that bubbling there? That will stay. Once it's dry, it will kind of keep that shape.
Look at it. Once again, it gives you a different look. Play around. Don't be scared with these things. If worst comes to the worst, white gesso is your friend.
I was going to say, I mean, if you didn't like the look you were getting, to gesso over it, you're still going to have fabulous texture coming through, and then you just use a bit of maybe wax or whatever to bring out the details. So yeah, I do like that kind of slightly bubbly look that it's coming out with now.
Jump to the website, tap the ad, give me a phone call, 0330 175 552 is my number. The call centre's still here for another 6 minutes. Oh, they're here till 11. Oh, most of them leave when I leave. Oh, well, they might be here till 11.
There you go. So there we are. So say it's not giving us all over coverage because we just sprinkled it on, but it's just, and you can see that some of it's actually exaggerated, but it's lifted some of the texture even more. So if you were then going to, and once this had dried, you might want to use some sprays on it, or even some waxes to add to that metallic look.
Beautiful, and
you just keep going.
You can, and that's the thing, you just keep going and going and going. Whether it's going to be a travel suitcase, whether it's going to be, let me show you the one in here, just quickly, before we disappear.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
Because this, the ATC is beautiful, but it's this book I want to show you, because I've already looked at it. So it's got the band, it's been bound already, okay, so it has got the band that goes around. How beautiful is this?
And all Anne's used there is what is the texture pad, papers from the texture pad as the cover.
It really is. It is stunning, and it's something that is usable, which I like as well. So maybe this is going to be from a trip that you are going on. Fits in perfectly. You've also got your ATC cards in here as well, which fit in. We've only got a minute left of the actual show, and just adding little clips. When are you back, though? Do you know?
15th of December, and it's another new counter, Adam.
Another new counter?
I know, a pre-Christmas treat for you all.
So, that sums this one up. So if you want anything off this show, this will now move to the website, and then it'll sort of be forgotten about because it'll be there, because we'll have a brand new counter when Sarah's back on the 15th of December. So it's worth having a little look and start checking out your baskets if I was you now. Definitely check out those little animals, adore those. Your teacups are clinging on, and we're down to 1s or 2s of these now. And your Saki words, I'd definitely be throwing them into your basket because they work with any collections that you've already got. Right then, don't you go anywhere. I will see you midday tomorrow. I think I'm on first of all, at 12 o'clock with your one-day special, and I'll take you all the way through the evening. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
you to you as well. Yes, indeed, coming up next is Christmas with the Dreamies, but you know what they say, doesn't matter where you are or who you are, someone out there will always love you. Good night.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Good evening, I hope you are well. The time has just struck 8 o'clock here in the United Kingdom, and why do I say that? For the sheer fact this is the hour that will be repeated throughout of the evening. Why is that important? Because we only get busier as the night rolls on. By tomorrow morning, who knows what will be left. We are going to kick off. We are talking about a cracking little bundles. Some bundles that we've never done before, some bundles that you think, oh my word, why have I never seen that? And some stuff that's just useful is what I'm talking about. Useful, yes, they're here. There can only be one, well, two people is who we're going to introduce when we talk about useful. First of all, the head honcho, the real boss, as it were, I feel. It's our Carol. You're right, my love.
Oh, do you mean me?
I mean you.
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Backbone of this guy. I'm very well, very well. Very excited about this as well.
Oh, it's
very
good.
Excited. And then we have the real boss, as it were, that says at Customs House. It's Hayley. You're right, my love.
I am, I'm fine, thank you.
I like this concept because what you've done, because sometimes, let's be fair, sometimes we see stuff on the channel, and we all don't live in a warehouse. We can't have everything. Otherwise, you would literally have a 7-bed house and you wouldn't know where to put anything. But things like these, your Christmas Eve boxes, are useful.
Yep.
You're going to use them every year, regardless. You're going to pull them out, and it will be an heirloom, I feel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
You could put your family name on it instead of just like the person's name. You could put the Fletcher's Christmas Eve box or whatever, couldn't you? And put everybody's bits in there. But the idea is that you put like pyjamas, a film, some chocolate, things that you'll enjoy on Christmas Eve, just getting ready for Santa coming.
But on the flip side of that, you haven't got to have it as a Christmas Eve box for the sheer fact the Christmas Eve bit comes separate. So you get all your box, but you get enough to make 2 boxes, and it's the big deep boxes as well, is what we're looking at on that. Look at that. So that alone, you could make those for any time of the year. This bit is all separate. So if you don't want to put this bit on and you want to use it for a box throughout the year, you could do. I know there used to be a tradition in our house that we used to have, and we used to have shoeboxes wrapped up with Christmas paper, and we used to have like toiletries, stuff that you're going to use in January and February, so you haven't got to stock them and buy them as Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Things like your socks, your razors, your deodorants, your hairsprays, your mousses and stuff like that. So you hadn't got to buy them, and then you don't really want to giftable that, do you, for the sheer fact, because there's not that much, it's not the best of gift, is it? Let's be fair. But what you're looking at on this one is you are looking at a sturdy little box that you could use. Personalised box as well. And I know schools do this, because they don't do newsletters anymore at schools, do they? They don't do newsletters. It's all online.
Yeah.
I'll add a little email saying that they're going to do box for a charity, a little shoebox thing. This would be beautiful as one of those shoeboxes, just a gift to somebody else.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you can put absolutely anything in it, Adam. I mean, what I was just thinking then, you know, like we were saying about the topper, if you didn't want to have that on sort of, like if you do it this year and then next year you want to, I don't know, change it, why not Velcro it or something? Then you can put it on or take it off.
Oh, I like that idea. So a little bit of hook and eye on there, then you can take it off, whip it on, whip it off if you wanted to. You could change the names at the top. Once again, £29.98 is what you're looking for 2 of the boxes. Not only are you getting the boxes, you're getting a full personalised alphabet as well. So, savvy shoppers out there, you're going to get 2, maybe use one as a Christmas Eve box, and then look at all the letters that you're still going to get left over. Let's be fair, if we're going to do Adam, you would use one of the A's, one of the D's. I'd use